as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
A robotic exoskeleton has made a world of difference for a graduate in Virginia. After a traumatic 2016 spinal cord injury left him paralyzed from the neck down, a college student named Khalil Watson was able to walk across the stage at his graduation. NBC News' Gabe Gutierrez has more.
These small steps mean a lot to Khalil Watson.
It's been a journey. It's been lots of ups and downs.
In 2016, Khalil was shot in the neck. The resulting spinal cord injury left him paralyzed from the neck down.
I had to learn how to eat, speak, and breathe on my own.
One of the things he missed while in the hospital, his high school graduation. Khalil was determined to continue his education, studying social work in college.
I have a passion for helping others. After going through the things that I've experienced, I feel like I'll be able to either connect with and understand individuals who have similar worse situations.
Now, thanks to some help from this robotic exoskeleton and therapist at Sheltering Arms Institute in Virginia, Khalil stepping up onto this stage at Reynolds Community College, walking to receive his associate degree in pre-social work.
I did this for God, myself, my friends, my family. I mean, only a few people know what it took for me to get to this point.
Now, with his diploma in hand, Khalil is sharing this message.
Anything is possible. In life, we're going to experience ups and downs. You just have to keep going.
Inspiring story. Our thanks to Gabe for bringing us that.
All right, the city of Cal, Texas didn't take home a world record Sunday evening, but they did hang out with 1,800 Kyles, meaning people who are named Kyle. They were trying to break the world record for the largest gathering of people with that same name, and as of late Sunday afternoon, they had close to 2,000 people. The record is currently held by Bosnia and Herzegovina for Ivans, with over 2,300 of them in attendance back in 2017. So funny that that's kind of like our Joe or John, right, in Bosnia, the Ivans. So while this is the fourth year the Kyle gathering has happened, it was the city's biggest attempt, yet they still need a ways to go. Either they need to recruit a bunch of Kyles to come move to that part and or like start naming their kids Kyle.
Yeah, it is. How do they get somebody's attention though, you know, in that crowd?
I'm sure, yeah,
if
right?
someone's there, you got to be a lot more specific
Kyle.
than yelling out Kyle. It's confusing, I'd imagine. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great Monday.
Breaking his silence, why the Marine veteran accused of fatally choking a homeless man is defending his actions.
Biden back in Washington. The president has 8 days left to hammer out a deal and avoid an economic crisis.
They're living lavish, expensive fabrics and their latest expansion, a Malibu mega mansion.
And Lester Holt's inspiring message to the class of 2023. It's Monday, May 22nd. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. President Biden returned to Washington late Sunday night and will jump right back into negotiations with Republicans as the June 1st deadline to avoid default rapidly approaches. For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, good morning. So what has happened in the lead up to this latest meeting?
Good morning, Philip. Well, on Sunday, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy announced that he would have his next meeting on raising the debt ceiling with President Biden on Monday. Now, this comes after a call between the two leaders as President Biden was returning from the G7 in Japan. McCarthy told NBC News that the call was productive and that he believes that they can solve some of the problems that they face. The most recent meeting between the White House and congressional leaders on this issue was last Tuesday. The parties expressed confidence over a deal getting done before the June 1st deadline for the U.S. to default on its debt obligations. Negotiators from both President Biden and Speaker McCarthy's teams have been meeting while the president was overseas. And while he was still in Japan on Sunday, President Biden voiced criticisms of the GOP positions in this ongoing battle, saying that the party needs to accept that there won't be a bipartisan deal made solely on their terms. Now, these negotiations have been hamstrung over disagreements on cuts on spending in exchange for raising the debt ceiling.
And Bree, what kind of consequences are we talking about here if this does not get done by June 1st?
So Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen appeared on Meet the Press on Sunday and once again reinforced the hard deadline of June 1st for raising the debt ceiling. Here's what she had to say about the potential effects.
My assumption is that if the debt ceiling isn't raised, there will be hard choices to make about what bills go unpaid.
And Yellen did not specify which bills would go unpaid or that she'd be referring to, but added that there can be no acceptable outcomes if the debt ceiling is not raised. Philip.
All right. The clock is ticking. Bree Jackson for us in Washington. Bree, thank you.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made an unexpected and dangerous trip from Ukraine to Japan for the G7 summit this weekend. President Biden and other world leaders rallied around the war-torn nation Sunday, vowing to continue supporting Ukraine in its fight against Russia.
Together with the entire G7, we have Ukraine's back, and I promise we're not going anywhere.
President Biden announced another $375 million in artillery, ammunition, and armored vehicles. This comes after the president announced at the summit Friday that the United States would help in a joint international effort to train Ukrainian pilots on F-16 fighter aircrafts.
Let's turn now to the latest act of gun violence to devastate an American community. 3 people were killed after shots rang out at a Kansas City nightclub in the early morning hours on Sunday. The club is located in the middle of a residential area, and one witness told our Kansas City affiliate that one of the victims was working at the lounge as a security guard.
Police have not said whether anyone has been arrested. Detectives are asking anyone with information to come forward.
An Arizona high school student was arrested on Friday after police say he brought an assault rifle and ammunition to his campus. According to the Phoenix Police Department, officials at Bostrom High School alerted authorities after others on campus told them that the 15-year-old student may have a gun. The school went into lockdown once officials were notified, and the student was later arrested in the main office. Officials discovered that the report was accurate, allegedly finding more ammunition in the student's backpack and lunchbox. The student, who has not been publicly identified, remains in custody and is facing serious felony charges. Representatives for police and the school district did not respond when asked who reported the student or how he obtained the weapon.
While Ukraine's president was shoring up international support at the G7 summit, it appears that Ukraine's last stronghold along the eastern front, the city of Bakhmut, may have fallen to Russian control. NBC's Claudia Lavanga joins us now. And Claudia, good morning. This city has become symbolic for both sides. What do we know about where the fighting stands?
Good morning, Francis. Well, the leader of the Wagner Group on Saturday said that after months of intense fighting, its troops finally conquered the city and fully occupied it, a claim that was backed by the defense ministry in Russia, as well as Vladimir Putin, who in a statement congratulated the troops for liberating the city. But that claim was denied by President Zelensky, who was in Hiroshima during the weekend to attend the G7 meeting. And he said that there are still Ukrainian troops inside the city, even though he admitted that the city is so devastated and so destroyed that he reminds him of the aftermath of Hiroshima after the atomic bomb was dropped on that city in 1945, Francis.
And Claudia, Ukraine is expected to launch a big counteroffensive. So did Zelensky give any clues about that at the G7?
Well, he said that he couldn't really share any tactical views from Ukraine's military, but at the same time, that announcement by the U.S. that it will allow Western allies to provide American-made F-16s to Ukraine was a major boost to Ukraine, a decision that President Zelensky said was historic because he said, because Ukraine, since the start of the war, has been asking for these fighter jets, and so far the U.S. and Western allies were holding back because they were afraid that Ukraine will use them to attack Russia in its own territory. But during a press conference, President Biden said that he got flat assurance by President Zelensky that they will only use it to fight back Russian forces in Ukraine's territory. Of course, it will take now months to train Ukrainian pilots to fly F-16s, but when they will finally be delivered, well, they will give a major boost to Ukraine's counteroffensive, Francis.
Okay, Claudia Lavanga for us. Claudia, thank you.
With New York City scrambling to make space for arriving asylum seekers, Mayor Eric Adams must decide if he will allow New Yorkers the right to sleep outside. The City Council has approved a homeless Bill of Rights that would make New York the first big city in the nation to establish a right to sleep in some public spaces. New York City is required by law to guarantee space in its large shelter system, but over 80,000 people were housed in that system in just the last week, with entire hotels being converted into emergency shelters.
U.S. immigration officials say that an 8-year-old girl who died in Border Patrol custody last week was seen by medical personnel at least 3 times before she was taken to a hospital on the day of her death. The mother of the Panamanian-born Anadith Tanay Reyes Alvarez had previously said that authorities ignored their pleas for care and didn't act until it was too late. The child suffers from heart problems and sickle cell anemia and died last Wednesday after suffering a medical emergency. It marked the second death of a migrant child in government custody in just 2 weeks. In a statement, CBP said it knew about the girl's medical history when they began treatment, while Acting Commissioner Troy Miller said he's ordered new steps to ensure appropriate care for all medically fragile people in custody.
The former Marine accused of killing a man by choking him on the New York City subway is speaking out for the first time, defending what he did. NBC's Emily Akeda has the details.
Nearly 3 weeks since this subway encounter, the man seen holding Jordan Neely in the deadly chokehold is breaking his silence, suggesting he would take action again under similar circumstances. I would, if there was a threat and danger in the present, Daniel Penny told the New York Post. In the interview near his hometown on Long Island, the 24-year-old Marine veteran and college student said this had nothing to do with race, adding, "I judge a person based on their character. I'm not a white supremacist." Penny, who was accused of second-degree manslaughter, wouldn't go into detail about what led up to the confrontation, but indicated it wasn't like anything I'd experienced before. His lawyers say Penny acted in self-defense after Neely, who was homeless and long suffered from mental illness, aggressively threatened him and others on board. Penny wasn't initially arrested, quickly spawning protests that spilled onto subway tracks and dividing political leaders nationwide over crime, so-called vigilantism, and the response to record levels of homelessness. On Friday, hundreds gathered to remember the 30-year-old street performer.
Justice for! Fighting for!
We keep criminalizing people with mental illness. They don't need abuse, they need help.
When asked what Penny would say to Neely's family, he said, "I'm deeply saddened by the loss of life. It's tragic what happened to him. Hopefully we can change the system that so desperately failed us." Penny faces up to 15 years in jail if convicted of manslaughter, a charge lawyers for Neely's family say doesn't go far enough.
And the Neely family attorney reacting to the interview, calling it an advertisement to soften the public's view of Penny. They're demanding, they want to know why he didn't let go of the chokehold sooner. Back to you.
All right, Emily, thank you.
Okay, some of us are waking up to a wet Monday morning. Let's check in with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who's here tracking some storms developing in parts of the country. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, we're looking at some spots, a few spots that are looking at wet weather today, and we're going to stay in kind of stuck in this pattern. So we're going to see some wet weather tomorrow. The places would be in portions of the southern plains, parts of Oklahoma into Texas. Could see some strong storms with some gusty winds, some hail, even the threat for a tornado or two. But really the biggest threat would be some gusty winds. To the southeast, we're looking at a coastal low that's going to bring the chance for heavy rain, not only today, but tomorrow into Wednesday. So here's the setup. We have two systems that are moving through. First, the persistent rain in the southeast, and then we're looking at strong storms possible across West Texas. That will be the same story as we go through it tomorrow as well. Now, in terms of the rainfall, we're looking at quite a bit, especially in the southeast, where you see these darker colors here. That's where we're looking at the heaviest rain, so locally 4 inches. And same story as we head towards the Panhandle, too, in Oklahoma and Texas, looking at quite a bit of rain, too. And we're looking at the chance for some gusty storms with winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at a warm day in the northeast, a nice one too, dry with lots of sunshine in spots. And then to the south, it's going to be warm, summer-like temperatures into the 80s, mid-80s in some spots. Also looking at the chance for showers and storms in Amarillo and Lubbock. All right, guys, we have rain today in spots. We're going to look at the forecast for the week ahead because many of us are going to see rain this week.
All right, we'll see in a few, Michelle. Thank you. Before we head to break, hear from the first woman from Saudi Arabia to enter orbit.
Hello from outer space. It feels amazing to be viewing Earth from this capsule.
This is the second commercial mission for SpaceX to the International Space Station and the first female-led space operation with NASA veteran Peggy Whitson at the helm. That crew should be docking at the ISS in just a few hours, around 9:30 a.m. Eastern.
All right, remember yesterday, too anxious to start your work week? The Sunday scaries might be a reason why. We have more on that.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Pride Month is just over a week away, and Target is unveiling its Pride collection of apparel and decorations. And some say it's camp and chic. Others say it's cringe and tacky. So here are some of the items in the collection. There's a romper that says gay on the back. There's also a coffee mug with gender fluid printed on the side and a drag queen bird figurine. Data from Google Trends shows Target Pride has dominated search interest online compared to other major retailers like Amazon and Walmart. A representative for Target did not respond to NBC News' request for comment.
Well, as the weekend winds down, you ever find yourself dreading the start of the work week? Pretty much all of us have, right? You may have a case of the Sunday scaries, and you are not alone. A recent study from LinkedIn shows that 75% of working Americans say they have experienced the Sunday scaries. The psychiatrist, Dr. Sue Pharma, described this phenomenon to NBC's Aaron Gilchrist.
Some people say that Sunday scaries feels like heart racing, their palms are sweating, or they wake up with a jolt of anxiety in the morning, or they have trouble falling asleep at night.
She added that the feeling may actually be a sign of something unaddressed at work, and to take this opportunity to ask yourself or someone close to you why you feel this sense of dread every Sunday.
Yeah, for us it's easy. Early bedtime, right?
Yeah, every single time.
Okay, so as Hollywood gathers in the French Riviera, so have pension reform protesters. Demonstrators marched over the weekend on the outskirts of the 76th annual Cannes Film Festival. They're continuing months-long opposition to the French Parliament raising the national retirement age. Officials outlawed public protests inside the city after some demonstrations across the country turned violent. But a group of hotel and restaurant employees skirted the ban last week, rallying in front of the famous Carlton Hotel, which hosts some of the festival's biggest stars.
Still to come, just in time for Hot Girl Summer, Megan Thee Stallion gets immortalized in wax.
And from Break My Soul to Break the Bank, the real estate Beyonce and Jay-Z may have just bought.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Good day.
Carters may have 99 problems, but real estate ain't one. According to TMZ, Beyonce and Jay-Z signed the deed on the most expensive home in the state of California. The $200 million estate sits on 8 acres of land right next to the beaches of Malibu. The couple, no strangers to breaking records. Beyonce holds the title for most Grammy wins at 32, and Jay-Z follows close behind with 24. I mean, I guess I have no idea. I thought they lived in New York for some reason. But,
I mean, when you're them, you have multiple properties, and it's easy to see how they can get it. All right, prepare to see triple. Madame Tussauds has unveiled new wax figures of Megan Thee Stallion in Las Vegas, which are put on public display Saturday. Each one features a different iconic look worn by the 28-year-old rapper, like the newsprint catsuit and the matching cowboy hat inspired by her 2020 album. Good news, created by a team of about 20 artists. They took about 6 months to complete, and when I first saw this with all 3 side by side, I really could not tell which was the real one. I really had to look at the caption. So wax, real deal. I mean, fantastic, right?
Yeah, now we know. That's always incredible. Very impressive. Miley Cyrus's touring days may be behind us. The singer shared in a new British Vogue interview that she has no plans to go on another arena tour, claiming there's no safety or connection in them. Her last global shows were way back in 2014 on her Bangers tour. She had more than 70 shows on that one. Regardless, the star has been having a banner year following the success of her single Flowers. I mean, if she sees the kind of numbers that Taylor Swift's putting up, I don't know, maybe she changes her mind.
Well, she says there's no pleasure or fulfillment when it comes to touring, and she said even when it comes to recording, it's kind of headed that way and not so many words. That's tough for her fans, though, if you're seeing how she's kind of cutting that out.
Yeah, she's young, though. You know, you never know.
Hopefully. All right, after the break, Michelle takes a look at your weather for the week ahead.
And later, the words of advice from our Lester Holt to brand new college grads.
Sometimes you just need
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle. This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas,
From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back on this Monday. We're watching a few spots where you need the umbrellas today. That would be in the southern plains, parts of Oklahoma, Texas. Could see some strong storms too by this afternoon. Another spot, the southeast along the Gulf Coast, looking at the chance for heavy rain. That's going to continue into tomorrow, also Wednesday. Well above average temperatures in the Intermountain West and northern plains to the upper Midwest. We're going to see 80s, even 90s in spots. Then by Wednesday, spotty showers stretching from the Intermountain West to the central plains to southern plains. Sunny and dry in the southwest. Warm conditions throughout the Tennessee Valley, the Ohio Valley, and some rain returning to portions of New England. We'll be right back.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
A graduating class got some special words of wisdom over the weekend when NBC's very own Lester Holt delivered remarks at Villanova University. Take a listen to the advice he shared with the class of 2023 at their graduation ceremony.
I'm obviously an active participant and a defender of the freedom of speech. Our ability to express ourselves, our ideas and beliefs are core to who we are. But sometimes, I wonder if a little less talking might serve us better in some circumstances. Asking smart questions, searching for the truth, learning to spot the red herrings are critically important. But I worry that listening gets short shrift. When I say listening, I'm speaking of more than just hearing words, but hearing the meaning and the perspective and the experiences of others. Boy, that's almost as scary as I don't know, because it may require you to hear what you may be afraid to hear. That piece that threatens to disrupt your carefully arranged worldview, resist that feeling. Find the courage. Learn to listen with your mouth closed. All that said, we do need your voice. We need your voice to speak for knowledge. We need your voice to speak for justice and for truth. We need your voice to speak for civility. But sometimes we just need your reason, your sober thinking, thoughts born of learning and real experience that elevate our problem solving. And know that not everything requires an instant, immediate response. Take a chance, learn to pause, to be silent, to pick your moment based on knowledge and full understanding. Foster informed debate.
Thanks to Lester for those words. I like listening to commencement ceremony speeches. I mean, not just that one was very good, but, you know, it kind of serves as an inspiration and a restart for people who are just in it all the time.
I always wish when we hear little snippets that we could hear the whole thing, right? Because of that very reason. All right, Taylor Swift's music may make you sing your heart out, but it can also restart it.
I would be complex, I would be cool, They'd say I played the field before I found someone to commit to. And that would be okay.
All right, pay attention to the beat there, because according to the American Heart Association, Swift's 2019 hit The Man has the perfect tempo for performing CPR. The song checks in at 110 beats per minute, which is the right pace to perform chest compressions. Other songs that contain the 100 to 120 beats include Stayin' Alive by the Bee Gees. We've always known that one. Also, Hips Don't Lie by Shakira, and if you're in for other genres, Sweet Home Alabama, and also Dancing Queen, too.
There we go. Every genre does not have an excuse. Now you know the beat. Thanks for waking up with us. See you tomorrow.
Russia claims victory in the Ukrainian city of Bakhmut as Zelensky ramps up a counteroffensive.
Florida policies under growing scrutiny. Why organizations are issuing travel advisories for the Sunshine State.
Looking to book a permanent vacation? We've got the list of the best places to retire.
And calling all Kyles, the Texas city trying to break a Guinness World Record by gathering everybody named Kyle. It's Monday, May 22nd. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. We begin this morning with another act of gun violence devastating an American community. 3 people were killed after shots rang out at a Kansas City nightclub in the early morning hours Sunday. The club is located in the middle of a residential area. One witness told our Kansas City affiliate that one of the victims was working at the lounge as a security guard. Police have not said whether anyone has been arrested. Detectives are asking anyone with information to come forward.
President Biden returned to Washington late Sunday night and will jump right back into negotiations with Republicans as the June 1st deadline to avoid default rapidly approaches. For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, good morning. So what has happened in the lead up to this latest meeting?
Good morning, Philip. Well, on Sunday, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy announced that he would have his next meeting with President Biden on the debt ceiling on Monday. Now, this comes after a call between the two leaders as President Biden was returning from the G7 in Japan. McCarthy told NBC News that the call was productive and that he believes they can solve some of the problems that they face. The most recent meeting between the White House and congressional leaders on this issue was last Tuesday. The parties expressed confidence over a deal getting done before the June 1st deadline for the U.S. to default on its debt obligations. And negotiators from both President Biden and Speaker McCarthy's teams have been meeting while the president was overseas. While he was still in Japan on Sunday, President Biden voiced criticisms of the GOP's position in this ongoing battle, saying that the party needs to accept that there won't be a bipartisan deal made solely on their terms. Now, these negotiations have been hamstrung over disagreements on cuts to spending in exchange for raising the debt ceiling.
And Bree, what kind of consequences are we talking about here if this does not get done by June 1st?
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen appeared on Meet the Press on NBC on Sunday and once again reinforced the hard deadline of June 1st for raising the debt ceiling. Here's what she had to say about the potential effects.
My assumption is that if the debt ceiling isn't raised, there will be hard choices to make about what bills go unpaid.
Now, Yellen did not specify what bills that she might have to, or she might have been referring to, but added that there can be no acceptable outcomes if the debt ceiling is not raised.
All right, Bree Jackson reporting from Washington this morning. Bree, thank you.
The NAACP has issued a warning and also a travel advisory for the state of Florida. In the advisory released Saturday, the civil rights group said that the state is hostile toward Black Americans. This warning for people of color comes as a response to what the organization describes as, quote, aggressive attempts to erase Black history. From Governor Ron DeSantis. In January, DeSantis' administration blocked an AP African American Studies course being offered in high schools, saying that its content is contrary to Florida law. DeSantis also signed a bill last week that defunds diversity, equity, and inclusion programs at Florida colleges. Other civil rights groups, including the League of United Latin American Citizens and the LGBTQ group Equality Florida, have issued travel advisories for the state in response to recently signed laws.
We've got a shocking story from Indiana where a 3-year-old shot 2 people. According to Lafayette police, the child got a hold of a gun, shooting his 21-year-old mother inside their apartment. He fired another shot that hit her friend, 23-year-old Trayshawn Smith, who was later arrested on a murder warrant from Cook County, Illinois. The 2 were treated at the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries.
Police are investigating after an Indiana father was killed following a grenade detonation on Saturday. Authorities say 47-year-old Brian Neidert and his family found a hand grenade while searching through their grandfather's belongings. The device detonated when someone pulled the pin, killing Neidert and injuring his 2 children. The Lake County Sheriff's Department said in a statement that injuries, cause of manner of death were all pending.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky shored up more support from world leaders at the G7 summit, including another $375 million in military aid from the United States. And the U.S. is also joining an international effort to train Ukrainian pilots on F-16 fighter aircraft. But back in the war zone, it appears that Ukraine's last stronghold along the eastern front, the city of Bakhmut, may have fallen to Russian control. NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us now. Claudio, good morning. This city has become symbolic for both sides. What do we know about where the fighting stands?
Good morning, Philip. Well, the leader of the Wagner Group on Saturday said that its troops finally, after months of intense fighting, conquered and fully occupied the city of Bakhmut, a claim that was backed by the defense ministry in Russia, as well as Vladimir Putin, who in a statement congratulated the troops for liberating the city. But that claim was then denied in Japan over the weekend by the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, saying that there are still Ukrainian troops in the city, even though he admitted that the city, that Bakhmut, is so devastated and so destroyed that he reminded him of Hiroshima, where he was during the weekend, of pictures of Hiroshima in the aftermath of the atomic bomb in 1945, Philip.
Claudio, we've been hearing a lot about this expected counteroffensive from Ukraine. Did Zelensky give any clues about that at the G7 summit?
Well, Zelensky said that he could not really share any tactical views from Ukraine's military, but he admitted and he said that that announcement, as you mentioned, by the U.S., that the U.S. will allow its Western allies to provide F-16 fighter jets to Ukraine was a historic decision, because Ukraine has been asking for those modern fighter jets since the start of the war to its Western allies. But the U.S. always held back, saying that it was afraid that Ukraine will use the fighter jets to attack Russia in its own territory. But during the weekend, President Biden said that he got a flat assurance by President Zelensky that they will only use those F-16s to attack and defend themselves and attack Russian forces only on Ukraine's territory. Of course, it will take months to train Ukrainian pilots to fly F-16s, but once they will be trained and once those planes will be delivered, they will give a major boost to the counteroffensive, Philip.
All right, Claudio Lavanga for us this morning. Claudio, thank you.
In El Salvador, at least 12 people were killed in a stampede at a soccer stadium in the nation's capital. The chaos breaking out after fans rushed through the gate. Now officials are trying to investigate if a Wi-Fi malfunction may have been part of the problem. NBC's George Solis has the latest.
Joy devolving into despair in El Salvador as a soccer match turned deadly as a torrent of fans stormed an access gate. Government officials denouncing the violence, including reports some spectators impeded rescue efforts.
Un evento deportivo.
A sporting celebration turned into a disgrace, said one official. Authorities are still investigating what sparked the stampede that claimed at least 12 lives and injured close to 90. There was an avalanche and the gate was pushed down. Many fans say they were sold fake tickets. Others saying there was an overselling of tickets on the black market, said another official. The stadium, one of the largest in Central America, transforming into a makeshift triage center. Among the injured, Hector Rivas. Rivas telling reporters he attended the quarterfinal matchup with his 14-year-old son. My son was crushed by 20. I thought he was leaving me, Rivas said. Some fans carrying the wounded to safety as loved ones were left to face the horrors. El Salvador's president promising an exhaustive investigation. The country's soccer federation declaring a nationwide suspension of games. A country left lamenting a loss of sport and lives. George Solis, NBC News.
U.S. immigration officials say that an 8-year-old girl who died in Border Patrol custody last week was seen by medical personnel at least 3 times before she was taken to a hospital on the day of her death. The mother of the Panamanian-born Anadith Tene Reyes Alvarez had previously said that authorities ignored their pleas for care and didn't act until it was too late. The child suffered from heart problems and sickle cell anemia and died last Wednesday after suffering a medical emergency. It marked the second death in just 2 weeks of a migrant child in government custody. In a statement, CBP said it knew about the girl's medical history when they began the treatment, while Acting Commissioner Troy Miller said he has ordered new steps to ensure appropriate care for all medically fragile people in custody.
2 parents in Florida are in police custody after the death of their 2-year-old daughter, who they allegedly left in a hot car on purpose. Authorities say that the child was left in the car for about 14 hours after the parents decided to leave her sleeping in the car seat while they went inside. The pair was charged with multiple counts, including child neglect.
All right, we got a wet start to the week for some parts of the country. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here tracking exactly where you might wake up to some storms. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. Great to see you. And yeah, we have a couple spots that are seeing wet weather even this morning. We're going to see it this afternoon. We're going to really see this spread as we head throughout the afternoon. One of those spots being portions of the southern plains, Oklahoma and Texas, looking at heavy rain, looking at the risk for flash flooding, and also looking at the chance for strong to severe storms. That means some really gusty winds and also the chance for large hail. Then we have a cold front that sort of parked itself over the Gulf Coast into the southeast. That's going to bring the chance for heavy rain, and we're going to see the chance for even 4 inches of rain in some spots. There's that front right there, and then we're looking at the chance for that heavy rain by this afternoon into portions of the southern plains. It's going to be warm too, and rainfall amounts, you see these darker colors. That's telling us where that heavy rain is falling. That would be in the southeast, also in portions of the panhandle of Oklahoma and Texas. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, it's a nice day in the Northeast. Temperatures in the 70s, upper 70s in some spots. It's going to be warm in the southern plains. Temperatures in the 80s, mid 80s to upper 80s. Also looking at the chance for some strong storms in Amarillo, Lubbock, and also Santa Fe. All right, spotty storms in some spots today. We're going to track where we're going to see storms for the rest of the week in just a few minutes.
Okay, Michelle, thank you. After the break, the weight loss warning, the drugs that are cutting more than just fat.
And if you're dreaming of a relaxing retirement, we will tell you the best states to go to.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
We're back now from Las
From
Vegas.
Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Weight loss drugs like Ozempic and Mounjaro have soared in popularity this past year, but some experts are warning that fast results do not come without a price. As pounds are shed, muscle mass can be too, which doctors say can be problematic. The more muscle a person has, the more calories that a person can burn at rest. So when muscle is lost, the resting metabolic rate decreases with it. A spokesperson for Novo Nordisk, the maker of Wegovy and Ozempic, said that although lean body mass, which includes muscle mass, decreased, the proportion of lean body mass relative to total body mass increased. There are no current guidelines for physicians to counsel patients who are on weight loss drugs like these, but some doctors say there should be to ensure a person's overall health.
When you are planning to retire, there's a lot of focus on finances, but where should you go if you want the highest quality of life as you live out those golden years? CNBC's Steve Sedgwick is here now to break down a new report. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
Good morning, France. Very apt. It's me, the older gentleman, who's doing this report for you. Look. You think if they ever made the Cocoon film again from 1985, it'd be Florida, slam dunk Florida, right? No, apparently not. According to Wallet Hub, who have listed the best and worst states to retire in the US for retirement, the number one has come in, not Florida, but Massachusetts. There are all kinds of reasons: quality of life. It's got some of the top medical centers in the world, moderately tax-free policies for friendly policies for retirees as well. So that's number one. So surely Florida must be number two. No, it's Minnesota. Minnesota comes in at number two, fourth longest life expectancies in the nation, average 80.9 as well. One of the best places to raise a family, high median incomes in that state as well. So yeah, Florida must be number three, surely. No, it's not. It's Pennsylvania coming in at number three as well. So I'll tell you that number four is Florida. Florida finally makes it at number four. New Hampshire, Maine, Vermont, Ohio, Wyoming, and New York coming in at number 10. So I guess if they do make that movie again, it won't be St. Petersburg, Florida. It'll be Springfield, Massachusetts. Back to you both.
And the winners that come along there with it, not the best place if you're not a Celtics or a Patriots fan, though. Okay, Steve, thank you.
Surprising results.
All right, still to come, the history-making mission to the International Space Station aboard the SpaceX launch that's almost ready to dock.
And back here on Earth, the eruption in Mexico that has grounded flights and canceled school.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now. I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello from outer space. It feels amazing to be viewing Earth from this capsule.
Engines full power.
You just heard from the first woman from Saudi Arabia ever to enter orbit. It's part of SpaceX and Axiom's second commercial mission to the International Space Station, which launched yesterday from Florida. Decorated former NASA astronaut Peggy Whitson leads this operation, making this the first mission to space with a woman in command. That crew should be docking at the ISS in just a few hours from now, around 9:30 a.m. Eastern. They will spend about a week on the ISS before heading back home to Earth. It seems like there are so many different ways, different types of people that are now getting sent up, and it feels like there's a great momentum happening as far as heading up to space.
It's always great when you have those firsts, and as long as we keep those firsts coming, we're literally on the right track.
Yeah.
Okay, Mexico is keeping a close eye as volcanic activity in the center of the country sounds alarm bells. The Popocatépetl volcano, just 45 miles from Mexico City, erupted over the weekend. After the eruption and an uptick in tremors, officials issued a yellow alert level, but they have not yet required evacuations. The activity temporarily shut down two of the country's biggest airports and canceled in-person classes for the surrounding schools. We've done this before. Every now and then it'll get all active and spew all of this. And when they have to shut down the airports, it's not because of just the vision, but it's because that ash can also be abrasive and, be detrimental to the fuselage and the propellers and everything else.
Which makes me think how problematic it is for the 22 million people who live just 45 miles away. I mean, if you've ever been there, and pollution's already a problem, I can just imagine just how much worse it'll be if, in fact, it does, affect those people who are, not too far away in Mexico City. All right, stay with us. Michelle is back after the break. She's got a look at our weather for the week ahead.
And later, the small steps that made a big impact on one new grad.
How I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back on this Monday. We are tracking a few spots where we're going to see showers, even some thunderstorms. One of those spots being the southern plains, especially Oklahoma and Texas. And then into the southeast, we're watching a cold front that's draped over the area. We're going to see rain today, heavy at times. Could see up to 4 inches of rain in some spots. That's today, tomorrow, also Wednesday. Well above normal in the Intermountain West and northern plains into the upper Midwest. Temperatures soaring into the 80s, even the 90s. Abundant sunshine in portions of the Midwest as well. Then by Wednesday, we have a lot of spots that we'll see showers once again into the Intermountain West, portions of the Rockies, the southern plains, sunny and dry in the southwest. We'll see some rain too in parts of New England. Then as we near Memorial Day weekend, we're looking at some rain, more rain in parts of the northern plains, the Intermountain West, into the central and southern plains. So not great news there. Sun and clouds in portions of the Gulf Coast, southeast. Could see some more showers in the southeast, at least the state of Florida, and then pleasant conditions in the northeast. So it's good for us.
Yeah, it is. All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Calling all Kyles, the people who share a name and hope to share a world record when we come back.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
A robotic exoskeleton has made a world of difference for a graduate in Virginia. After a traumatic 2016 spinal cord injury left him paralyzed from the neck down, a college student named Khalil Watson was able to walk across the stage at his graduation. NBC News' Gabe Gutierrez has more.
These small steps mean a lot to Khalil Watson.
It's been a journey. It's been lots of ups and downs.
In 2016, Khalil was shot in the neck. The resulting spinal cord injury left him paralyzed from the neck down.
I had to learn how to eat, speak, and breathe on my own.
One of the things he missed while in the hospital is high school graduation. Khalil was determined to continue his education, studying social work in college.
I have a passion for helping others. After going through the things that I've experienced, I feel like I'll be able to easily connect with and understand individuals who have similar worse situations.
Now, thanks to some help from this robotic exoskeleton and therapists at Sheltering Arms Institute in Virginia, Khalil stepping up onto this stage at Reynolds Community College, walking to receive his associate degree in pre-social work.
I did this for God, myself, my friends, my family. I mean, only a few people know what it took for me to get to this point.
Now, with his diploma in hand, Khalil is sharing this message.
Anything is possible. In life, we're going to experience ups and downs. We just have to keep going.
Inspiring story. Our thanks to Gabe for bringing us that.
All right, the city of Cal, Texas didn't take home a world record Sunday evening, but they did hang out with 1,800 Kyles, meaning people who are named Kyle. They were trying to break the world record for the largest gathering of people with that same name, and as of late Sunday afternoon, they had close to 2,000 people. The record is currently held by Bosnia and Herzegovina for Ivans, with over 2,300 of them in attendance back in 2017. So funny that that's kind of like our Joe or John, right, in Bosnia. The Ivans. So while this is the 4th year the Kyle gathering has happened, it was the city's biggest attempt, yet they still need a ways to go. Either they need to recruit a bunch of Kyles to come move to that part or like start naming their kids Kyle.
Yeah, it is. How do they get somebody's attention though, you know, in that crowd?
I'm sure, yeah,
if
right?
someone's there, you got to be a lot more specific
Kyle.
than yelling out Kyle. It's confusing, I'd imagine. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great Monday.
Good Monday morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah Sellers today. And right now on Morning News Now, face-off. Developing this morning, signs of progress in the debt ceiling standoff. Today, President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy are set to meet at the White House as the default deadline looms.
How hard is this June 1st deadline?
We expect to be unable to pay all of our bills in early June. Think that that's a hard deadline.
We'll have the latest on what today's meeting could signal and the effect this standoff is already having even before reaching that catastrophic default. Also this morning in the running, a new contender is officially joining the race for president. South Carolina Senator Tim Scott will launch his campaign today, and another big name, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, is expected to join him this week in the GOP primary battle against Donald Trump. More on Scott's announcement today and how he will try to set himself apart from the pack. And a breakthrough, a stunning arrest in a cold case murder that had been unsolved for decades. How a group of student investigators helped authorities make an arrest, plus more on the program, which has already had similar success. One giant leap. History is unfolding in space at this hour as a private flight makes its way to the International Space Station with an impressive crew on board. How SpaceX's successful launch could affect the future of space tourism. A lot to get to this morning.
Exactly. We have our favorite resident astronaut, Mike Massimino, joining us to go through that.
That is perfect. All right. We do, though, begin this morning in Washington in a hopeful sign that there could be some progress in that debt ceiling standoff.
President Biden will meet with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy at the White House for negotiations aimed at averting a potentially crippling default. The president arrived in Washington last night after a shortened trip overseas to the G7 summit in Japan. With just 10 days to go before that June 1st deadline when the U.S. may not be able to pay its bills, every day is critical now. Even before arriving home, the president spoke with McCarthy on the phone while flying back on Air Force One. The House Speaker called that conversation productive. That is a significant change in tone from earlier this week when the president called out Republicans for pausing talks.
Now it's time for the other side to move from their extreme positions, because much of what they've already proposed is simply, quite frankly, unacceptable. It's time for Republicans to accept that there is no bipartisan deal to be made solely on their partisan terms.
NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us now. Kelly, good morning to you. So today's meeting is a good sign, but both sides are still pretty far apart. So give us a sense of where talks currently stand and how far they have to go to reach a deal.
Good morning, Joe. This is a chance to sort of reboot talks with the principals in the room together, with the president back from his Asia trip. And what is critical now is the limited time left. Pressure in Washington sometimes creates a movement where there hadn't been some. It was a rough weekend with negotiators, the two teams that have been working on a lot of the details. And so today the president will get back to that face-to-face with McCarthy. That'll happen sometime this afternoon. Imagine his body clock is still a bit off from just traveling back from Asia. While the president was there and taking questions from reporters, he described some of what's at stake here.
It would be a very serious circumstance if we didn't pay our debt for the first time in 230 years. That'd be a serious problem. Looking at the 14th Amendment as to whether or not we have the authority, I think we have the authority. The question is, could it be done and invoked in time that it would not be appealed and as a consequence past the date in question and still default on the debt?
So there the president's referring to a clause in the 14th Amendment of the Constitution that says that the government must pay its bills. And is that a way to bypass the kind of partisan gridlock that's going on now? You heard the president say he thinks there's potentially a legal pathway there, but not in the time allowed, just that little over a week until the deadline as described by the Treasury Secretary. Joe?
Hey, let's talk about the Treasury Secretary, Kelly. For weeks we've been reporting she warned that June 1st is the deadline where the U.S. will have to make some tough choices about which bills it will pay, which ones it won't pay. Is she sticking to that date?
At this point, yes, but we are expecting another assessment. And part of what happens here, this isn't a fixed date on the calendar. It's a formula that she and her team work on based on how much revenue is coming into the government through tax payments and so forth, and looking at the set of bills and obligations that the government must pay. And when she does that math, she's saying on or about June 1st, the ability to pay all of the U.S. obligations, and that is, of course, repaying debt. It's meeting the obligations to veterans and seniors and so forth. She believes that's when things will become critical. So it is not a fixed date on the calendar, but one that she's got a lot of data to tell her that's when it's a crisis point. Here's what the secretary said on Meet the Press.
Well, I indicated in my last letter to Congress that we expect to be unable to pay all of our bills in early June and possibly as soon as June 1st. But I certainly haven't changed my assessment. So I think that that's a hard deadline.
And the secretary says she expects a lot of money coming in around June 15th, but that may be too late to avert default. Joe?
All right, Kelly, and of course, stand by. We're keeping you busy this morning. We're going to bring you in for our next story as well. Stephen?
And speaking of that next story, Joe, in Ukraine this morning, Russia is claiming victory in the war-torn city of Bakhmut. Russian state media reports President Putin there congratulated Russian troops on their victory. State TV also broadcast pictures of soldiers celebrating, which NBC News has not been able to independently verify. A top Ukrainian commander visiting the city's front line acknowledged his troops only retained a, quote, insignificant part of the city. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Zelensky denied that Russia controlled the city, but compared the situation there to the horror Hiroshima faced during a meeting with the G7 leaders in Japan.
But you have to understand that there is nothing. They destroyed everything. There are no buildings. It's a pity, it's tragedy, but for today, Bakhmut is only in our hearts. There is nothing on this place.
Oh, for more on this, we want to bring it back in NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. And she's joined by senior fellow and military expert at Defense Priorities, retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Danny Davis. Thank you both for sticking with us for this. And Kelly, let's start with you. What is the White House saying about this victory that Russia's claiming?
Well, there's great concern, of course, when they're looking at the lay of this theater of war. And Bakhmut is not fully in Russian control, according to the Ukrainians. The U.S. can't independently determine that. But you got a sense from President Zelensky's tone there, his concern, and certainly the White House shares that. At the same time, there were big developments at the G7 with President Zelensky meeting in person with President Biden and other leaders, and movement on things like supplying and training the pilots of the Ukrainian military for F-16s that can be provided by U.S. partners, with the U.S. doing training, and the critical need that may be for the next phases coming in this war. There's a lot of concern about the timing right now, how best to supply Ukraine. Clearly, the president feels that the unity of the G7 is strong, and that was certainly enhanced by President Zelensky being able to be there in person and to make his case. But the development in Bakhmut is certainly concerning. The Wagner Group made this announcement about claiming that waving the flag, all of that kind of stuff that certainly gives you a sense of how brutal this battle has been for many months to try to claim that city in Ukraine. Stephen?
So, Lieutenant Colonel Davis, strategically, how important is Bakhmut to Ukraine, and what type of response do you expect to see from this?
You know, the real issue with Bakhmut is not so much the tactical location, because it's just one of many cities in the area of Donetsk. But the bigger issue may have been that in order to try and hold on to the city, Ukraine has for many months, really since December, I think many military experts were saying that they should have withdrawn to their next prepared level of defenses. But they decided to hold on to it. And in doing so, they have poured in many, many brigades of reinforcements to try and hold it, brigades that have now been lost and that are no longer available for their upcoming offensive. And so in that sense, the loss of Bakhmut may be much more significant to Ukraine because of the lack or the lesser offensive firepower they'll now have.
And speaking of firepower, Kelly, you mentioned earlier the F-16s. We also know the $375 million aid package from the U.S. But regarding those fighter jets, this is something Ukraine has been asking for such a long time. Do we know why the White House has sort of shifted their opinion on the international community providing these?
Well, the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, describes it as assessing different needs during the course of what has now become a very long war, 15, 16 months, and that they believe that there are different phases of that where different tools in the theater of war are more effective. The U.S. has clearly resisted that in part because they were concerned that F-16s, these very agile fighter jets, could escalate the conflict and be used in a more offensive way against Russia, which could bring in others like NATO, like the United States, into a wider conflict. The U.S. has not wanted that to be the case. And the president says he has gotten assurances from President Zelensky that these jets and the support that the U.S. provides for them will only be used in a defensive way to guard the skies over Ukraine and not widen the battlefield or make this conflict even more dangerous than it already has been. Stephen?
So, Lieutenant Colonel Davis, just how effective do you think the F-16s can actually be for Ukraine? They've been on that wish list for such a long time now. Could this be a game changer?
You know, honestly, we got to keep a sober understanding of what this aircraft can do. And it is certainly an improvement over anything that they have, like the MiG-29s in the Ukrainian Air Force. But it is not a game changer. The F-16s are very vulnerable to Russian, both their modern aircraft, the MiG-31s and the Su-35s, as well as the S-400 anti-aircraft systems. And they're certainly going to continue to be at risk anytime they go in the air, just like the MiG-29s have been up to this point. So I think we need to have an understanding that this is not going to be a game changer. It'll be an improvement, and certainly the Ukraine can use any improvement it can get, but we need to be clear-eyed about this.
All right, Kelly O'Donnell, Lieutenant Colonel Danny Davis, thank you both. To the race for president now, where the growing field of Republicans running for their party's nomination is about to get larger today.
Republican Senator Tim Scott is expected to announce that he is running. He'll make it official at an event in his hometown of Charleston, South Carolina. But Scott and others face an uphill battle against former President Trump, who is already actively campaigning. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray joins us now with more. Mark, good morning to you. So Senator Scott and other GOP candidates, they face a tough task going up against former President Trump. So how is he positioning himself in a race that's getting more crowded and has a front runner who just takes up a lot of oxygen?
Yeah, Joe, Senator Tim Scott, the senator from South Carolina, was first appointed to his position by Nikki Haley, who also is running for the Republican presidential race. And he ended up decisively winning re-election just in the last midterm season. His advisors believe that he is one of the party's best communicators and messengers. They cite the fact that he hails from South Carolina, which, as you know, is one of the very early primary battlegrounds in the race for the Republican nomination. He has a lot of resources. He has more than about $22 million cash on hand after his Senate re-election from 2022, which he can use in his presidential account. And then they just ended up citing all the unpredictability in this race. And if you recall, at this stage back in the 2016 cycle, before Donald Trump ended up getting into the race, there was the thought that Jeb Bush or someone like Scott Walker, then the Wisconsin governor, were the early front runners. And of course, that ended up changing. So we have a long ways to go. And Senator Scott's team believe they can actually stack up against Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis.
So, Mark, one issue that Scott could be facing is the name recognition issue. You mentioned Nikki Haley. Of course, she was part of the Trump administration, also a fellow South Carolinian. How can Scott sort of tackle that issue?
Yeah, that's where the money comes in, Stephen. The $22 million that I ended up mentioning earlier, the Scott campaign is actually going to be launching a very early $6 million ad buy to introduce himself to Republican primary voters, those who actually might not be familiar with him. And also after his announcement that we're going to end up seeing in South Carolina, you're going to see the South Carolina senator go to Iowa, go to New Hampshire, and then back to South Carolina.
Let's talk about DeSantis. You mentioned him as governor. He quickly passed laws in Florida, shaping it into a state where, as he put it, woke goes to die. Well, now the NAACP is issuing a travel advisory. They issued it over the weekend, saying the state is hostile to Black Americans. So does it actually help him in a primary campaign? And if he does get the nomination, looking at this issue, the anti-LGBTQ legislation, the abortion bill, how does he pivot to a general election campaign?
Yeah, Joe, it probably does help him. And of course, this is actually caught up in the politics. And it is in response to the legislation that DeSantis has signed into law, eliminating things like diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in the state of Florida, rejecting AP courses in African-American studies. And so the NAACP has actually said that Florida is hostile towards African-Americans. But yes, this is caught up in presidential politics. And the question on whether this actually helps or hurts him in a general election, well, he's got to actually win a Republican presidential primary first. And the polls show right now that Donald Trump is the clear front runner in that race. But we have months to go.
And of course, we're waiting for him to make that official to enter the race. All right, Mark Murray. Mark, thank you so much.
And staying with the presidential politics now, Donald Trump is leading in most polls for the Republican nomination, and he's also picking up some key endorsements, including a congressman from Florida who's choosing not to back Ron DeSantis. Meet the Press moderator Chuck Todd spoke to him this weekend.
Hello there, Joe and Stephen. This week on Meet the Press, Republican Congressman from Florida, Byron Donalds, joined me to discuss his support of former President Trump over his state's governor, Ron DeSantis, in the 2024 presidential race. Take a look at what the congressman had to say about it.
To me, it's not really about Donald Trump versus Ron DeSantis. It's about what America needs. And that's where I've been really since day one. I talked a little bit about foreign policy in the last block. We have a situation right now where Russia's on the move and China is on the move. We need somebody who can step in day one, look at Vladimir Putin, look at Xi Jinping and say, okay, enough. I'm back. We're going to get everything in order the way it was
DeSantis has
before.
that ability?
I think it's going to take him time. I think there's only one person who has that ability right now, and it's Donald Trump. And for all the naysayers who would say, oh, he's unpredictable, oh, we don't know what he's going to do, let's be very clear. When he was president of the United States, the world was in a much safer place. Nobody can say that the world is safer now than when it was when he was president.
He called January 6th a beautiful day. That is not something many people associate January 6th with. You really think that's an electable position?
Look, I think what happened on January 6th was a terrible day for the country.
You don't think it was a beautiful day?
I was on the House floor. Yeah. It was a terrible day for the country. But that also being said, we have a situation where we got to get the country back on track. I made a comment the other day that as bad as January 6th was, the American people aren't consuming January 6th the way the media in Washington is consuming January 6th. Our country has to get back on track.
Pretty scarring in Washington. In fairness to Washington, it was a pretty scarring day for Washington.
It was. But what's happening at our southern border right now? That's scarring for the people who live at the southern border. What's happening for middle-income families when their wages are being eroded by a massive inflation brought to us by Joe Biden? That is the stuff that the American people are concerned about right now.
You can see a lot more of that interview and a lot more of Meet the Press at meetthepress.com. You can also get more Meet the Press right here on NBC News Now every single weekday at 4 p.m.
We'll be watching. Chuck, thank you.
Let's get a check on your morning News Now weather.
Yeah, meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now for a look at what's ahead. Hey, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. Great to see you. And we are tracking a few spots that will see showers, and that will kind of stay in place today, tomorrow, also Wednesday. So we're going to get stuck in some patterns. Other spots are really warming up into the 80s and 90s. So let's go through it here. We're looking at radar, showing us where the rain is falling. That's where you're seeing the green. Also the brighter color showing us the heavier rain. So some throughout the Pacific Northwest, the Intermountain West, portions of the Central and Southern Plains, the Rockies as well. Then we're watching the Southeast, some rain this morning. That's going to pick up as we go throughout today. This is a setup here. We have a disturbance disturbance moving through the middle of the country, at least the southern plains, Oklahoma, Texas. Could see some heavy rain. We're also looking at persistent rain along the Gulf Coast into the southeast. We could see 1 to 3 inches per hour and up to 7 inches of rain over the next several days. That's going to prompt the chance for some flash flooding there. It's going to prompt the chance for some flash flooding also in portions of the southern plains. So that pattern continues into the middle of the week. Unfortunately, we're looking at heavy rain at times. And the good news is we have a low risk for severe storms, but still could see some severe storms in the panhandle of Florida and also panhandle of Oklahoma and also Texas, where we could see winds really gusting up to 60 miles per hour. In terms of the rainfall, we're talking about a lot of rainfall over the next several days. Rainfall amounts where you see the heaviest amounts, that's in the reds, the oranges, the yellows. So hourly rates 2 to 3 inches possible. Panama City, Jacksonville, Orlando, Tampa, Fort Myers, down to Miami. You will see heavy rain over the next several days. And because of that, we have a flash flood risk today. That's portions of the southeast. And then notice the southern plains as well, portions of the central plains. That will be the concern over the next several days. This is tomorrow. It's going to stay in place. That disturbance will come through over and over again through portions of the southern plains. That's where we're going to see the chance for some rain, and also that front kind of draped over the southeast. We're looking at the chance for, again, up to 7 inches in some spots. Talking about severe weather, again, the risk is lower than it has been, but still could see some stronger storms, especially where you see the yellow shading. So Amarillo, Lubbock, we're looking at portions of Texas and Oklahoma. Could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour and could see some large hail. The good news is the tornado threat is low, though.
All right, very good. Michelle, thanks so much.
Sure.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now, we have liftoff. SpaceX celebrating a successful launch of a private flight with a history-making crew. Later this hour, more on that mission that could help shape the future of commercial space travel.
But first, a country in crisis. We're going to take you to Italy, where the Prime Minister is pledging support as part of the country deals with those devastating and deadly floods. We'll be right back.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere?
Are we headed for a recession or a recovery?
migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well over a year after Russia launched its war in Ukraine, the Kremlin is now finding itself growing more dependent on its most powerful next-door neighbor.
Yeah, China is now providing a critical economic lifeline for Russia's President Putin, with trade between the countries now surging. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has those details.
Squeezed by Western sanctions, Russia is relying on its neighbor literally next door. We're on the Chinese border, and that's Russia, its flag just across the half-frozen river.
Here, the two countries are so close, Russia is just a few hundred yards away.
Along a 2,600-mile border, signs of deep China-Russia ties are everywhere. On streets and buildings, it's stores stocked with Russian goods, where vendors greet foreigners in Russian. There's even a Russian-style bar, where owner Teng Lu says Chinese people can mingle with Russians. China's President Xi Jinping declared a no-limits partnership with Russia. From that diplomatic boost for President Putin with a recent state visit, to a critical economic lifeline here. Trade between China and Russia surging by 30% in the last year. And this is where a huge pipeline delivers Russian gas to China, energy that used to flow to Europe. All of it keeping Russia's economy afloat and funding the war in Ukraine.
Trucks loaded with goods will come and go from Russia across this bridge that was built and paid for by China.
Russian truck drivers told us they're crossing to China every day. We're good friends, he says, of China. Still, relations during wartime are a sensitive topic here. We were tracked by Chinese authorities. U.S. officials, including the U.S. ambassador here, tell NBC News there is no evidence so far that China's support for Russia includes weapons. Russia needing allies like never before, and finding one close at hand. Janice Mackey-Frayer, NBC News, Heihe, China.
More international headlines now. Italy's prime minister is back early from an overseas trip to visit areas struck by deadly floods.
Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning, guys. Yes, Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni cut short her visit to Japan for the G7 summit to visit areas here in Italy most affected by the flooding and landslides last week that led to the death of at least 14 people and the evacuation of more than 30,000 more people. Now, the Prime Minister toured the towns in northern Italy and pledged to support the recovery. The Italian government plans to hold a cabinet meeting on Tuesday to decide on measures to respond to the emergency. And let's go to Mexico, where authorities have raised the warning level to a yellow phase 3 for one of the country's most active volcanoes. This comes after 2 airports in Mexico City temporarily halted their operations due to smoke and falling ash. The yellow warning says to remain alert and prepare for possible evacuation. The next step, a red alert, will trigger mandatory evacuations. Now, this volcano has not had a major eruption in more than a millennium, but has seen periods of increased activity since 1994. And we end up in France at the Cannes Film Festival, where most filmmakers in the competition lineup are well-known directors, but this year a Franco-Senegalese filmmaker is taking her debut film titled Bano and Adama into the competition. She's the sole first-timer in Cannes this year and the second black female director to ever compete for the Palme d'Or. However, to this, she said, "I'm a filmmaker, and I really wish we stopped being counted as women, black, Arab, or Asian." Guys?
An incredible moment in her career.
All right, Claudio, thank you.
Coming up, history in space. Right now, a private flight is on its way to the International Space Station with a very special crew.
Yeah, we've got more on the successful launch that could set the stage for more commercial space travel. You're watching Morning News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Welcome back. SpaceX is making history with a private space flight that's arriving at the International Space Station today.
The rocket successfully launched just after 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time last night from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It's being chartered by the private space company Axiom Space. Now, the crew on board includes the first woman ever to command a private space flight and the first female astronaut from Saudi Arabia. She and another crew member spoke about the experience after the launch.
Hello from outer space. It feels amazing to be viewing Earth from this capsule.
As I look outside into space, I can't help but think this is just the beginning of a great journey for all of us.
We're joined now by Mike Massimino, professor of mechanical engineering at Columbia University and senior advisor for space programs at the Intrepid Museum. Good to have you with us. So the crew is scheduled to dock at the International Space Station today. They'll spend 8 days there. What are some of the projects and things they'll be doing on this mission?
Well, Joe, they have over 20 projects planned, experiments in life sciences, in human adaptability to space, technology demonstrations, STEM outreach. They're going to be doing some downlinks with students. They have an art contest going on as well. So it's research, it's technology development, and it's also a lot of outreach that they're going to be doing. It's a real mission that they're going to be participating in for about 8 to 10 days.
A lot of science going on. Also, I'm very interested in these 3 private citizens who are joining this trip. Do they have to go through the similar training that astronauts have to go through?
Yeah, they do. So there's Peggy Whitten's a former astronaut, so they're all kind of private citizens, sort of, but 2 of the crew members are from Saudi Arabia, so they're Saudi Arabian astronauts. Their government is paying for them to go, and then there's 1 private citizen, John Schaffner, that's going. So they had to be trained on the SpaceX vehicle, which is a highly automated vehicle, so they had to go through that training. But unlike just going for a ride, they're also docking with the space station, so that part of it. And then getting into the space station, learning how to live in space, being able to make a meal, go to the bathroom, all the emergency procedures, and then they're training on all these experiments they're going to be doing. So they had some pretty intense training, similar to what like a NASA astronaut would get, not necessarily like a life career where you're there for years training before you fly, but then kind of an accelerated course, just what they needed to know. But it was still intense training for all of them.
We have seen commercial space exploration change so much in such a short period of time. This mission, what does it say or tell us about private space travel and really just private citizens heading into space?
It's another step in the commercialization of space. Saudi Arabia, for example, flew an astronaut. Has 1 person that went to space so far before this mission. That was in 1985. So now, and they've had the first woman Saudi Arabian citizen going to space on this mission. So it's a way for countries to get involved, to go to space. But the commercial aspect of it, which is probably most intriguing, this is truly a private astronaut mission. It was an agreement with NASA. They have 2 more of these missions planned over the next couple of years. And it's leading toward more commercialization of low Earth orbit, at least. Axiom, this company that was sponsoring this mission, is planning to build a space station, a commercial space station in space, as are other companies that are competing for that contract. So I think it's another one of these steps into the privatization of low Earth orbit, and NASA wants to concentrate on going to the moon and Mars and onward. So it's could be pretty. It's very exciting stuff. It's a changing atmosphere in the space program for sure, and we're seeing evidence of it here today.
And it seems like it's a little bit of a hybrid right now. We have people hoping for private space travel, but also trying to continue NASA's mission for exploration. What do you see going on later this year and in the coming years? Which one will maybe have more of an emphasis, or can you do both at the same time?
It's going to be both at the same time, Stephen. NASA's not going to stop doing what they're doing. They've hoped to turn a lot of the space operations over to private industry. They wanted to do that with the space shuttle over 40 years ago when they started the space shuttle program that ended over 10 years ago. They wanted to make it a commercial program. It didn't work out that way. A couple accidents, it wasn't ready for that. But now we are ready for that, it appears. So NASA has been trying to encourage that. With private enterprise, they can operate differently than the government. and it allows them to pursue things that the government can't pursue, and the government can concentrate on other things. And as we see, as there's more opportunities, there's more demand, because now a private industry as well as governments can say, wow, we can be a part of this too. Before it wasn't an option, even just a couple of years ago. And when you give people the option, they can think of ways to exploit that. Exploit's maybe not the best word, but they have a way to use it, to utilize it, to utilize space, to do these research projects, to help their prestige as a country, if it's a country going, or someone who has something they want to do commercially or for scientific research. It just opens up so many opportunities.
So cool. Mike Massimino, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
You bet.
Well, this morning, we're diving into the pressures professional athletes face and how it affects them mentally. We're nearly a third of the way into baseball season already, and several players have spent time on the injured list for their mental health, and that includes Colorado Rockies pitcher Daniel Bard. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch sat down with him to discuss why he needed to step away.
When you can throw a baseball close to 100 miles per hour, there's no question you're already a game changer. But this spring, Colorado Rockies star pitcher Daniel Bard changed the game in another way without throwing a single pitch.
Normally, I thrive under that pressure. When I started to feel like I was getting those same emotions, but they were becoming negative, they weren't helping me, they were hurting me, I knew something wasn't right.
Bard was battling anxiety ahead of opening day. He could have tried pushing through it, but instead, the 37-year-old reliever did something rarely seen in professional sports. He shared his struggle publicly, starting the season on the injured list to focus on his mental health. The Rockies say he missed 18 games before returning last month.
It was just the anticipation of having to perform every day and not feeling confident in my ability to do that thing.
Bard's one of 3 MLB players to openly take time off for their mental health this season. But that may be a serious undercount.
Teams will never admit it, but they come up with fake injuries all the time for players when they need a break.
Sports writer Danielle Allentuck says that can be for multiple issues, including mental health.
There are probably a lot more of them out there.
I think there's probably, dozens, 3 to 4 on every team every season.
So why did Bard speak up? He says it took some pressure off, looped in his teammates and fans, and helped him set an example for his kids.
Whether it's mental health or otherwise, just letting them know that you can face hard things, whatever that is.
So hopefully they'll speak up.
Hope so, or just, use it in their life to get through something.
After life's latest curveball, Bard's now back on the mound for the Rockies, an organization he says has been supportive.
Clubs are hearing and listening to what's happening with their players, no doubt about that. And they're hiring psychologists, mental skill coaches, people who are trained to help players in this regard.
The stigma has dropped, and so we are seeing more and more people saying, you know what, why wouldn't I work on this?
In a statement, Major League Baseball telling NBC, we've been proud of our longstanding work in this space to provide players with support. MLB says it also just launched a new youth-focused mental health and wellness program.
When things are good, you kind of walk out and you have this thought of, this is what I was born to do. I'm one of the best in the world. Let's go do this.
Bard's journey resonating with some fans.
I think it's an incredible message for those that also need help. And so it's like, well, if he can do it, I can do it.
If somebody has a tweaked a hamstring, you're not going to ask them to go sprint on it every day to see if it gets better. If you view mental health kind of the same way, especially in sports, but really in any area, I think you'll see a lot of these issues that deal with it and get back to being yourself.
Such an important conversation. Our thanks to Jesse Kirsch for that. Bard also made a point of saying he's had support from a lot of different people, but not everyone gets that. He, of course, hopes that changes. And for now, he says he'll continue to advocate for mental health even after he throws his last pitch.
Coming up, a cold case cracked wide open after 35 years with the help of some student investigators. When we come back, we're going to talk about the special program at one university that led authorities to a suspect.
And hitting the ceiling, just days away from the debt ceiling deadline, we'll talk about what a U.S. default could mean for you and your finances. That's next on Morning News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. A community in Michigan could now have the answer to a decades-long cold case.
Nearly 35 years after her death, police think they know who killed 19-year-old Kathy Swartz. Robert Waters has been arrested and is now facing murder charges for the crime. And investigators were able to identify Waters thanks to the help of students in Western Michigan University's cold case program. This is now the program's second investigation that has ended with an arrest.
Pretty incredible. And joining us now to discuss this is Dr. Ashlyn Kirsten. She's a professor in the Criminal Justice Studies program at Western Michigan University. She's also the director of that cold case program. And we're also joined by Rachel Moore. She's a criminal justice major at the university. Good morning. Thank you both for joining us, and congratulations on that breakthrough. Professor Kirsten, let's start with you. So what goes into an investigation like this, and how did a forensic genealogy, how did that help you close in on a suspect?
Good morning. Thank you for having us. What we do is work with the Michigan State Police. They give us a huge file, and we begin organizing it. In this case, 10,000 documents were organized and then scanned into a PDF that the detectives could keep on their phone or their tablet. And then we meet with the detectives every week and kind of get our marching orders of what they would like us to do, things that would help their investigation. In this case, it was DNA evidence that was left at the scene. So they were able to get a genealogy background on the person who was arrested. So it takes a lot of work to get to that point, but we were very happy with how it turned out.
No kidding. For the many people out there who love true crime, this class is probably a dream come true. I mean, Rachel, what's the experience been like for you as a student? I'm guessing it's pretty different from some of the other classes you're taking there at college.
Yeah, it's truly been incredible. I mean, we've seen cassette tapes, floppy disks, things that were here before I was even born. So this class gives a really good real world experience compared to my other classes. And I can apply these concepts to this class and go out and see actual professionals such as prosecutors, detectives, troopers. And it has allowed me to change my career path and has given me a great opportunity. And now I want to go into the Michigan State Police Academy because of this program. So it's been life-changing.
Wow, incredible, and also helping bring closure to some families who want answers. Professor Kirsten, this is some incredible success you've seen so far. Do you think other schools will try to start similar programs?
Yeah, well, I hope so. I've been traveling the country for the last year or so, advising other schools on how to create something like this. It's just like the perfect marriage of, a public university and the resources that go into that. Helping out the great public servants, our state police. And in the meantime, we are providing hopefully some closure to these victim family members. And then, of course, creating the next generation of law enforcement. These students in my program are learning from the very best that Michigan State Police has to offer. So I think it's a win-win all around for the public good.
You truly are creating the next generation. Rachel's a great example of that, changing her major to go into this. I mean, Rachel, for you, what's next? Do you hope to crack some more cases? Anything on the horizon here?
Oh, I hope so. I hope all the cases that we receive eventually are solved. It's such a credible experience, and what other program is able to put their hands on real cases from the 1970s, 80s, 90s. There's nothing else like this, so it's been an incredible opportunity.
And now you know what a floppy disk is.
A wide-ranging education.
And a cassette tape.
And a cassette, that's right. All right, Dr. Ashlyn Kirsten, Rachel Moore, thank you both.
Thank you very much.
Financial headlines new this morning. Facebook parent company Meta is slapped with a record-breaking fine over its handling of users' data.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other news. Good morning, Silvana.
Stephen, Joe, good morning. That's right. So Meta Platforms has been hit with a record $1.3 billion fine by European regulators over its handling of users' information. Now, the fine comes after the Facebook parent continued to transfer data after a court ruling in 2020 that tossed out a pact between the EU and United States. Regulators are giving Meta 5 months to stop the practice. And in a statement, Meta says it will appeal, saying the fine sets a, quote, dangerous precedent for other companies. DoorDash is facing a lawsuit for allegedly charging iPhone users more than Android users for identical deliveries. Court documents include screenshots showing how iPhone users are charged an extra fee for, quote, expanded range. And DoorDash says that the fee helps customers preserve access to the available merchants that are farthest from them. But the lawsuit claims that the fee is tacked onto iPhone users' bills more often, and likely because studies reveal iPhone users earn more. A DoorDash spokesperson denies the allegations. And fast cars speed away with the box office crown. Fast 10 opens with $67.5 million in the U.S. and Canada this weekend and $251 million internationally. That's all according to ComScore. And it's a strong start for the latest film in the Universal Pictures franchise. International audiences have been the key to the success, with Fast 10 getting about 80% of its box office tally outside of North America. Fast and Furious films have earned Universal $6 billion worldwide, guys. How about that?
Not too shabby. I love how we've
Not too
shortened
bad.
it from the Fast and Furious.
Right?
We just now say Fast 10.
Just fast. Just fast.
Fast
That's
10.
it.
All right. Thanks, Ivana. Appreciate it.
Sure thing.
All right, let's take a closer look now at the debt ceiling standoff and the effect it could have on all of us.
President Biden is going to meet with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy today for more negotiations at the White House. But with 10 days to go before that default deadline, the stakes could not be higher. So helping us break it down, our good friend, Investopedia editor-in-chief, Caleb Silver. Caleb, good morning to you. So even 10 days out from the deadline, we're already starting to see some effects on certain parts of the economy. Talk to us about what those are. And we keep using the word catastrophic if we see a default here. Help us understand why we're using that word.
Yeah, good to be with you. And what we're worried about here is both a tightening in lending, which we're already seeing from the banks, which are pretty stressed out, but also the threat of a credit rating downgrade for the United States credit bonds. So we issue bonds to pay our debt. We've been doing that for centuries. Alexander Hamilton helped issue that in. And we usually pay our bills. That's why everybody wants to hold our treasury bills. But if we don't pay our debts, the yields on those are going to go up. And that's going to drive anything that's not fixed, like a credit card APR, that's going to drive those interest rates higher. So we're already dealing with very high interest rates right now. You guys know this. The Fed has been raising rates now for 10 straight meetings. And the effect of a potential downgrade on our debt is going to drive those yields higher. Plus, it's going to tighten lending. People are already very nervous about loaning money to one another. Banks loaning to one another as well is getting very tight.
So, Caleb, just a few weeks ago, the White House laid out several scenarios about what could happen to the stock market and the effects on unemployment, even if there's just a brief default here that would result in thousands of job losses and longer. We're talking millions of losses. So how would you suggest, like, individual Americans and families, how can they prepare for the worst case scenario?
Yeah, well, if you have a job, make sure you've secured that job. If you have outstanding debt, especially high interest rate debt, pay that off. That goes for any time of the year. But right now, if we're going to potentially see a spike in interest rates, especially credit card APRs, you're going to want to pay off that high interest debt right now. But we don't have a lot of control over these negotiations. Congress has voted to raise the debt ceiling 78 times in the past. Why they won't do it this time, there's political ill will there right now. So you have to brace yourself for this. Potentially make sure you have extra savings in line and also pay off that high interest debt, because we're going to probably see rates spike again if they don't get this deal done in time.
Caleb, as we talk about so often with you, the housing market has seen all this volatility over the last 2 years. We're seeing interest rates more than double in that time. That, of course, is because of what you were just talking about, because of inflation. The interest rates have been risen by the Fed. Explain to us some of the challenges that potential home buyers could face in the real estate market if we do get to this June 1st deadline and there's no deal.
Higher rates. We've seen that 30-year fix, which is the most popular mortgage financing product, more than double in just the last year and a half. So think about that for a first-time home buyer trying to get in at a mortgage that's at 6%, 6.5%, plus a big down payment. That monthly payment is now up some 90% from where it was a year ago. So for first-time home buyers, going to be hard to get into the housing market, especially if rates rise. If you're thinking about selling your home and you have an interest rate lower than 4%, you're not really in the mood to go out and sell your home and then buy a new home at a 6.5% 30-year fixed finance. So we're stuck here in the middle where sellers don't want to sell because they have lower rates. Buyers can't afford to buy because the rates have gone higher. And you've seen the housing market and sales go down for the last 14 months in a row.
All right, so much at stake here in the next 10 days. Caleb, thanks for helping us understand it. We appreciate it.
Well, coming up, breaking barriers in Hollywood and beyond. The AAPI community is celebrating some major history-making accomplishments in the entertainment industry.
When we come back, a look back at what many are calling a golden year for Asian Americans. This is Morning News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities.
What happened here? The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Welcome back. We all know Cher doesn't look her age, and now we know she doesn't feel it either. The pop icon turned 77 over the weekend and took to Twitter on the big day, writing, "Okay, will someone please tell me when will I feel old? This is ridiculous. I keep hearing these numbers, but I honestly can't understand them." Fans supported her with well wishes and encouraging comments, one Twitter user even calling her immortal. Because she is.
She absolutely is. Nobody else is.
I love it. She's the only person I know who's like, I don't feel old.
I know.
What's going on?
When will it happen? Yeah, gotta love Cher. All right, Joe, thanks for that. Well, all through May, we've been celebrating the success of Asian Americans as part of AAPI Heritage Month. And finally this hour, we're focusing on the strides being made in pop culture. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park has more on Asian Americans making their mark on the entertainment industry.
This
This year, Asians and Pacific Islanders have been smashing records and breaking stereotypes in pop culture and entertainment, a journey that has taken decades to achieve.
I am not who you think of when you imagine a winner. I finally realized that winners don't always have to look the same.
It began with pioneers like Martin Yan, one of the first people of Asian descent to host a cooking show in the U.S.
I remember when I first came over here, people always tell me, oh, you all look alike. But now you can tell, well, we don't all look alike.
I'm here on the gold carpet for the Gold Gala, an event celebrating API Trailblazers, and I got to catch up with some of the biggest stars.
And among them, Sandra Oh. I spoke with the actress before her historic night at the 2019 Golden Globes, when she pulled double duty as co-host and award recipient. During our interview, we shared a unique kinship.
This experience right now for me is tremendous. I feel like I can feel change happening because we're talking.
I caught up with the actress again, this time as a Gold Gala honoree.
You know, I feel like a lot has changed since I last spoke with you. And what does it mean to be surrounded by so many other trailblazers?
Actually, tonight I'm really trying to take it all in. Honestly, all the projects that are coming up, it's just thrilling. And you know, I'm trying to like really absorb that that I have been a part of it. And it's to be able to, I didn't think that I would be able to see this in my lifetime.
From Everything Everywhere All at Once, winning big at the Oscars, with Michelle Yeoh becoming the first Asian lead to win Best Actress, to Joyride, a groundbreaking Asian American comedy coming out this summer.
Everyone remember their names?
Sassy,
Cutie,
Lisa,
too.
Many are calling this moment the golden era of AAPIs in Hollywood and beyond.
It's this slow blossoming that's been happening over time.
It feels like we're being recognized for everything that we've always brought to the table.
I remember what it was like to be like the only Asian person in a Broadway company in the span of, say, oh my gosh, 30-something years. It has been really interesting to watch as we watch the space transform.
That transformation happening on almost every platform.
You started this.
Me. The Netflix series Beef, starring a predominantly Asian cast, has topped the streaming rankings. Meanwhile, books like Pachinko and The Summer I Turned Pretty, both written by Asians, hitting bestseller lists and turning into TV shows with Asian leads.
Do you think that we are kind of turning a new leaf when it comes to API representation, especially in Hollywood?
I do. I think, you know, if you look at films like Parasite, Crazy Rich Asians from a couple of years ago, and then this year, Everything Everywhere All at Once, and then Beef, and so many other shows, we have a lot to celebrate and be proud of.
But there's still room for growth.
While the success of Everything Everywhere All at Once was a major milestone for the Asian community, only 2% of movies last year centered around Asian stories.
And a recent study shows 1 in 4 Americans can't name a famous living Asian American.
I think there are things happening now and types of stories being told that I never dreamed would ever get told. There's still a lot of work to do, in my opinion, and we're moving forward, which is good.
Kathy Park, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Thank you so much, Kathy. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Yeah, but your news continues right now. Good Monday morning. Thanks for being here. I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, down to the wire. In Washington this morning, debt ceiling negotiations are intensifying. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says he'll meet with President Biden today after the two had a, quote, productive phone call yesterday. We'll tell you where those negotiations stand this morning as that June 1st default deadline draws closer. War of words. This morning, conflicting reports out of eastern Ukraine over who holds a critical position. Russia declared it is now in full control of the battle-scarred city of Bakhmut, but President Zelensky is fiercely denying those claims. And there's a new development that could reshape the war, a new $375 million military aid package from America, and a new commitment from allies to send F-16 fighter jets. Well, the latest on all that in just a moment. Also, ready, set, jet. The unofficial start of summer and one of the busiest travel weekends of the year just days away. So how can you ensure smooth sailing getting to and from your getaway? We've got some tips coming up. Plus, an unforgettable moment at one college graduation. These tiny steps that meant the world to one student and the determination that helped him walk across that stage. What a moment. Excited to bring that to you in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with that high-stakes meeting today aimed at avoiding debt ceiling catastrophe.
President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy will meet this afternoon at the White House. This comes after the two had what was described as a productive phone call yesterday that happened while the president was returning home from the G7 summit in Asia. But time is quickly running out. With that default deadline approaching on June 1st, it's just 10 days away. NBC News' Ryan Nobles starts us off this morning.
President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy will meet today amid a dire need to strike a deal. Yesterday, the president concluded his G7 summit trip in Japan, where touching on that economic crisis that remains at bay. Last night, the White House negotiating team left the Capitol after about 2.5 hours inside, but they didn't answer any questions from reporters. A high-stakes showdown in Washington expected today at the White House between President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy as the clock ticks down toward a default deadline.
We've got to be able to solve this problem.
The two will meet face-to-face without other congressional leaders after what was described as a productive call on Sunday. Biden sounding optimistic returning from the G7 summit. At the summit, the president insisting default is off the table.
I've done my part. We put forward a proposal to cut spending by more than $1 trillion. Now it's time for the other side to move.
As well as revisiting, invoking the 14th Amendment to raise the debt ceiling alone.
I think we have the authority.
Though Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen cast doubts on the idea Sunday and also reinforced that June 1st date as the deadline for an agreement.
I certainly haven't changed my assessment, so I think that that's a hard deadline.
The clock is ticking for a bipartisan compromise. Throughout negotiations, Republicans have demanded to curb overall spending and pressing on extending Trump-era tax cuts that could add over $3 trillion to the debt. Proposals the president says are unacceptable.
It's time for Republicans to accept that there is no bipartisan deal to be made solely on their partisan terms.
And even though the deadline remains June 1st, Biden and McCarthy will likely have to come to a deal much sooner for a couple of reasons. First, the legislative process takes time, and the Speaker will need to sell whatever deal he makes with Biden to the rest of the House GOP. That's no guarantee. Second, in 2011, during a similar showdown, even though negotiators came to an agreement at the last minute, the federal government's credit rating still dropped, which made it much more expensive to borrow money going forward.
All right, we'll be watching, Ryan. Thank you.
In Ukraine this morning, competing claims about the war-torn city of Bakhmut. On Saturday, Russia's Wagner mercenary group said it had captured the territory, which has seen some of the war's most intense fighting for months. While Ukrainian President Zelensky denied those claims, a top Ukrainian commander said his troops only retained an insignificant part of the city. So for more on this, we are joined by NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter, who's in Kharkiv, Ukraine. Molly, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. That's right. It has been a very, very busy weekend. And of course, President Zelensky has been out of the country. When he comes back to this country, of course, he's coming back with a huge new military aid package. He's coming back with the promise of those F-16 fighter jets. And about that deadly battle of Bakhmut, Joe, it came at a massive cost for both sides. Take a look.
This morning, the bloodiest battle of this war for the eastern city of Bakhmut appears to be winding down for now. Over the weekend, Ukraine losing its last major stronghold. Visiting the front line, a top Ukrainian commander admitting his troops only retain an insignificant part of the city. And this morning, the deputy defense minister says Ukrainian troops continue to advance in the outskirts around the city. But on Sunday, Russian state TV anchors trumpeting mission accomplished, a win for Russian propaganda back home, reporting Putin congratulated Russian troops on their victory. State TV broadcasting images not independently verified by NBC News of soldiers waving flags. Both sides paid dearly. The exact number of military casualties unknown, estimates well into the tens of thousands. But as the sun set on Bakhmut last night, the smoldering remains of a city where 80,000 people lived before the war. Satellite images from 2022 and this month show a vast uninhabitable wasteland.
But you have to understand that there is nothing. They destroyed everything. There are no buildings. There is nothing on this place. So just ground and a lot of dead Russians.
Over the weekend, President Zelensky wrapping up a successful visit to the G7 in Hiroshima and will return home with an additional $375 million in U.S. military aid and finally the international commitment for F-16 fighter jets he's been asking for. A new phase of Western military aid, in part to fuel the expected counteroffensive. But back in Bakhmut, the leader of the Russian mercenary Wagner Group, Yevgeny Prigozhin, says he'll pull his paid frontline fighters out of the city by Thursday, which may force Moscow's hand to send Russian reinforcements into Bakhmut to hold it.
Now, Joe, Bakhmut itself is not a strategic city really for either side, but this has been the longest, bloodiest battle of this war. And Ukrainian commanders have said all along that really their goal was to tie up Russian forces there in a protracted battle so Ukrainian forces elsewhere could really rearm and prepare for that expected counteroffensive we are watching this week and particularly Thursday very, very closely, Joe.
All right, Molly, thank you so much.
And back in the United States, the field of Republican presidential hopefuls is growing. South Carolina Senator Tim Scott is expected to formally announce his bid for the White House today. And Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to do that same thing later this week. They'll be facing an uphill battle, though, for the GOP nomination, with former President Donald Trump dominating that race. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas is covering Scott's announcement in South Carolina and joins us now with more on this. Good morning, Tom.
Hey, Stephen, good morning to you. Look, this could be the biggest week so far in this race. Two formidable candidates are set to enter the Republican primary, one hoping his life story and Christian values, along with this optimistic message, sways GOP voters. The other coming directly for former President Trump and his base.
This morning, there's new competition headed Donald Trump's way in the race for the GOP nomination. The newest presidential candidate, the Senate's only black Republican, South Carolina's Tim Scott, kicking off his 2024 White House bid in his hometown of North Charleston today.
Kids are growing up immersed in a culture where everyone's a victim.
The 57-year-old senator is expected to focus on his deep Christian faith and his hard-scrabble upbringing in South Carolina.
I thank God Almighty that my grandfather, who was forced out of school as a third grader to start picking cotton to help his family, lived long enough to watch his grandson pick out a seat in Congress.
Scott has been the GOP's leading voice on issues including policing and race relations, while rejecting the idea that the country is racist. And he's reached across the aisle with friends, including Democratic Senator Cory Booker.
I think that as I look at this Republican field, he may be one of those people that is underestimated.
With former President Donald Trump leading the GOP race, Scott joins an increasingly crowded lane of anti-Trump candidates, including his fellow South Carolinian, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, and former Vice President Mike Pence, expected to announce shortly, along with the possibility of former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie also entering the race. And according to two sources, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis set to officially announce his campaign this week as he sharpens his attacks on Trump, blaming him for a lackluster midterms.
I think the party has developed a culture of losing.
It comes as DeSantis faces multiple battles back in his home state, including that ongoing feud with Disney. And now the NAACP issuing a formal travel advisory saying Florida is hostile to black Americans. The group responding to what it calls DeSantis's aggressive attempts to erase black history and to restrict diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in Florida schools. Earlier this year, DeSantis blocked an advanced placement course in African American studies from being offered in Florida high schools.
Okay, so we reached out to Governor DeSantis' office about that travel advisory from the NAACP. We have not heard from his office. So the big question now is, how does somebody like Senator Tim Scott break out of the pack, right? Poll after poll shows this really to be a two-person race with former President Trump and Governor Ron DeSantis, and with President Trump having a monster lead among all the GOP candidates right now. Well, the Scott campaign believes that they can break through with their message, but also they've raised a lot of cash. They're going to go up with ads in Iowa and New Hampshire. Also, history shows recently on the Iowa GOP caucuses on that side, usually the Christian-centric candidate does better. You got to remember, Senator Ted Cruz, Rick Santorum, these are candidates who won recently. Huckabee, they won the Iowa caucuses in the past prior years. Now, on top of that as well, Scott hopes his positive message and not really going after too aggressively former President Trump or Governor DeSantis, but sort of carving out another path helps him out. The problem is the race then moves here to South Carolina after New Hampshire. And of course, Governor Nikki Haley is also in this race, former Governor Nikki Haley. So it's going to be a challenge. We do want to mention a programming note. We're going to get the first sit-down interview with Senator Tim Scott after his announcement. It'll air first on Nightly News and then on Top Story later tonight right here on NBC News Now. Guys, back to you.
All right, we'll certainly be watching. Tom, thank you.
The unofficial start to summer is almost here. Millions are planning their vacation for Memorial Day this weekend.
Yeah, and despite all of the headaches that we had last summer, according to AAA, more than 42 million people are expected to travel this summer. That number is up 7% from last year. Experts say this could be the busiest Memorial Day weekend at airports since 2005.
NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us from Miami International Airport with more on what to expect. Sam, good morning. So let's take a look at the big picture here. Do we know what cities are going to be the most popular for travelers this year? What are you watching out for?
Yeah, so Joe, Stephen, good morning. As you mentioned, 7% increase year over year. But if you're looking specifically at those who are flying, it's up 11%. And you'll remember there was real demand last year as people were having that revenge travel, so to speak, after years of the pandemic. So you're really wondering what's going to come for this summer as far as which cities, according to AAA, are expected to be the busiest. Miami, where I am, other cruise port cities are certainly in that category. Seattle as well. The top three are the New York City airports, Orlando, and Las Vegas. But we are seeing more travel overall right now, at least the projections. And look at those palm trees. Joe, Stephen, I expect you to ditch the suit and ties for button downs when you come down here to Florida, maybe a little linen as well.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me twice about that, Sam. I do want to focus more on that negative. Last year was such a mess. A lot of people are asking, what has been done? Has the government stepped in to sort of ease that pressure? We were talking about all those staffing issues. Where do those things stand now?
Yeah. The staffing issues are still acute, Stephen, especially when it concerns air traffic control personnel and pilots. So that remains a problem, but the federal government has stepped in to try to make the process a little smoother for travelers this year. One of the things they did was create nearly 170 new corridors or routes up and down the East Coast. There were legacy routes, they described them as, not as efficient as possible, so they really tried to streamline it. But as you look at this list right now, airports with the most delays in 2022, Chicago Midway, right at the top of the list, BWI, Orlando, JFK, and Harry Reid International in Las Vegas. That was last year, but these steps, the corridors and also fines for airlines, guys, to punish them for not being able to deliver at a reasonable rate in terms of cancellations and delays, those two things collectively hopefully are meant to improve the experience for travelers this summer.
And Sam, most folks are probably going to be driving, so for those who are hitting the roads this weekend, what's the best time to start that journey before traffic becomes like a severe nightmare? It'll probably be a nightmare no matter when you leave. And gas prices, talk about those and the impact they're having.
Yeah, I was going to say severe nightmare no matter what, Joe. It's a good question. Thursday and Friday are going to be the worst. You want to leave earlier in the morning, the better, or after 6 p.m. Do not go in the middle of the day. 12 to 6 p.m. is the worst. Saturday and Sunday, lighter traffic, largely because people are already at their destinations and enjoying time with their family members. Great question about gas. If you look at the situation from a year ago, we're actually down about $1 a gallon. It's $3.50 or so versus $4.50 last year. And yet, despite that fact, fewer people are slated to drive this year than last year, perhaps because they really do want to fly. So we're seeing the tickets for airfare moving upwards, guys.
They're already high enough as it is. All right, Sam, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, Brian Koberger, the man accused of stabbing 4 University of Idaho students to death, is scheduled to enter his plea in court today. It comes nearly a week after he was indicted by a grand jury.
NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz joins us from outside the courthouse with more. Gotti, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, he's expected to be here in court in about 3 hours. This will be the first time that the families of the victims see if he's going to plead guilty or not guilty in this case. It has been 6 months since those murders, and there are new questions arising over the knife and sheath at the center of this case, a knife and sheath that may have been bought on Amazon.
This morning, accused killer Bryan Kohberger will make his first court appearance since being indicted by a grand jury on 4 murder charges. A spokesperson for the court says the process should be quick.
This is basically procedural around advisory of rights, entry of plea, possibly bond.
Kohberger is expected to enter his plea today. He said through a previous defense attorney he believes he'll be exonerated. The indictment comes 6 months after the shocking killings of 4 college students, Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Gonzalez, and Madison Mogen, in their shared home near the University of Idaho campus. Maddie Mogen would have turned 22 this week.
I want people to remember Maddie as just being a loving, caring, just beautiful person who everybody just misses so much.
According to court documents, DNA traced to Kohberger was found on a knife sheath at the crime scene. And in a recent Dateline exclusive, a source with inside knowledge of the investigation says detectives have found evidence that several months before the murders, Kohberger went on Amazon to buy a K-bar knife and sheath. Greg Cooper, a retired FBI profiler who has studied killers of multiple victims, sharing his theory.
He's been thinking about committing crimes for a long time.
With that knife?
Absolutely. He has to become familiar with it, feel at ease with it.
The Dateline report highlighting another disturbing incident. A source recounting that Kohberger befriended a woman in his graduate criminology cohort who, after finding things amiss inside her apartment, called Kohberger for help. The source says Kohberger volunteered to install a video security system himself.
After the installation, our source says, police believe Kohberger, if he was close enough to the woman's apartment, could pull up the cameras himself for a look, because Kohberger knew the woman's Wi-Fi password.
The source adding that Kohberger is now considered a strong suspect in the break-in, though he has not been charged in connection with the incident. Meanwhile, Kaylee Gonzalez's family looking toward the trial.
If this individual is the right one, then he picked the wrong family. We're ready for this case.
And the Gonzalez family attorney says that the Gonzalez family will be here. Steve Gonzalez, Kaylee Gonzalez's father, has said in the past that he wants to look Kohberger in the eye. Guys, back to you.
Such a heartbreaking time for those families. All right, Gotti, thanks.
Let's bring back our friend, meteorologist Michelle Grossman, for your morning News Now forecast.
Hey, good morning, Michelle. Great to see you again.
Good morning, guys. Great to see you, too. And we need the umbrella in spots this morning because we're watching a few areas where we're seeing some showers, even the chance for some storms as we go throughout the afternoon. This is what it looks like today. We're starting at the west coast, portions of the Intermountain West into the Rockies, seeing the chance for some showers. The southern plains as well, we have a disturbance that's working through. We're going to see several disturbances working through. So we could see some flash flooding there. Another spot where we could see some flash flooding is in the southeast along the Gulf Coast states. We have a front that's sort of draped over that area. It will stay in place over the next few days. So we're looking at the chance for even up to 7 inches of rain in some spots, and we could see rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour. In the upper Midwest, it's going to be warm. The northern plains are going to be warm too, and we're looking at a lot of abundant sunshine there. Could see a few showers on the border of New York and Pennsylvania. Otherwise, we are quiet in the Northeast, also New England. Then as we near Wednesday, showers and storms back into New England. Still some showers falling in Florida. We're going to be watching for some flooding conditions there with all the rain falling over the next several days. Strong storms still in portions of the southern plains. So we're going to be stuck in a pattern over the next few days. And you can see all this rain stretching from the Intermountain West into the Rockies once again. Sunny and hot in the Southwest. And we're nice in the Pacific Northwest on Wednesday. Then as we get closer to the Memorial Day weekend, we're looking at Friday. Lots of rain, unfortunately, to kick off your weekend from the northern plains, central plains, southern plains, the Intermountain West once again. Warm Gulf Coast, that's a good news. We're going to dry out there. But notice in Florida, once again, looking at the chance for some showers. That's kicking off the weekend along with the Carolinas as well. We're a little bit cooler in the Northeast. And then let's look at the Memorial Day weekend because it's never too early. By Saturday, looking at Rockies, the storms there, rainy and cool along the Carolina coast. It's going to be sunny and hot in along the Gulf Coast. Sorry, the Carolinas rainy and cool. But notice Florida, we're still dealing with those showers as we near Saturday. And then Sunday, we're going to bring that shower threat into the mid-Atlantic, portions of the Northeast, more storms in parts of the Intermountain West, the northern plains, the central plains, desert heat. We're going to be heating it up there into the mid-90s, near 100 degrees in many spots. And Memorial Day weekend, showers and storms still in the Intermountain West. They cannot catch a break over the next 7 days. Warm for many in portions of the Tennessee Valley, and unfortunately soggy along the coast in the Mid-Atlantic and also the Carolinas. This is what it looks like right now. We're looking at radar, and we're looking at that green. We're also looking at those darker colors. That's where we're seeing the rain falling right now. So, guys, a big takeaway for today, we're looking at showers and storms in Texas, also Oklahoma, and really a lot of rain along the Gulf Coast and Southeast.
And your forecast here might impact Sam's report we just saw, and it changed the locations folks want to visit for Memorial Day weekend.
It's not so true. It's like, make those changes. And where am I going to fly out of?
Exactly. Florida looks okay, I guess. So.
Yeah.
You're safe in Florida.
For now.
Yeah.
It's always nice there anyway, even if it's raining.
Sure. Thanks, Michelle.
Sure.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now, a miraculous journey of recovery for one college grad who's proving anything is possible one small step at a time.
Plus, the race to Mars is officially on, with NASA looking to get ahead of China by going back to the future with nuclear power. We're going to explain after this.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Welcome back. SpaceX is making history with a private space flight due to arrive at the International Space Station today.
The rocket successfully launched last night from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Peggy Whitson, a retired NASA astronaut, is leading the flight. Whitson holds the U.S. record for most accumulated time in space. She's being joined by a crew of 3 private citizens, which includes Saudi Arabia's first female astronaut. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello was at the launch. He's also been working on a new documentary for Meet the Press Reports called Race to Mars. Tom, good to have you with us. So how soon does NASA hope to actually land humans on Mars?
NASA is hoping that we can land people, humans, on Mars by 2040. But think about that. That's just 17 years away. And a lot of outside experts I talk to, they're a little skeptical about that. But here's the thing. There's the China factor at play. China wants to land its own astronauts on the moon by 2030. That's lighting a fire under NASA. So for NASA to get to Mars, it's now talking about going nuclear.
1 month after Elon Musk's Starship launched, then broke apart on liftoff.
A rapid, unscheduled disassembly.
Both SpaceX and NASA insist they're committed to the rocket. First to land astronauts on the moon, but ultimately to carry crews to Mars as soon as 2040. While science and exploration are the driving motivators, there's also a competitive factor: China.
The Chinese government is very secretive, and a lot of their plans involve their military preparations. And so there's a reason for us to get there first.
And NASA wants to get there faster. A round-trip mission to Mars could take 2 to 3 years. So to cut the travel time, America is going back to the future.
This project was called NERBA.
To the 1960s, and a government program most Americans have never heard of, to develop nuclear-powered rockets.
Someday, a manned trip to Mars and return may become the mission assignment.
It turns out they made big progress back in the 60s, running expensive tests. The goal now, send astronauts to the moon and beyond on nuclear rockets. When the Apollo astronauts went to the moon, they needed 5 of these massive F-1 engines just to get them off the Earth and escape the Earth's gravitational pull. 7.5 million pounds of thrust. Here at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, they've got an exact replica to scale of the Saturn V, 363 feet tall. Future astronauts will need that kind of lift, but once they're in space, they can use a much smaller engine, a nuclear engine, to go all the way to Mars and back, a fraction of the size. And that engine could last 20 years. This is a big place. It's happening now at the Marshall Test Flight Center in Huntsville.
This is where they put components of nuclear thermal rockets, such as this fuel element here, and like the one that you're holding.
These are the building blocks for America's future nuclear propulsion going to space.
Yes.
But America's best-known astrophysicist, Neil deGrasse Tyson, wonders why we're going.
So I'm all for people in space, but to accomplish scientific goals, the robot can live off of sunlight and you can't. The robot is not going to cry because we ran out of money, we can't bring it back.
Well, guess what? We have used nuclear technology before with the Voyager 2 robotic spacecraft that we launched in 1977. It's still out there. It's still exploring the universe on 3 nuclear batteries. So that's kind of cool. And it's, by the way, still sending back images. But the memory on board Voyager 2, you guys, it's 3 million times less than what's in your cell phone. Back to you guys.
Incredible, Tom. Thank you so much. And by the way, Tom's Meet the Press Reports documentary is called Race to Mars. You need to check it out. It is playing on Peacock, NBCNews.com, and YouTube.
Fascinating stuff. Don't want to miss it. Okay, now to international headlines. 3 Palestinians were killed in an Israeli army raid in the West Bank this morning.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, according to the Palestinian Health Ministry, at least 3 people were killed and 6 others were injured during a large-scale raid at Balata, the refugee camp near a city of Nablus. Now, this comes as the Biden administration sharply condemned Israel's latest act of settlement expansion. Balata is the largest refugee camp in the West Bank. Israel has mounted frequent raids in the area over the past year, and residents of the refugee camp said this was the largest such operation there in many years. And we go to El Salvador, where at least 12 people were killed and more than 100 were hospitalized after a stampede of angry soccer fans knocked down an access gate to the stadium after being denied entry despite having tickets. The soccer match was suspended for about 16 minutes into the game after fans in the stands caught the attention of those in the field. The president of El Salvador said the country is in mourning. The president of the International Soccer Association expressed his condolences for the tragic incidents during a speech at the World Health Organization meeting on Sunday. And we end up here in Italy, where 7 young activists climbed into the Trevi fountain and turned the water black. The protesters from Ultima Generazione, or Last Generation in English, held up banners while shouting, "Our country is dying." In a statement, Ultima Generazione called for an end to public subsidies to fossil fuels and linked the protest to recent deadly floods in northern Italy. Rome's mayor, Roberto Gualtieri, condemned the protest and tweeted, "Enough of these absurd attacks on our artistic heritage, guys."
Not going to be fun to clean that up. All right, Claudio, thank you.
Coming up, COVID may be in our rearview mirror as a global health emergency, but now there is a new concern about another virus.
Yeah, it's one that's been around for decades now, bird flu. Why some scientists, though, believe it could cause another pandemic. That's coming up next.
How I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Welcome back. The global health emergency around the COVID-19 pandemic has only just been lifted, and now scientists are warning about another possible infectious virus, the bird flu.
Cases in birds are hitting their highest peak since the disease was first identified back in 1996, and now a small number of human infections has been reported.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now to explain more on this. Dr. Patel, good morning. So we've heard about bird flu for a while now. Just how serious is it when humans catch it, and how possible is a mutation that could cause it to spread between people?
Yeah, Stephen, Joe, the good news right now is that we only have very rare cases of humans that have picked it up, and they've largely been in poultry workers or some connection with people who are really handling potentially sick or dead birds that carry the flu. What we're watching for, though, are mutations that will allow for this to jump from not just bird to person, but person to person, and we have no evidence of that yet. Having said that, we know that we need to be prepared. We've been prepared for several decades trying to anticipate it, but the vaccines we have might not necessarily work against the current strains of bird flu circulating.
Yeah, so let's talk more about that. If scientists are worried the existing vaccines wouldn't be sufficient, what do we know about our supply of those vaccines? Talk more about their effectiveness.
Yeah, so the vaccine's effectiveness with what we currently have likely is not necessarily the best vaccine because that was developed on strains that were circulating about 20 years ago. So a great idea when we thought we were going to have that pandemic 15 to 17 years ago, but not necessarily today. And what we need to do now and what the NIH and CDC are already preparing for are things that could protect against this particular strain of H5. That's just the type of bird flu that this is. And that's exactly where we're at. And while it might sound to people this is like COVID, here's some really reassuring news. This is not a new virus. This is something that we've had a lot of experience with. So developing these vaccines are something that manufacturers and scientists know how to do. The question will be making enough of them.
And on another positive note, Dr. Patel, scientists have been working to prevent a major outbreak if this virus does spread further. Of course, we've also learned so much from the COVID-19 pandemic. What do we know about these prevention efforts?
Yeah, so these prevention efforts do work. Again, we do know how this is transmitted, unlike with COVID, if you remember those early days, Stephen, where we weren't even sure if it was airborne. We know how transmission can be done, and we're looking at the places where likely transmission to people could happen, namely in places where they're handling birds. So poultry farms, any place where they're processing any kind of bird matter, and of course, avoiding any sick or diseased birds. So those are precautions that not only are we taking, the globe is taking, and we will definitely try to monitor anybody with symptoms. The symptoms, as you asked in the first question, are really wide-ranging, anything from a sore throat to really severe respiratory disease. But if someone gets infected, it can have a high mortality rate. We've got the signs, we have the vaccine and the technology, we just have to prevent it from spreading and watching for the spread to people.
Certainly something we'll be watching out for. Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you.
A man from Puerto Rico attempted to rent a car in New Orleans, but says he was denied despite showing multiple forms of identification. NBC News reporter Maya Eaglin spoke to the man about how the experience left him feeling.
It is a valid ID. It is a prepaid reservation. I already. Would you like me to call police? Yes, please call the police.
Humberto Marchan, a U.S. citizen who lives in Puerto Rico, arrived at Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport last week and attempted to rent a car from Hertz.
I gave him my credit card and my license, and at some point they raised the issue of the license being from Puerto Rico as an out-of-country license. Out of state, out of country license, they refer to it, and requiring a physical passport to go ahead with the check-in process.
He says he offered to show employees a photo of his passport instead, but they wouldn't accept it. Eventually, the Hertz employee called the police.
How did you feel when they denied your Puerto Rican license?
This is another example of second-class citizenship limbo that we Puerto Ricans live in. All of a sudden, you're being treated as someone who has never rented a car or something like that. But beyond that, falling a victim of ignorance.
But he was wrong. Marchand says he was told to leave the premises by police. NBC News reached out to the Kenner Police Department for comment, but they didn't respond. Marchand says he also had a real ID, which should be federally recognized in all 50 states and U.S. territories. Puerto Rico has been a territory of the United States since 1898, and Puerto Ricans have had American citizenship since 1917. In a statement to NBC News, the rental company said in part, Hertz accepts Puerto Rican driver's license from our customers renting in the U.S. without requiring a valid passport. The statement later goes on to apologize. Hertz also refunded Marchand the money he spent on his reservation. Cases like Marchand's are not unique. In a 2017 national poll, nearly half of Americans did not know Puerto Ricans were U.S. citizens.
Puerto Ricans may have restrictions on, say, the right to vote, but when it comes to interstate travel, Puerto Ricans carry the exact same passport as United States citizens.
Travel experts recommended checking what type of car insurance is needed, reading the fine print of the company's policy, and carrying multiple forms of ID to be extra safe.
Some do require another form of ID, like a passport, just to, again, supplement that identification process.
But Humberto says these issues go much deeper than that.
I think it's lack of education, lack of awareness, and a culture of ethnocentrism.
Thanks to Maya Eagland for that report. Hertz also agreed to re-educate its employees on the matter so this can be prevented in the future. As for Umberto, he ended up using an Uber to get to his destination because by the time he was asked to leave Hertz, he says all the other rental car companies were closed.
Well, coming up, if you haven't eaten breakfast this morning, this next piece might make your stomach start growling a bit louder.
Now, during this AAPI Heritage Month, our own Gadi Schwartz celebrates Korean culture with a gastronomic journey across generations of cuisine. And it's all on wheels. This is Morning News Now.
I'm Gadi Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back with financial headlines. A worldwide outage left many Instagram users unable to use the app.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other news. Good morning, Silvana.
Steve and Joe, good morning. Yes, so Instagram is back up for most users today. A technical issue disrupting service for thousands of people yesterday. Instagram's parent company, Meta Platforms, didn't disclose how many users were affected. More than 180,000 people reported issues with accessing Instagram at the peak of the outage, and that was according to downdetector.com. El Nino is on its way, and it could exact a major toll on the global economy. Research from Dartmouth estimates that the weather pattern could cost up to $3 trillion in damages through the end of this decade. El Nino influences weather worldwide when it forms, potentially leading to more severe floods in some places while worsening droughts in others. The study says a previous El Nino in 1997 and 98 cost the world nearly $6 trillion and hit U.S. GDP by 3% in the years after. And the hottest housing market in the country is in the Atlanta Braves' backyard. Bankrate says Gainesville, Georgia, that's a suburb Gainesville, Georgia, is a suburb of Atlanta, tops its annual list. Now, it ranks the top areas based on home appreciation, job and population growth, as well as the lowest number of active residential listings and the average time they're on the market. The Southeast is home to all of the top 10 hottest markets, including Fort Myers, Tampa, St. Petersburg, Charlotte, Knoxville, and Nashville, guys.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You got it.
Well, LA has the reputation for being one of the best food truck hubs in the country. To celebrate Asian American and Pacific Islander Month, NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz headed to a trendy food truck with a meaningful name, Soulmates, that's bringing some major Korean fusion to many.
Hi, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good, are you Christina?
Yes.
Gotti, great to meet you.
Great to meet you. Welcome to Soulmates.
Yeah, what's on the menu today?
Yeah, we got a lot of good stuff. Are you ready to eat?
I am ready to eat.
Korean food is big in Los Angeles, not only because it's delicious, but because SoCal actually has one of the largest populations of Koreans outside South Korea. Christina opened Soulmates right here in LA just last year, then came her food truck.
The beautiful idea of a bulgogi and the hoagie.
Exactly.
Right here.
Exactly, so it's a bulgogi.
There's nothing like Korean barbecue. It is smell. It's just, when you smell this, what do you think of?
It brings me back to home. When I went to college, I realized how much I missed my mom's food, and I wasn't grateful for it then. But then every time now I smell Korean barbecue or I eat Korean food, it brings me back to my mom's cooking, like my mom's form of love, and so that's essentially like how the restaurant came to be. Yeah. So what you're eating is pretty much, okay, so bulgogi, it's a Korean staple in barbecue. So that one is a Korean fried chicken taco.
Nice, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So chimek, it means like Korean chicken with beer. It's a huge culture in Korea.
Now, kimchi. Did you love it growing up?
Kimchi is a staple. I love it. It's something that it's in every Korean's home.
Your mom would make it?
Yeah, and that's a tradition passed down from my grandmother.
So would you make the chili paste with her and all that?
Yeah, absolutely. And we fermented it in the fridge, but my mom's mom, when we would go to Korea, she lived on the mountainside, so she would do it the traditional way where put it in the jars and over winter time put it under the soil.
Right.
Yeah, so that's why a lot of Korean dishes have a lot of pickled food. So what we have here is the bibimbap. Bibim means mixed in Korean and bap means rice. So yeah, you pour that spicy sauce on there and then you mix everything together.
Yeah, all right. I'm glad we put the seaweed first. That's delicious.
This is mom's cooking right here.
This is no fusion. No, this is just mom's love right here.
Exactly. That is a traditional Korean mother's cooking right there.
She's got to be stoked when she sees this being sold here.
Well, yes, that, and my mom actually helped me finalize a lot of the recipes here. I had to get the okay from my Korean oma, okay?
When she cooked for you, what did it feel like growing up?
It might sound so silly, but it's love. It is my mom's form of showing her family, you guys are everything.
So this says what words can't even describe.
Exactly. It's more of it's a feeling. It's an emotion that you're eating.
So when you were growing up, you were embarrassed by this?
I was actually really bullied in elementary school for being Asian because I grew up in a predominantly, white neighborhood. And so I struggled with my identity a lot. It took growing up with my mom's food and moving away to fully appreciate it all. And now I'm in beautiful, sunny California and living the dream.
Doesn't get better than this.
No.
Quite the journey, and our thanks to Gotti Schwartz for that report. Well, despite being delayed from setting down permanent roots during the pandemic, Christina has managed to expand Soulmates to now serve vegan options and also offer catering.
Now we're all hungry. All right, coming up, an unforgettable moment at one college graduation.
Yeah, a determined student paralyzed from a shooting taking these tiny steps for his diploma. We've got his miraculous story of recovery coming up next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Welcome back. The Foo Fighters have named their new drummer following the death of Taylor Hawkins last year. On a live stream Sunday, they announced John Freese will take over. He has previously played with acts including Guns N' Roses and Sting. And staying with the Nirvana theme, a guitar once smashed by Kurt Cobain has sold for $600,000 at an auction. The broken Black Fender Stratocaster was predicted to sell for 1/10 of that price. Cobain smashed a series of guitars during his intense performances, and this guitar has been put back together, Joe, but as you might expect, it is no longer playable. $600,000 and you can't even play it.
Yeah, exactly. But I feel like a guitar that was smashed by Kurt Cobain is worth more than one that was not smashed by Kurt Cobain. All right, thanks, Stephen. An unforgettable moment played out during a college graduation ceremony in Virginia. That's where a student who suffered a spinal cord injury that left him paralyzed got his degree. That's not all. Here's NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez.
These small steps mean a lot to Khalil Watson.
It's been a journey. It's been lots of ups and downs.
In 2016, Khalil was shot in the neck. The resulting spinal cord injury left him paralyzed from the neck down.
I had to learn how to eat, speak, and breathe on my own.
One of the things he missed while in the hospital, his high school graduation. Khalil was determined to continue his education, studying social work in college.
I have a passion for helping others. After going through the things that I've experienced, I feel like I'll be able to easily connect with and understand individuals who have similar worse situations.
Now, thanks to some help from this robotic exoskeleton and therapist at Sheltering Arms Institute in Virginia, Khalil stepping up onto this stage at Reynolds Community College, walking to receive his associate degree in pre-social work.
I did this for God, myself, friends, my family. I mean, only a few people know what it took for me to get to this point.
Now, with his diploma in hand, Khalil is sharing this message.
Anything is possible. In life, we're going to experience ups and downs. You just have to keep going.
Good message there. Thanks to Gabe for that report. As for what's next for Khalil, he's transferring to Virginia Commonwealth University to work on his bachelor's and master's degrees in social work.
Very cool. And speaking of graduation, Today's Show anchor Savannah Guthrie spent the weekend in Washington, D.C., inspiring the latest class of graduates at her alma mater. Take a look.
This is the Georgetown Law Class of 2023. Brilliant minds ready for the future. More than 2 decades ago, the caps and gowns were on me and the dear group of friends that got me through law school.
Ladies who brunch.
This weekend, we reunited.
Can you believe it? Can you guys believe it's been 21 years? No.
And I remember us just like being so grateful to have each other first year of law school.
I remember trying to be Lindsay's friend, and she really resisted being my friend for a long time.
You were too busy sitting in the front row. Yes.
We weren't quite sure, because you were like, oh,
She seems really intense.
that was fear.
Yeah.
Now you know me.
Well,
that was
and
total
thank God
fear.
you were taking those notes, because that's how I got through law school, actually.
She would get up at 4 in the morning in law school. I mean, you really did. This whole waking up early thing is like not just a Today Show thing.
You know, we all worked really hard. We were all terrified. We were all petrified. We were all pushing ourselves as hard as we could push. And we all found out what we could do. And I think that's the value of doing something like going to law school. That's what I'm going to try to tell the students today. Yeah. You know, like push yourself, stretch yourself, find out who you are. This is the only way. You have to do it by doing hard things. Guys, we're going back to law school.
We were welcomed back by Dean William Traynor.
These are all my law school besties right here.
And a familiar face.
Fran was one of my professors. Yes.
And my good friend, we've stayed friends all these years.
She's the first person I cold called. So it was a class of, I don't know, 125 people. I thought, I want to call on someone day one, but I don't want to intimidate them too much. So I cold called on her in the middle of, she was in the middle of the room in shock that I called on her. But she was a great student.
Our trip down memory lane cut short as students started to line the halls for the procession. Time to suit up. All right, well, let's do it. Okay. Oh my gosh, it's so beautiful. I have not set foot here in 21 years. But if you happen to see my old self walking around today, I was hoping you'd tell her a few things. You'll recognize her. She's the one with the frizzy hair and the doe-like expression and the posture like Quasimodo from lugging that con law book around. Do you know the one I'm talking about? It must have weighed 75 pounds alone. Here, I brought it. Are you kidding me? That's one book. Do you guys even use books anymore? I worked in local television news, rising from market to bigger market with my reporter's notebook and helmet hair and red blazer, when I decided to blow it all up and go to law school. Lesson 1, high school slackers can turn it around. Lesson 2, don't play it safe. There is no substitute for what you all are about to experience. You have the chance to take everything you've learned these last 3 years, every part of your being, not just what you know, but who you are, your personality, your character, and take it out for a test drive. Push yourself, stretch yourself, see what you can do, put the pedal to the metal. Your story is just beginning, or at least a thrilling new chapter. What a surpassing joy it is to stand here with you and root for you, beckoning you into your great future. If you do see my old self walking around somewhere today, this was what I was thinking you could tell her. Don't worry so much. Don't sweat every tiny thing like it's the ultimate end-all, be-all thing. Except for the 0.2% I missed summa cum laude by. I am still mad about that. Tell her it's good to have a plan, but it's also good to take it, rip it up, and do something wild and daring, even if it feels like you're taking everything you've worked so hard for and lighting it on fire. Tell her, it's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. Maybe law school was a big gamble for you, as it was for me. Or maybe it was your safety net. Maybe it was your way of avoiding the scarier path. Whatever the case, I'm telling you, anything interesting you want to do, anything meaningful you want to accomplish, it is waiting for you. It is possible for you, but it is on the other side of a big risk, on the other side of a big bet. No, not crypto. A bet on yourself, real skin in the game. It might work out, it might not, but the riskier step will be not to try. I'm so proud of you, graduates. I'm truly honored to be here. Because I was here once, I know exactly what it took for you to get to this moment. I'm looking at every single one of you and marveling, and I am cheering you on into your brave, wild, and wonderful future. Congratulations.
So wise, and our thanks to Savannah for sharing her special weekend with us.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Your news continues right now.
Good Monday morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah Sellers today. And right now on Morning News Now, face-off. Developing this morning, signs of progress in the debt ceiling standoff. Today, President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy are set to meet at the White House as the default deadline looms.
How hard is this June 1st deadline?
We expect to be unable to pay all of our bills in early June. Think that that's a hard deadline.
We'll have the latest on what today's meeting could signal and the effect this standoff is already having even before reaching that catastrophic default. Also this morning, in the running, a new contender is officially joining the race for president. South Carolina Senator Tim Scott will launch his campaign today. And another big name, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, is expected to join him this week in the GOP primary battle against Donald Trump. More on Scott's announcement today and how he will try to set himself apart from the pack. And a breakthrough, a stunning arrest in a cold case murder that had been unsolved for decades. How a group of student investigators helped authorities make an arrest. Plus more on the program, which has already had similar success. One giant leap. History is unfolding in space at this hour as a private flight makes its way to the International Space Station with an impressive crew on board. How SpaceX's successful launch could affect the future of space tourism. A lot to get to this morning.
Exactly. We have our favorite resident astronaut, Mike Massimino, joining us to go through that.
That is perfect. All right. We do, though, begin this morning in Washington in a hopeful sign that there could be some progress in that debt ceiling standoff.
President Biden will meet with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy at the White House for negotiations aimed at averting a potentially crippling default. The president arrived in Washington last night after a shortened trip overseas to the G7 summit in Japan. With just 10 days to go before that June 1st deadline when the U.S. may not be able to pay its bills, every day is critical now. Even before arriving home, the president spoke with McCarthy on the phone while flying back on Air Force One. The House Speaker called that conversation productive. That is a significant change in tone from earlier this week when the president called out Republicans for pausing talks.
Now it's time for the other side to move from their extreme positions because much of what they've already proposed is simply quite frankly, unacceptable. It's time for Republicans to accept that there is no bipartisan deal to be made solely on their partisan terms.
NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us now. Kelly, good morning to you. So today's meeting is a good sign, but both sides are still pretty far apart. So give us a sense of where talks currently stand and how far they have to go to reach a deal.
Good morning, Joe. This is a chance to sort of reboot talks with the principals in the room together, with the president back from his Asia trip. And what is critical now is the limited time left. Pressure in Washington sometimes creates a movement where there hadn't been some. It was a rough weekend with negotiators, the two teams that have been working on a lot of the details. And so today the president will get back to that face-to-face with McCarthy. That'll happen sometime this afternoon. Imagine his body clock is still a bit off from just traveling back from Asia. While the president was there and taking questions from reporters, he described some of what's at stake here.
It would be a very serious circumstance if we didn't pay our debt for the first time in 230 years. That'd be a serious problem. Looking at the 14th Amendment as to whether or not we have the authority, I think we have the authority. The question is, could it be done and invoked in time that it would not be appealed and as a consequence past the date in question and still default on the debt?
So there the president's referring to a clause in the 14th Amendment of the Constitution that says that the government must pay its bills. And is that a way to bypass the kind of partisan gridlock that's going on now? You heard the president say he thinks there's potentially a legal pathway there, but not in the time allowed, just that little over a week until the deadline as described by the Treasury Secretary. Joe?
And let's talk about the Treasury Secretary, Kelly. For weeks we've been reporting she warned that June 1st is the deadline where the U.S. will have to make some tough choices about which bills it will pay, which ones it won't pay. Is she sticking to that date?
At this point, yes, but we are expecting another assessment. And part of what happens here, this isn't a fixed date on the calendar. It's a formula that she and her team work on based on how much revenue is coming into the government through tax payments and so forth, and looking at the set of bills and obligations that the government must pay. And when she does that math, she's saying on or about June 1st, the ability to pay all of the U.S. obligations, and that is, of course, repaying debt. It's meeting the obligations to veterans and seniors and so forth. She believes that's when things will become critical. So it is not a fixed date on the calendar, but one that she's got a lot of data to tell her that's when it's a crisis point. Here's what the secretary said on Meet the Press.
Well, I indicated in my last letter to Congress that we expect to be unable to pay all of our bills in early June and possibly as soon as June 1st. But I certainly haven't changed my assessment, so I think that that's a hard deadline.
And the secretary says she expects a lot of money coming in around June 15th, but that may be too late to avert default. Joe?
All right, Kelly, and of course, stand by. We're keeping you busy this morning. We're going to bring you in for our next story as well. Stephen?
And speaking of that next story, Joe, in Ukraine this morning, Russia is claiming victory in the war-torn city of Bakhmut. Russian state media reports President Putin there congratulated Russian troops on their victory. State TV also broadcast pictures of soldiers celebrating, which NBC News has not been able to independently verify. A top Ukrainian commander visiting the city's front line acknowledged his troops only retained a, quote, insignificant part of the city. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Zelensky denied that Russia controlled the city, but compared the situation there to the horror Hiroshima faced during a meeting with the G7 leaders in Japan.
But you have to understand that there is nothing. They destroyed everything. There are no buildings. It's a pity, it's tragedy, but for today, Bakhmut is only in our hearts. There is nothing on this place.
Oh, for more on this, we want to bring it back in NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. And she's joined by senior fellow and military expert at Defense Priorities, retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Danny Davis. Thank you both for sticking with us for this. And Kelly, let's start with you. What is the White House saying about this victory that Russia's claiming?
Well, there's great concern, of course, when they're looking at the lay of this theater of war. And Bakhmut is not fully in Russian control, according to the Ukrainians. The U.S. can't independently determine that. But you got a sense from President Zelensky's tone there, his concern, and certainly the White House shares that. At the same time, there were big developments at the G7 with President Zelensky meeting in person with President Biden and other leaders, and movement on things like supplying and training the pilots of the Ukrainian military for F-16s that can be provided by U.S. partners, with the U.S. doing training, and the critical need that may be for the next phases coming in this war. There's a lot of concern about the timing right now, how best to supply Ukraine. Clearly, the president feels that the unity of the G7 is strong, and that was certainly enhanced by President Zelensky being able to be there in person and to make his case. But the development in Bakhmut is certainly concerning. The Wagner Group made this announcement about claiming that waving the flag, all of that kind of stuff that certainly gives you a sense of how brutal this battle has been for many months to try to claim that city in Ukraine. Stephen?
So, Lieutenant Colonel Davis, strategically, how important is Bakhmut to Ukraine, and what type of response do you expect to see from this?
You know, the real issue with Bakhmut is not so much the tactical location, because it's just one of many cities in the area of Donetsk. But the bigger issue may have been that in order to try and hold on to the city, Ukraine has for many months, really since December, I think many military experts were saying that they should have withdrawn to their next prepared level of defenses. But they decided to hold on to it. And in doing so, they have poured in many, many brigades of reinforcements to try and hold it, brigades that have now been lost and that are no longer available for their upcoming offensive. And so in that sense, the loss of Bakhmut may be much more significant to Ukraine because of the lack or the lesser offensive firepower they'll now have.
And speaking of firepower, Kelly, you mentioned earlier the F-16s. We also know the $375 million aid package from the U.S. But regarding those fighter jets, this is something Ukraine has been asking for such a long time. Do we know why the White House has sort of shifted their opinion on the international community providing these?
Well, the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, describes it as assessing different needs during the course of what has now become a very long war, 15, 16 months, and that they believe that there are different phases of that where different tools in the theater of war are more effective. The U.S. has clearly resisted that, in part because they were concerned that F-16s, these very agile fighter jets, could escalate the conflict and be used in a more offensive way against Russia, which could bring in others like NATO, like the United States, into a wider conflict. The U.S. has not wanted that to be the case. And the president says he has gotten assurances from President Zelensky that these jets and the support that the U.S. provides for them will only be used in a defensive way to guard the skies over Ukraine and not widen the battlefield or make this conflict even more dangerous than it already has been. Stephen?
So, Lieutenant Colonel Davis, just how effective do you think the F-16s can actually be for Ukraine? They've been on that wish list for such a long time now. Could this be a game changer?
You know, honestly, we got to keep a sober understanding of what this aircraft can do. And it is certainly an improvement over anything that they have, like the MiG-29s in the Ukrainian Air Force. But it is not a game changer. The F-16s are very vulnerable to Russian, both their modern aircraft, the MiG-31s and the Su-35s, as well as the S-400 anti-aircraft systems. And they're certainly going to continue to be at risk anytime they go in the air, just like the MiG-29s have been up to this point. So I think we need to have an understanding that this is not going to be a game changer. It'll be an improvement, and certainly the Ukraine can use any improvement it can get, but we need to be clear-eyed about this.
All right, Kelly O'Donnell, Lieutenant Colonel Danny Davis, thank you both. To the race for president now, where the growing field of Republicans running for their party's nomination is about to get larger today.
Republican Senator Tim Scott is expected to announce that he is running. He'll make it official at an event in his hometown of Charleston, South Carolina. But Scott and others face an uphill battle against former President Trump, who is already actively campaigning. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray joins us now with more. Mark, good morning to you. So Senator Scott and other GOP candidates, they face a tough task going up against former President Trump. So how is he positioning himself in a race that's getting more crowded and has a front runner who just takes up a lot of oxygen?
Yeah, Joe, Senator Tim Scott, the senator from South Carolina, was first appointed to his position by Nikki Haley, who also is running for the Republican presidential race. And he ended up decisively winning re-election just in the last midterm season. His advisors believe that he is one of the party's best communicators and messengers. They cite the fact that he hails from South Carolina, which, as you know, is one of the very early primary battlegrounds in the race for the Republican nomination. He has a lot of resources. He has more than about $22 million cash on hand after his Senate re-election from 2022, which he can use in his presidential account. And then they just ended up citing all the unpredictability in this race. And if you recall, at this stage back in the 2016 cycle, before Donald Trump ended up getting into the race, there was the thought that Jeb Bush or someone like Scott Walker, then the Wisconsin governor, were the early front runners. And of course, that ended up changing. So we have a long ways to go. And Senator Scott's team believe they can actually stack up against Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis.
So, Mark, one issue that Scott could be facing is the name recognition issue. You mentioned Nikki Haley. Of course, she was part of the Trump administration, also a fellow South Carolinian. How can Scott sort of tackle that issue?
Yeah, that's where the money comes in, Stephen. The $22 million that I ended up mentioning earlier, the Scott campaign is actually going to be launching a very early $6 million ad buy to introduce himself to Republican primary voters, those who actually might not be familiar with him. And also after his announcement that we're going to end up seeing in South Carolina, you're going to see the South Carolina senator go to Iowa, go to New Hampshire, and then back to South Carolina.
Let's talk about DeSantis. You mentioned him as governor. He quickly passed laws in Florida, shaping it into a state where, as he put it, woke goes to die. Well, now the NAACP is issuing a travel advisory. They issued it over the weekend, saying the state is hostile to Black Americans. So does it actually help him in a primary campaign? And if he does get the nomination, looking at this issue, the anti-LGBTQ legislation, the abortion bill, how does he pivot to a general election campaign?
Yeah, Joe, it probably does help him. And of course, you know, this is actually caught up in the politics, and it is in response to the legislation that DeSantis has signed into law, eliminating things like diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in the state of Florida, rejecting AP courses in African-American studies. And so the NAACP has actually said that Florida is hostile towards African-Americans. But yes, this is caught up in presidential politics. 6. And the question on whether this actually helps or hurts him in a general election, well, he's got to actually win a Republican presidential primary first. And the polls show right now that Donald Trump is the clear frontrunner in that race. But we have months to go.
And of course, we're waiting for him to make that official to enter the race. All right, Mark Murray. Mark, thank you so much.
And staying with the presidential politics now, Donald Trump is leading in most polls for the Republican nomination, and he's also picking up some key endorsements, including a congressman from Florida who's choosing not to back Ron DeSantis. Meet the Press moderator Chuck Todd spoke to him this weekend.
Hello there, Joe and Stephen. This week on Meet the Press, Republican Congressman from Florida, Byron Donalds, joined me to discuss his support of former President Trump over his state's governor, Ron DeSantis, in the 2024 presidential race. Take a look at what the congressman had to say about it.
To me, it's not really about Donald Trump versus Ron DeSantis. It's about what America needs. And that's where I've been really since day one. I talked a little bit about foreign policy in the last block. We have a situation right now where Russia's on the move and China is on the move. We need somebody who can step in day one, look at Vladimir Putin, look at Xi Jinping and say, okay, enough. I'm back. We're going to get everything in order the way it was
DeSantis has that
before.
ability?
I think it's going to take him time. I think there's only one person who has that ability right now, and it's Donald Trump. And for all the naysayers who would say, oh, he's unpredictable, oh, we don't know what he's going to do, let's be very clear. When he was president of the United States, the world was in a much safer place. Nobody can say that the world is safer now than when it was when he was president.
He called January 6th a beautiful day. That is not something many people associate January 6th with. You really think that's an electable position?
Look, I think what happened on January 6th was a terrible day for the country.
You don't think it was a beautiful day?
I was on the House floor. Yeah. It was a terrible day for the country. But that also being said, we have a situation where we got to get the country back on track. I made a comment the other day that as bad as January 6th was, the American people aren't consuming January 6th the way the media in Washington is consuming January 6th. Our country has to get back on track.
Pretty scarring in Washington. In fairness to Washington, it was a pretty scarring day for Washington.
It was. But what's happening at our southern border right now? That's scarring for the people who live at the southern border. What's happening for middle-income families when their wages are being eroded by a massive inflation brought to us by Joe Biden? That is the stuff that the American people are concerned about right now.
You can see a lot more of that interview and a lot more of Meet the Press at meetthepress.com. You can also get more Meet the Press right here on NBC News Now every single weekday at 4 p.m.
We'll be watching. Chuck, thank you.
Let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Yeah, meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now for a look at what's ahead. Hey, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. Great to see you. And we are tracking a few spots that will see showers, and that will kind of stay in place today, tomorrow, also Wednesday. So we're going to get stuck in some patterns. Other spots are really warming up into the 80s and 90s. So let's go through it here. We're looking at radar, showing us where the rain is falling. That's where you're seeing the green. Also the brighter color showing us the heavier rain. So some throughout the Pacific Northwest, the Intermountain West, portions of the central and southern plains, the Rockies as well. Then we're watching the southeast, some rain this morning. That's going to pick up as we go throughout today. This is a setup here. We have a disturbance moving through the middle of the country, at least the southern plains, Oklahoma, Texas. Could see some heavy rain. We're also looking at persistent rain along the Gulf Coast into the southeast. We could see 1 to 3 inches per hour and up to 7 inches of rain over the next several days. That's going to prompt the chance for some flash flooding there. It's going to prompt the chance for some flash flooding also in portions of the southern plains. So that pattern continues into the middle of the week. Unfortunately, we're looking at heavy rain at times. And the good news is we have a low risk for severe storms, but still could see some severe storms in the panhandle of Florida and also panhandle of Oklahoma and also Texas, where we could see winds really gusting up to 60 miles per hour. In terms of the rainfall, we're talking about a lot of rainfall over the next several days. Rainfall amounts where you see the heaviest amounts, that's in the reds, the oranges, the yellows. So hourly rates 2 to 3 inches possible. Panama City, Jacksonville, Orlando, Tampa, Fort Myers, down to Miami. You will see heavy rain over the next several days. And because of that, we have a flash flood risk today. That's portions of the southeast. And then notice the southern plains as well, portions of the central plains. That will be the concern over the next several days. This is tomorrow. It's going to stay in place. That disturbance will come through over and over again through portions of the southern plains. That's where we're going to see the chance for some rain, and also that front kind of draped over the southeast. We're looking at the chance for, again, up to 7 inches in some spots. Talking about severe weather, again, the risk is lower than it has been, but still could see some stronger storms, especially where you see the yellow shading. So Amarillo, Lubbock, we're looking at portions of Texas and Oklahoma. Could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour and could see some large hail. The good news is the tornado threat is low, though.
All right, very good. Michelle, thanks so much.
Sure.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now, we have liftoff. SpaceX celebrating a successful launch of a private flight with a history-making crew. Later this hour, more on that mission that could help shape the future of commercial space travel.
But first, a country in crisis. We're going to take you to Italy, where the Prime Minister is pledging support as part of the country deals with those devastating and deadly floods. We'll be right back.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington,
I was in space in Texas,
from Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now. Welcome back. Well over a year after Russia launched its war in Ukraine, the Kremlin is now finding itself growing more dependent on its most powerful next-door neighbor.
Yeah, China is now providing a critical economic lifeline for Russia's President Putin, with trade between the countries now surging. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer has those details.
Squeezed by Western sanctions, Russia is relying on its neighbor literally next door. We're on the Chinese border, and that's Russia, its flag just across the half-frozen river.
Here, the two countries are so close, Russia is just a few hundred yards away.
Along a 2,600-mile border, signs of deep China-Russia ties are everywhere. On streets and buildings, it's stores stocked with Russian goods, where vendors greet foreigners in Russian. There's even a Russian-style bar, where owner Teng Lu says Chinese people can mingle with Russians. China's President Xi Jinping declared a no-limits partnership with Russia. From that diplomatic boost for President Putin with a recent state visit, to a critical economic lifeline here. Trade between China and Russia surging by 30% in the last year. And this is where a huge pipeline delivers Russian gas to China, energy that used to flow to Europe. all of it keeping Russia's economy afloat and funding the war in Ukraine.
Trucks loaded with goods will come and go from Russia across this bridge that was built and paid for by China.
Russian truck drivers told us they're crossing to China every day. We're good friends, he says, of China. Still, relations during wartime are a sensitive topic here. We were tracked by Chinese authorities. U.S. officials, including the U.S. ambassador here, tell NBC News there is no evidence so far that China's support for Russia includes weapons. Russia needing allies like never before, and finding one close at hand. Janice Mackey-Freyer, NBC News, Heihe, China.
More international headlines now. Italy's prime minister is back early from an overseas trip to visit areas struck by deadly floods.
Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning, guys. Yes, Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni cut short her visit to Japan for the G7 summit to visit areas here in Italy most affected by the flooding and landslides last week that led to the death of at least 14 people and the evacuation of more than 30,000 more people. Now, the Prime Minister toured the towns in northern Italy and pledged to support the recovery. The Italian government plans to hold a cabinet meeting on Tuesday to decide on measures to respond to the emergency. And let's go to Mexico, where authorities have raised the warning level to a yellow phase 3 for one of the country's most active volcanoes. This comes after 2 airports in Mexico City temporarily halted their operations due to smoke and falling ash. The yellow warning says to remain alert and prepare for possible evacuation. The next step, a red alert, will trigger mandatory evacuations. Now, this volcano has not had a major eruption in more than a millennium, but has seen periods of increased activity since 1994. And we end up in France at the Cannes Film Festival, where most filmmakers in the competition lineup are well-known directors, but this year, a Franco-Senegalese filmmaker is taking her debut film titled Bano and Adama into the competition. She's the sole first-timer in Cannes this year and the second black female director to ever compete for the Palme d'Or. However, to this, she said, "I'm a filmmaker and I really wish we stopped being counted as women, black, Arab, or Asian." Guys?
An incredible moment in her career.
All right, Claudio, thank you.
Coming up, history in space. Right now, a private flight is on its way to the International Space Station with a very special crew.
Yeah, we've got more on the successful launch that could set the stage for more commercial space travel. You're watching Morning News Now.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Welcome back. SpaceX is making history with a private space flight that's arriving at the International Space Station today.
The rocket successfully launched just after 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time last night from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It's being chartered by the private space company Axiom Space. Now, the crew on board includes the first woman ever to command a private space flight and the first female astronaut from Saudi Arabia. She and another crew member spoke about the experience after the launch.
Hello from outer space. It feels amazing to be viewing Earth from this capsule.
As I look outside into space, I can't help but think this is just the beginning of a great journey for all of us.
We're joined now by Mike Massimino, professor of mechanical engineering at Columbia University and senior advisor for space programs at the Intrepid Museum. Good to have you with us. So the crew is scheduled to dock at the International Space Station today. They'll spend 8 days there. What are some of the projects and things they'll be doing on this mission?
Well, Joe, they have over 20 projects planned, experiments in life sciences, in human adaptability to space, technology demonstrations, STEM outreach. They're going to be doing some downlinks with students. They have an art contest going on as well. So it's research, it's technology development, and it's also a lot of outreach that they're going to be doing. It's a real mission that they're going to be participating in for about 8 to 10 days.
A lot of science going on. Also, I'm very interested in these 3 private citizens who are joining this trip. Do they have to go through the similar training that astronauts have to go through?
Yeah, they do. In fact, so there's Peggy Whitten's a former astronaut, so they're all kind of private citizens, sort of, but 2 of the crew members are from Saudi Arabia, so they're Saudi Arabian astronauts. Their government is paying for them to go, and then there's 1 private citizen, John Schaffner, that's going. So they had to be trained on the SpaceX vehicle, which is a highly automated vehicle, so they had to go through that training. But unlike just going for a ride, they're also docking with the space station, so that part of it. And then getting into the space station, learning how to live in space, being able to make a meal, go to the bathroom, all the emergency procedures, and then they're training on all these experiments they're going to be doing. So they had some pretty intense training, similar to what like a NASA astronaut would get, not necessarily like a life career where you're there for years training before you fly, but in a kind of an accelerated course, just what they needed to know. But it was still intense training for all of them.
We have seen commercial space exploration change so much in such a short period of time. This mission, what does it say or tell us about private space travel and really just private citizens heading into space?
It's another step in the commercialization of space. Saudi Arabia, for example, flew an astronaut. Has 1 person that went to space so far before this mission. That was in 1985. So now, and they've had the first woman Saudi Arabian citizen going to space on this mission. So it's a way for countries to get involved, to go to space. But the commercial aspect of it, which is probably most intriguing, this is truly a private astronaut mission. It was an agreement with NASA. They have 2 more of these missions planned over the next couple of years. And it's leading toward more commercialization of low Earth orbit, at least. Axiom, this company that was sponsoring this mission, is planning to build a space station, a commercial space station in space, as are other companies that are competing for that contract. So I think it's another one of these steps into the privatization of low Earth orbit, and NASA wants to concentrate on going to the moon and Mars and onward. So it's very exciting stuff. It's a changing atmosphere in the space program for sure, and we're seeing evidence of it here today.
And it seems like it's a little bit of a hybrid right now. We have people hoping for private space travel, but also trying to continue NASA's mission for exploration. What do you see going on later this year and in the coming years? Which one will maybe have more of an emphasis, or can you do both at the same time?
It's going to be both at the same time, Stephen. NASA's not going to stop doing what they're doing. They've hoped to turn a lot of the space operations over to private industry. They wanted to do that with the space shuttle over 40 years ago when they started the space shuttle program that ended over 10 years ago. They wanted to make it a commercial program. It didn't work out that way. A couple accidents, it wasn't ready for that. But now we are ready for that, it appears. So NASA has been trying to encourage that. With private enterprise, they can operate differently than the government, and it allows them to pursue things that the government can't pursue, and the government can concentrate on other things. And as we see, as there's more opportunities, there's more demand, because now a private industry as well as governments can say, wow, we can be a part of this too. Before it wasn't an option, even just a couple of years ago. And when you give people the option, they can think of ways to exploit that. Exploit's maybe not the best word, but they have a way to use it, to utilize space, to do these research projects, to help their prestige as a country, if it's a country going, or someone who has something they want to do commercially or for scientific research. It just opens up so many opportunities.
So cool. Mike Massimino, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
You bet.
Well, this morning, we're diving into the pressures professional athletes face and how it affects them mentally. We're nearly a third of the way into baseball season already, and several players have spent time on the injured list for their mental health, and that includes Colorado Rockies pitcher Daniel Bard. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch sat down with him to discuss why he needed to step away.
When you can throw a baseball close to 100 miles per hour, there's no question you're already a game changer. But this spring, Colorado Rockies star pitcher Daniel Bard changed the game in another way, without throwing a single pitch.
Normally, I thrive under that pressure. When I started to feel like I was getting those same emotions, but they were becoming negative, they weren't helping me, they were hurting me, I knew something wasn't right.
Bard was battling anxiety ahead of opening day. He could have tried pushing through it, but instead, the 37-year-old reliever did something rarely seen in professional sports. He shared his struggle publicly, starting the season on the injured list to focus on his mental health. The Rockies say he missed 18 games before returning last month.
It was just the anticipation of having to perform every day and not feeling confident in my ability to do that thing.
Bard's one of 3 MLB players to openly take time off for their mental health this season. But that may be a serious undercount.
Teams will never admit it, but they come up with fake injuries all the time for players when they need a break.
Sports writer Danielle Allentuck says that can be for multiple issues, including mental health.
There are probably a lot more of them out there.
I think there's probably, dozens, 3 to 4 on every team every season.
So why did Bard speak up? He says it took some pressure off, looped in his teammates and fans, and helped him set an example for his kids.
Whether it's mental health or otherwise, just letting them know that you can face hard things, whatever that is.
So hopefully they'll speak up.
Hope so, or just, use it in their life to get through something.
After life's latest curveball, Bard's now back on the mound for the Rockies, an organization he says has been supportive.
Clubs are hearing and listening to what's happening with their players. No doubt about that. And they're hiring psychologists, mental skill coaches, people who are trained to help players in this regard.
The stigma has dropped. And so we are seeing more and more people saying, you know what, why wouldn't I work on this?
In a statement, Major League Baseball telling NBC, we've been proud of our longstanding work in this space to provide players with support. MLB says it also just launched a new youth-focused mental health and wellness program.
When things are good, you kind of walk out and you have this thought of, this is what I was born to do. I'm one of the best in the world. Let's go do this.
Bard's journey resonating with some fans.
I think it just sends an incredible message for those that also need help. And so it's like, well, if he can do it, I can do it.
If somebody has a tweaked a hamstring, you're not going to ask them to go sprint on it every day to see if it gets better. If you view mental health kind of the same way, especially in sports, but really in any area, I think you'll see a lot of these issues that deal with it and get back to being yourself.
Such an important conversation. Our thanks to Jesse Kirsch for that. Bard also made a point of saying he's had support from a lot of different people, but not everyone gets that. He, of course, hopes that changes. And for now, he says he'll continue to advocate for mental health even after he throws his last pitch.
Coming up, a cold case cracked wide open after 35 years with the help of some student investigators. When we come back, we're going to talk about the special program at one university that led authorities to a suspect.
And hitting the ceiling, just days away from the debt ceiling deadline, we'll talk about what a U.S. default could mean for you and your finances. That's next on Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worked coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. A community in Michigan could now have the answer to a decades-long cold case.
Nearly 35 years after her death, police think they know who killed 19-year-old Kathy Swartz. Robert Waters has been arrested and is now facing murder charges for the crime. And investigators were able to identify Waters thanks to the help of students in Western Michigan University's cold case program. This is now the program's second investigation that has ended with an arrest.
Pretty incredible. And joining us now to discuss this is Dr. Ashlyn Kirsten. She's a professor in the Criminal Justice Studies program at Western Michigan University. She's also the director of that cold case program. And we're also joined by Rachel Moore. She's a criminal justice major at the university. Good morning. Thank you both for joining us, and congratulations on that breakthrough. Professor Kirsten, let's start with you. So what goes into an investigation like this, and how did a forensic genealogy, how did that help you close in on a suspect?
Good morning. Thank you for having us. What we do is work with the Michigan State Police. They give us a huge file, and we begin organizing it. In this case, 10,000 documents were organized and then scanned into a PDF that the detectives could keep on their phone or their tablet. And then we meet with the detectives every week and kind of get our marching orders of what they would like us to do, things that would help their investigation. In this case, it was DNA evidence that was left at the scene. So they were able to get a genealogy background on the person who was arrested. So it takes a lot of work to get to that point, but we were very happy with how it turned out.
No kidding. For the many people out there who love true crime, this class is probably a dream come true. I mean, Rachel, what's the experience been like for you as a student? I'm guessing it's pretty different from some of the other classes you're taking there at college.
Yeah, it's truly been incredible. I mean, we've seen cassette tapes, floppy disks, things that were here before I was even born. So this class gives a really good real world experience compared to my other classes. And I can apply these concepts to this class and go out and see actual professionals such as prosecutors, detectives, troopers. And it has allowed me to change my career path and has given me a great opportunity. And now I want to go into the Michigan State Police Academy because of this program. So it's been life-changing.
Wow, incredible, and also helping bring closure to some families who want answers. Professor Kirsten, this is some incredible success you've seen so far. Do you think other schools will try to start similar programs?
Yeah, well, I hope so. I've been traveling the country for the last year or so, advising other schools on how to create something like this. It's just like the perfect marriage of, a public university and the resources that go into that. Helping out the great public servants, our state police. And in the meantime, we are providing maybe, hopefully, some closure to these victim family members. And then, of course, creating the next generation of law enforcement. These students in my program are learning from the very best that Michigan State Police has to offer. So I think it's a win-win all around for the public good.
You truly are creating the next generation. Rachel's a great example of that, changing her major to go into this. I mean, Rachel, for you, what's next? Do you hope to crack some more cases? Anything on the horizon here?
Oh, I hope so. I hope all the cases that we receive eventually are solved. It's such a credible experience, and what other program is able to put their hands on real cases from the 1970s, 80s, 90s. There's nothing else like this, so it's been an incredible opportunity.
And now you know what a floppy disk is.
A wide-ranging education.
And a cassette tape.
And a cassette, that's right. All right, Dr. Ashlyn, Kirsten, Rachel Moore, thank you both.
Thank you very much.
Financial headlines new this morning. Facebook parent company Meta is slapped with a record-breaking fine over its handling of users' data.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other news. Good morning, Silvana.
Stephen, Joe, good morning. That's right. So Meta Platforms has been hit with a record $1.3 billion fine by European regulators over its handling of users' information. Now, the fine comes after the Facebook parent continued to transfer data after a court ruling in 2020 that tossed out a pact between the EU and United States. Regulators are giving Meta 5 months to stop the practice. And in a statement, Meta says it will appeal, saying the fine sets a, quote, dangerous precedent for other companies. DoorDash is facing a lawsuit for allegedly charging iPhone users more than Android users for identical deliveries. Court documents include screenshots showing how iPhone users are charged an extra fee for, quote, expanded range. And DoorDash says that the fee helps customers preserve access to the available merchants that are farthest from them. But the lawsuit claims that the fee is tacked onto iPhone users' bills more often, and likely because studies reveal iPhone users earn more. A DoorDash spokesperson denies the allegations. And fast cars speed away with the box office crown. Fast 10 opens with $67.5 million in the U.S. and Canada this weekend and $251 million internationally. That's all according to ComScore. And it's a strong start for the latest film in the Universal Pictures franchise. International audiences have been the key to the success, with Fast 10 getting about 80% of its box office tally outside of North America. Fast and Furious films have earned Universal $6 billion worldwide, guys. How about that?
Not too shabby. I love how we've
Not too
shortened
bad.
it from the Fast and Furious.
Right?
We just now say Fast 10.
Just fast. Just fast.
Fast
That's
10.
it.
Thanks, Ivana. Appreciate it.
Sure thing.
All right, let's take a closer look now at the debt ceiling standoff and the effect it could have on all of us.
President Biden is going to meet with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy today for more negotiations at the White House. But with 10 days to go before that default deadline, the stakes could not be higher. So helping us break it down, our good friend, Investopedia editor-in-chief, Caleb Silver. Caleb, good morning to you. So even 10 days out from the deadline, we're already starting to see some effects on certain parts of the economy. Talk to us about what those are. And we keep using the word catastrophic if we see a default here. Help us understand why we're using that word.
Yeah, good to be with you. And what we're worried about here is both a tightening in lending, which we're already seeing from the banks, which are pretty stressed out, but also the threat of a credit rating downgrade for the United States credit bonds. So we issue bonds to pay our debt. We've been doing that for centuries. Alexander Hamilton helped issue that in. And we usually pay our bills. That's why everybody wants to hold our treasury bills. But if we don't pay our debts, the yields on those are going to go up. And that's going to drive anything that's not fixed, like a credit card APR, that's going to drive those interest rates higher. So we're already dealing with very high interest rates right now. You guys know this. The Fed has been raising rates now for 10 straight meetings. And the effect of a potential downgrade on our debt is going to drive those yields higher. Plus, it's going to tighten lending. People are already very nervous about loaning money to one another. Banks loaning to one another as well is getting very tight.
So, Caleb, just a few weeks ago, the White House laid out several scenarios about what could happen to the stock market and the effects on unemployment, even if there's just a brief default here that would result in thousands of job losses and longer. We're talking millions of losses. So how would you suggest, like, individual Americans and families, how can they prepare for the worst case scenario?
Yeah, well, if you have a job, make sure you've secured that job. If you have outstanding debt, especially high interest rate debt, pay that off. That goes for any time of the year. But right now, if we're going to potentially see a spike in interest rates, especially credit card APRs, you're going to want to pay off that high interest debt right now. But we don't have a lot of control over these negotiations. Congress has voted to raise the debt ceiling 78 times in the past. Why they won't do it this time, there's political ill will there right now. So you have to brace yourself for this. Potentially make sure you have extra savings in line and also pay off that high interest debt, because we're going to probably see rates spike again if they don't get this deal done in time.
Caleb, as we talk about so often with you, the housing market has seen all this volatility over the last 2 years. We're seeing interest rates more than double in that time. That, of course, is because of what you were just talking about, because of inflation. The interest rates have been risen by the Fed. Explain to us some of the challenges that potential home buyers could face in the real estate market if we do get to this June 1st deadline and there's no deal.
Higher rates. We've seen that 30-year fix, which is the most popular mortgage financing product, more than double in just the last year and a half. So think about that for a first-time home buyer trying to get in at a mortgage that's at 6%, 6.5%, plus a big down payment. That monthly payment is now up some 90% from where it was a year ago. So for first-time home buyers, going to be hard to get into the housing market, especially if rates rise. If you're thinking about selling your home and you have an interest rate lower than 4%, you're not really in the mood to go out and sell your home and then buy a new home at a 6.5% 30-year fixed finance. So we're stuck here in the middle where sellers don't want to sell because they have lower rates. Buyers can't afford to buy because the rates have gone higher. And you've seen the housing market and sales go down for the last 14 months in a row.
All right, so much at stake here in the next 10 days. Caleb, thanks for helping us understand it. We appreciate it.
Well, coming up, breaking barriers in Hollywood and beyond. The AAPI community is celebrating some major history-making accomplishments in the entertainment industry.
When we come back, a look back at what many are calling a golden year for Asian Americans. This is Morning News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. We all know Cher doesn't look her age, and now we know she doesn't feel it either. The pop icon turned 77 over the weekend and took to Twitter on the big day, writing, "Okay, will someone please tell me, when will I feel old? This is ridiculous. I keep hearing these numbers, but I honestly can't understand them." Fans supported her with well wishes and encouraging comments, one Twitter user even calling her immortal. Because she is.
She absolutely is. Nobody else is.
I love it. She's the only person I know who's like, I don't feel old.
I know.
What's going on?
When will it happen? Yeah, I kind of love Cher. Yep. All right, Joe, thanks for that. Well, all through May, we've been celebrating the success of Asian Americans as part of AAPI Heritage Month. And finally, this hour, we're focusing on the strides being made in pop culture. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park has more on Asian Americans making their mark on the entertainment industry.
This year, Asians and Pacific Islanders have been smashing records and breaking stereotypes in pop culture and entertainment, a journey that has taken decades to achieve.
I am not who you think of when you imagine a winner. I finally realized that winners don't always have to look the same.
It began with pioneers like Martin Yan, one of the first people of Asian descent to host a cooking show in the U.S.
I remember when I first came over here, people always tell me, "Oh, you all look alike." But now you can tell, well, we don't all look alike.
I'm here on the gold carpet for the Gold Gala, an event celebrating AAPI Trailblazers, and I got to catch up with some of the biggest stars.
And among them, Sandra Oh. I spoke with the actress before her historic night at the 2019 Golden Globes, when she pulled double duty as co-host and award recipient. During our interview, we shared a unique kinship.
This experience right now for me is tremendous. I feel like I can feel change happening because we're talking.
I caught up with the actress again, this time as a Gold Gala honoree.
You know, I feel like a lot has changed since I last spoke with you. And what does it mean to be surrounded by so many other trailblazers?
Actually, tonight I'm really trying to take it all in. Honestly, all the projects that are coming up, it's just thrilling. And you know, I'm trying to like really absorb that that I have been a part of it. And it's to be able to, I didn't think that I would be able to see this in my lifetime.
From Everything Everywhere All at Once, winning big at the Oscars, with Michelle Yeoh becoming the first Asian lead to win Best Actress, to Joyride, a groundbreaking Asian American comedy coming out this summer.
Everyone remember their names?
Sassy,
Cutie, Lisa, too.
Many are calling this moment the golden era of AAPIs in Hollywood and beyond.
It's this slow blossoming that's been happening over time.
It feels like we're being recognized for everything that we've always brought to the table.
I remember what it was like to be like the only Asian person in a Broadway company in the span of, say, oh my gosh, 30-something years. It has been really interesting to watch as we watch the space transform.
That transformation happening on almost every platform.
You started this.
Me. The Netflix series Beef, starring a predominantly Asian cast, has topped the streaming rankings. Meanwhile, books like Pachinko and The Summer I Turned Pretty, both written by Asians, hitting bestseller lists and turning into TV shows with Asian leads.
Do you think that we are kind of turning a new leaf when it comes to AAPI representation, especially in Hollywood?
I do. I think, you know, if you look at films like Parasite, Crazy Rich Asians from a couple of years ago, and then this year, Everything Everywhere All at Once, and then Beef, and so many other shows, we have a lot to celebrate and be proud of.
But there's still room for growth.
While the success of Everything Everywhere All at Once was a major milestone for the Asian community, only 2% of movies last year centered around Asian stories.
And a recent study shows 1 in 4 Americans can't name a famous living Asian American.
I think there are things happening now and types of stories being told that I never dreamed would ever get told. There's still a lot of work to do, in my opinion, and we're moving forward, which is good.
Kathy Park, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Thank you so much, Kathy. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Yeah, but your news continues right now. Good Monday morning. Thanks for being here. I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, down to the wire. In Washington this morning, debt ceiling negotiations are intensifying. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says he'll meet with President Biden today after the two had a, quote, productive phone call yesterday. We'll tell you where those negotiations stand this morning as that June 1st default deadline draws closer. War of words. This morning, conflicting reports out of eastern Ukraine over who holds a critical position. Russia declared it is now in full control of the battle-scarred city of Bakhmut, but President Zelensky is fiercely denying those claims. And there's a new development that could reshape the war, a new $375 million military aid package from America, and a new commitment from allies to send F-16 fighter jets. Well, the latest on all that in just a moment. Also, Ready, Set, Jet, the unofficial start of summer and one of the busiest travel weekends of the year, just days away. So how can you ensure smooth sailing, getting to and from your getaway? We've got some tips coming up. Plus, an unforgettable moment at one college graduation, these tiny steps that meant the world to one student and the determination that helped him walk across that stage. What a moment. Excited to bring that to you in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with that high-stakes meeting today aimed at avoiding debt ceiling catastrophe.
President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy will meet this afternoon at the White House. This comes after the two had what was described as a productive phone call yesterday that happened while the president was returning home from the G7 summit in Asia. But time is quickly running out. With that default deadline approaching on June 1st, it's just 10 days away. NBC News' Ryan Nobles starts us off this morning.
President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy will meet today amid a dire need to strike a deal. Yesterday, the president concluded his G7 summit trip in Japan, where touching on that economic crisis that remains at bay. Last night, the White House negotiating team left the Capitol after about 2.5 hours inside, but they didn't answer any questions from reporters. A high-stakes showdown in Washington expected today at the White House between President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy as the clock ticks down toward a default deadline.
We've got to be able to solve this problem.
The two will meet face-to-face without other congressional leaders after what was described as a productive call on Sunday. Biden sounding optimistic returning from the G7 summit. At the summit, the president insisting default is off the table.
I've done my part. We put forward a proposal that cuts spending by more than $1 trillion. Now it's time for the other side to move.
As well as revisiting, invoking the 14th Amendment to raise the debt ceiling alone.
I think we have the authority.
Though Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen cast doubts on the idea Sunday and also reinforced that June 1st date as the deadline for an agreement.
I certainly haven't changed my assessment, so I think that that's a hard deadline.
The clock is ticking for a bipartisan compromise. Throughout negotiations, Republicans have demanded to curb overall spending and pressing on extending Trump-era tax cuts that could add over $3 trillion to the debt. Proposals the president says are unacceptable.
It's time for Republicans to accept that there is no bipartisan deal to be made solely on their partisan terms.
And even though the deadline remains June 1st, Biden and McCarthy will likely have to come to a deal much sooner for a couple of reasons. First, the legislative process takes time, and the Speaker will need to sell whatever deal he makes with Biden to the rest of the House GOP. That's no guarantee. Second, in 2011, during a similar showdown, even though negotiators came to an agreement at the last minute, the federal government's credit rating still dropped, which made it much more expensive to borrow money going forward.
All right, we'll be watching, Ryan. Thank you.
In Ukraine this morning, competing claims about the war-torn city of Bakhmut. On Saturday, Russia's Wagner mercenary group said it had captured the territory, which has seen some of the war's most intense fighting for months. While Ukrainian President Zelensky denied those claims, a top Ukrainian commander said his troops only retained an insignificant part of the city. So for more on this, we are joined by NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter, who's in Kharkiv, Ukraine. Molly, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. That's right. It has been a very, very busy weekend. And of course, President Zelensky has been out of the country. When he comes back to this country, of course, he's coming back with a huge new military aid package. He's coming back with the promise of those F-16 fighter jets. And about that deadly battle of Bakhmut, Joe, it came at a massive cost for both sides. Take a look.
This morning, the bloodiest battle of this war for the eastern city of Bakhmut appears to be winding down for now. Over the weekend, Ukraine losing its last major stronghold. Visiting the front line, a top Ukrainian commander admitting his troops only retain an insignificant part of the city. And this morning, the deputy defense minister says Ukrainian troops continue to advance in the outskirts around the city. But on Sunday, Russian state TV anchors trumpeting mission accomplished, a win for Russian propaganda back home, reporting Putin congratulated Russian troops on their victory. State TV broadcasting images not independently verified by NBC News of soldiers waving flags. Both sides paid dearly. The exact number of military casualties unknown, estimates well into the tens of thousands. But as the sun set on Bakhmut last night, the smoldering remains of a city where 80,000 people lived before the war. Satellite images from 2022 and this month show a vast uninhabitable wasteland.
But you have to understand that there is nothing. They destroyed everything. There are no buildings. There is nothing on this place. So just ground and a lot of dead Russians.
Over the weekend, President Zelensky wrapping up a successful visit to the G7 in Hiroshima and will return home with an additional $375 million in U.S. military aid and finally the international commitment for F-16 fighter jets he's been asking for. A new phase of Western military aid, in part to fuel the expected counteroffensive. But back in Bakhmut, the leader of the Russian mercenary Wagner group, Yevgeny Prigozhin, says he'll pull his paid frontline fighters out of the city by Thursday, which may force Moscow's hand to send Russian reinforcements into Bakhmut to hold it.
Now, Joe, Bakhmut itself is not a strategic city really for either side, but this has been the longest, bloodiest battle of this war. And Ukrainian commanders have said all along that really their goal was to tie up Russian forces there in a protracted battle so Ukrainian forces elsewhere could really rearm and prepare for that expected counteroffensive we are watching this week and particularly Thursday very, very closely, Joe.
All right, Molly, thank you so much.
And back in the United States, the field of Republican presidential hopefuls is growing. South Carolina Senator Tim Scott is expected to formally announce his bid for the White House today. And Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to do that same thing later this week. They'll be facing an uphill battle, though, for the GOP nomination, with former President Donald Trump dominating that race. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas is covering Scott's announcement in South Carolina and joins us now with more on this. Good morning, Tom.
Hey, Stephen, good morning to you. Look, this could be the biggest week so far in this race. Two formidable candidates are set to enter the Republican primary, one hoping his life story and Christian values, along with this optimistic message, sways GOP voters, the other coming directly for former President Trump and his base.
This morning, there's new competition headed Donald Trump's way in the race for the GOP nomination. The newest presidential candidate, the Senate's only black Republican, South Carolina's Tim Scott, kicking off his 2024 White House bid in his hometown of North Charleston today.
Kids are growing up immersed in a culture where everyone's a victim.
The 57-year-old senator is expected to focus on his deep Christian faith and his hard-scrabble upbringing in South Carolina.
I thank God Almighty that my grandfather, who was forced out of school as a third grader to start picking cotton to help his family, lived long enough to watch his grandson pick out a seat in Congress.
Scott has been the GOP's leading voice on issues including policing and race relations, while rejecting the idea that the country is racist. And he's reached across the aisle with friends, including Democratic Senator Cory Booker.
I think that as I look at this Republican field, he may be one of those people that is underestimated.
With former President Donald Trump leading the GOP race, Scott joins an increasingly crowded lane of anti-Trump candidates, including his fellow South Carolinian, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, and former Vice President Mike Pence, expected to announce shortly, along with the possibility of former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie also entering the race. And according to two sources, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis set to officially announce his campaign this week as he sharpens his attacks on Trump, blaming him for a lackluster midterms.
I think the party has developed a culture of losing.
It comes as DeSantis faces multiple battles back in his home state, including that ongoing feud with Disney. And now the NAACP issuing a formal travel advisory saying Florida is hostile to Black Americans. The group responding to what it calls DeSantis's aggressive attempts to erase Black history and to restrict diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in Florida schools. Earlier this year, DeSantis blocked an advanced placement course in African American studies from being offered in Florida high schools.
Okay, so we reached out to Governor DeSantis' office about that travel advisory from the NAACP. We have not heard from his office. So the big question now is, how does somebody like Senator Tim Scott break out of the pack, right? Poll after poll shows this really to be a two-person race with former President Trump and Governor Ron DeSantis, and with President Trump having a monster lead among all the GOP candidates right now. Well, the Scott campaign believes that they can break through with their message, but also they've raised a lot of cash. They're going to go up with ads in Iowa and New Hampshire. Also, history shows recently on the Iowa GOP caucuses on that side, usually the Christian-centric candidate does better. You got to remember, Senator Ted Cruz, Rick Santorum, these are candidates who won recently. Huckabee, they won the Iowa caucuses in the past prior years. Now, on top of that as well, Scott hopes his positive message and not really going after too aggressively former President Trump or Governor DeSantis, but sort of carving out another path helps him out. The problem is the race then moves here to South Carolina after New Hampshire. And of course, Governor Nikki Haley is also in this race, former Governor Nikki Haley. So it's going to be a challenge. We do want to mention a programming note. We're going to get the first sit-down interview with Senator Tim Scott after his announcement. It'll air first on Nightly News and then on Top Story later tonight right here on NBC News Now. Guys, back to you.
All right, we'll certainly be watching. Tom, thank you.
The unofficial start to summer is almost here. Millions are planning their vacation for Memorial Day this weekend.
Yeah, and despite all of the headaches that we had last summer, according to AAA, more than 42 million people are expected to travel this summer. That number is up 7% from last year. Experts say this could be the busiest Memorial Day weekend at airports since 2005.
NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us from Miami International Airport with more on what to expect. Sam, good morning. So let's take a look at the big picture here. Do we know what cities are going to be the most popular for travelers this year? What are you watching out for?
Yeah, so Joe, Stephen, good morning. As you mentioned, 7% increase year over year. But if you're looking specifically at those who are flying, it's up 11%. And you'll remember there was real demand last year as people were having that revenge travel, so to speak, after years of the pandemic. So you're really wondering what's going to come for this summer as far as which cities, according to AAA, are expected to be the busiest. Miami, where I am, other cruise port cities are certainly in that category. Seattle as well. The top three are the New York City airports, Orlando, and Las Vegas. But we are seeing more travel overall right now, at least the projections. And look at those palm trees. Joe, Stephen, I expect you to ditch the suit and ties for button-downs when you come down here to Florida, maybe a little linen as well.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me twice about that, Sam. I do want to focus more on that negative. Last year was such a mess. A lot of people are asking, what has been done? Has the government stepped in to sort of ease that pressure? We were talking about all those staffing issues. Where do those things stand now?
Yeah. The staffing issues are still acute, Stephen, especially when it concerns air traffic control personnel and pilots. So that remains a problem, but the federal government has stepped in to try to make the process a little smoother for travelers this year. One of the things they did was create nearly 170 new corridors or routes up and down the East Coast. There were legacy routes, they described them as, not as efficient as possible, so they really tried to streamline it. But as you look at this list right now, airports with the most delays in 2022, Chicago Midway, right at the top of the list, BWI, Orlando, JFK, and Harry Reid International in Las Vegas. That was last year, but these steps, the corridors and also fines for airlines, guys, to punish them for not being able to deliver at a reasonable rate in terms of cancellations and delays. Those two things collectively, hopefully, are meant to improve the experience for travelers this summer.
And Sam, most folks are probably going to be driving, so for those who are hitting the roads this weekend, what's the best time to start that journey before traffic becomes like a severe nightmare? It'll probably be a nightmare no matter when you leave. And gas prices, talk about those and the impact they're having.
Yeah, I was going to say, severe nightmare no matter what, Joe. It's a good question. Thursday and Friday are going to be the worst. You want to leave earlier in the morning, the better, or after 6 p.m. Do not go in the middle of the day. 12 to 6 p.m. is the worst. Saturday and Sunday, lighter traffic, largely because people are already at their destinations and enjoying time with their family members. Great question about gas. If you look at the situation from a year ago, we're actually down about $1 a gallon. It's $3.50 or so versus $4.50 last year. And yet, despite that fact, fewer people are slated to drive this year than last year, perhaps because they really do want to fly. So we're seeing the tickets for airfare moving upwards, guys.
They're already high enough as it is. All right, Sam, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, Brian Koberger, the man accused of stabbing 4 University of Idaho students to death, is scheduled to enter his plea in court today. It comes nearly a week after he was indicted by a grand jury.
NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz joins us from outside the courthouse with more. Gotti, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, he's expected to be here in court in about 3 hours. This will be the first time that the families of the victims see if he's going to plead guilty or not guilty in this case. It has been 6 months since those murders, and there are new questions arising over the knife and sheath at the center of this case, a knife and sheath that may have been bought on Amazon.
This morning, accused killer Brian Koberger will make his first court appearance since being indicted by a grand jury on 4 murder charges. A spokesperson for the court says the process should be quick.
This is basically procedural around advisory of rights, entry of plea, possibly bond.
Koberger is expected to enter his plea today. He said through a previous defense attorney he believes he'll be exonerated. The indictment comes 6 months after the shocking killings of 4 college students, Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Gonzalez, and Madison Mogan, in their shared home near the University of Idaho campus. Maddie Mogan would have turned 22 this week.
I want people to remember Maddie as just being a loving, caring, just beautiful person who everybody just misses so much.
According to court documents, DNA traced to Koberger was found on a knife sheath at the crime scene. And in a recent Dateline exclusive, a source with inside knowledge of the investigation says detectives have found evidence that several months before the murders, Koberger went on Amazon to buy a K-bar knife and sheath. Greg Cooper, a retired FBI profiler who has studied killers of multiple victims, sharing his theory.
He's been thinking about committing crimes for a long time.
With that knife?
Absolutely. He has to become familiar with it, feel at ease with it.
The Dateline report highlighting another disturbing incident. A source recounting that Koberger befriended a woman in his graduate criminology cohort who, after finding things amiss inside her apartment, called Koberger for help. The source says Koberger volunteered to install a video security system himself.
After the installation, our source says police believe Koberger, if he was close enough to the woman's apartment, could pull up the cameras himself for a look, because Koberger knew the woman's Wi-Fi password.
The source adding that Koberger is now considered a strong suspect in the break-in, though he has not been charged in connection with the incident. Meanwhile, Kaylee Gonzalez's family looking toward the trial.
If this individual is the right one, then he picked the wrong family. We're ready for this case.
And the Gonzalez family attorney says that the Gonzalez family will be here. Steve Gonzalez, Kaylee Gonzalez's father, has said in the past that he wants to look Koberger in the eye. Guys, back to you.
Such a heartbreaking time for those families. All right, Gotti, thanks.
Let's bring back our friend, meteorologist Michelle Grossman, for your morning News Now forecast.
Hey, good morning, Michelle. Great to see you again.
Good morning, guys. Great to see you, too. And we need the umbrella in spots this morning because we're watching a few areas where we're seeing some showers, even the chance for some storms as we go throughout the afternoon. This is what it looks like today. We're starting at the west coast, portions of the Intermountain West into the Rockies, seeing the chance for some showers. The southern plains as well. We have a disturbance that's working through. We're going to see several disturbances working through. So we could see some flash flooding there. Another spot where we could see some flash flooding is in the southeast along along the Gulf Coast states, we have a front that's sort of draped over that area. It will stay in place over the next few days. So we're looking at the chance for even up to 7 inches of rain in some spots, and we could see rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour. In the upper Midwest, it's going to be warm. The northern plains are going to be warm too, and we're looking at a lot of abundant sunshine there. Could see a few showers on the border of New York and Pennsylvania. Otherwise, we are quiet in the Northeast, also New England. Then as we near Wednesday, showers and storms back into New England. Still some showers falling in Florida. We're going to be watching for some flooding conditions there with all the rain falling over the next several days. Strong storms still in portions of the southern plains. So we're going to be stuck in a pattern over the next few days. And you can see all this rain stretching from the Intermountain West into the Rockies once again. Sunny and hot in the Southwest. And we're nice in the Pacific Northwest on Wednesday. Then as we get closer to the Memorial Day weekend, we're looking at Friday. Lots of rain, unfortunately, to kick off your weekend from the northern plains, central plains, southern plains, the Intermountain West once again. Warm Gulf Coast. That's a good news. We're going to dry out there. But notice in Florida, once again, looking at the chance for some showers. That's kicking off the weekend along with the Carolinas as well. We're a little bit cooler in the Northeast. And then let's look at the Memorial Day weekend because it's never too early. By Saturday, looking at Rockies, the storms there, rainy and cool along the Carolina coast. It's going to be sunny and hot in the along the Gulf Coast. Sorry, the Carolinas rainy and cool. But notice Florida, we're still dealing with those showers as we near Saturday. And then Sunday, we're going to bring that shower threat into the mid-Atlantic portions of the Northeast. More storms in parts of the Intermountain West, the northern plains, the central plains, desert heat. We're going to be heating it up there into the mid-90s, near 100 degrees in many spots. And Memorial Day weekend, showers and storms still in the Intermountain West. They cannot catch a break over the next 7 days. Warm for many in portions of the Tennessee Valley and unfortunately soggy along the coast in the mid-Atlantic and also the Carolinas. This is what it looks like right now. We're looking at radar and we're looking at that green. We're also looking at those darker colors. That's where we're seeing the rain falling right now. So guys, the big takeaway for today, we're looking at showers and storms in Texas, also Oklahoma, and really a lot of rain along the Gulf Coast and Southeast.
And your forecast here might impact Sam's report we just saw and change the locations folks want to visit for Memorial Day weekend.
It's not so true. It's like, make those changes. And where am I going to fly out of?
Exactly. Florida looks okay, I guess. So. You're safe in Florida.
For now.
It's always nice anyway, even if it's raining.
Sure. Thanks, Michelle.
Sure.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now, a miraculous journey of recovery for one college grad who's proving anything is possible one small step at a time.
Plus, the race to Mars is officially on, with NASA looking to get ahead of China by going back to the future with nuclear power. We're going to explain after this.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas,
From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
How I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
and Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. SpaceX is making history with a private space flight due to arrive at the International Space Station today.
The rocket successfully launched last night from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Peggy Whitson, a retired NASA astronaut, is leading the flight. Whitson holds the U.S. record for most accumulated time in space. She's being joined by a crew of 3 private citizens, which include Saudi Arabia's first female astronaut. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is at the launch. He's also been working on a new documentary for Meet the Press Reports called Race to Mars. Tom, good to have you with us. So how soon does NASA hope to actually land humans on Mars?
NASA is hoping that we can land people, humans, on Mars by 2040. But think about that. That's just 17 years away. And a lot of outside experts I talked to, they're a little skeptical about that. But here's the thing. There's the China factor at play. China wants to land its own astronauts on the moon by 2030. That's lighting a fire under NASA. So for NASA to get to Mars, it's now talking about going nuclear. 1 month after Elon Musk's Starship launched, then broke apart on liftoff.
A rapid, unscheduled disassembly.
Both SpaceX and NASA insist they're committed to the rocket. First to land astronauts on the moon, but ultimately to carry crews to Mars as soon as 2040. While science and exploration are the driving motivators, there's also a competitive factor: China.
The Chinese government is very secretive, and a lot of their plans involve their military preparations. And so there's a reason for us to get there first.
And NASA wants to get there faster. A round-trip mission to Mars could take 2 to 3 years. So to cut the travel time, America is going back to the future.
This project was called NERVA.
To the 1960s, and a government program most Americans have never heard of, to develop nuclear-powered rockets.
Someday, a manned trip to Mars and return may become the mission assignment.
It turns out they made big progress back in the 60s, running expensive tests. The goal now, send astronauts to the moon and beyond on nuclear rockets. When the Apollo astronauts went to the moon, they needed 5 of these massive F-1 engines just to get them off the Earth and escape the Earth's gravitational pull. 7.5 million pounds of thrust. Here at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, they've got an exact replica to scale of the Saturn V, 363 feet tall. Future astronauts will need that kind of lift, but once they're in space, they can use a much smaller engine, a nuclear engine, to go all the way to Mars and back, a fraction of the size. And that engine could last 20 years. This is a big place. It's happening now at the Marshall Test Flight Center in Huntsville.
This is where they put components of nuclear thermal rockets, such as this fuel element here, and like the one that you're holding.
These are the building blocks for America's future nuclear propulsion going to space.
Yes.
But America's best-known astrophysicist, Neil deGrasse Tyson, wonders why we're going.
So I'm all for people in space, but to accomplish scientific goals, the robot can live off of sunlight and you can't. The robot is not going to cry because we ran out of money, we can't bring it back.
Well, guess what? We have used nuclear technology before with the Voyager 2 robotic spacecraft that we launched in 1977. It's still out there. It's still exploring the universe on 3 nuclear batteries. So that's kind of cool. And it's, by the way, still sending back images. But the memory on board Voyager 2, you guys, it's 3 million times less than what's in your cell phone.
Back to you guys.
Incredible, Tom. Thank you so much. And by the way, Tom's Meet the Press Reports documentary is called Race to Mars. You need to check it out. It is playing on Peacock, NBCNews.com, and YouTube.
Fascinating stuff. Don't want to miss it. Okay, now to international headlines. 3 Palestinians were killed in an Israeli army raid in the West Bank this morning.
NBC's Claudio Labonga joins us from Rome with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, according to the Palestinian Health Ministry, at least 3 people were killed and 6 others were injured during a large-scale raid at Balata, the refugee camp near a city of Nablus. Now, this comes as the Biden administration sharply condemned Israel's latest act of settlement expansion. Balata is the largest refugee camp in the West Bank. Israel has mounted frequent raids in the area over the past year, and residents of the refugee camp said this was the largest such operation there in many years. And we go to El Salvador, where at least 12 people were killed and more than 100 were hospitalized after a stampede of angry soccer fans knocked down an access gate to the stadium after being denied entry despite having tickets. The soccer match was suspended for about 16 minutes into the game after fans in the stands caught the attention of those in the field. The president of El Salvador said the country is in mourning. The president of the International Soccer Association expressed his condolences for the tragic incident during a speech at the World Health Organization meeting on Sunday. And we end up here in Italy, where 7 young activists climbed into the Trevi fountain and turned the water black. The protesters from Ultima Generazione, or Last Generation in English, held up banners while shouting, "Our country is dying." In a statement, Ultima Generazione called for an end to public subsidies to fossil fuels and linked the protest to recent deadly floods in northern Italy. Rome's mayor, Roberto Gualtieri, condemned the protest and tweeted, "Enough of these absurd attacks on our artistic heritage, guys."
Not going to be fun to clean that up. All right, Claudio, thank you.
Coming up, COVID may be in our rearview mirror as a global health emergency, but now there is a new concern about another virus.
Yeah, it's one that's been around for decades now, bird flu. Why some scientists, though, believe it could cause another pandemic. That's coming up next.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Welcome back. The global health emergency around the COVID-19 pandemic has only just been lifted, and now scientists are warning about another possible infectious virus, the bird flu.
Cases in birds are hitting their highest peak since the disease was first identified back in 1996, and now a small number of human infections has been reported.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now to explain more on this. Dr. Patel, good morning. So we've heard about bird flu for a while now. Just how serious is it when humans catch it, and how possible is a mutation that could cause it to spread between people?
Yeah, Stephen, Joe, the good news right now is that we only have very rare cases of humans that have picked it up, and they've largely been in poultry workers or some connection with people who are really handling potentially sick or dead birds that carry the flu. What we're watching for, though, are mutations that will allow for this to jump from not just bird to person, but person to person, and we have no evidence of that yet. Having said that, we know that we need to be prepared. We've been prepared for several decades trying to anticipate it, but the vaccines we have might not necessarily work against the current strains of bird flu circulating.
Yeah, so let's talk more about that. If scientists are worried the existing vaccines wouldn't be sufficient, what do we know about our supply of those vaccines? Talk more about their effectiveness.
Yeah, so the vaccine's effectiveness with what we currently have likely is not necessarily the best vaccine, because that was developed on strains that were circulating about 20 years ago. So a great idea when we thought we were going to have that pandemic 15 to 17 years ago, but not necessarily today. And what we need to do now, and what the NIH and CDC are already preparing for, are things that could protect against this particular strain of H5. That's just the type of bird flu that this is, and that's exactly where we're at. And while it might sound to people this is like COVID, here's some really reassuring news. This is not a new virus. This is something that we've had a lot of experience with. So developing these vaccines are something that manufacturers and scientists know how to do. The question will be making enough of them.
And on another positive note, Dr. Patel, scientists have been working to prevent a major outbreak if this virus does spread further. Of course, we've also learned so much from the COVID-19 pandemic. What do we know about these prevention efforts?
Yeah, so these prevention efforts do work. Again, we do know how this is transmitted, unlike with COVID, if you remember those early days, Stephen, where we weren't even sure if it was airborne. We know how transmission can be done, and we're looking at the places where likely transmission to people could happen, namely in places where they're handling birds. So poultry farms, any place where they're processing any kind of bird matter, and of course, avoiding any sick or diseased birds. So those are precautions that not only are we taking, the globe is taking, and we will definitely try to monitor anybody with symptoms. The symptoms, as you asked in the first question, are really wide-ranging, anything from a sore throat to really severe respiratory disease. But if someone gets infected, it can have a high mortality rate. We've got the signs, we have the vaccine and the technology, we just have to prevent it from spreading and watching for the spread to people.
Certainly something we'll be watching out for. Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you.
A man from Puerto Rico attempted to rent a car in New Orleans, but says he was denied despite showing multiple forms of identification. NBC News reporter Maya Eaglin spoke to the man about how the experience left him feeling.
It is a valid ID.
I need you to go about your business.
It is a prepaid reservation. I already...
Would you like me to call the police?
Yes, please, call the police.
Humberto Marchan, a U.S. citizen who lives in Puerto Rico, arrived at Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport last week and attempted to rent a car from Hertz.
I gave him my credit card and my license, and that at some point they raised the issue of the license being from Puerto Rico as an out-of-country license. Out of state, out of country license, they refer to it, and requiring a physical passport to go ahead with the check-in process.
He says he offered to show employees a photo of his passport instead, but they wouldn't accept it. Eventually, the Hertz employee called the police.
How did you feel when they denied your Puerto Rican license?
This is another example of second-class citizenship limbo that we Puerto Ricans live in. All of a sudden, you're being treated as someone who has never rented a car or something like that. But beyond that, falling a victim of ignorance.
But he was wrong. Marchand says he was told to leave the premises by police. NBC News reached out to the Kenner Police Department for comment, but they didn't respond. Marchand says he also had a real ID, which should be federally recognized in all 50 states and U.S. territories. Puerto Rico has been a territory of the United States since 1898, and Puerto Ricans have had American citizenship since 1917. In a statement to NBC News, the rental company said in part, Hertz accepts Puerto Rican driver's license from our customers renting in the U.S. without requiring a valid passport. The statement later goes on to apologize. Hertz also refunded Marchand the money he spent on his reservation. Cases like Marchand's are not unique. In a 2017 national poll, nearly half of Americans did not know Puerto Ricans were U.S. citizens.
Puerto Ricans may have restrictions on, say, the right to vote, but when it comes to interstate travel, Puerto Ricans carry the exact same passport as United States citizens.
Travel experts recommended checking what type of car insurance is needed, reading the fine print of the company's policy, and carrying multiple forms of ID to be extra safe.
Some do require another form of ID, like a passport, just to, again, supplement that identification process.
But Umberto says these issues go much deeper than that.
I think it's lack of education, lack of awareness, and a culture of ethnocentrism.
Our thanks to Maya Eaglin for that report. Hertz also agreed to re-educate its employees on the matter so this can be prevented in the future. As for Umberto, he ended up using an Uber to get to his destination because by the time he was asked to leave Hertz, he says all the other rental car companies were closed.
Well, coming up, if you haven't eaten breakfast this morning, this next piece might make your stomach start growling a bit louder.
Now, during this AAPI Heritage Month, our own Gadi Schwartz celebrates Korean culture with a gastronomic journey across generations of cuisine. And it's all on wheels. This is Morning News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming to this early, right? Everybody, it's today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
back with financial headlines. A worldwide outage left many Instagram users unable to use the app.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other news. Good morning, Silvana.
Steve and Joe, good morning. Yes, so Instagram is back up for most users today. A technical issue disrupting service for thousands of people yesterday. Instagram's parent company, Meta Platforms, didn't disclose how many users were affected. More than 180,000 people reported issues with accessing Instagram at the peak of the outage, and that was according to downdetector.com. El Nino is on its way, and it could exact a major toll on the global economy. Research from Dartmouth estimates that the weather pattern could cost up to $3 trillion in damages through the end of this decade. El Nino influences weather worldwide when it forms, potentially leading to more severe floods in some places while worsening droughts in others. The study says a previous El Nino in 1997 and 98 cost the world nearly $6 trillion and hit U.S. GDP by 3% in the years after. And the hottest housing market in the country is in the Atlanta Braves' backyard. Bankrate says Gainesville, Georgia, that's a suburb. Gainesville, Georgia, it's a suburb of Atlanta, tops its annual list. Now, it ranks the top areas based on home appreciation, job and population growth, as well as the lowest number of active residential listings and the average time they're on the market. The Southeast is home to all of the top 10 hottest markets, including Fort Myers, Tampa, St. Petersburg, Charlotte, Knoxville, and Nashville, guys.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You got it.
Well, L.A. has the reputation for being one of the best food truck hubs in the country. To celebrate Asian American and Pacific Islander Month, NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz headed to a trendy food truck with a meaningful name, Soulmates, that's bringing some major Korean fusion to many.
Hi, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good, are you Christina?
Yes.
Gotti, great to meet you.
Great to meet you. Welcome to Soulmates.
Yeah, what's on the menu today?
Yeah, we got a lot of good stuff. Are you ready to eat?
I am ready to eat.
Korean food is big in Los Angeles, not only because it's delicious, but because SoCal actually has one of the largest populations of Koreans outside South Korea. Christina opened Soulmates right here in LA just last year, then came her food truck.
The beautiful idea of a bulgogi and the hoagie.
Exactly.
Right here.
Exactly. So it's a bulgogi.
There's nothing like Korean barbecue. And the smell is just. When you smell this, what do you think of?
It brings me back to home. When I went to college, I realized how much I missed my mom's food, and I wasn't grateful for it then. But then every time now I smell Korean barbecue or I eat Korean food, it brings me back to my mom's cooking, like my mom's form of love, and so that's essentially like how the restaurant came to be. Yeah. So what you're eating is pretty much so bulgogi. It's a Korean staple in barbecue. So that one is a Korean fried chicken taco.
Nice. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So chimek, it means like Korean chicken with beer. It's a huge culture in Korea.
Now kimchi. Did you love it growing up?
Kimchi is a staple. I love it. It's something that it's in every Korean's home.
Your mom would make it?
Yeah, and that's a tradition passed down from my grandmother.
So would you make the chili paste with her and all that?
Yeah, absolutely. And we fermented it in the fridge, but my mom's mom, when we would go to Korea, she lived on the mountainside, so she would do it the traditional way where put it in the jars and over winter time put it under the soil.
Right.
Yeah, so that's why a lot of Korean dishes have a lot of pickled food. So what we have here is the bibimbap. Bibim means mixed in Korean and bap means rice. So yeah, you pour that spicy sauce on there and then you mix everything together.
Yeah, all right. I'm glad we put the seaweed first. That's delicious.
This is mom's cooking right here.
This is no fusion. No, this is just mom's love right here.
Exactly. That is a traditional Korean mother's cooking right there.
She's got to be stoked when she sees this being sold here.
Well, yes, that, and my mom actually helped me finalize a lot of the recipes here. I had to get the okay from my Korean oma, okay?
When she cooked for you, What did it feel like growing up?
It might sound so silly, but like it's love. Like it is my mom's form of showing her family like you guys are everything.
So this says what words can't even describe.
Exactly. It's more of it's a feeling. It's an emotion that you're eating.
So when you're growing up, you were embarrassed by this?
I was actually really bullied in elementary school for being Asian because I grew up in a predominantly, white neighborhood. And so I struggled with my identity a lot. It took growing up with my mom's food and moving away to fully appreciate it all. And now I'm in beautiful, sunny California and living the dream.
Doesn't get better than this.
No.
Quite the journey, and our thanks to Gotti Schwartz for that report. Well, despite being delayed from setting down permanent roots during the pandemic, Christina has managed to expand Soulmates to now serve vegan options and also offer catering.
Now we're all hungry. All right, coming up, an unforgettable moment at one college graduation.
Yeah, a determined student paralyzed from a shooting taking these tiny steps for his diploma. We've got his miraculous story of recovery coming up next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Welcome back. The Foo Fighters have named their new drummer following the death of Taylor Hawkins last year. On a live stream Sunday, they announced Josh Freese will take over. He was previously playing with acts including Guns N' Roses and Sting. And staying with that Nirvana theme, a guitar once smashed by Kurt Cobain has sold for $600,000 at auction. The broken Black Fender Stratocaster was predicted to sell for just 1/10 that price. Cobain smashed a series of guitars during his intense performances. This guitar has been put back together, but it is no longer playable.
An unforgettable moment played out during a college graduation ceremony in Virginia. That's where a student who suffered a spinal cord injury that left him paralyzed got his degree. That's not all. Here's NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez.
These small steps mean a lot to Khalil Watson.
It's been a journey. It's been lots of ups and downs.
In 2016, Khalil was shot in the neck. The resulting spinal cord injury left him paralyzed from the neck down.
I had to learn how to eat, speak, and breathe on my own.
One of the things he missed while in the hospital, his high school graduation. Khalil was determined to continue his education, studying social work in college.
I have a passion for helping others. After going through the things that I've experienced, I feel like I'll be able to easily connect with and understand individuals who have similar work situations.
Now, thanks to some help from this robotic exoskeleton and therapist at Sheltering Arms Institute in Virginia, Khalil stepping up onto this stage at Reynolds Community College, walking to receive his associate degree in pre-social work.
I did this for God, myself, my friends, my family. I mean, only a few people know what it took for me to get to this point.
Now, with his diploma in hand, Khalil is sharing this message.
Anything is possible. In life, we're going to experience ups and downs. You just have to keep going.
Good message there. Thanks to Gabe for that report. As for what's next for Khalil, he's transferring to Virginia Commonwealth University to work on his bachelor's and master's degrees in social work.
Very cool. And speaking of graduation, Today Show anchor Savannah Guthrie spent the weekend in Washington, D.C., inspiring the latest class of graduates at her alma mater. Take a look.
This is the Georgetown Law Class of 2023. Brilliant minds ready for the future. More than 2 decades ago, the caps and gowns were on me and the dear group of friends that got me through law school.
Ladies who brunch.
This weekend, we reunited.
Can you believe it? Can you guys believe it's been 21 years?
No. And I remember us just like being so grateful to have each other first year of law school.
I remember trying to be Lindsay's friend, and she really resisted being my friend for a long time.
You were too busy sitting in the front row.
Yes, taking all the notes.
We weren't quite sure because we were like, oh, she seems really intense.
Yeah.
That was fear.
Yeah.
Now you know me.
Well,
that was
and thank
total
God you
fear.
were taking those notes because that's how I got through law school, actually.
She would get up at 4 in the morning in law school. I mean, you really did. This whole waking up early thing is like not just a Today Show thing.
No, we all worked really hard. We were all terrified. We were all petrified. We were all pushing ourselves as hard as we could push. And we all found out what we could do. And I think that's the value of doing something like going to law school. That's what I'm going to try to tell the students today. Yeah. You know, like push yourself, stretch yourself, find out who you are. This is the only way. You have to do it by doing hard things. Guys, we're going back to law school.
We were welcomed back by Dean William Traynor.
These are all my law school besties right here.
And a familiar face.
Fran was one of my professors. Yes. And my good friend. We've stayed friends all these years.
She's the first person I cold called. So it was a class of, I don't know, 125 people. I thought, I want to call on someone day one, but I don't want to intimidate them too much. So I called on her in the middle of, she was in the middle of the room and shocked that I called on her. But she was a great student.
Our trip down memory lane cut short as students started to line the halls for the procession. Time to suit up.
All right, well, let's do it. Okay. Oh my gosh, it's so beautiful.
I had not set foot here in 21 years. But if you happen to see my old self walking around today, I was hoping you'd tell her a few things. You'll recognize her. She's the one with the frizzy hair and the doe-like expression and the posture like Quasimodo from lugging that con law book around. Do you know the one I'm talking about? It must have weighed 75 pounds alone. Here, I brought it. Are you kidding me? That's one book. Do you guys even use books anymore? I worked in local television news, rising from market to bigger market with my reporter's notebook and helmet hair and red blazer, when I decided to blow it all up and go to law school. Lesson 1, high school slackers can turn it around. Lesson 2, don't play it safe. There is no substitute for what you all are about to experience. You have the chance to take everything you've learned these last 3 years, every part of your being, not just what you know, but who you are, your personality, your character, and take it out for a test drive. Push yourself, stretch yourself, see what you can do, put the pedal to the metal. Your story is just beginning, or at least a thrilling new chapter. What a surpassing joy it is to stand here with you and root for you, beckoning you into your great future. If you do see my old self walking around somewhere today, this was what I was thinking you could tell her. Don't worry so much. Don't sweat every tiny thing like it's the ultimate end-all, be-all thing. Except for the 0.2% I missed summa cum laude by. I am still mad about that. Tell her it's good to have a plan, but it's also good to take it, rip it up, and do something wild and daring, even if it feels like you're taking everything you've worked so hard for and lighting it on fire. Tell her, it's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. Maybe law school was a big gamble for you, as it was for me. Or maybe it was your safety net. Maybe it was your way of avoiding the scarier path. Whatever the case, I'm telling you, anything interesting you want to do, anything meaningful you want to accomplish, it is waiting for you. It is possible for you, but it is on the other side of a big risk, on the other side of a big bet. No, not crypto. A bet on yourself, real skin in the game. It might work out, it might not, but the riskier step will be not to try. I'm so proud of you, graduates. I'm truly honored to be here. Because I was here once, I know exactly what it took for you to get to this moment. I'm looking at every single one of you and marveling, and I am cheering you on into your brave, wild, and wonderful future. Congratulations.
So wise, and our thanks to Savannah for sharing her special weekend with us.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Your news continues right now. Good Monday morning. Thanks for being here. I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, down to the wire. In Washington this morning, debt ceiling negotiations are intensifying. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says he'll meet with President Biden today after the two had a, quote, productive phone call yesterday. We'll tell you where those negotiations stand this morning as that June 1st default deadline draws closer. War of words. This morning, conflicting reports out of eastern Ukraine over who holds a critical position. Russia declared it is now in full control of the battle-scarred city of Bakhmut, but President Zelensky is fiercely denying those claims. And there's a new development that could reshape the war, a new $375 million military aid package from America, and a new commitment from allies to send F-16 fighter jets. Well, the latest on all that in just a moment. Also, Ready, Set, Jet, the unofficial start of summer and one of the busiest travel weekends of the year, just days away. So how can you ensure smooth sailing getting to and from your getaway? We've got some tips coming up. Plus, an unforgettable moment at one college graduation, these tiny steps that meant the world to one student and the determination that helped him walk across that stage. What a moment. Excited to bring that to you in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with that high-stakes meeting today aimed at avoiding debt ceiling catastrophe.
President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy will meet this afternoon at the White House. This comes after the two had what was described as a productive phone call yesterday that happened while the president was returning home from the G7 summit in Asia. But time is quickly running out. With that default deadline approaching on June 1st, it's just 10 days away. NBC News' Ryan Nobles starts us off this morning.
President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy will meet today amid a dire need to strike a deal. Yesterday, the president concluded his G7 summit trip in Japan, where touching on that economic crisis that remains at bay. Last night, the White House negotiating team left the Capitol after about 2.5 hours inside, but they didn't answer any questions from reporters. A high-stakes showdown in Washington expected today at the White House between President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy as the clock ticks down toward a default deadline.
We've got to be able to solve this problem.
The two will meet face-to-face without other congressional leaders after what was described as a productive call on Sunday. Biden sounding optimistic returning from the G7 summit. At the summit, the president insisting default is off the table.
I've done my part. We put forward a proposal to cut spending by more than $1 trillion. Now it's time for the other side to move.
As well as revisiting, invoking the 14th Amendment to raise the debt ceiling alone.
I think we have the authority.
Though Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen cast doubts on the idea Sunday and also reinforced that June 1st date as the deadline for an agreement.
I certainly haven't changed my assessment, so I think that that's a hard deadline.
The clock is ticking for a bipartisan compromise. Throughout negotiations, Republicans have demanded to curb overall spending and pressing on extending Trump-era tax cuts that could add over $3 trillion to the debt. Proposals the president says are unacceptable.
It's time for Republicans to accept that there is no bipartisan deal to be made solely on their partisan terms.
And even though the deadline remains June 1st, Biden and McCarthy will likely have to come to a deal much sooner for a couple of reasons. First, the legislative process takes time, and the Speaker will need to sell whatever deal he makes with Biden to the rest of the House GOP. That's no guarantee. Second, in 2011, during a similar showdown, even though negotiators came to an agreement at the last minute, the federal government's credit rating still dropped, which made it much more expensive to borrow money going forward.
All right, we'll be watching, Ryan. Thank you.
In Ukraine this morning, competing claims about the war-torn city of Bakhmut. On Saturday, Russia's Wagner mercenary group said it had captured the territory, which has seen some of the war's most intense fighting for months. While Ukrainian President Zelensky denied those claims, a top Ukrainian commander said his troops only retained an insignificant part of the city. So for more on this, we are joined by NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter, who's in Kharkiv, Ukraine. Molly, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. That's right. It has been a very, very busy weekend. And of course, President Zelensky has been out of the country. When he comes back to this country, of course, he's coming back with a huge new military aid package. He's coming back with the promise of those F-16 fighter jets. And about that deadly battle of Bakhmut, Joe, it came at a massive cost for both sides. Take a look.
This morning, the bloodiest battle of this war for the eastern city of Bakhmut appears to be winding down for now. Over the weekend, Ukraine losing its last major stronghold. Visiting the front line, a top Ukrainian commander admitting his troops only retain an insignificant part of the city. And this morning, the deputy defense minister says Ukrainian troops continue to advance in the outskirts around the city. But on Sunday, Russian state TV anchors trumpeting mission accomplished, a win for Russian propaganda back home, reporting Putin congratulated Russian troops on their victory. State TV broadcasting images not independently verified by NBC News of soldiers waving flags. Both sides paid dearly. The exact number of military casualties unknown, estimates well into the tens of thousands. But as the sun set on Bakhmut last night, the smoldering remains of a city where 80,000 people lived before the war. Satellite images from 2022 and this month show a vast uninhabitable wasteland.
But you have to understand that there is nothing. They destroyed everything. There are no buildings. There is nothing on this place. So just ground and a lot of dead Russians.
Over the weekend, President Zelensky wrapping up a successful visit to the G7 in Hiroshima and will return home with an additional $375 million in U.S. military aid and finally the international commitment for F-16 fighter jets he's been asking for. A new phase of Western military aid, in part to fuel the expected counteroffensive. But back in Bakhmut, the leader of the Russian mercenary Wagner group, Yevgeny Prigozhin, says he'll pull his paid frontline fighters out of the city by Thursday, which may force Moscow's hand to send Russian reinforcements into Bakhmut to hold it.
Now, Joe, Bakhmut itself is not a strategic city really for either side, but this has been the longest, bloodiest battle of this war. And Ukrainian commanders have said all along that really their goal was to tie up Russian forces there in a protracted battle so Ukrainian forces elsewhere could really rearm and prepare for that expected counteroffensive we are watching this week and particularly Thursday very, very closely, Joe.
All right, Molly, thank you so much.
And back in the United States, the field of Republican presidential hopefuls is growing. South Carolina Senator Tim Scott is expected to formally announce his bid for the White House today. And Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to do that same thing later this week. They'll be facing an uphill battle, though, for the GOP nomination, with former President Donald Trump dominating that race. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas is covering Scott's announcement in South Carolina and joins us now with more on this. Good morning, Tom.
Hey, Stephen, good morning to you. Look, this could be the biggest week so far in this race. Two formidable candidates are set to enter the Republican primary One hoping his life story and Christian values, along with this optimistic message, sways GOP voters. The other coming directly for former President Trump and his base.
This morning, there's new competition headed Donald Trump's way in the race for the GOP nomination. The newest presidential candidate, the Senate's only black Republican, South Carolina's Tim Scott, kicking off his 2024 White House bid in his hometown of North Charleston today.
Kids are growing up immersed in a culture where everyone's a victim.
The 57-year-old senator is expected to focus on his deep Christian faith and his hardscrabble upbringing in South Carolina.
I thank God Almighty that my grandfather, who was forced out of school as a third grader to start picking cotton to help his family, lived long enough to watch his grandson pick out a seat in Congress.
Scott has been the GOP's leading voice on issues including policing and race relations, while rejecting the idea that the country is racist. And he's reached across the aisle with friends, including Democratic Senator Cory Booker.
I think that as I look at this Republican field, he may be one of those people that is underestimated.
With former President Donald Trump leading the GOP race, Scott joins an increasingly crowded lane of anti-Trump candidates, including his fellow South Carolinian, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, and former Vice President Mike Pence, expected to announce shortly, along with the possibility of former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie also entering the race. And according to two sources, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis set to officially announce his campaign this week as he sharpens his attacks on Trump, blaming him for a lackluster midterms.
I think the party has developed a culture of losing.
It comes as DeSantis faces multiple battles back in his home state, including that ongoing feud with Disney. And now the NAACP issuing a formal travel advisory saying Florida is hostile to black Americans. The group responding to what it calls DeSantis's aggressive attempts to erase black history and to restrict diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in Florida schools. Earlier this year, DeSantis blocked an advanced placement course in African American studies from being offered in Florida high schools.
Okay, so we reached out to Governor DeSantis' office about that travel advisory from the NAACP. We have not heard from his office. So the big question now is, how does somebody like Senator Tim Scott break out of the pack, right? Poll after poll shows this really to be a two-person race with former President Trump and Governor Ron DeSantis, and with President Trump having a monster lead among all the GOP candidates right now. Well, the Scott campaign believes that they can break through with their message, but also they've raised a lot of cash. They're going to go up with ads in Iowa and New Hampshire. Also, history shows recently on the Iowa GOP caucuses on that side, usually the Christian-centric candidate does better. You got to remember, Senator Ted Cruz, Rick Santorum, these are candidates who won recently Huckabee. They won the Iowa caucuses in the past prior years. Now, on top of that as well, Scott hopes his positive message and not really going after too aggressively former President Trump or Governor DeSantis, but sort of carving out another path helps him out. The problem is the race then moves here to South Carolina after New Hampshire. And of course, Governor Nikki Haley is also in this race, former Governor Nikki Haley. So it's going to be a challenge. We do want to mention a programming note. We're going to get the first sit-down interview with Senator Tim Scott after his announcement. It'll air first on Nightly News and then on Top Story later tonight right here on NBC News Now. Guys, back to you.
All right, we'll certainly be watching. Tom, thank you.
The unofficial start to summer is almost here. Millions are planning their vacation for Memorial Day this weekend.
Yeah, and despite all of the headaches that we had last summer, according to AAA, more than 42 million people are expected to travel this summer. That number is up 7% from last year. Experts say this could be the busiest Memorial Day weekend at airports since 2005.
NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us from Miami International Airport with more on what to expect. Sam, good morning. So let's take a look at the big picture here. Do we know what cities are going to be the most popular for travelers this year? What are you watching out for?
Yeah, so Joe, Stephen, good morning. As you mentioned, 7% increase year over year. But if you're looking specifically at those who are flying, it's up 11%. And you'll remember there was real demand last year as people were having that revenge travel, so to speak, after years of the pandemic. So you're really wondering what's going to come for this summer as far as which cities, according to AAA, are expected to be the busiest. Miami, where I am, other cruise port cities are certainly in that category. Seattle as well. The top three are the New York City airports, Orlando, and Las Vegas. But we are seeing more travel overall right now, at least the projections. And look at those palm trees. Joe, Stephen, I expect you to ditch the suit and ties for button-downs when you come down here to Florida, maybe a little linen as well.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me twice about that, Sam. I do want to focus more on that negative. Last year was such a mess. A lot of people are asking, what has been done? Has the government stepped in to sort of ease that pressure? We were talking about all those staffing issues. Where do those things stand now?
Yeah. The staffing issues are still acute, Stephen, especially when it concerns air traffic control personnel and pilots. So that remains a problem, but the federal government has stepped in to try to make the process a little smoother for travelers this year. One of the things they did was create nearly 170 new corridors or routes up and down the East Coast. There were legacy routes, they described them as, not as efficient as possible, so they really tried to streamline it. But as you look at this list right now, airports with the most delays in 2022, Chicago Midway, right at the top of the list, BWI, Orlando, JFK, and Harry Reid International in Las Vegas. That was last year, but these steps, the corridors and also fines for airlines, guys, to punish them for not being able to deliver at a reasonable rate in terms of cancellations and delays, those two things collectively hopefully are meant to improve the experience for travelers this summer.
And Sam, most folks are probably going to be driving, so for those who are hitting the roads this weekend, what's the best time to start that journey before traffic becomes like a severe nightmare? It'll probably be a nightmare no matter when you leave. And gas prices, talk about those and the impact they're having.
Yeah, I was going to say, severe nightmare no matter what, Joe. It's a good question. Thursday and Friday are going to be the worst. You want to leave earlier in the morning, the better, or after 6 p.m. Do not go in the middle of the day. 12 to 6 p.m. is the worst. Saturday and Sunday, lighter traffic, largely because people are already at their destinations and enjoying time with their family members. Great question about gas. If you look at the situation from a year ago, we're actually down about $1 a gallon. It's $3.50 or so versus $4.50 last year. And yet, despite that fact, fewer people are slated to drive this year than last year, perhaps because they really do want to fly. So we're seeing the tickets for airfare moving upwards, guys.
They're already high enough as it is. All right, Sam, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, Brian Kohberger, the man accused of stabbing 4 University of Idaho students to death, is scheduled to enter his plea in court today. It comes nearly a week after he was indicted by a grand jury.
NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz joins us from outside the courthouse with more. Gotti, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, he's expected to be here in court in about 3 hours. This will be the first time that the families of the victims see if he's going to plead guilty or not guilty in this case. It has been 6 months since those murders, and there are new questions arising over the knife and sheath at the center of this case, a knife and sheath that may have been bought on Amazon.
This morning, accused killer Brian Kohberger will make his first court appearance since being indicted by a grand jury on 4 murder charges. A spokesperson for the court says the process should be quick.
This is basically procedural around advisory of rights, entry of plea, possibly bond.
Kohberger is expected to enter his plea today. He said through a previous defense attorney he believes he'll be exonerated. The indictment comes 6 months after the shocking killings of 4 college students, Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Gonzalez, and Madison Mogan, in their shared home near the University of Idaho campus. Maddie Mogan would have turned 22 this week.
I want people to remember Maddie as just being a loving, caring, just beautiful person who everybody just misses so much.
According to court documents, DNA traced to Kohberger was found on a knife sheath at the crime scene. And in a recent Dateline exclusive, a source with inside knowledge of the investigation says detectives have found evidence that several months before the murders, Kohberger went on Amazon to buy a K-bar knife and sheath. Greg Cooper, a retired FBI profiler who has studied killers of multiple victims, sharing his theory.
He's been thinking about committing crimes for a long time.
With that knife?
Absolutely. He has to become familiar with it, feel at ease with it.
The Dateline report highlighting another disturbing incident. A source recounting that Kohberger befriended a woman in his graduate criminology cohort who, after finding things amiss inside her apartment, called Kohberger for help. The source says Kohberger volunteered to install a video security system himself.
After the installation, our source says, police believe Kohberger, if he was close enough to the woman's apartment, could pull up the cameras himself for a look, because Kohberger knew the woman's Wi-Fi password.
The source adding that Kohberger is now considered a strong suspect in the break-in, though he has not been charged in connection with the incident. Meanwhile, Kaylee Gonzalez's family looking toward the trial.
If this individual is the right one, then he picked the wrong family. We're ready for this case.
And the Gonzalez family attorney says that the Gonzalez family will be here. Steve Gonzalez, Kaylee Gonzalez's father, has said in the past that he wants to look Kohlberger in the eye. Guys, back to you.
Such a heartbreaking time for those families. All right, Gotti, thanks.
Let's bring back our friend, meteorologist Michelle Grossman, for your Morning News Now forecast.
Hey, good morning, Michelle. Great to see you again.
Good morning, guys. Great to see you, too. And we need the umbrella in spots this morning because we're watching a few areas where we're seeing some showers, even the chance for some storms as we go throughout the afternoon. This is what it looks like today. We're starting at the west coast, portions of the Intermountain West into the Rockies, seeing the chance for some showers. The southern plains as well, we have a disturbance that's working through. We're going to see several disturbances working through. So we could see some flash flooding there. Another spot where we could see some flash flooding is in the southeast along the Gulf Coast states. We have a front that's sort of draped over that area. It will stay in place over the next few days. So we're looking at the chance for even up to 7 inches of rain in some spots. And we could see rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour. In the upper Midwest, it's going to be warm. The northern plains are going to be warm too. And we're looking at a lot of abundant sunshine there. Could see a few showers on the border of New York and Pennsylvania. Otherwise, we are quiet in the Northeast, also New England. Then as we near Wednesday, showers and storms back into New England. Still some showers falling in Florida. We're going to be watching for some flooding conditions there with all the rain falling over the next several days. Strong storms still in portions of the southern plains. So we're going to be stuck in a pattern over the next few days. And you can see all this rain stretching from the Intermountain West into the Rockies once again. Sunny and hot in the Southwest. And we're nice in the Pacific Northwest on Wednesday. Then as we get closer to the Memorial Day weekend, we're looking at Friday. Lots of rain, unfortunately, to kick off your weekend from the northern plains, central plains, southern plains, the Intermountain West once again. Warm Gulf Coast, that's a good news. We're going to dry out there. But notice in Florida, once again, looking at the chance for some showers. That's kicking off the weekend along with the Carolinas as well. We're a little bit cooler in the Northeast. And then let's look at the Memorial Day weekend because it's never too early. By Saturday, looking at Rockies, the storms there, rainy and cool along the Carolina coast. It's going to be sunny and hot in the along the Gulf Coast. Sorry, the Carolinas rainy and cool. But notice Florida, we're still dealing with those showers as we near Saturday. And then Sunday, we're going to bring that shower threat into the mid-Atlantic, portions of the Northeast, more storms in parts of the Intermountain West, the northern plains, the central plains, desert heat. We're going to be heating it up there into the mid-90s, near 100 degrees in many spots. And Memorial Day weekend, showers and storms still in the Intermountain West. They cannot catch a break over the next 7 days. Warm for many in portions of the Tennessee Valley and unfortunately soggy along the coast in the mid-Atlantic and also the Carolinas. This is what it looks like right now. We're looking at radar and we're looking at that green. We're also looking at those darker colors. That's where we're seeing the rain falling right now. So guys, the big takeaway for today, we're looking at showers and storms in Texas, also Oklahoma, and really a lot of rain along the Gulf Coast and Southeast.
And your forecast here might impact Sam's report we just saw and change the locations folks want to visit for Memorial Day weekend.
It's not so true. It's like, make those changes. And where am I going to fly out of?
Exactly. Florida looks okay, I guess. So. You're safe in Florida.
For now.
It's always nice there anyway, even if it's raining.
Sure. Thanks, Michelle.
Sure.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now, a miraculous journey of recovery for one college grad who's proving anything is possible one small step at a time.
Plus, the race to Mars is officially on, with NASA looking to get ahead of China by going back to the future with nuclear power. We're going to explain after this.
We're back now from Las Vegas, Seattle, Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas, Seattle, Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people.
Good day. We are coming on the air with breaking news. The GOP field for 2024 presidential candidates is growing.
South Carolina Republican Senator Tim Scott is just about to announce his bid for the White House from his alma mater of Charleston Southern University. Let's listen in.
God bless you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Obviously, I can't dance, as you know that already. So, how's everyone doing today? Woo! I will say, you all look fantastic. What a great place to be. And I will say, without any question, I am so happy to be back in North Charleston, South Carolina. And I can't tell you how much I mean this in the depths of my heart. I'm so proud to be an American. I hope you are. Are you proud to be an American? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Oh, yeah. America is the greatest nation on God's green earth. And our greatness doesn't come from politicians. Doesn't come from the government. It comes from we the people. We the people. And I'll tell you, and when I think about the greatness of America, I have to start with my favorite American, my amazing mother. Where is my mama? I love you, Mom. It is hard to find your own mom in a crowd this big. And so diverse, too. Let me just say this real quick here. To my mother, thank you for your hard work and your dedication. Thank you for believing in me when no one else did. I'll tell you that before. Thank you. The longer you all shout, the longer it goes. So this is not too bad for me. I don't mind. This is good. I got to go back to Washington next week, so this is all the fun I get to have. But I will say without any question that when you think about, Mom, come up here for a second. When you think about the miracle of America, it always comes down to someone who loves unconditionally, who goes the extra mile, who's tough as nails, and who puts it all on the line. And for me, y'all be careful back there now. For me, it's my mom. Now, if you've heard my story, and most of you have heard my story, I'm gonna tell it again anyways, by the way. So laugh when you're supposed. I can't believe my little buddy took my best line, by the way. It's amazing. But I will say this, Mom, I love you. Thank you for your sacrifice. Thank you for standing strong in the middle of the fire. Y'all should thank her too. That's right. That's right. Amazing. I'll also say this, though, that when I was growing up in a single-parent household, there was a guy from the Citadel named John Moniz. John was the mentor I needed at the right time. I have had more mentors since then. Of course, I've got great mentors, and I thank God Almighty that he continues to provide me with really cool mentors. One of my mentors, Larry Ellison's with us today, and I am so thankful to have so many different mentors in the house. But I will say that there was a guy named John Moniz who mattered so much. And I think Janice is with us today somewhere. Janice is over here. So come here, Janice. So for those of you unaware of this, when I was a kid growing up and I was failing out of school, and my nephew just told a part of the story, it was Janice's husband then, John Moniz, who caught me at the right time, who helped me survive some really hard times. And for those of you who wonder if it's possible for a broken kid in a broken home to rise beyond their circumstances, the answer is yes. And for those of you who wonder if America is a racist country, take a look at how people come together. All of God's people come together. Black ones and white ones, and red ones and brown ones, working together. Because love, unconditional love, binds hearts together. We are not defined by the color of our skin. We are defined by the content of our character. And if anyone tells you anything different, they're a lion. I wanted to present both of you. Thank you, Jordan. Jordan is Janice's granddaughter, and my mother gave her flowers when she was first born. So I wanted to return the favor to these two women who made this possible. All right, let's get the speech started. Which also means going back to the beginning of the speech. There you go. We live in the land of opportunity. We live in the land where it is absolutely possible for a kid raised in poverty, in a single-parent household, in a small apartment, to one day serve in the People's House, and maybe even the White House. This is the greatest nation on God's green earth. Today I'm thinking back to my grandfather, born in 1921 in Sally, South Carolina, in the Deep South. By the time he was in the 3rd grade, he was forced out of school, his education was over, and he was forced to start picking cotton. But my grandfather lived long enough to watch his grandson pick out a seat in Congress. That's the evolution of the country we live in. My family went from cotton to Congress in his lifetime. And it was only possible because my grandfather had a stubborn faith. Faith in God, faith in himself, and faith in what America would be. He looked beyond the pain of his present, and he saw the promise of his future. That black man who struggled through the Jim Crow South believed then what some doubt now in the goodness of America. I was 7 years old when my parents divorced. We moved in with my grandparents. My mom and my brother, we all three shared one bed and one bedroom in that 700 square foot rental home. But my grandfather said to me, son, you can be bitter or you can be better, but you can't be both. You see, he chose patriotism over pity. He focused on the windshield of his life and not on the rearview mirror. And today, I'm living proof that America is the land of opportunity and not a land of oppression. Amen. But you see, this isn't just my story. It's all of our stories. The circumstances and the situations may be different. The details may change. But every single one of us are here because of the American journey, where there were obstacles that became opportunities, and our pain revealed our purpose. If you believe that, can somebody say amen? But unfortunately, under President Biden, our nation is retreating away from patriotism and faith. The fewest people in 30 years believe that their kids will be better off than their parents. And the radical left is pushing us into a culture of grievance instead of a culture of greatness. My mom worked 16-hour days as a nurse's aide, changing bedpans and rolling patients. It was hard work. It wasn't glamorous. But those 16-hour days put food on the table and kept the lights on. They empowered her to move her boys out of a place filled with pain into a home filled with love. My mom's work ethic taught me that there is dignity in all work. And that's why I know if you are able-bodied, you work, period. Everybody should go to work if you can. My mom said to me, son, you can be a victim or we can be victors. She chose victorious. But under President Biden, our nation is retreating away from work and dignity. Millions and millions of people have dropped out of the workforce entirely. And the share of working-age men choosing to work is the lowest it has ever been. That is pathetic. My mom, working those 16 hours, I was kind of feeling sorry for myself. My mom was too busy. My dad wasn't there. We didn't have money for the simple little treats. I felt disillusioned and angry, and I was challenged, young man. And I felt like the weight of the world was accumulating on my shoulders. And that's why I love the Moniz family, because when I was 15 years old, I met John Moniz, a Chick-fil-A operator, a Citadel graduate, who came into my life right when I needed a mentor the most. And he started teaching me some very basic life principles. He said, Tim, having a job would be good, but creating jobs would be better. I like that concept, by the way. I really appreciate that lesson. He also said that one day you'll know the difference between your income that helps your lifestyle and a profit that can change your entire community. John taught me that anyone from anywhere at any time could rise above their wildest expectations and imagination. But first, I had to take responsibility for myself. He told me in the most loving way possible to look in the mirror and to blame myself. He said, don't blame your mom who's working those 16-hour days. Don't blame your dad because he's not around. He said, if you see the problem in the mirror, then you see the promise. If you see the obstacles, you uncover the opportunities. I chose personal responsibility over resentment. I became the master of my fate. But today, the Biden administration has us retreating away from earned success, aspiration, and accountability. He wants to make waitresses and mechanics pay for the student loans of lawyers and doctors making six figures. I believe them. This administration has taxed, borrowed, and spent trillions of dollars trying to replace a hand up with handouts. And all they bought us was crushing inflation that has devastated families like the one I was raised in. Like many poor families, we moved around a lot. By the time I was in the 4th grade, I had attended 4 different elementary schools. And as my nephew shared so publicly, wow, little Ben, my little buddy, gosh, darn, thanks so much for that. By the time I was a freshman in high school, I wasn't doing very well. As he said, I failed 4 subjects: Spanish and English, world geography, and civics. Now, for those of you not familiar with civics, civics is the study of politics. I will say this, though. I'll say this. Hey, hallelujah. Yes. I'll say this, though. I'll say this. After 10 years in the Senate, I am not the only one failing civics in the nation's capital. I'm not the only one failing civics in America's capital. But that is where I found my unhappy self. My mom was a tireless encourager, and she still is. But when she saw my report card that year at the end, come on, you said, come on. I wish that's what she said. But she had a different approach. She introduced me to a different form of encouragement. It was applied from right about here all the way down to here. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Okay, good. Well, then you realize I went to summer school, caught up with my class, and I never failed another subject for the rest of my life. Thank God for a good mama. I started college on a very small football scholarship at a Christian school. But that's where I learned that Jesus was my life and football just a game. I found my true hope in the words in Ephesians 3:20, that God is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we ask or imagine. And I graduated, hallelujah, and I graduated with a degree in political science from Charleston Southern University. Home of the Bucks. You see, I have lived that the closest thing to magic in America is a good education. But today, the far left has us retreating away from excellence in schools. Extreme liberals are letting big labor bosses trap millions of kids in failing schools. They're replacing education with indoctrination. They spent COVID locking kids out of the classroom, and now they're locking kids out of their futures. And in Biden's America, crime is on the rise and law enforcement is in retreat. The far left is ending cash bails. They're demonizing, demoralizing, and defunding the police. I grew up in neighborhoods alongside people who ended up incarcerated or in the cemetery too, but cemetery as well. We needed more public safety, not less. We cannot have innocent people at risk, police officers getting ambushed and attacked, and seniors locked in their homes from the time the sun goes down until the sun comes up. Joe Biden and the radical left are attacking every single rung of the ladder that helped me climb. And that's why I'm announcing today that I'm running for President of the United States of America. Thank you. Thank you. You see, they're attacking our American values, our schools, our economy, and our security. But not on my watch. Not on my watch. That won't work. I cannot stand by while this is done to America. She's done too much for me. Our nation, our values, and our people are strong, but our president is weak. America is not a nation.
You are listening to South Carolina Senator Tim Scott, who just moments ago officially announced his candidacy for president in the 2024 race. He is having an audio issue right now. Even with two microphones in his hands and one on his shirt right now, we still can't hear him. So we're going to continue.
Okay,
We can
looks
take a
like
listen
they
to
do
it.
have it back.
Thank you. Let's see if this one works. All right. Good catch. But under Joe Biden, our nation is not a nation in decline. But under Joe Biden, we have become a nation in retreat. Retreating from our heritage and our history. Retreating from personal responsibility and hard work. Retreating from strength and security. Even retreating from religious liberty and the worship of God himself. They say opportunity in America is a myth, and faith in America is a fraud. But the truth of my life disproves their lies. The good news is all we need to do is turn around. On my first day as Commander-in-Chief, the strongest nation on earth will stop retreating from our southern border. If you don't control your back door, it's not your house. And if our southern border is unsafe and insecure, it's not our country. Hundreds of people on our terrorist watch list are crossing our borders. Chinese nationals are flooding into Mexico to break in. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are doing nothing when 70,000 Americans lose their lives to fentanyl. Every county in this country has become a border county. The left shut down our schools and churches in the name of slowing a virus, but they won't secure the border to protect our families from fentanyl. When I am president, the drug cartels using Chinese labs and Mexican factories to kill Americans will cease to exist. I will freeze their assets, I will build the wall, and I will allow the world's greatest military to fight these terrorists, because that's exactly what they are. Security needs starts on our border, but it doesn't end there. We have spent decades getting deeper and deeper into debt to the Chinese Communist Party. Their goal is not just to surpass us, their goal is to beat us. I'm reminded of a Bible verse, Proverbs 22:7, that says that borrower is slave to the lender. It goes beyond our finances, though. It's about our supply chains. It's about medicines and microchips and critical minerals. It's about China buying American farmland, infiltrating our airspace, and tracking our kids. It's about President Xi siding with Putin and Iran. America can win this competition, but Joe Biden cannot. As president, I will rebuild a military so lethal and powerful that our adversaries will fear us. And our allies will respect us. My father, who's with us today, spent 27 years in the Air Force. My two brothers spent 2 decades each in the military. 3 decades for my older, better-looking brother. 85 years of combined military service between them. When I'm president, our service members will have every tool they need, and our veterans will have every resource they deserve. And we will not try to be the world's police. Not our job. But we will always defend America's national vital interests and our people, wherever they are. And we will win the next century by the strength of our economy. China started this new economic Cold War, but America, we're going to finish it. I was one of the lead authors for the Republican tax reform bill that slashed taxes for families, brought jobs and investment back from overseas, and created my signature legislation, the Opportunity Zones, that's brought billions of dollars back into poorest communities that have been left behind. We created high employment, low inflation, and the fastest growing economy for the working class people we've seen in 50 years. That was just one bill. Imagine what we could do with an entire agenda. I will be the president who ramps up research and development, reclaims our supply chains, and re-energizes our manufacturing base with Opportunity Zones 2.0 and an entire Made in America agenda. I see an era of exponential innovation where America leads the world with new breakthroughs, where new medical cures and cheaper drugs and lower healthcare costs become the norm, lengthening the lives of our citizens, where law enforcement has advanced equipment to keep each and every one of them safe, where we have huge new American factories creating high-paying American jobs, running on plentiful, cheap American energy. But America cannot be safe or secure if we sink into a cultural quicksand here at home. As president, I will rebuild and restore every rung of the ladder that helped me climb. Because I want my story to pale in comparison to your stories. As president, I will motivate, inspire, and require every able-bodied citizen to take responsibility and go to work. We will back the blue, secure our streets, and finally make it a federal crime to kill, ambush, or assault a cop in this country. I will lead a revolution for excellence in our schools. Less CRT and more ABCs. I will not rest until every family has a choice and every parent has a voice, giving every child a chance. And no child should be forced to attend failing schools simply because they live in the wrong zip code. I will be the president who destroys the liberal lie that America is an evil country. I think back a couple of years ago when I addressed the nation, and I said, America is not a racist country. We need to stop canceling our founding fathers and start celebrating them for the geniuses that they were. They weren't perfect, but they believed that we could become a more perfect union. Finally, my grandfather's stubborn faith was not just faith in the goodness of America. It was faith in God himself. Amen. I will be the president who stops the far left's assault on our religious liberty. I will preserve one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You're listening to Republican Senator Tim Scott, who is officially announcing his candidacy for the 2024 presidential race. Let's go right to our senior national correspondent, Tom Yamas, who is in South Carolina, is going to be speaking exclusively with Senator Scott later today. Tom, talk to us about the significance of this announcement.
Yeah, well, look, a lot of American voters just heard maybe for the first time from Senator Tim Scott right there. If you don't live in South Carolina, you can see he's going to come in with a very optimistic message. He did not mention former President Trump. He didn't mention Governor DeSantis. He didn't really mention any other competitors in the GOP primary. This speaks to the way he wants to run this race. He's going to focus on optimism. He's going to focus on his plans, and he's going to try to go at this without going at his other rivals. Now, whether that lasts, we'll have to wait and see. He did make a bit of news there, though. He announced his border policy, saying that he would use the U.S. military, essentially use the U.S. military to go after drug cartels in Mexico. Mexico's president has said time and time again the U.S. cannot do this. They shouldn't do this, that it's incredibly irresponsible, and it would attack their own sovereignty there in Mexico. So I'm going to ask him about that, along with a lot of other things. We heard him speak out in defense of police officers we didn't really hear him speak about people who have been victims of police, people like Tyree Nichols as well. I'm going to talk to him about that because he has worked on police reform. The problem is they've never been able to pass it into law so far. So a lot to get through with the U.S. Senator from South Carolina, who's now a candidate for president. He joins, of course, former President Donald Trump. We expect Governor Ron DeSantis to announce this week as well. Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley is in it as well, which makes things a little difficult for him here in South Carolina. So we're going to have to wait and see how the race shakes up, but we'll have a big interview with him later tonight. It'll air first on Nightly News and then much more coming up on Top Story. Guys?
All right, Tom, thank you so much for watching our live coverage of Tim Scott's announcement as he launches his campaign for president. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Stephen Romo. A reminder about that Tom Llamas interview with Senator Scott this evening. Thanks so much.
Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
How I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
We begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Happy Monday, busy news day. Glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
And I'm Sinclair Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today's Monday, May 22nd. Kohberger in court. The Idaho College murder suspect is making his first court appearance since being indicted by a grand jury. We're going to go live to the courthouse for his plea.
Funding the fight, the U.S. is sending Ukraine another $375 million in military aid. Plus, an update on the eastern city of Bakhmut, where the bloodiest battle of the war is being fought.
Common condition. A study found that cases of chronic pain are more prevalent than new diagnoses of diabetes or depression. More on the cause of these findings and where to seek treatment if you are experiencing chronic pain yourself.
Scholarly scavenger hunt. 3 Arizona women are sharing their love of reading by hiding books throughout their city for people to find. How the project has brought the community together and roped in new readers.
Love that one.
Yeah.
Well, welcome to NBC News Daily. Really happy you could join us today. We're going to start in Moscow, Idaho, where the man accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students will appear in court at any moment. Brian Kohberger was indicted last week. Today, he is expected to enter a plea for the 4 first-degree murder counts he faces and 1 burglary count.
Yeah, that's right. This will be the first time the suspect is seen in court since his initial appearance shortly after his arrest late last year. If he's found guilty, he could face the death penalty. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now from Moscow with the latest. So, Aaron, what do we expect to happen in court today?
Hey, Sinclair. Well, as you say, proceedings here in Moscow, Idaho, the Leda County Courthouse are expected to begin really at any moment. Some of the family members of the victims have arrived at the courthouse. We have yet to hear from an NBC producer inside the courthouse behind me that Brian Kohberger has entered the courtroom for a proceeding that's expected to be largely procedural. He is expected to enter a plea, although it's possible that the defense chooses to delay that, to defer that to another day, given the fact that this grand jury indictment just happened last week. They will have not had access to those proceedings, those court filings. It's possible the defense will want more time with those documents, because once Brian Kohberger enters a plea, that impacts the timing of the proceedings. The state will then have some 6 months with which to set a court date. Also, the clock starts ticking on the prosecution. The prosecution will then have some 60 days to declare whether or not it intends to pursue the death penalty, which legal experts say is a distinct possibility.
Aaron, there was a gripping Dateline about this case last Friday. And what else are you learning right now about the suspect from sources that have knowledge of the investigation ongoing?
Yeah, that's right. Sources with knowledge of the investigation tells Dateline NBC that in the months prior to these murders, the murder suspect Bryan Kohberger did purchase a K-bar knife and sheath off of Amazon.com. Now, the murder weapon has never been found. And according to this source, though, there were also some questions. It was a very uncomfortable Christmas at the Kohberger household there in Pennsylvania. His family openly searching that white Hyundai Elantra for evidence, although the source with knowledge of the investigation telling Dateline NBC that police had observed him cleaning the car prior to his arrest.
NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin live in Moscow, Idaho for us. Aaron, thank you.
Well, Vicky, Ukrainian forces are now fighting to regain control of Bakhmut, just days after Russia claimed to capture the eastern city. A top Ukrainian official insists they still have a small foothold there. President Biden also says the U.S. will send Ukraine another $375 million in military aid. NBC News forward correspondent Molly Hunter is in Kharkiv with the latest. So, Molly, the fight for Bakhmut has been one of the deadliest battles of this war. Thousands of troops have died, the city essentially decimated. So can you just explain for us why the conflict there specifically is so significant?
Yeah, Zinkley, and I would actually step up that death toll. I think both sides, the estimate for military casualties inside that city, and look, on both sides, it is a closely guarded government secret, are in the tens of thousands. We don't know the true cost of this battle. It's been going about 9 months, Zinkley. I do just want to bring you kind of up to speed as far as the he said claims over the weekend. Russia claimed full control over the city, and what we're seeing today from Ukraine is not necessarily kind of an effort to retake the city center. What they're doing and what they're saying is not only do they control a very, very small kind of part of it, but they're reframing it as a battle for the outskirts. So Ukrainian officials are saying that they still are pushing on the flanks. They are not saying that they're in the city center. They have lost their last kind of foothold in that city center. But Ukrainian officials, Zinkley, have long said that really this battle was a way to exhaust and run out Russian troops, really keep Russian troops occupied in a protracted battle, which allows Ukrainian troops in other parts of the country to rearm and prep for that counteroffensive that we have been hearing for. As far as the significance of the town specifically, though, it is not a particularly strategic town, but it has now become unbelievably symbolic for Russia, and really it represents their biggest battlefield win for the Russian propaganda machine since last summer.
And Molly, as you clearly laid out, the fight really does continue. So let's talk about this new military aid package and how is Russia reacting to the U.S.'s decision to train Ukrainian pilots to fly F-16 fighter jets. Obviously, that's no small feat, right?
Yeah, no small feat at all, and certainly is not an immediate gift, I should say, from the international community. The military analysts we have spoken with put the estimate for the actual delivery of F-16s and the actual delivery of pilots who can fly F-16s, Ukrainian pilots, months up to a year. But we did get almost an immediate reaction. I'm just looking down to read. A deputy foreign minister in Russia called it a colossal risk almost immediately after the news over the weekend. And then actually the Russian ambassador to the U.S. over the weekend, Zinkley, warned that strikes on Crimea are considered by the U.S. and by us, an attack on any other region of the Russian Federation. He is alluding to President Biden's answer to Peter Alexander's question about where F-16s would be allowed to be used. And he was very clear that he'd gotten assurances from President Zelensky that they would not use F-16s across the Russian borders, Zinkley.
All right, a lot to follow here. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter, thank you.
Molly, Zinkley, right now the Axiom 2 crew is settling in after docking with the International Space Station just a few hours ago. The 4-person crew took off last night from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello was there for the launch. He has also been working on a new documentary called Race to Mars for Meet the Press Reports. Hey, Tom, it is good to see you. So tell us all about it. When can we go to Mars?
Well, I don't know. Get your ticket now. I should tell you, we have just a torrential rainstorm that's just moved in here. But the launch yesterday was absolutely fantastic. And then the crew just docked at the International Space Station within the past few hours. In the meantime, as you mentioned, NASA is focused on going to the moon and eventually to Mars. And we were surprised to find out that to get to Mars, NASA is going to go nuclear.
1 month after Elon Musk's Starship launched, then broke apart on liftoff.
A rapid, unscheduled disassembly.
Both SpaceX and NASA insist they're committed to the rocket. First to land astronauts on the moon, but ultimately to carry crews to Mars as soon as 2040. While science and exploration are the driving motivators, there's also a competitive factor: China.
The Chinese government is very secretive, and a lot of their plans involve their military preparations. And so there's a reason for us to get there first.
And NASA wants to get there faster. A round-trip mission to Mars could take 2 to 3 years. So to cut the travel time, America is going back to the future.
This project was called NERVA.
To the 1960s, and a government program most Americans have never heard of, to develop nuclear-powered rockets.
Someday, a manned trip to Mars and return may become the mission assignment.
It turns out they made big progress back in the 60s, running expensive tests. The goal now, send astronauts to the moon and beyond on nuclear rockets.
When the Apollo astronauts went to the moon, they needed 5 of these massive F-1 engines just to get them off the Earth and escape the Earth's gravitational pull. 7.5 million pounds of thrust. Here at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, they've got an exact replica to scale of the Saturn V, 363 feet tall. Future astronauts will need that kind of lift, but once they're in space, they can use a much smaller engine, a nuclear engine, to go all the way to Mars and back, a fraction of the size. And that engine could last 20 years. This is a big place.
It's happening now at the Marshall Test Flight Center in Huntsville.
This is where they put components of nuclear thermal rockets, such as this fuel element here, and like the one that you're holding.
These are the building blocks for America's future nuclear propulsion going to space.
Yes.
But America's best-known astrophysicist, Neil deGrasse Tyson, wonders why we're going.
So I'm all for people in space, but to accomplish scientific goals, the robot can live off of sunlight and you can't. The robot is not going to cry because we ran out of money and we can't bring you back.
Tom, I love that. He's basically choosing the robots over us. Can I just say that was so cool to see you underneath the rocket, and then you were saying it'd be much smaller with this nuclear technology. How does that work?
Well, so in space, that nuclear rocket would fire, right? They'd still need that kind of lift to get off the Earth, but then in space, they would fire the nuclear rocket, and they're off to the races. They're off to Mars. That's the hope, anyway. And again, the hope is that they can launch and go to Mars, putting humans on Mars in 2040. By the way, we have a great documentary just rolled out, Meet the Press Reports. It's on NBC News Now. It's also on YouTube, on Roku. And if you get a chance to check it out, if you have a space geek in the family, Race to Mars, Meet the Press Reports.
Hey, if you did it, it's definitely going to be worth watching. Thank you so much, NBC News correspondent Tom Costello. There it is, Race to Mars. Watch it on NBC News Now. Thanks, Tom.
Well, let's turn now from space to back here on Earth for our CNBC Money Minute. European privacy regulators are fining Meta a record $1.3 billion for sending user information collected from Facebook users in Europe to the United States.
Big fine. CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac joins us now. So, Steve, Meta's top EU regulator says Facebook illegally stored European user data on United States servers for years. So, this is a huge fine. How's Meta responding?
Well, Vicky, Meta said it's planning to appeal the ruling and what it calls a, quote, unjustified and unnecessary fine. The social media giant also said there is no immediate disruption to Facebook in Europe. Meantime, Venmo is opening up its platform to teenagers with their parents' permission, of course. The new feature, Venmo Teen Accounts, will allow parents to create accounts for minors aged 13 to 17. Accounts will come with a debit card and offer no-fee cash withdrawals at participating ATMs. The new accounts will begin rolling out next month. I'll send things back over to you guys.
All right, I guess allowances will come through Venmo now.
I know they can.
Exactly.
That's true.
If they're not already.
Yeah, CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac, thank you.
Coming up, chronic pain is plaguing more people than ever before. How to get help and treat the issue without breaking the bank. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. New research by the CDC shows that a growing number of Americans are experiencing chronic pain at much higher rates than before, more than other common conditions like diabetes or depression.
Yet doctors and researchers are now developing modernized treatments to help Americans, but issues of affordability and healthcare accessibility, well, those are major obstacles to care. Here now is NBC News medical contributor and CEO of Advancing Health Equity, Dr. Uche Blackstock. Always good to see you, Doc. So what kind of chronic pain is most commonly reported, and also what are the contributing factors to everybody seeing an increased rate of this chronic pain?
Right. Hi, Binkley. Hi, Vicki. So basically what we're seeing is increased complaints of back pain. Back pain is the most common, followed by neck pain, and then also headaches. And we know that this is just becoming more and more common because we are leading more unhealthy lives. Mm-hmm. We are living longer. We're exercising less. We're not eating as well. And Vicki, as you mentioned, there are accessibility issues and barriers for people in terms of getting the care that they deserve. And some people, just kind of feel the pain and say, hey, I'm just going to suck it up and I'm going to go to work or just kind of keep going.
Yeah, I mean, Dr. Blackstock, there are so many contributing factors here. So how chronic or persistent does the pain have to be before someone should seek professional help? And also, is there a specific demographic that may be more susceptible to this kind of thing?
Right. So this study actually defined chronic pain as pain on most days over a 3-month period, and also pain that interferes with your activities of daily living. So I would say that, if that is happening for most people, you should absolutely seek care. We're finding that people who are older are more likely to experience chronic pain. And also the study found that people who don't have a college education are more likely to experience pain, which probably has a lot to do with accessibility issues and barriers.
Dr. Blackstock, we have heard that treatments like physical therapy, going to a chiropractor, psychotherapy, obviously those can be expensive, and not everyone has access to those kinds of treatments. So if you are trying to treat yourself at home for this chronic pain, what do you need to know about safely using over-the-counter or even prescribed painkillers?
Yeah, so, I would say this, ibuprofen, which goes by the brand name Motrin, and acetaminophen, which goes by Tylenol, those are over-the-counter painkillers that actually are quite effective, and when taken as directed, are safe. They're safe and effective. If those are no longer working, that is when you go and you seek, a medical help and advice, and then they would start you on opioid painkillers, which are stronger in terms of treating pain, but often have side effects that can cause sedation and other untoward effects like difficulty driving or operating heavy machinery. But then there are other things people are trying, like acupuncture or yoga. And so those are more sort of holistic ways of thinking about how to treat pain.
Yeah, you talked about alternatives to medicine. I wonder generally what habits or activities can people adopt holistically to treat their pain or maybe even prevent it from starting?
Yeah, so again, just trying to lead a healthy life. And I know there's so many systemic barriers to that, but, eating well, making sure that you're exercising. Weight training is also really, really important, especially around the core. That can help significantly with back pain. Stretching is also very, very important. And then, there are these new therapies that are being used, like nerve cell stimulators. I mentioned acupuncture and some other holistic therapies that can really help people. So please talk to your physician or your health professional about the options that are out there for you.
Yeah, so many options to stay safe and healthy.
Yeah, you don't have to suffer in silence, right?
Absolutely. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Uche Blackstock, thank you.
Well, a new vaccine for the avian bird flu could soon be on the way. We are seeing the broadest global outbreak of the highly contagious disease since 1996 among wild birds and poultry.
Yeah, last month, the U.S. Agriculture Department announced that it started testing several vaccines for poultry after the H5N1 strain killed nearly 59 million commercial birds in less than 2 years. So far, there's no evidence that the virus has spread from person to person.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
A deadly stampede took the lives of 12 people at a major soccer game in El Salvador over the weekend. NBC News correspondent George Solis has the details, and we do want to warn you, some of the images are graphic.
Joy devolving into despair in El Salvador. Government officials denouncing the violence, including reports some spectators impeded rescue efforts. Un evento deportivo. A sporting celebration turned into a disgrace, said one official. Tonight, authorities are still investigating what sparked the stampede that claimed at least 12 lives and injured close to 90. There was an avalanche and the gate was pushed down. Many fans say they were sold fake tickets. Others saying there was an overselling of tickets on the black market, said another official. The stadium, one of the largest in Central America, transforming into a makeshift triage center. Among the injured, Hector Rivas. Rivas telling reporters he attended the quarterfinal matchup with his 14-year-old son. My son was crushed by 20. I thought he was leaving me, Rivas said. Some fans carrying the wounded to safety as loved ones were left to face the horrors. El Salvador's president promising an exhaustive investigation. The country's soccer federation declaring a nationwide suspension of games. A country left lamenting a loss of sport and lives. George Solis, NBC News.
George, thanks for that. Well, Vicky, the Los Angeles Dodgers are under fire for uninviting a drag queen group for their annual Pride Night celebration. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra has more on the controversy.
The LA Dodgers mired in a Pride Night controversy. The team facing backlash for rescinding a community award and a Pride Night invitation to the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence, a historic drag group that describes themselves as queer and trans nuns devoted to charity work.
Our group are feeling angry. Some are feeling very sad. My feeling is disappointment.
Sister Unity is a founding member of the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence LA chapter.
It's not disappointment about the award. It's disappointment that an organization as strong and as important as the Dodgers actually relented and caved in so quickly after the objections were raised.
The move coming after Florida Senator Marco Rubio sent a letter to the MLB blasting the group's inclusion in the Pride Night event, calling the sisters, quote, a lewd imitation of Roman Catholic nuns, and saying the group intentionally mocks and degrades Christians. That letter not sitting well with some locals.
It wasn't his business in Florida.
The conservative-leaning Catholic League also writing a letter to the MLB commissioner saying, quote, if a group of white boys in blackface were to be honored by an MLB team, there is little doubt that the event would be canceled. There is no difference between this and the hateful farce of awarding the sisters.
We don't mock Catholic nuns. We borrow from them. There's a little good-natured, joyful ribbing, but we honor their work and we assume it as well for our community.
The Dodgers announcing Wednesday they were uninviting the group to the June 16th event, quote, given the strong feelings of people who have been offended by the sisters' inclusion in the evening. Senator Rubio responded to the Dodgers' move in a tweet saying, quote, for once, common sense prevailed in California. His office declined our request for an interview. This as members of the LGBTQ community rallies around the sisters, sharing disappointment with the uninvitation. LA Pride and the LA LGBT Center both announcing they're pulling out of Dodgers Pride Night altogether this year.
Certainly there's a financial hit that this has caused for the center by not participating, but it was really important for us to make sure that we were in alliance with the sisters, and participating just would have felt like a betrayal to our community.
I just think it's really sad because we're going backwards and not forward.
Congressman Jimmy Gomez, who represents the district where the Dodgers play, firing back, tweeting, after 10 years of the Dodgers supporting the LGBTQ plus community, it's deeply offensive that they would turn their back on them now. The sisters say they're working to find a way forward as they grapple with the team's decision.
I feel it's a learning opportunity, and I would like to see if the Dodgers, in fact, have a waking up moment to realize that they balance all the communities in Los Angeles.
Marissa Parra, NBC News.
South Carolina Senator Tim Scott officially jumping into the presidential race in the past hour. What that could mean for the growing list of GOP candidates straight ahead. You are watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. That includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Thanks for being with us. I'm Zinklea Samoa.
I'm Vicky Nguyen. Making news right now. At least 3 people are dead, 2 others hurt after a mass shooting at a Missouri nightclub. Police say the shooting happened at Climax Lounge in Kansas City on Sunday. Authorities did not say if anyone has been arrested in connection to the shooting. The investigation is ongoing.
The NAACP is issuing a travel advisory for Florida. The civil rights organization is accusing the state of being, quote, openly hostile towards African Americans and erasing Black history. Governor Ron DeSantis' administration blocked an advanced placement course in African American studies from being taught in high schools earlier this year. DeSantis' office did not immediately respond for comment.
And Warner Brothers Discovery CEO David Zaslav has received a not-so-warm welcome during a commencement speech at Boston University on Sunday. Take a listen.
I have the honor to present David Zaslav for Boston University's honorary degree.
Some cheers, some boos. The CEO was met with from hundreds of students in support of the Hollywood writers' strike. In a statement after the ceremony, Zaslav thanked Boston University for the honor and said he has, quote, immense support for writers.
Well, we've got some big news when it comes to the 2024 election. South Carolina Senator Tim Scott officially launched his presidential campaign last hour before a crowd of supporters at Charleston Southern University.
The Senate's only Black Republican leaned into his optimistic narrative and outlined his campaign that puts his faith and hardship upbringing at the center.
My family went from cotton to Congress in his lifetime. And it was only possible because my grandfather had a stubborn faith. Faith in God, faith in himself, and faith in what America would be.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now from North Charleston, South Carolina, the Scott's hometown where you are. So it was a really positive speech, a lot of energy. He joins a Republican field, Ali, that includes former President Donald Trump, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, and former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson. How is Senator Tim Scott trying to differentiate himself at this point from these other contenders? It's getting crowded.
Well, look, Vicky, at this point, he's not trying to differentiate. He's squarely in the introduction phase. And you watched just a little bit of the message that we heard here from Senator Tim Scott. And frankly, for many people who are tuning into him for the first time, this is their way of getting to know him. He echoed many of the themes that we've seen him tell audiences across the country as he's been traveling during the exploratory phase of his presidential campaign. Now, though, making it official with a lot of those same themes, taking an optimistic swing at conservative messaging, not focusing at this point on the rest of the field, and instead focusing on himself and the Democrats. President Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were name-checked in this speech several times as Scott tried to draw the contrast there as opposed to within his own party. But of course, we know well that he's going to have to make it through a primary field that is getting more crowded, it seems now, by the day. This week, of course, an extremely consequential one as we see not just Scott jumping in officially, but also our sources telling us that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is going to be jumping in as well. And I'm hearing from sources with several other candidates, from Chris Christie to current North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum to former Vice President Mike Pence, saying all of those candidates are also still actively mulling their bids and could also jump in soon. So what might have been a slow start to this race is certainly gaining speed here this week.
I mean, Ali, given all that, notably the #2 Republican in the Senate, John Thune, attended Scott's event today where you are and actually endorsed his presidential bid.
Yeah.
How big of a deal is that when it comes to Scott's support among rank-and-file Republicans?
Look, I think that it's fascinating from the perspective that Senator Tim Scott, being the only senator at this point who's running, does allow his Senate colleagues and, frankly, congressional colleagues who may not be on board the Trump train to give them an out to say, this is someone else who I know from Washington. He is beloved among his colleagues, and he could be someone who provides an alternative. Look, Tim Scott is, by political standards, a young candidate, long seen as a rising star in the Republican Party. Even if this is not a bid that takes him into the White House, it is something that will only gain his national profile. And I think a lot of Republicans, including Thune, are more than aware of that.
Yeah, all eyes on this. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale, thank you so much. And Senator Tim Scott will speak exclusively with NBC's Tom Llamas tonight about his newly announced presidential campaign. That interview will air at 6:30 p.m. Eastern on Nightly News and on Top Story at 7 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Well, Zinkley, President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy are scheduled to meet again today to try and reach a compromise on raising the debt ceiling. But time is running out to strike a deal. We heard from Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen last week. She's saying the country could run out of money to pay its bills as soon as June 1st. That's 10 days away. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Noble's tracking all of this for us. So, Ryan, it sort of is a do-or-die week right now for negotiators. Biden and McCarthy seem optimistic after speaking on the phone last night. But how much progress has actually been made? What's the most realistic path forward at this point?
Yeah, it's a great question, Vicki, and so much of it is happening behind closed doors that we don't know the specifics, but we do know that in just the last few minutes, the negotiators from the White House and from the Speaker's office broke up a meeting that started a little after 9 o'clock this morning and didn't have much to say coming out of that meeting, saying that they've yet to reach an actual deal and that there is still some negotiating that needs to take place. The question is, does that negotiation take place in the Oval Office later tonight when the House Speaker and the President meet face-to-face for the first time in several weeks? Many people believe that this deal is finally going to be broken through between those two men. So we'll have to see if their teams have done enough negotiating behind the scenes leading up to this point that they could push it over the finish line this afternoon. Still seems like a long shot at this point, Vicki, but anything is possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's costing us even as we head up to June 1st, according to the financial experts. Spending cuts, a major sticking point right now. Ryan, talk to us about what's at stake here and how it affects Americans' daily lives.
It could affect the average American in multiple different ways. The federal government will be forced to make tough decisions about what they spend money on and what they decide not to pay out. That could mean salaries for federal workers. It could mean benefits for veterans. It could mean not paying down the debt. And that means the country goes into default for the first time. Speaker McCarthy, aware of all of those things, but still said it's important for his side to negotiate the terms of this agreement. Take a listen.
The underlying issue here is the Democrats, since they took the majority, has been addicted to spending, and that's going to stop. We're going to spend less than we spent last year.
So the question is just how little will the government spend going forward? It does appear that the White House is willing to cut on some level. It's just how much and where those cuts are targeted. That's where the negotiation stands right now. Vicki, we'll have to see if there's any sort of a breakthrough later this afternoon.
All right, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles. Ryan, thank you.
Well, Vicki, for the first time, we're hearing directly from the former Marine accused of killing Jordan Neely on a New York City subway. Police say Daniel Penny put Neely into a chokehold after Neely was allegedly making verbal threats. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has the details, and we want to warn you, some of the video may be hard to watch.
3 weeks since this subway encounter, the man seen holding Jordan Neely in the deadly chokehold is breaking his silence, suggesting he would take action again under similar circumstances. I would, if there was a threat and danger in the present, Daniel Penny told the New York Post. In the interview near his hometown on Long Island, the 24-year-old Marine veteran and college student said this had nothing to do with race, adding, "I judge a person based on their character. I'm not a white supremacist." Penny, who was accused of second-degree manslaughter, wouldn't go into detail about what led up to the confrontation, but indicated it wasn't like anything I'd experienced before. His lawyers say Penny acted in self-defense after Neely, who was homeless and long suffered from mental illness, aggressively threatened him and others on board. Penny wasn't initially arrested, quickly spawning protests that spilled onto subway tracks and dividing political leaders nationwide over crime, so-called vigilantism, and the response to record levels of homelessness. On Friday, hundreds gathered to remember the 30-year-old street performer.
Justice for! Fighting for!
We keep criminalizing people with mental illness. They don't need abuse, they need help.
When asked what Penny would say to Neely's family, he said, "I'm deeply saddened by the loss of life. It's tragic what happened to him. Hopefully we can change the system that so desperately failed us." Penny faces up to 15 years in jail if convicted of manslaughter, a charge lawyers for Neely's family say doesn't go far enough. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
We turn now to a stunning legal settlement from Hyundai and Kia.
Yeah, the Korean automakers have agreed to pay up to $200 million to car owners who claim certain models are too easy to steal. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa explains what victims can expect.
Just got my car back.
Millions of American car owners who say security took a back seat to profit, celebrating a big win. Auto giants Hyundai and Kia agreeing to pay up to $200 million to settle a class action lawsuit covering roughly 8 million vehicles. The suit claiming the automakers failed to equip certain 2011 to 2022 models with adequate anti-theft technology.
This is what they did to my car.
Stealing the cars, now a viral trend.
They made a pretty big mistake.
Victims eligible for payments of up to $6,300, plus up to $4,000 for associated costs like raised insurance premiums.
Our clients are ecstatic. Most of them, are people of modest means. These are not luxury cars.
In a statement, Hyundai noting the eligible owners can get software upgrades fixing the security flaw installed at dealerships. Kia adding the companies have given away thousands of free steering wheel locks. This settlement comes alongside suits from multiple U.S. cities who claim surging car thefts are draining police resources and demands for a federal recall from more than a dozen states. Meanwhile, drivers are exhausted.
You're scarred by this.
Yeah.
We met Chicago retiree Teresa McKinney in March after thieves stole her Kia. She got it back a day later, only to have the steering wheel fall off. Per the settlement, she should be reimbursed for damages.
Maybe it's because of the color of my skin. Maybe it's the area I live in. Or maybe my income. But no, I really don't think so.
You don't think you're going to get your money?
No. No.
Attorneys who filed this lawsuit say they'll contact all eligible Kia and Hyundai owners by mail with instructions, likely starting in August. Hopefully that all resolves soon. Maggie Vespa, thank you.
Well, after the break, how one group of women is inspiring their community to read more by getting people to hunt for books. More NBC News Daily right after this.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
3 Arizona women are working to get their community reading by having a little fun. They've hidden more than 700 books around their town, creating their own kind of scavenger hunt. Today, co-host Jenna Bush-Hager has more on their efforts to get books into the hands of their neighbors.
So we'll start on the east side?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Meet Emily, Jody, and Mary Ellen, the 3 women behind the Tucson Home Gnome.
We wanted to share books in order to help spread literacy and kindness.
An idea that came to Emily during the pandemic.
I felt like so disconnected from everyone in my life. Books were kind of what helped keep me sane. So I was like, what if we just shared books with people? What if we just did a random act of kindness? People could find a book out in their community and maybe realize they're not alone.
But like every good book, they needed a great name.
There's not a lot of great, like, bookish things that rhyme with book. So I was like, tome, tome, tome. And my husband's like, gnome. And I was like, I'm here for this. It's the Tome Gnome. It's the Tucson Tome Gnome.
Every month, the trio chooses a different book to hide.
We want it to be very inclusive, and we also want to amplify marginalized voices. And so we tend to find books that may not be on everyone's radar, but that we love.
To date, we have hidden 730 books. 30 are done scavenger hunt style. We pick a Sunday every month, go hide the book. The other 15, we split between the 3 of us and actually hide in essentially parts of town that we call book deserts, where there may not be easy access to a library.
It takes them about 7 to 8 hours to hide the books.
We sneak out. Well, we don't really sneak out, but we kind of try to look inconspicuous. And we set the book down, and then we post hints throughout the day on Instagram.
Once they post it, I just start driving that way and hope that it's still there when I get there. A couple months ago, I drove all over town. I went to like 8 different spots. I like the community feel of it.
Jessica Hill brings her daughter, Abby.
I love to go and look for them with my family.
It makes me feel like a kid again, right? Going on a hunt and getting to find something that someone else has so lovingly put out there.
And the adventure has captured many new readers, like Cynthia Bardo.
I never used to read, and I think the fun of finding the book helped me stay in the book.
You know, there's a lot in this country that we focus on children's literacy and joy, like book joy for older teens and grown-ups kind of just like drops away. And so I think that's something that the 3 of us really thought was valuable. Like, this is a huge gap, like book joy for adults.
Emily's small idea impacting the Tucson community, 1 page at a time.
It is truly just meant to be this kindness project and seeing people enjoy finding a book.
Jenna Bush-Hager, NBC News.
Jenna, thank you. Well, it's graduation season, Vicki, and with the help of a robotic exoskeleton, one paralyzed Virginia college student beat the odds at his own graduation on Thursday. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more on the power of possibility.
These small steps mean a lot to Khalil Watson.
It's been a journey. It's been lots of ups and downs.
In 2016, Khalil was shot in the neck. The resulting spinal cord injury left him paralyzed from the neck down.
I had to learn how to eat, speak, and breathe on my own.
One of the things he missed while in the hospital, his high school graduation. Khalil was determined to continue his education, studying social work in college.
I have a passion for helping others. After going through the things that I've experienced, I feel like I'll be able to easily connect with and understand individuals who have similar work situations.
Now, thanks to some help from this robotic exoskeleton and therapists at Sheltering Arms Institute in Virginia, Khalil stepping up onto this stage at Reynolds Community College, walking to receive his associate degree in pre-social work.
I did this for God, so friends, my family. I mean, only a few people know what it took for me to get to this point.
Now, with his diploma in hand, Khalil is sharing this message.
Anything is possible. In life, we're going to experience ups and downs. We just have to keep going.
Gabe Gutierrez, NBC News.
Wow, anything is possible.
Love graduation season, yes?
Yeah, it's such a powerful
story. Good to see that. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Stay with us.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Oregon's Willamette Valley is home to more than 700 wineries, but one Korean-American couple is breaking barriers.
NBC News correspondent Kathy Park shows us how their passion project has been 10 years in the making.
They say fine wine gets better with age. For the Chos,
is this exciting to see?
Oh my gosh, I get jazzed about this. Yep, oh, this is awesome.
Even the first buds on their future winery are a sweet reminder of how they got here while breaking barriers along the way.
I don't think we set out to be like the face of the Asian American winemaker, but as we're stepping into it, we're realizing it's a really big thing that we're doing.
Dave and Lois Cho are the first Korean American winemakers in Oregon, according to the Regional Wine Association, and they display it proudly on each of their bottles.
Initially, when we had named our winery, we weren't going to name it after ourselves. Will anyone buy a wine with the Asian American or Asian name on it? And at some point, like, we just said to ourselves, like, let's just do it. Let's just embrace it and be ourselves.
They're now part of a small club of AAPI vintners. There are only a few dozen in the country.
Yeah, beautiful color.
Indian-American winemaker Raj Parr launched Sandhi Wines in 2011 and is now a global star in the industry.
20 years ago, you would not pair wines with like Chinese food or Korean food or Indian food. This industry is not exclusive. It should be inclusive.
But Asian immigrants have often been overlooked when sharing the history behind wineries out west. In the mid-1800s, Chinese laborers in Sonoma Valley cleared land for farming, harvested grapes, and dug out wine caves by hand. Nearly 2 centuries later in Willamette Valley, the significance of this groundbreaking is not lost on the Chos.
I just want to say thank you to the entire team.
It took roughly a decade to turn their dream into reality. Dave went from singing at a winery to learning the craft at Oregon State. Lois left her job as a nurse practitioner to become CEO of Cho Wines. Meanwhile, throw in a pandemic, and you've created a rare blend.
We said, you know, some people are redoing their homes. Why don't we start a winery?
Talk to me about the challenges of getting something like this started.
So you're looking at the whole team. Yeah. So this is a 2-person operated winery. I mean, that we are stretched to the max, you know, but at the same time, it's a great opportunity. We get said we're starting from ground up.
But these days, a little extra help isn't too hard to track down.
Our kids help us out with putting labels on and putting logos on, and with our club members receive it, it's all crooked and things like that.
And we're like, our 5-year-old did this, and we love it. Yeah.
Against the odds, the Chos are making a name for themselves, earning a spot in Wine Enthusiast's Best Wines of 2022.
How does it feel to be actually drinking your product?
When you finish your project and then you can drink it, that's a nice feeling, isn't it?
All right, cheers, everyone. Thanks.
Raising a glass to the fruits of their labor and their budding business. Kathy Park, Willamette Valley, Oregon.
Is it too early for a glass of wine, Sinclair?
It depends where you are.
That's true. 5 o'clock somewhere?
Yes, I'll cheers to that. Well, here's what's trending right now. The Foo Fighters are announcing a brand new member of their team. Musician Josh Freese is set to become the band's new drummer. Freese will succeed the late Taylor Hawkins, who died last year. His addition comes just a few weeks before the release of their first studio album since Hawkins' death.
Well, don't expect to see singer Miley Cyrus in an arena anytime soon. The pop star got candid about her feelings towards huge tours. She did a recent interview with British Vogue, and Cyrus says big performances make her feel uncomfortable, and she has no connection with the audience. She says she prefers performing in smaller, more intimate spaces. Makes sense.
Yeah. Well, speaking of big performances, though, the basketball legend Carmelo Anthony is retiring from the NBA. The star forward took to Twitter to announce the news, calling his decision bittersweet. Anthony will retire with more than 28,000 career points, making him number 9 on the NBA's all-time scoring list. Wow. He posted a goodbye video thanking his fans for their support during his 19 seasons on the court.
A career to be proud of, Melo. We will miss you.
Yeah, we will.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Sinclair Samwa. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. That includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock, and all those other places you see on your screen.
Oh, Fire TV?
Hey, don't forget it. The news continues right after this. everyone, and happy Monday. I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Great to be with you. I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, May 22nd. High stakes, face-to-face. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen tells NBC News that early June is a hard deadline for the U.S. to pay its bills. We have an update on the debt ceiling negotiations amid a dire need to strike a deal.
Out of this world, SpaceX delivered another quartet of astronauts to the International Space Station that included 2 Americans and 2 Saudis. We will check in on the crew as they kick off their week-long mission in the sky.
Sunday scaries. We all know that feeling of fear as the weekend wraps up and the work week creeps closer. So how do you cope when your anxiety is getting the best of you and when it might suggest a more serious problem?
A Cinderella story. A 46-year-old teaching pro wrapped up a storybook run at the PGA Championship with a slam dunk hole-in-one. The performance for the ages that etched Michael Block's name in golfing lore.
Ooh, we got a lot of good stories for you today.
One.
Thanks for being with us and welcome to NBC News Daily. We start with another high-stakes meeting today at the White House. A few hours from now, President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy are scheduled to meet to try and reach a bipartisan compromise on raising the debt ceiling.
They spoke on the phone last night. McCarthy described the call as, quote, productive. But earlier today, he told reporters they are still at odds over spending. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen warns June 1st, still the hard deadline to get a deal done. After that, she says the government will likely run out of money to pay its bills, which could be devastating for the markets and the economy. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake tracking it all for us from Capitol Hill. So, Garrett, what else did McCarthy say today about the status of negotiations and getting this deal done before that deadline to avoid default?
Well, Vicki, the negotiating team here made up of some top White House staffers and a couple of McCarthy's top lieutenants just broke up their meeting for the morning after about 3 hours behind closed doors. The hope going into that meeting was they might be able to grease the wheels a little bit before the speaker goes over to the White House today, and perhaps, just perhaps, they could make some real progress on this issue given the time frame. But on his way into the Capitol this morning, Speaker McCarthy kind of reiterated the position that he described last night. He had made some progress with President Biden over the phone, but that the big problem here is still the top line spending numbers. Here's what he told reporters just a few hours ago.
The underlying issue here is the Democrats, since they took the majority, has been addicted to spending, and that's going to stop. We're going to spend less than we spent last year.
Now, what that looks like is a complicated picture of where the money gets spent and how and on which programs. Those are kind of secondary considerations that these negotiators will have to work out. But the bottom line is they have to figure out what's the big number. What is the spending number going to be? Everything else can flow from there. And that may be a decision that can only be reached by the president and the speaker in that Oval Office meeting today.
And Garrett, it's not lost on me that even if negotiators do reach a deal, it still needs to get through Congress. I know Republicans control the House, Democrats control the Senate. So what will it take to get enough votes to actually get an agreement through both chambers?
Yeah, Zinklea, you're exactly right. I mean, you can't put a deal on the floor. It's got to be a bill. So there's a whole process here where whatever deal gets struck has to get turned into text. It has to sit in the House for 3 days before they can put it on the floor in the first place. And yeah, your math is complex. You've got to get a majority of Republicans to vote for it in the House, or presumably the speaker wouldn't even put it on the floor. And a majority of Democrats are probably going to need to vote for it on the Senate side. So the alchemy here, the combination of exactly what elements of the deal get you which votes will be very complicated. It's a difficult vote counting task. It's something that McCarthy's had to deal with the whole time he's been Speaker. President Biden has had the luxury of having Democrats in control of both chambers for most of his time as president, but coming up with a coalition who will agree on the floor to vote for whatever these two men are able to put together in the Oval Office is going to be really the main subject I think we're talking about next week, because that's probably how long it's going to take to get there.
Cooperation is key. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake. Garrett, thank you.
Well, Vicki, Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger did not enter a plea at his court hearing last hour. Instead, the judge entered a not guilty plea for him. Kohberger is accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students late last year inside their off-campus house in Moscow, Idaho. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now from outside that courthouse in Moscow. So, Aaron, of course, this was the first time that the suspect, Kohberger, actually appeared in court since he was indicted by a grand jury just last week. So can you first just tell us more about the arraignment? What have we learned, and what's the timeline looking like here?
Hayes and Clay, well, today's court hearing lasted all of 15 minutes. It was an emotional court hearing. Some of the family members of the victims were present for the proceedings, some of them openly tearing up when the names of all 4 of the victims were read out in court. From there, Bryan Kohberger, the murder suspect, was asked if he had a copy of the indictment. He said yes. If he was asked if he understood the charges, he said yes. He was asked to enter a plea, but he stood silent, his lawyer saying that they were choosing to stand silent, at which point, under Idaho law, the judge, under protocol, enters a not guilty plea on his behalf. Why Bryan Kohberger stood silent today is not clear. I was speaking to legal experts prior to today's hearing. They said that there would be no real advantage for him at this point to stand silent, other than perhaps to make some sort of point. We are expecting potentially to hear from the family of one of the victims, Kaylee Gonsalves. They are expected to make some sort of statement outside the courthouse shortly, although there is a gag order still in place, being upheld by the judge at this point, preventing more family members from speaking out.
And Aaron, with this, the death penalty is on the table, right?
Yeah, that's right. At this point, all eyes are on the prosecution. The prosecution, now that a plea has been entered on Bryan Kohberger's behalf, the prosecution has some 60 days to declare whether or not it will be pursuing the death penalty. Keep in mind, the state of Idaho is one of 5 states that has approved death by gunfire, absent of the chemicals that are required for lethal injection. They will be doing that starting July 1st. So legal experts looking at the heinous nature of this crime see that as a distinct possibility. The prosecution will pursue that death penalty. But again, they have 60 days to make that decision clear.
All right, time will tell on all this. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin, thank you.
Right now, the Axiom 2 crew is settling in after docking with the International Space Station just a few hours ago. The 4-person crew took off last night from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello was there for the launch. He has also been working on a new documentary called Race to Mars for Meet the Press Reports. Hey, Tom, it is good to see you. So tell us all about it. When can we go to Mars?
Well, I don't know. Get your ticket now. I should tell you, we have just a torrential rainstorm that's just moved in here. But the launch yesterday was absolutely fantastic. And then the crew just docked at the International Space Station within the past few hours. In the meantime, as you mentioned, NASA is focused on going to the moon and eventually to Mars. And we were surprised to find out that to get to Mars, NASA is going to go nuclear.
1 month after Elon Musk's Starship launched, then broke apart on liftoff.
A rapid, unscheduled disassembly.
Both SpaceX and NASA insist they're committed to the rocket. First to land astronauts on the moon, but ultimately to carry crews to Mars as soon as 2040. While science and exploration are the driving motivators, there's also a competitive factor: China.
The Chinese government is very secretive, and a lot of their plans involve their military preparations. And so there's a reason for us to get there first.
And NASA wants to get there faster. A round-trip mission to Mars could take 2 to 3 years. So to cut the travel time, America is going back to the future.
This project was called NERVA.
To the 1960s, and a government program most Americans have never heard of, to develop nuclear-powered rockets.
Someday, a manned trip to Mars and return may become the mission assignment.
It turns out they made big progress back in the 60s, running expensive tests. The goal now, send astronauts to the moon and beyond on nuclear rockets.
When the Apollo astronauts went to the moon, they needed 5 of these massive F-1 engines just to get them off the Earth and escape the Earth's gravitational pull. 7.5 million pounds of thrust. Here at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, they've got an exact replica to scale of the Saturn V, 363 feet tall. Future astronauts will need that kind of lift, but once they're in space, they can use a much smaller engine, a nuclear engine, to go all the way to Mars and back, a fraction of the size. And that engine could last 20 years. This is a big place.
It's happening now at the Marshall Test Flight Center in Huntsville.
This is where they put components of nuclear thermal rockets, such as this fuel element here, and like the one that you're holding.
These are the building blocks for America's future nuclear propulsion going to space.
Yes.
But America's best-known astrophysicist, Neil deGrasse Tyson, wonders why we're going.
So I'm all for people in space, but to accomplish scientific goals, the robot can live off of sunlight and you can't. The robot is not going to cry because we ran out of money and we can't bring you back.
Tom Costello, NBC News.
Thanks, Tom. Well, it's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Last year's rising prices hit Americans' finances hard. A new Federal Reserve survey found 35% of U.S. adults reported being worse off financially in October 2022 than they were the year before.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. So, Dom, the number of people who said they were doing, quote, at least okay financially fell by the most since this survey was launched a decade ago. Walk us through the results.
So, Vicky Zinkley, not surprisingly, more than half of respondents said that they've been affected a lot by higher prices as 40-year high inflation rates ate into people's savings and earnings. The inflation rate, of course, has eased since the survey was conducted back in October, but prices still rose about 5% just last month alone compared to the year prior, so inflation is still a problem. Meantime, you've got General Motors planning to introduce an all-electric version of its flagship Cadillac Escalade SUV. The Detroit automaker said the new SUV will be called the Escalade IQ and will reportedly go into production and sale as soon as next year. GM plans, of course, to convert fully Cadillac into an electric vehicle brand, ladies, by the year 2030. I'll send things back over to you.
Not a bad ride.
Yeah, 2030. That's right around the corner for their whole lineup. All right. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu. Dom, thank you.
Thanks. Well, up next, the man accused in a deadly chokehold incident on the New York City subway is speaking out for the first time. What he's saying about the encounter in a new interview coming up. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
be a good day.
Welcome back. After 9 months of intense fighting, Russia now claims it captured the Ukrainian city of Bakhmut. But Ukrainian military officials say they still control areas on the outskirts of the war-torn city. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has more on the deadly battle there.
Yeah, that's right. And I got to say, it is so hard to figure out exactly what is happening. These battlefield lines, the front line, I should say, is shifting around Bakhmut. What happened over the weekend is that both the Wagner group, that is the mercenary group that has been fighting on the front lines, led by Yevgeny Prigozhin, claimed total victory, total control of the city center of Bakhmut. On Sunday, Putin apparently, according to state TV, congratulated Russian troops. Even one of the anchors on Russian state TV, again, this is propaganda, Russian state TV, claimed mission accomplished. They showed video of soldiers waving Russian flags on the rubble of Bakhmut. That was over the weekend. And what's happening today is Ukrainian officials are acknowledging that they don't control anything significant. They don't have a significant foothold in that city, which has been really fierce urban combat, lots of high-rise buildings when you look at those pictures. But what they're saying is they're fighting along the flanks, and this is now a battle for the outskirts. You got to say, Bakhmut itself, it was home to 80,000 people before the war. It is obliterated now. When you see pictures, it is uninhabitable. No one lives there. And actually, we heard President Zelensky speaking over the weekend, and he said nothing is there. They have destroyed it all except for Russian dead bodies. But what's happened is because it has been such a long battle, it is now incredibly strategic for Russia. On the Ukrainian side, they have long said that really what their troops are doing there are keeping Russian forces occupied. They are keeping a huge amount of resources in a protracted battle, and that allows the Ukrainian the Ukrainian military to rearm and reorganize elsewhere. Of course, we have heard about that counteroffensive. We do not know when exactly that will start, but we do expect President Zelensky to return from Japan. Of course, he comes back triumphantly with that huge military package, $375 million in new U.S. military aid, and of course, that agreement to start forming an international coalition around F-16 fighter jets. I'll send it back to you.
Well, for the first time, we are hearing directly from the former Marine accused of killing Jordan Neely on a New York City subway. Police say Daniel Penny put Neely in a chokehold after Neely was allegedly making verbal threats on that train. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda has the details, and we do want to warn you, some of this video may be very difficult to watch.
3 weeks since this subway encounter, the man seen holding Jordan Neely in the deadly chokehold is breaking his silence, suggesting he would take action again under similar circumstances. I would, if there was a threat and danger in the present, Daniel Penny told the New York Post. In the interview near his hometown on Long Island, the 24-year-old Marine veteran and college student said this had nothing to do with race, adding, "I judge a person based on their character. I'm not a white supremacist." Penny, who was accused of second-degree manslaughter, wouldn't go into detail about what led up to the confrontation, but indicated it wasn't like anything I'd experienced before. His lawyers say Penny acted in self-defense after Neely, who was homeless and long suffered from mental illness, aggressively threatened him and others on board. Penny wasn't initially arrested, quickly spawning protests that spilled onto subway tracks and dividing political leaders nationwide over crime, so-called vigilantism, and the response to record levels of homelessness. On Friday, hundreds gathered to remember the 30-year-old street performer.
Justice for! Fighting for!
We keep criminalizing people with mental illness. They don't need abuse, they need help.
When asked what Penny would say to Neely's family, he said, "I'm deeply saddened by the loss of life. It's tragic what happened to him. Hopefully we can change the system that so desperately failed us." Penny faces up to 15 years in jail if convicted of manslaughter, a charge lawyers for Neely's family say doesn't go far enough. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
Up next, is anxiety about the coming week preventing you from enjoying your whole weekend? Expert advice on beating what's being called the Sunday scaries. You're watching NBC News Daily.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
A deadly stampede took the lives of 12 people at a major soccer game in El Salvador over the weekend. NBC News correspondent George Solis has the details, and we do want to warn you, some of the images are graphic.
Joy devolving into despair in El Salvador. Government officials denouncing the violence, including reports some spectators impeded rescue efforts.
Un evento deportivo.
A sporting celebration turned into a disgrace, said one official. Tonight, authorities are still investigating what sparked the stampede that claimed at least 12 lives and injured close to 90. There was an avalanche and the gate was pushed down. Many fans say they were sold fake tickets. Others saying there was an overselling of tickets on the black market, said another official. The stadium, one of the largest in Central America, transforming into a makeshift triage center. Among the injured, Hector Rivas. Rivas telling reporters he attended the quarterfinal matchup with his 14-year-old son. My son was crushed by 20. I thought he was leaving me, Rivas said. Some fans carrying the wounded to safety as loved ones were left to face the horrors. El Salvador's president promising an exhaustive investigation. The country's soccer federation declaring a nationwide suspension of games. A country left lamenting a loss of sport and lives. George Solis, NBC News.
George, thanks for that. Well, Vicky, the Los Angeles Dodgers are under fire for uninviting a drag queen group for their annual Pride Night celebration. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra has more on the controversy.
The LA Dodgers mired in a Pride Night controversy. The team facing backlash for rescinding a community award and a Pride Night invitation to the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence, a historic drag group that describes themselves as queer and trans nuns devoted to charity work.
Our group are feeling angry. Some are feeling very sad. My feeling is disappointment.
Sister Unity is a founding member of the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence LA chapter.
It's not disappointment about the award. It's disappointment that an organization as strong and as important as the Dodgers actually relented and caved in so quickly after the objections were raised.
The move coming after Florida Senator Marco Rubio sent a letter to the MLB blasting the group's inclusion in the Pride Night event, calling the sisters, quote, a lewd imitation of Roman Catholic nuns, and saying the group intentionally mocks and degrades Christians. That letter not sitting well with some locals.
It wasn't his business in Florida.
The conservative-leaning Catholic League also writing a letter to the MLB commissioner saying, quote, if a group of white boys in blackface were to be honored by an MLB team, there is little doubt that the event would be canceled. There is no difference between this and the hateful farce of awarding the sisters.
We don't mock Catholic nuns. We borrow from them. There's a little good-natured, joyful ribbing, but we honor their work and we assume it as well for our community.
The Dodgers announcing Wednesday they were uninviting the group to the June 16th event, quote, given the strong feelings of people who have been offended by the sisters' inclusion in the evening. Senator Rubio responded to the Dodgers' move in a tweet saying, quote, for once, common sense prevailed in California. His office declined our request for an interview. This as members of the LGBTQ community rallies around the sisters, sharing disappointment with the uninvitation. LA Pride and the LA LGBT Center both announcing they're pulling out of Dodgers Pride Night altogether this year.
Certainly there's a financial hit that this has caused for the center by not participating, but it was really important for us to make sure that we were in alliance with the sisters, and participating just would have felt like a betrayal to our community.
I just think it's really sad because we're going backwards and not forward.
Congressman Jimmy Gomez, who represents the district where the Dodgers play, firing back, tweeting, after 10 years of the Dodgers supporting the LGBTQ plus community, it's deeply offensive that they would turn their back on them now. The sisters say they're working to find a way forward as they grapple with the team's decision.
I feel it's a learning opportunity, and I would like to see if the Dodgers, in fact, have a waking up moment to realize that they balance all the communities in Los Angeles.
Marissa Parra, NBC News.
South Carolina Senator Tim Scott officially jumping into the presidential race in the past hour. What that could mean for the growing list of GOP candidates straight ahead. You are watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. That includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We are back. So happy to have you with us. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Zinklea Samwa. Making news right now, Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, is being hit with a record $1.3 billion fine over sending European Union user data to the United States. The EU's top regulator says the company has been illegally storing European user data on U.S. servers for years. The tech giant says it plans to appeal the ruling and what it's calling a, quote, unjustified fine.
Activists protesting against climate change turned the water in Rome's famed Trevi fountain black. Take a look. You can see it in this video. Several protesters dumping charcoal into the water. They were later escorted out by police. Rome's mayor condemned the protest, which is the latest incident of acts of protest that are targeting artwork in Italy.
And a 12-year-old student in California is graduating from college. Clovis Hung is set to become the youngest graduate of Fullerton College, graduating with not just 1, but 5 degrees. He plans to get his pilot's license next when he turns 16. Well, we've got some big news when it comes to the 2024 election. South Carolina Senator Tim Scott officially launched his presidential campaign last hour before a crowd of supporters at Charleston Southern University.
The Senate's only black Republican leaned into his optimistic narrative and outlined his campaign that puts his faith and hardship upbringing at the center.
My family went from cotton to Congress in his lifetime. And it was only It was only possible because my grandfather had a stubborn faith. Faith in God, faith in himself, and faith in what America would be.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now from North Charleston, South Carolina, that is Scott's hometown where you are. So it was a really positive speech, a lot of energy. He joins a Republican field, Ali, that includes former President Donald Trump, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, and former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson. How is Senator Tim Scott trying to differentiate himself at this point from these other contenders? It's getting crowded.
Well, look, Vicky, at this point, he's not trying to differentiate. He's squarely in the introduction phase. And you watched just a little bit of the message that we heard here from Senator Tim Scott. And frankly, for many people who are tuning into him for the first time, this is their way of getting to know him. He echoed many of the themes that we've seen him tell audiences across the country as he's been traveling during the exploratory phase of his presidential campaign. Now, though, making it official with a lot of those same themes, taking an optimistic swing at conservative messaging, not focusing at this point on the rest of the field, and instead focusing on himself and the Democrats. President Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were name-checked in this speech several times as Scott tried to draw the contrast there as opposed to within his own party. But of course, we know well that he's going to have to make it through a primary field that is getting more crowded, it seems now, by the day. This week, of course, an extremely consequential one as we see not just Scott jumping in officially, but also our sources telling us that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is going to be jumping in as well. And I'm hearing from sources with several other candidates, from Chris Christie to current North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum to former Vice President Mike Pence, saying all of those candidates are also still actively mulling their bids and could also jump in soon. So what might have been a slow start to this race is certainly gaining speed here this week.
I mean, Ali, given all that, notably the #2 Republican in the Senate, John Thune, attended Scott's event today where you are and actually endorsed his presidential bid.
Yeah.
How big of a deal is that when it comes to Scott's support among rank-and-file Republicans?
Look, I think that it's fascinating from the perspective that Senator Tim Scott, being the only senator at this point who's running, does allow his Senate colleagues and, frankly, congressional colleagues who may not be on board the Trump train to give them an out to say, this is someone else who I know from Washington. He is beloved among his colleagues, and he could be someone who provides an alternative. Look, Tim Scott is, by political standards, a young candidate, long seen as a rising star in the Republican Party. Even if this is not a bid that takes him into the White House, it is something that will only gain his national profile. And I think a lot of Republicans, including Thune, are more than aware of that.
Yeah, all eyes on this. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale, thank you so much. And Senator Tim Scott will speak exclusively with NBC's Tom Llamas tonight about his newly announced presidential campaign. That interview will air at 6:30 p.m. Eastern on Nightly News and on Top Story at 7 p.m. on NBC News Now.
All right, well, you may have heard the term Sunday scaries. It refers to that end-of-week anxiety you can get as your work week creeps a little bit closer.
Yeah, we've all felt it, and there's new research that shows you're not alone, and there may be something you can do about it. NBC News correspondent Aaron Gilchrist has the details.
What could be worse than Monday?
Garfield voicing our shared lament decades ago about the end of the weekend and the return to the rat race. But that angst is not fictional.
I, start getting this anxiety and dread.
Just that feeling like, hey, we're going back into the storm now.
Meet Leah, Aaron, and Natalie, all young professionals, all learning to cope with the Sunday scaries.
How did the Sunday scaries show up in your life?
It's your last chance at freedom, almost. Like, you have to take a deep breath and then situate yourself.
And these 20-somethings aren't alone. A recent survey from LinkedIn showing 75% of working Americans say they experience the Sunday scaries. It is a real thing.
I'm like, this is the worst feeling in the world, and I definitely have Sunday scaries.
Some people say that Sunday scaries feels like heart racing, their palms are sweating, or they wake up with a jolt of anxiety in the morning, or they have trouble falling asleep at night.
Psychiatrist Dr. Sue Varma says the Sunday scaries may actually be a sign of something unaddressed at work.
To me, the Sunday scaries are an opportunity to have a conversation with yourself or someone that cares about you, to be like, why is this that every Sunday I'm feeling a sense of panic and dread?
One remedy for the Sunday scaries gaining popularity on social media is Bare Minimum Mondays. Influencers easing into the work week by doing a little less on Monday morning.
Can't we just make this bare minimum Monday, Bill?
But not everyone is on board with coasting into a new week.
I think any entrepreneur, if you have the entrepreneur mindset, that just drives you crazy.
Byron Lazine has more than 70 employees across his 2 companies, and he says he'd have a hard time hanging on to staffers who plan to do just enough.
I'd be looking for people who are hungry, who are driven, who want to go out there and get better every single day. I don't want somebody who just wants to do the bare minimum.
The idea that an employer expects you to come in at 100% on a Monday morning, what do you make of that?
It's not about doing absolutely nothing. I think it's about doing enough so that you and your team is still happy with your performance, but you can also keep your mental health in check.
I think it's really beneficial, not only for yourself, but you're going to be a better worker.
The expert advice: try to make sure your Sunday includes something physical and fun, and try to avoid planning big meetings or tasks for first thing Monday morning. Aaron Gilchrist, NBC News, Washington.
All right, Aaron, thanks for that. Well, joining us now to discuss is licensed clinical social worker Kelly Kitley. Kelly, thanks for being here. So we got some tips from Aaron about coping with Sunday scaries. We also heard about bare minimum Mondays.
Yeah.
I don't think we're participating. We're here fully. But can you help us sort of make the distinction? Because just because you're having Sunday scaries, it can also indicate that you're a bit unhappy in your job, right? What's the difference there?
Absolutely. I love this story so much because it normalizes this transition period. And so it is important to look at, is this something that is reoccurring not only every week, but also is it coming up every night as well? So it's okay if there's a little bit of what I call anticipatory anxiety in terms of the buildup of thinking about the week and maybe all that we look at that we need to manage. But it does carry over into looking at, am I not happy here? Am I not feeling supported? You know, sometimes what ends up happening is if people feel like their weekend is really jam-packed and maybe they're increased alcohol intake, or they are feeling overwhelmed, or maybe not making enough time for self-care over the weekend, then they certainly aren't setting the stage to enter the week on a positive note.
What can you do to cope with the Sunday scaries for work and also in some cases for school?
So it is very important to take time out of your Sunday and plan ahead. Get that planner out. Look forward to some things. If you don't have anything and you're entering the week in dread, put some plans into place and make sure that you are breaking it down into more manageable tasks. If we look at the entire week, many of us will feel overwhelmed. Can I break it down into hour by hour sections to make it more manageable?
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, I like that a lot. And Kelly, one of the items listed on our contributing factors that you mentioned was anxiety. I wonder, do you have to be formally diagnosed with an anxiety disorder in order to feel the Sunday scaries, or is it something that just sort of everyone feels from time to time?
Absolutely not. It is important to recognize a general anxiety disorder, which is manifested if symptoms are continuing regularly over the course of 2 weeks. Racing thoughts, difficulty sleeping, preoccupation with thoughts, pulling back from activities that you normally enjoy, then it's really important to seek professional help. But if we can reframe and flip the switch about how we look at our week starting on Sunday, I love that idea of really hitting the ground running, setting yourself up for success, and getting excited about starting.
Especially because we spend so much time at work.
Exactly. You want to be doing something you love, at least that doesn't give you the Sunday scaries like all the time.
We can get behind that one. Licensed clinical social worker Kelly Kitley, thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Kelly.
Great to see you both.
Well, this week, tens of millions of Americans are gearing up for Memorial Day, the unofficial start to summer.
The long holiday weekend also marks the start of a busy travel season, and experts say this could be one for the books. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is at Miami International Airport with a look at what's to come.
We are about 4 or 5 days away from the Memorial Day holiday, and certainly families and travelers are already planning and trying to figure out what their expectations should be. If you're looking at just sheer volume this year, the expectation from AAA is about 42 million travelers. And despite the fact there was such pent-up demand last year, that actually outpaces where we were a year ago. For all modes of transportation, it's a 7% increase. But if you're looking specifically at flying, about 3.4 million flyers, that's an increase of 11%, which really sets the stage now for the busiest scene at airports since 2005 for the Memorial Day holiday. Now, there's certainly been some logistical challenges for airlines the last several years. That includes acute problems still with pilot shortages and air traffic controller shortages. The FAA recently issuing a memo saying that in the New York City area, they're at 54% of their target for ATC employees, which could lead to, if you're going in and out of New York City airports, a 45% increase in delays throughout the summer. So be forewarned about that. As far as top travel destinations for this particular holiday, Memorial Day holiday, AAA says it's going to be Orlando, Las Vegas, New York City, and then cities that have cruise port situations or setups like Miami or Seattle or Anchorage. And the airfare in those destinations is supposed to rise about 40%. However, year-over-year travel is still down slightly in terms of the cost of airfare. Lastly, what is the federal government doing right now to try to ensure that your travel is going to be smooth? They created almost 170 new corridors. Those legacy routes that go up and down the East Coast have been replaced with more efficient versions, they say, that gives controllers more latitude to move planes when there are issues with weather or congestion. Also, the $600 million in fines last year for airlines that had a lot of delays or cancellations. So the hope is that will be incentive for things to run operationally much better. In Miami, Sam Brock, NBC News.
All right, fingers crossed. Thanks, Sam. One classroom is teaching us all a lesson in kindness, how a kindergarten is going above and beyond to recognize someone very special. That's next. More NBC News Daily right after this.
So familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We've got a remarkable and inspiring moment at the PGA Championship. Michael Block is a 46-year-old club pro who teaches golf lessons at a public course in California. But over the weekend, he proved he can also hang with the world's top players and have a miracle moment all on his own. NBC News Today co-anchor Hoda Kotb explains.
One final putt capping off the week of a lifetime for a 46-year-old teaching pro on one of golf's biggest stages. With the crowd at Oak Hill Country Club chanting his name, Michael Block wrapped up his storybook run at the PGA Championship in style, finishing in the top 15 and soaking in the spectacle.
I'm living a dream. I'm making sure that I enjoy this moment.
After one of the most remarkable shots you will ever see, paired with golf superstar Rory McIlroy during Sunday's final round, Block took aim at the par 3 15th.
The fairy tale story.
Gets better. A slam dunk hole-in-one. Even he couldn't believe it.
Rory, did it go in?
Friends at the club where Block gives lessons in Mission Viejo, California, going nuts. After his round, Block congratulating Brooks Koepka on winning his 5th career major championship. But Koepka was more interested in celebrating that hole-in-one. But for many, the day and the week belonged to Michael Block.
I've learned that after my 46 years of life that it's not going to get better than this. There's no way.
Hoda Kotb, NBC News.
I'll get chills from seeing that slam dunk hole-in-one. All right. A kindergarten class in South Carolina is honoring a school volunteer with a handwritten book about him. Sydney Shadrax from our NBC affiliate WYFF shows us how they're teaching lessons in kindness.
At QE Elementary School, he's known as Mr. Chase.
He does a lot of things here at the school, is always around everywhere.
His mom, Andrea, works at the school, and Chase is happy to volunteer alongside her.
He runs a lot of errands, delivers a lot of things all over the school.
Kids know him everywhere. He's like a rock star.
They just love him. Yeah. Day one, they just fell in love with Mr. Chase.
So when it came time for the kindergartners in Miss Holman and Miss Wells' class to put together a book as a yearly assignment, the subject was clear.
Chase is special because he rides in a wheelchair.
The book would be about Mr. Chase.
They love him unconditionally. So putting that into words and pictures that they draw, you can't replace that.
Each page written and illustrated by a different student, showing what they love about Mr. Chase.
Words of wisdom.
They could have done books about whatever they wanted, because they do a book every year at the end of the year anyway, so I was happy that it was about me.
And even though these kindergartners have many years of learning left, they're already teaching one of life's biggest lessons.
We want everyone to know that even though someone looks different, even though someone talks different, that they still have a way of communicating, and they still have a heart, they still have a brain, and they think and feel just like you do.
And with a heart full of love, Chase signed each kindergartner's book with his thumbprint, a reminder of what he has taught them as well.
That's what I want our kids to do. As they're growing up and they're learning, we want them to overcome their challenges and be positive about things and share that positivity with folks.
Oh, wow, share that positivity. He certainly has.
What a special moment, just watching him as the kids are reading the book to him, that facial expression. That book, I hope it goes viral. We could use a lot more books like that right now.
Definitely.
Sydney Shadrax, thank you so much.
And thanks for watching. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Finishing and graduating high school poses unique challenges for every student inside and outside the classroom. Jasmine Youngblood of our NBC affiliate WPSD has the unique story of one new Illinois high school graduate who fled war-torn Ukraine and hopes to return to rebuild his country.
Proud smiles and happy tears. Watching Mark Sharavrov get his diploma was a moment of pure joy. His mother, Marina, says today's emotions echo those she felt when Mark was first accepted into the exchange program.
We were happy, and we were sure that it is only for 1 year.
In February 2022, that joy of attending high school in the United States was replaced with fear.
I had just seen on my phone that they started the war, and he came out of his room. I said, "Did you see the news?" And he said, "Yes." I said, "Go call your parents."
Carol and Donald Stockdale, Mark's host family, did all they could to support Mark while his family's safety was unknown.
You check news really regularly, like a couple times a day, to see what's going on.
The bomb falls.
As the war raged on, the choice to extend Mark's stay in Vienna was easy to make, but harder to live with.
I was missing my son so much. I dreamed to see him, to give him a hug, but at the same time, I realized that in Ukraine, it is unsafe.
She knew he was in good hands with his teachers, his classmates, and his host family.
He quit being a foreign exchange student in our minds a long time ago. If somebody had to leave, it wouldn't be Mark, it'd probably be me.
The Stockdales have a lifelong connection to Mark and to his family in Ukraine. As confetti flies and tassels move, Mark knows his work here is putting him one step closer to his end goal, returning home.
With my knowledge, help my country to rebuild it technologically.
I'm sure that Ukraine will, and Mark will return.
Congratulations to Mark. We need him. He plans to attend Murray State University in the fall with a major in computer science. And our thanks to Jasmine Youngblood as well for that report. Zinkley?
So heartwarming. Well, Vicki, now we're going to turn to a story about the unbreakable bond between two teenagers. They both lived in the same town, were diagnosed with the same type of cancer, and survived their illness. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has more on their journey and their celebration of life at prom.
This is what joy looks like. That's 17-year-old Vivian Eagle and her good friend, high school senior Cade Thompson, celebrating a prom near Indianapolis last weekend.
It was really magical, and it just made me happy.
It was like a dream.
It's hard to believe this was a milestone that almost didn't happen. That's because both strangers who were athletes at different schools were diagnosed with aggressive bone cancer just 2 years apart. Cade in 2020, and last year, Vivian. The pair, meeting after Vivian's mom, Katrina, a teacher at Cade's school, called his mom, Sharon, for advice.
I knew immediately when we had the opportunity to meet the Eagle family that was our why.
The Thompsons came and they gave hope. I just can't thank them enough.
Cade supporting Vivian in a way few others could. He understood the brutal treatments and the isolation of a deadly disease.
I would always tell her, it's okay to cry.
He was just always there when nobody else was. There was a time, especially right after surgery, I was at my lowest point. He knew why.
Just a little bit.
That friendship, a lifeline. And now, more than a year later, both cancer-free.
Look how awesome you look. You just don't know how many sunrises you're going to have.
They wanted to show some love to others who helped them through the tough times, showing off their prom outfits during an emotional reunion with their medical team at Riley Children's Health.
Oh my goodness. You saw me at my worst, and you were always there to help me or if I needed somebody to talk to. And I want to thank you for giving me a chance to walk again with my leg.
I'm just proud of you guys.
Two friends who've been through so much.
Good God, let me give you my life.
Once again, embracing life.
There's not a lot of people like that in the world anymore that are just always there through thick and thin. In KG or for me.
Hallie Jackson, NBC News.
I'm melting. And also, I need the young adult movie to come out about that couple. That is just the greatest. I'm Vicky Wynn.
To them. I'm Zing Clay. Thanks for watching.
Is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zing Clay. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, May 22nd, face-to-face, President Biden set to meet with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy today about the debt limit. The nation inching closer to a catastrophic default. The signs of progress coming out of the high-stakes negotiations.
In the running, South Carolina Senator Tim Scott officially joining the GOP field of presidential hopefuls. How he plans to set his campaign apart from the rest of the pack.
Facing a judge, the man accused of murdering 4 Idaho college students back in court today. The new details emerging in the investigation linked to an Amazon purchase he allegedly made.
And troubling trend. A growing number of people are turning to weight loss pills like Ozempic to shed the pounds. The new warning from experts that might have you thinking twice about using the drugs.
Welcome, everyone. It is 11 a.m. in Seattle, 1 p.m. in Houston, and 2 p.m. in New York. We start today with those negotiations underway to avoid a potentially disastrous default on America's debts.
Yeah, President Biden will meet with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy at the White House this evening, trying to hash out a last-minute agreement. The two talked Sunday in what the president called a productive conversation. Their teams have been working throughout the weekend to strike a deal.
The Treasury Secretary said Sunday on Meet the Press, if Congress does not act, the U.S. will be unable to pay all of its bills by early June, possibly by June 1st. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell is in Washington. Kelly, so are negotiators hopeful that a deal can be reached by June 1st? What's the progress update? And then can it pass Congress in 10 days?
Well, time is really the issue now because the deadline is June 1st. And when you consider not only reaching a potential agreement, but then having the time to get it through Congress, through the machinations of passing it, it is really into a critical phase. What's different today is the president and the speaker will be meeting, just the two of them. There may be some staff in the room, but without the other congressional leaders. So narrowing some of the focus. That comes later today after there have been negotiations going on Capitol Hill with the president's representatives, the speaker's representatives, trying to work out a deal on spending. This all comes down to federal spending. What programs or what places could there be cuts? That's what Republicans want. And the president, of course, wants to have this debt ceiling raised without damage to the economy. And we're getting closer to a point where people are concerned about an impact on the markets. And obviously, if we were to go past it, then it would be very difficult for the government to pay its bills. So there's a lot at stake here. Hopeful, you asked. I think it's more of a sense of the deadline is looming. They know they've got to get together on this. It was a rough weekend in some respects, and they're hopeful today that they can make some progress, Kate.
I know everyone's holding out for some progress there. And Kelly, I know there's also been some discussion of President Biden bypassing Congress to actually raise the debt limit under the 14th Amendment. Can you just walk through exactly what the 14th Amendment allows for? And is it something the White House actually would consider?
Well, Zinkley, this is a provision within the 14th Amendment that says the government's bills and obligations cannot be ignored. And they are looking at that as a constitutional way to say you've got to pay the bills, therefore the limit must be raised, and to not rely on Congress. The president says he's intrigued by that. He does not think this untested piece of the Constitution in this application, untested in the courts, is right for this moment, but he'd like to pursue it to avoid a future crisis. So it's one of the tools they're considering, but it's also something that they believe is not timely enough for what we're facing right now. Zinkley, Kate?
All right, Kelly O'Donnell at the White House. Thank you so much.
Now to Decision 2024, Senator Tim Scott, a Republican from South Carolina, making his presidential ambitions public today.
I'm announcing today that I'm running for president of the United States of America.
Senator Scott is the latest Republican to formally launch a 2024 campaign, with more looking to join the race in the coming days, and polls still dominated by former President Donald Trump. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is down in North Charleston, South Carolina. Ali, what's behind Senator Scott's decision to enter now, and who else is expected to formally announce in coming days?
Yeah, look, Kate, this is something that he'd been teasing for the last few months as he's been traveling the country. Tim Scott's been going all of the places that would-be presidential candidates typically go: Iowa, New Hampshire, and then, of course, his home state of South Carolina. But today, making it official, saying the words that he's running for president, and offering a real glimpse of who he is from a bio perspective, trying to tell voters for the first time that his is a story of a family that went from cotton to Congress, in his words, talking about his grandfather who picked cotton, and now Tim Scott himself, who was able to ascend to Congress and then ultimately into the Senate, now running for president. And look, he provides an interesting contrast to Donald Trump. Not that he's making it, but certainly in style, he is someone who is beloved by many of his colleagues. He is a conservative policy messenger, one of the best that the party has to offer. And it might be why we saw the #2 House Senate Republican, John Thune, come down from Washington, be here to endorse him. It's certainly the highest-ranking Republican official that Scott has gotten the backing of, but could be a sign that there are more fellow senators ready to come to his cause. This is how Thune sees it. Watch.
I thought that was a powerful message, both in terms of delivery and substance, but articulated a real vision for the future of the country, which is different in tone and temperament than a lot of the other candidates who are running.
Than Trump specifically.
Well, I mean, I think he's a positive voice, he's optimistic, he's hopeful, and I think people are ready for that.
And look, we'll see if they're ready for it or not. Scott does come into this race polling at the back of the pack, though we do know that polls at this point are so heavily hinging on whose name people know best. The names, of course, that voters hear the most often are that of the former president, Donald Trump, as well as his former vice president, Mike Pence, and, of course, the man who's consistently in second place, someone widely seen as Trump's second, is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Our sources tell us, Kate, that he's also likely to get in the race this week, too.
Yeah, so Okay, former President Trump, still the front runner, as you see in that poll. How might Senator Scott getting in and Governor DeSantis later this week getting in, how does that change things for Mr. Trump?
Look, we'll see if it does. I was talking to several Trump allies and supporters who are saying that they still feel as big as the field can get, the more benefit to the former president. They do still think that he has such control over a consistent piece of the Republican voting base that everyone else who gets in, yeah, maybe they'll be able to pull a few points of support away. But at the same time, it's more pie to be split among more mouths, so to speak. The more people who run, the better for Trump. And I do think that most campaigns I've spoken to acknowledge that that could be a reality. But in Scott's case, they still think that less on message, but more on messenger, they're going to be able to make the case and at least be one of the last ones standing, Kate.
Interesting. All right, Ali Vitale watching it all. Ali, thank you.
Well, all eyes are on an Idaho courtroom today where there are new developments in a quadruple murder case. Bryan Kohberger stayed silent during today's hearing, and the judge entered a not guilty plea on his behalf for the killings of 4 Idaho college students. Cameras were in court as he appeared for the first time today since his initial court appearance late last year. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now from outside that courthouse in Idaho. So, Aaron, first off, what exactly happened in court today?
Hey, Clay. Well, today's arraignment hearing lasted around 15 minutes. It was largely procedural. Bryan Kohberger was asked a series of questions. He was asked if he received a copy of the indictment. He said yes. He was asked if he understood the charges against him. He said yes. He was asked to enter a plea, and he stood silent. His attorney telling the judge that he was intending to stand silent. The judge entering a not guilty plea on all counts on his behalf. And that's significant in part because it triggers a series of events. A court date has been now set for the trial for October 2nd. It also gives the prosecution 60 days to declare whether or not it intends to pursue the death penalty in this case, as many legal experts expect the prosecution to pursue. Now, that hearing was followed by a separate hearing, the second hearing of the day. Bryan Kohberger was present for that as well, in which the judge weighed whether or not to lift a gag order that was put into place by a previous judge, as the Kaylee Gonzalez, a victim of the murders, her family has been pushing for, as well as the Associated Press, arguing that it violates their First Amendment rights. The judge during that proceeding making it very clear that he was weighing Bryan Kohberger's right to a fair trial, given the intense media scrutiny surrounding this case. That hearing now set for June 9th. All of this as we're learning more about Bryan Kohberger, the murder suspect, and his activities leading up to the murders themselves. We now understand, according to a source with knowledge of the investigation telling Dateline, that Bryan Kohberger did purchase a K-bar knife on Amazon, a knife and sheath, in the months prior to the murders, which is potentially significant considering that authorities say they believe that a K-bar knife was used to carry out the murders. The murder weapon, it should be said, has yet to be found.
Yeah, disturbing details in a case that's really got the whole country watching. Aaron McLaughlin, thank you so much. Well, Meta has been slapped with a record fine over data privacy, and Fast and Furious is racing into the box office.
Sure is. Christina Partsenevelos joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Christina.
Hi. Well, Meta has been fined, like you said, with a record $1.3 billion by European privacy regulators over the transfer of EU user data to the U.S. So the Irish Data Protection Commission that oversees Meta operations in the region told the company to suspend any further transfer of personal data back here into the United States. Meta said it would appeal the decision and the fine. Venmo will now be used for or available for teenage users as long as they open an account with their parents' permission. Plenty of teens already use the service, but Venmo says this new approved method will be safer for teens aged 13 to 17. Parents will be able to monitor transactions and move money to their child's accounts. And the latest installment of the Fast and Furious franchise brought in over $300 million globally in its opening weekend. However, the film's domestic performance is falling short of previous editions and one of the smallest opening weekends in the franchise history. Could be because this is number 10?
And it just keeps on going.
I mean, the people who are into it are like deep into it.
I gotta say, it's on my list. I want to watch it. Though I hear there's lots of cliffhangers, so to be continued. I'll leave you with
Well,
the
they're probably going to be an 11, right? I mean,
It's
yeah,
like, it's
our
the thing that
executive
never
producer Andre
dies.
says there's going to be an 11,
11, 12,
and a 12.
maybe we'll go to 40. Who knows?
Christina, thank you.
Thanks.
Well, coming up, why the NAACP is warning tourists of color to avoid traveling to Florida. Plus,
how the suspect accused of killing a black man on a New York City subway now publicly is defending his actions. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. The young Marine veteran charged with killing a black man on the New York City subway is speaking out. Daniel Penny is charged with manslaughter in the chokehold death of Jordan Neely. Neely's killing and video of the incident sparked protests around the city and country, and Penny is now defending his actions and denying it had anything to do with race. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is following this story for us. So, Emily, I know we've heard prior from Penny's lawyers, but not Penny himself. So what is he saying today?
That's right. We're learning a lot from this interview. While he didn't dive into too many of the details around what led up to the confrontation or Jordan Neely's behavior, he did describe the experience as something unlike anything he's ever experienced before.
Nearly 3 weeks since this subway encounter, the man seen holding Jordan Neely in the deadly chokehold is breaking his silence, suggesting he would take action again under similar circumstances. I would, if there was a threat and danger in the present, Daniel Penny told the New York Post. In the interview near his hometown on Long Island, the 24-year-old Marine veteran and college student said this had nothing to do with race, adding, "I judge a person based on their character. I'm not a white supremacist." Penny, who was accused of second-degree manslaughter, wouldn't go into detail about what led up to the confrontation, but indicated it wasn't like anything I'd experienced before. His lawyers say Penny acted in self-defense after Neely, who was homeless and long suffered from mental illness, aggressively threatened him and others on board. Penny wasn't initially arrested, quickly spawning protests that spilled onto subway tracks and dividing political leaders nationwide over crime, so-called vigilantism, and the response to record levels of homelessness. On Friday, hundreds gathered to remember the 30-year-old street performer.
Justice for! Fighting for!
We keep criminalizing people with mental illness. They don't need abuse, they need help.
When asked what Penny would say to Neely's family, he said, "I'm deeply saddened by the loss of life. It's tragic what happened to him. Hopefully we can change the system that so desperately failed us." Penny faces up to 15 years in jail if convicted of manslaughter, a charge lawyers for Neely's family say doesn't go far enough.
So, Emily, how is Jordan Neely's family reacting to the interview and all this?
So the Neely family attorney called the interview an advertisement to soften the public's view of Penny, and they're demanding, they want to know why he didn't let go of that chokehold sooner. Sinclair?
All right, a lot to follow here. Emily Aketa, thank you.
3 people are dead, 2 others injured after a shooting in Kansas City, Missouri over the weekend. It happened at a nightclub early on Sunday morning. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has the details.
Yeah, some disturbing stuff here. Police say this happened around 1:30 a.m. Sunday morning at Kansas City's Climax Lounge. When officers arrived, they found 5 victims of this shooting, all believed to be adults. 2 of them were pronounced dead at the scene. One of those victims was actually found outside of the lounge, while the others were inside. The other 3 were taken to a local hospital where another one of them was pronounced dead. And of the 2 surviving victims, one of them is in critical condition, while that other is considered to be stable right now. As for the shooting itself, Kansas City police have not said whether anyone has been arrested in this yet. The department says detectives are processing the scene for evidence and speaking to potential witnesses, but we still don't know anything about the circumstances or a motive for this. And over the last 24 hours, locals have been stopping by the nightclub to pay their respects and try to get more information about exactly what happened. Police have not yet released names and pictures of any of those 5 shooting victims. One family did visit that scene, trying to learn if their loved one was injured or killed in it. So tragic to think what they're going through. The Climax Lounge describes itself as a dance club, a nightclub, and a restaurant on its Facebook page. It's located in a pretty residential area, though, just a block away from many rows of homes. According to neighbors, violence is not uncommon for that area. 9 police reports have been filed at the address of the Climax Lounge just in the last year. Those crimes include stolen vehicles, assaults, and now this triple homicide. Back to you.
Stephen Romo, thanks for that. Well, coming up, the new information we're learning about Russia's victory after taking control of a key city in Ukraine. You're watching NBC News Daily.
morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated. We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
A crew of private astronauts with Axiom Space now on board the International Space Station after docking just a short time ago.
Yeah, the four arriving roughly 16 hours after launching from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida Sunday evening.
CNBC space reporter Michael Sheets joins us now. Michael, this is Axiom's second all-private mission to the International Space Station. The crew includes a legendary NASA astronaut, Peggy Whitson, who I have been lucky enough to spend some time with lately and in the past as well. She had retired, and then she came out of retirement. Yeah. Tell us about their mission and how long they're staying and what they're doing.
Good afternoon, Kate. That's exactly right. Whitson's leading a crew of 4 astronauts on an 8-day stay on the space station. The crew also includes businessman John Schaffner on his first trip to space, as well as inaugural astronauts for the Saudi government. Those 2 astronauts really are trying to, build out the country's space ambitions. Now, like you mentioned, Whitson works for Axiom, came out of retirement, and she's building on the most total time in space of any American or woman. Here's what she had to say.
We really are excited to be here. It was a great launch, a great ride. We had a lot of fun on the way up, and we're really excited to get a lot of work done up here. But it's great for me to come back personally. It does feel like home.
I'm very happy to be here representing the dreams and hopes of everyone back home.
Now, this is going to be a mission that brings them back down from the space station in a little over a week before they wrap up the mission. And they're going to be conducting over 20 research and science experimentations while they're up there.
Oh, wow. Okay, so they're clearly going to be busy. So what does this all mean for the future of space travel?
Zin Clay, I want to step back for a moment because it's been almost 3 years to the date since SpaceX first launched astronauts. They've now completed 10 space flight launches to date. This is their 10th one. They've carried 38 people into orbit, and now they're moving forward with dozens more on deck. So really, the big picture here is that thanks to companies like SpaceX, that we're moving to an era where spaceflight, including human spaceflight, is being done cheaper and faster ever before. It's making space travel more accessible than ever in human history. And so that's really the big step here, where NASA and others are benefiting from the access to space that these competitive companies are providing.
Yeah. Michael, thank you so much. And these companies are partnering together,
Yes.
right? Like Axiom is partnering with SpaceX. And what they're doing up there, those experiments that Michael mentioned, I know this because I spent time with Peggy, and we were looking at this module for what will eventually be a commercial space station that will replace the current International Space Station. That's the goal of this whole mission, is to kind of figure out what that looks like and how they build that new space station.
It's so incredible. The landscape is changing so rapidly. Thank you so much. Well, today's historic docking at the International Space Station comes as NASA is setting its sights a little further, with hopes to reach Mars by 2040.
And they're taking a page from the history books as they plan how to do that. Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello.
Yeah, good day. A spectacular liftoff here yesterday at the Kennedy Space Center with the Axiom private astronaut crew headed for the International Space Station and the commander, Peggy Whitson, who is a NASA veteran, more cumulative time in space than any other American. Meanwhile, NASA is focused on going to the moon and then to Mars. And to get to Mars, we learned that NASA is planning to go nuclear, using a nuclear-powered rocket with a reactor inside that rocket. We got exclusive behind-the-scenes access and a look at it at the Huntsville Space Center, the Marshall Space Center in Huntsville. This is important because they need to cut the travel time to Mars. Right now, it's 2 to 3 years round trip. Think about just stocking enough food for that and then trying to limit your exposure to potential lethal amounts of space radiation. So they're now going to test fire a nuclear-powered reactor, a rocket engine in space within 2 to 3 years. We have a great documentary going behind the scenes with NASA, Race to Mars. It is on Meet the Press Reports on News Now and also on YouTube. Back to you.
Can't wait for that, Tom. Thank you. Coming up, what we're now learning about that soccer stadium tragedy that claimed the lives of 12 people in El Salvador. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
no,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
A tragic ending to a story we've been following. The bodies of two boys who disappeared in New York more than a week ago have been recovered in the waters off Manhattan. 11-year-old Alpha Berry and 13-year-old Garrett Warren were last seen on security video 10 days ago. Warren's body was found in the Harlem River Thursday. His death ruled accidental drowning. Berry's remains were discovered in the Hudson River Saturday. An investigation into his cause of death is pending.
Nebraska's governor signed a law today restricting access to abortion and restricting gender-affirming care for transgender youth. The law bans abortions at 12 weeks of pregnancy, with the exception of rape, incest, and the life of the mother. It also prevents gender-affirming care for people under the age of 19. The ban on abortions takes effect immediately. The limits on transgender care go into effect October 1st.
One of the world's most active volcanoes is back at it. Mount Etna's latest eruption yesterday, forcing airport officials to close Sicily's nearby airport. It's back open right now. Dramatic images show the airport runway and cars covered in volcanic ash. Experts are unsure how long this eruption will last, but according to the Weather Channel, an eruption in early 2021 lasted for weeks.
Ukraine says the battle over the eastern city of Bakhmut is not over, although Russian forces say they have captured the city. Ukrainian officials say they're still fighting on the outskirts of town. Over the weekend, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky appeared at the G7 summit in Japan and secured an additional $375 million in U.S. military aid. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from Kharkiv. Molly, let's start with the battle for Bakhmut. We mentioned it's one of the bloodiest battles of this war, right? What is the latest on the ground? Why are there so many differences in terms of what's happening?
Yeah, Kate, one of the bloodiest, really the deadliest battle. It's been going on for 9 months. The real military casualty count on both sides, Kate, we really don't know. Both governments keep that as a closely guarded secret, but it's certainly numbers in the tens of thousands. Just to bring you up to speed, over the weekend, look, it's a lot of fog of war, very few actual details about who holds what specific piece of land. But on Saturday, Yevgeny Prigozhin, he's the Russian oligarch who heads up the Russian mercenary group, the Wagner Group. His fighters have been really on the front line for Russia. They claim total control of the city. On Sunday, Putin congratulated Russian troops, according to Russian state TV. And what's happening today is that Ukrainian officials are not saying they control the city center. What they're saying is that there is still fighting on the outskirts, that the battle for kind of the suburbs to encircle the city is still going, Kate. What's interesting, Bakhmut has not been strategic. It was not strategic 9 months ago, but Ukrainian officials have long said that really the reason, one of the key strategic reasons that they are fighting is to tie Russian troops up so that they can plan that counteroffensive potentially elsewhere.
Molly, not only did Ukraine get more money, we mentioned, from the United States, but President Biden also said he supports joint training of Ukrainian pilots on F-16 fighter jets. Do we know when that could begin, and what is Russia saying about that?
We don't. It's interesting. We were speaking with the former Minister of Defense in Kyiv the other day, Kate, and he suggested that they were going to come a lot sooner than we might actually think. He suggested they could come kind of within months, maybe not a full year. But we do not have the details about who exactly is going to supply those. They are in short supply, American-made F-16s. But certainly we heard an immediate comment from the Deputy Foreign Minister in Moscow who called it a colossal risk. And of course, that fear of escalation has been one of the reasons the U.S. has not jumped on board earlier. And President Zelensky, Kate, we know, has been asking for these F-16s for more than a year.
Yeah, I know you've talked about it before. I want to quickly ask Molly about the situation at Europe's largest nuclear power plant in Ukraine, which is currently occupied by Russia. We've talked about it before. Power was restored earlier today, I understand, after a massive outage there. What happened?
Yeah, the headline, according to the Ukrainian state nuclear company, is that it is back on. They were able to repair it. Now, Russia really blames the state nuclear company for shutting off the power. They say that it was caused by Russian shelling. We certainly should know kind of more in the next 24 hours. The headline, though, for Ukrainians is that it is back on and it is safe, according to the IAEA.
Molly Hunter for us. Molly, thank you so much.
A soccer stadium stampede leaves at least a dozen people dead and nearly 100 others hurt in El Salvador. The horror unfolded over the weekend during rivalry matchups when thousands of fans pushed through one of the gates. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now to talk about this. So, George, I understand a criminal investigation is now underway. What do we know?
Yeah, that's right, Sinclair. President Nayib Bukele promising an exhaustive and comprehensive investigation that will not only look at ticket sales in this case, but also at the teams, the directors, basically anyone that had involvement with the events that unfolded.
Joy devolving into despair in El Salvador as a soccer match turned deadly as a torrent of fans stormed an access gate. Government officials denouncing the violence, including reports some spectators impeded rescue efforts. A sporting celebration turned into a disgrace, said one official. Authorities are still investigating what sparked the stampede that claimed at least 12 lives and injured close to 90. There was an avalanche and the gate was pushed down. Many fans say they were sold fake tickets. Others saying there was an overselling of tickets on the black market, said another official. The stadium, one of the largest in Central America, transforming into a makeshift triage center. Among the injured, Hector Rivas. Rivas telling reporters he attended the quarterfinal matchup with his 14-year-old son. My son was crushed by 20. I thought he was leaving me, Rivas said. Some fans carrying the wounded to safety as loved ones were left to face the horrors. El Salvador's president promising an exhaustive investigation. The country's soccer federation declaring a nationwide suspension of games. A country left lamenting a loss of sport and lives.
Yeah, and football clubs from across the country are expressing their condolences for the tragedy. As far as some of the games there in the country, many of them have been suspended. The Federation now saying they are going to review current games and upcoming games across the leagues to see how they will proceed further to make sure something like this doesn't happen again.
Keeping those families in our prayers. George Solis, thank you.
The NAACP is out with a rare formal travel advisory for the state of Florida. The announcement comes just days after Governor Ron DeSantis signed a slew of bills targeting undocumented migrants while defunding diversity, equity, and inclusion programs at state colleges in Florida and expanding the state's Don't Say Gay law, as it's known by opponents. The civil rights organization calls Governor DeSantis' recent moves, quote, aggressive attempts to erase Black history, and warns the state is, quote, openly hostile to African Americans and other minority groups. NBC News senior national politics reporter Matt Dixon is with us following this story. Matt, a Republican congressman today called this silly and political. What is the NAACP saying? And has the group ever issued an advisory like this?
I don't believe they've issued an advisory like this before, and certainly I don't think so in Florida. But essentially, this is a continued fight between the NAACP and organizations like it and Governor DeSantis. The NAACP has sued him in the past over anti-riot legislation, over some election law legislation, but most recently, some of the things that you just talked about there, the DEI, the diversity, equity, and inclusion legislation, and actually a fight over a AP Black history curriculum that the DeSantis administration recently objected to, and that kind of sparked a back and forth. Derek Johnson, the head of the NAACP, talked about it earlier on MSNBC about how this is kind of setting the state back, and if Ron DeSantis became president, it might be setting the country back, as he framed it.
You have an individual who's leaning towards running for the presidency, and the nation must be aware and be cautious that if we decide to move in this direction, it will take us backwards to the Trump years or to the 1950s.
And what is the response from Governor DeSantis or from his administration now to this?
Two things. DeSantis has kind of echoed some of his supporters that this is kind of a political ploy, but they've also pointed to tourism numbers. Florida broke a record in the first quarter of 2023 for the number of people who traveled to the state. So what DeSantis and his allies are saying is, you know, if people don't want to come to Florida, as the NAACP is implying, why are we breaking these tourism records? And that's kind of the focus from that side of it.
All right, Matt Dixon for us. Thank you.
There's growing tension between New York City Mayor Eric Adams and the White House over the administration's handling of the crisis at the southern border. In a series of interviews this weekend, Adams said he believes his city is unfairly bearing the brunt of the nation's migrant crisis. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now. So, Ron, what more is Mayor Adams saying about how the city is handling this surge of asylum seekers? This is not new, right? It was happening even before Title 42 expired. Right. And what is he saying about what other leaders should be doing?
Well, yeah, this has been going on for some time. In a broader context, New York has always been a destination for migrants, immigrants, but the numbers have been soaring in recent months. The Adams administration says that they've received about 70,000 migrants since last year, and there are about 42,000 who are still in the city. The shelters are packed. They've been putting people in hotels, school gymnasiums, and there's busing people to upstate and out suburban counties to get them places to stay out of New York City, and he says it's really putting a strain on the city, and the city's at the breaking point in terms of trying to accommodate people. There's also a right to shelter law here, which means that the city has to find shelter for people who come, migrants, asylum seekers. Here's a plan that the mayor said that he thinks might work to spread the problem around the country. Take a listen.
We have 108,000 cities, villages, towns. If everyone takes a small portion of that, and if it's coordinated at the border to ensure that those who are coming here to this country in a lawful manner is actually moved throughout the entire country, it is not a burden on one city.
The mayor says he has mentioned this plan to the Biden administration and to the congressional delegation from New York. No word on whether it's something that's actually going to be acted upon. The mayor's also asking for much more money to deal with this problem. But again, it doesn't seem to be getting any easier. It seems that more and more people are still coming here.
Ron Allen in New York, thank you so much.
Coming up, why doctors say people who use drugs like Ozempic for weight loss could be losing more than just extra pounds. You're watching NBC News Daily.
begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. In today's Daily Health, more and more people are trying to shed pounds and turning to drugs like Ozempic to do it.
Yeah, and while these drugs may help you to scale down and lose the weight, you may also be losing something you really need. It's called lean mass. Joining us now is senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres. All right, Dr. John, so people are using Ozempic and Wegovy and other brands like it to lose weight. I don't even know what lean mass is. What is that, and why are we looking at that?
Yeah.
And Kate, I don't think you're alone in this. I think a lot of people don't understand that. But essentially, when you talk about your body weight, you're talking about two different things. One's the body fat, which I think most of us know, and that's usually what we try to lose when we're losing weight. But the other is lean mass. And lean mass means a couple of things: your bones, your organs, and most importantly, your muscle mass. And that's the one we're talking about here, the one that you end up losing along with the fat that you're losing as well. The reason this is important is because that's associated with a better metabolism. This lean mass helps you metabolize things, which helps you burn those calories while you're at rest. And so that's the concern here. You're losing that along with losing the fat.
So, Dr. John, to that end, what are the dangers of maybe losing lean mass instead of body fat?
So the biggest danger is losing that lean mass, that lean muscle mass, which helps you with metabolism while you're up and about and even while you're resting and sleeping at night, because your muscles are always active, so they're always metabolizing, they're always burning calories. On top of that, when you get older, 60 and above, you start losing that lean mass anyway, and that can cause issues, especially that muscle mass, with having problems with balance, strength, those types of things as you get older, and that's something you want to make sure you keep intact when you're young so it stays there when you're older.
So I'm sitting here thinking, I get what you're saying, but people love, the benefits of Ozempic and drugs like it. People are really having weight loss benefits. So what do you do? Is it still worth going on Ozempic or something like it? And then how do you maintain your lean muscle mass?
And it can be, but the key here is you want to lose weight slowly. If you lose weight too fast, 5 to 10 pounds a week, you're going to lose some of that lean mass as well as the body fat that you want to lose. So if you start slowing down and lose weight less quickly, 2 pounds or less a week, you're not going to lose that lean mass. On top of that, making sure you have enough protein, and then talking to your doctor. Get that medical supervision to make sure you're not losing too much lean mass. Now, the other thing they found out is, yeah, people are losing lean mass, but overall their proportion of lean mass to body fat stays high.
Got to count those macros.
Yeah. Okay. John Torres, thank you. Appreciate it. In today's mental health check, we're talking about what's being dubbed the Sunday scaries. Have you heard this term? It's the end of the weekend anxiety that we all feel as your workday creeps closer.
It's a real thing, and new research shows you're not alone if you feel it. There may be something you can do about it, though. NBC News correspondent Aaron Gilchrist shows us how.
What could be worse than Monday?
Garfield voicing our shared lament decades ago about the end of the weekend and the return to the rat race. But that angst is not fictional.
I, start getting this anxiety and dread.
Just that feeling like, hey, we're going back into the storm now.
Meet Leah, Aaron, and Natalie, all young professionals, all learning to cope with the Sunday scaries.
How did the Sunday scaries show up in your life?
It's your last chance at freedom, almost. Like you have to take a deep breath and then situate yourself.
And these 20-somethings aren't alone. A recent survey from LinkedIn showing 75% of working Americans say they experience the Sunday scaries. It is a real thing.
I'm like, this is the worst feeling in the world, and I definitely have Sunday scaries.
Some people say that Sunday scaries feels like heart racing, their palms are sweating, or they wake up with a jolt of anxiety in the morning, or they have trouble falling asleep at night.
Psychiatrist Dr. Sue Varma says the Sunday scaries may actually be a sign of something unaddressed at work.
To me, the Sunday scaries are an opportunity to have a conversation with yourself or someone that cares about you, to be like, why is this that every Sunday I'm feeling a sense of panic and dread?
One remedy for the Sunday scaries gaining popularity on social media is Bare Minimum Mondays. Influencers easing into the work week by doing a little less on Monday morning.
Can't we just make this bare minimum Monday, Bill?
But not everyone is on board with coasting into a new week.
I think any entrepreneur, if you have the entrepreneur mindset, that just drives you crazy.
Byron Lazine has more than 70 employees across his two companies, and he says he'd have a hard time hanging on to staffers who plan to do just enough.
I'd be looking for people who are hungry, who are driven, who want to go out there and get better every single day. I don't want somebody who just wants to do the bare minimum.
The idea that an employer expects you to come in at 100% on a Monday morning, what do you make of that?
It's not about doing absolutely nothing. I think it's about doing enough so that you and your team is still happy with your performance, but you can also keep your mental health in check.
I think it's really beneficial, not only for yourself, but you're going to be a better worker.
The expert advice: try to make sure your Sunday includes something physical and fun, and try to avoid planning big meetings or tasks for first thing Monday morning. Aaron Gilchrist, NBC News, Washington.
Zinkla, you are not doing
the bare minimum Monday.
You're anchoring for 4 hours today straight.
It's with you all, and it's worth it.
Here we go. And more ahead.
More ahead. Thanks for being here.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
It was a fairy tale ending for one player in the PGA Championship.
It's true. Michael Block's day job usually means teaching golf lessons at a public course in Southern California. But this weekend, he got a chance to give a performance for the ages. Today, anchor Hoda Kotb shows us the shot everyone is talking about.
One final putt capping off the week of a lifetime for a 46-year-old teaching pro on one of golf's biggest stages. With the crowd at Oak Hill Country Club chanting his name, Michael Block wrapped up his storybook run at the PGA Championship in style, finishing in the top 15 and soaking in the spectacle.
I'm living a dream. I'm making sure that I enjoy this moment.
After one of the most remarkable shots you will ever see, paired with golf superstar Rory McIlroy during Sunday's final round, Block took aim at the par 3 15th.
The fairy tale story.
A a slam dunk hole-in-one. Even he couldn't believe it.
Did it go in?
Friends at the club where Block gives lessons in Mission Viejo, California, going nuts. After his round, Block congratulating Brooks Koepka on winning his 5th career major championship. But Koepka was more interested in celebrating that hole-in-one. But for many, the day and the week belonged to Michael Block.
I've learned that after my 46 years of life, that it's not going to get better than this. There's no way.
His top 15 finish guarantees him a spot in next year's PGA Championship, and oh yeah, a paycheck for more than $280,000.
Wow. Wow, Hoda, thank you.
That's not a bad deal, if you ask me.
I mean, I'm not a golf fan, but even I understood that's sort of coming from nowhere story.
Impressive.
Yeah, totally. All right, well, it's prom season, if you didn't know, and for a lot of high schoolers, a night to remember, right?
Of course, but for 2 teens in Indianapolis, it was especially unforgettable because of all they've been through together. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has the story.
This is what joy looks like. That's 17-year-old Vivian Eagle and her good friend, high school senior Cade Thompson, celebrating a prom near Indianapolis last weekend.
It was really magical, and it just made me happy.
It was like a dream. It's hard to believe this was a milestone that almost didn't happen. That's because both strangers who were athletes at different schools were diagnosed with aggressive bone cancer just 2 years apart. Cade in 2020, and last year, Vivian. Got some queso too. The pair, meeting after Vivian's mom, Katrina, a teacher at Cade's school, called his mom, Sharon, for advice.
I knew immediately when we had the opportunity to meet the Eagle family that was our why.
The Thompsons came and they gave hope. I just can't thank them enough.
Cade supporting Vivian in a way few others could. He understood the brutal treatments and the isolation of a deadly disease.
I would always tell her, it's okay to cry.
He was just always there when nobody else was. There was a time, especially right after surgery, I was at my lowest point. He knew why.
Just a little bit.
That friendship, a lifeline. And now, more than a year later, both cancer-free.
Look how awesome you look. You just don't know how many sunrises you're going to have.
They wanted to show some love to others who helped them through the tough times, showing off their prom outfits during an emotional reunion with their medical team at Riley Children's Health.
Oh my goodness. You saw me at my worst, and you were always there to help me or if I needed somebody to talk to. And I want to thank you for giving me a chance to walk again with my leg.
I'm just proud of you guys.
2 friends who've been through so much.
Good God, let me give you my life.
Once again, embracing life.
There's not a lot of people like that in the world anymore that are just always there through thick and thin. And Cade, you were for me.
Hallie Jackson, NBC News.
I'm sure that friendship is going to last a whole lifetime, Kate.
I'm starting to cry, so I'm just going to let you talk.
Oh, no. It's so beautiful to see their resilience.
Yeah,
and it's so young,
totally.
too.
I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Sinclair Simon. Thanks for being with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
for Dateline Premium. Subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, May 22nd, day in court. The man accused of murdering 4 Idaho University students faces a judge. This as new details emerge about the case, including a suspicious Amazon purchase.
The sit-down, President Biden meeting with Speaker McCarthy, trying to hammer out a debt limit deal. The signs of progress coming out of the high-stakes negotiations.
Jumping in, South Carolina Senator Tim Scott becomes the latest Republican to run for president. How the current frontrunner, former President Trump, is reacting.
And minor traffic. The new feature Uber is testing that would allow teens to catch a ride alone. A lot of stories to get to. Thank you for being with us on this Monday. We begin this hour in Idaho, where the man accused of murdering 4 university students was just arraigned.
Brian Kohberger stayed silent during today's hearing, and the judge entered a not guilty plea on his behalf. It has been more than 6 months since 4 friends had their lives cut short.
Those friends, Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Gonzalez, Zana Kernodle, and Madison Mogan. Their loved ones still trying to come to terms with their loss.
NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is outside the courthouse in Idaho for us. Aaron, walk us through what happened today in court.
Well, Kate, the hearing today lasted for some 15 minutes. An NBC producer who was inside the courtroom said that Brian Kohberger, suspected of murdering 4 University of Idaho college students, was stoic when he walked into the courtroom. He answered a series of basic questions. He was asked if he had received a copy of the grand jury indictment. He said yes. He was asked if he understood the charges against him. He said yes, answering those questions, according to this producer, forcefully. But when he was asked to enter a plea, he stood silent, his lawyer explaining to the judge that he would be standing silent. The judge then entering that not guilty plea on all counts for Brian Kohberger, effectively triggering a series of events. There's a trial date now, October 2nd. Legal experts that I've been talking to say that that is not a lot of time for both sides to get ready for trial. It also gives the prosecution 60 days to declare whether or not the prosecution intends to pursue the death penalty in this case, which legal experts tell me they see as likely.
And Aaron, I understand we're also getting new information about exactly what Kohberger was allegedly doing in the weeks and months before the murders, including a suspicious Amazon purchase. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, that's right, Zinclea. Our colleagues at Dateline NBC reporting that according to a source with knowledge of the investigation, Brian Kohberger purchased a K-bar knife and sheath on Amazon.com in the months leading up to the murders, which is significant because that is the kind of knife that the prosecution has identified as being the murder weapon. Now, the murder weapon, it must be said, has yet to be found. We've also, according to a source with knowledge of the investigation per Dateline NBC, speaking to some of the Kohberger family members, a source saying that they had expressed concern over Christmas about some of the odd behavior that Brian Kohberger had displayed prior to his arrest, even at one point searching that now infamous white Hyundai Elantra. NBC Dateline reached out to a lawyer familiar with the Kohberger family, and that lawyer declined to comment.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin for us in Idaho. Aaron, thanks.
Well, turning now to Washington, negotiations are underway to avoid a potentially disastrous default on America's debts. President Biden will meet with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy at the White House this evening. They're trying to hash out a last-minute agreement. The two talked Sunday in what the president called a productive conversation. The Treasury Secretary said Sunday on Meet the Press, if Congress does not act, the U.S. will be unable to pay all of its bills by early June and possibly by June 1st. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles is in Washington for us. So, Ryan, are negotiators hopeful a deal can be reached by that important deadline, June 1st, and that it can actually pass through Congress in the next 10 days?
It's a great question, Zinkley, and we do see signs of progress here. White House negotiators were here on Capitol Hill meeting with representatives from Speaker McCarthy's office for the balance of the morning. And once they emerged, we heard from Speaker McCarthy multiple times, and he did make it clear that he's very concerned about spending. He is very insistent that any debt ceiling legislation that passes must be accompanied with steep spending cuts. And that seems to be where there is an impasse between the White House and the Speaker's office. And it's coming to that number that both sides feel comfortable. Perhaps that happens as soon as this evening. The president and the Speaker set to meet one-on-one for the first time in several weeks. The Speaker McCarthy saying it is possible that he walks out of that meeting with the deal, and that can then begin the process of creating the legislative text that will serve as the exit ramp to get this crisis over with. But at this point, Zinkley, still no deal. Both sides are talking, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, still no deal, Ryan. And I'd be remiss not to mention that some progressives in Congress are actually proposing that Biden actually bypass them and raise the debt limit by himself using the 14th Amendment. But for our viewers who may not be as familiar, can you just walk us through exactly what the 14th Amendment allows for? And is it something the White House actually would do?
Well, they're certainly not taking it off the table, Zinkley, and they want to have at their disposal every single piece of leverage that they could possibly have. And putting the 14th Amendment in their back pocket, which, depending on which legal analyst you talk to, gives the administration, the executive branch, at least some level of unilateral ability to raise or take out debt on behalf of the country to pay off its bills. Now, this is something that would be hashed out in the courts. It's not the option that anyone involved in these conversations prefer, and that includes the Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen. But it is something that the White House is warning House Republicans that if they're not willing to come to the table and negotiate, they may be willing to implement, and that would essentially make these negotiations that much more difficult, could have a very negative impact on the market. So it is a kind of break glass in case of emergency option that the White House truly does not want to use, but they're certainly keeping it open as an option because every piece of leverage is important during these negotiations. Zinkley.
Absolutely. The clock is ticking. Ryan Nobles, thanks.
Let's move to Decision 2024. Senator Tim Scott, Republican from South Carolina, making his presidential ambitions public today.
I'm announcing today that I'm running for President of the United States of America.
Senator Scott is the latest Republican to formally launch a 2024 campaign, with more looking to join the race in coming days. Recent polls, though, are still dominated by former President Donald Trump. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is in North Charleston, South Carolina for us. Ali, what's behind Senator Scott's decision to get in the race now? Who else are we expecting to formally announce in the coming days?
Well, look, Kate, this is according to plan for the Scott campaign. He's spent the last few weeks, frankly, since the winter, touring the country, going to all the states that presidential could-be candidates tend to go to, the Iowas, the New Hampshires, and, of course, he's from South Carolina. So every event he does here continues to tease the idea that he could be a presidential candidate. Now, of course, he's made it official, saying that he's entering this race. And you're right, he does so in a week that's going to be pretty consequential for the rest of this field. Our sources tell us that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is also expected to enter the race at some point this week. That adds at least 2 new names officially to the list, though I've talked to several sources with a few other could-be campaigns, and they are also thinking about jumping in, if not this week, then at least in the coming weeks, in large part because there is a view that you have to be in before June, before the start of the summer. If you look at Senator Tim Scott's message, though, Kate, he was someone who was offering an optimistic conservative message while also taking on the Biden administration, trying to contrast himself himself not from his fellow field of Republicans, but from the current administration and from the man who he hopes to ultimately go one-on-one with. It's partly why we saw Senator John Thune, the #2 Republican on the Senate side, come down here to Charleston and actually endorse his fellow senator. But it could end up that this hopeful message is not the one the electorate's looking at. Here's Thune's reaction when I asked him about that. Watch.
I thought that was a powerful message, both in terms of delivery and substance, but articulated a real vision for the future of the country, which is different in tone and temperament than a lot of the other candidates who are running.
Than Trump specifically.
Well, I mean, I think he's a positive voice, he's optimistic, he's hopeful, and I think people are ready for that.
So you're seeing there Thune saying what he thinks the selling point of a Scott candidacy is. I will tell you, Kate, just anecdotally, I talked to a bunch of people who were attending this event today. Many of them have known Tim Scott for a while. They like him because they know him. Now this is his chance to really introduce himself for the first time to the American voting public. He's doing that on the ground with events. He's going to Iowa and New Hampshire later this week, but he's also got a lot of air cover. The campaign is already up with a big $6 million TV and radio ad buy. That's going to help Scott keep introducing himself even when he's not campaigning on the ground.
All right, Ali Vitale, thanks so much.
In financial news, Meta slapped with a record fine over data privacy, and a diversity executive at Uber is put on leave.
Morgan Brennan joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Morgan.
Hi, Kate and Sinclair. Well, Meta has been fined a record $1.3 billion by European privacy regulators. This is over the transfer of EU user data to the U.S. And the Irish Data Protection Commission that oversees Meta operations in the region told the company to suspend, quote, any future personal or transfer of personal data to the U.S. Meta said it would appeal the decision and the fine. Uber has suspended its head of diversity after complaints following an employee event titled Don't Call Me Karen. Bo Young Lee has been the company's DEI head since 2018. She was placed on leave after some employees complained the event was insensitive to people of color. And a guitar once used by Kurt Cobain has sold for nearly $600,000. The guitar was smashed on stage by the Nirvana lead singer and signed by members of the band. The auction's president said memorabilia from Nirvana is some of the most collectible of any rock band. Guys, this Stratocaster actually fetched something like 7 times more than the auction house had anticipated.
Oh, wow. Oh, at 600,000?
600,000. They were expecting 60 to 80,000.
I thought it would be more.
You're talking to a musician right here.
I mean, it's Kurt Cobain's, right? Like, I thought it would be millions.
It's true. I mean, he was the face of an era, the 90s grunge era. It's kind of incredible to think that it's been almost 30 years since he passed away.
I can't believe that. I remember where I was that day. Yeah. Well, all right, Morgan Brennan, thank you.
Thanks. Yeah. Well, coming up, how 3 western states are working together to keep the Colorado River from running dry.
Plus, how the suspect accused of killing a man on a New York City subway is publicly defending his actions now. You're watching NBC News Daily.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Welcome back. The young Marine veteran charged with killing a black man on the New York City subway is speaking out. A warning: some may find the video in this report disturbing. Daniel Penny, who is white, is charged with manslaughter in the chokehold death of Jordan Neely, who is black. The killing and video of the incident sparked protests across the city, and Penny is now speaking in an exclusive interview with the New York Post and defending his actions, denying it had anything to do with race. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda is following this story for us. So, Emily, what else is Penny saying here?
Well, Penny really addressing a wide spectrum of things, ranging from his time in the military, his upbringing, travels. He mentioned that college courses, he's now taking those online. On that day of the incident, he said that he was traveling by subway train into Manhattan from school to the gym, and he didn't provide many details when it comes to the moments leading up to the confrontation itself, but he did say if he were presented with similar circumstances, a similar situation, he would take action again. Some other notable quotes we have for you: this had nothing to do with race, he told the New York Post. He also said, I judge a person based on their character. I'm not a white supremacist, describing himself as a normal guy. Jordan Neely, as we covered, was laid to rest on Friday, and Penny was presented with the question of what would you like to say to Neely's family? And he said, I'm deeply saddened by the loss of life. It's tragic what happened to him. Hopefully we can change the system that so desperately failed us. Neely's killing, as you mentioned, prompting protests over crime, over so-called vigilantism, and over record levels of homelessness in the response to it.
And this is really notable also because we've only heard from his lawyers at this point. I wonder, though, how is Jordan Neely's family reacting right now to this interview, and what's next for his case? Penny.
So the Neely family attorney described the interview as an advertisement to soften the public's view of Penny. They were demanding, they want to know why he didn't let go of the chokehold sooner. In terms of what's next in this case, the DA has about 6 months to secure a grand jury indictment of Penny, who will be given the option, the opportunity to testify if the defense chooses to so. But legal experts say that might be a move they save should this case reach trial.
All right, Emily Ikeda, thanks so much for that.
A family in Albany, New York, is filing a lawsuit after their 6-year-old son was allegedly abused by his teacher. The teacher is accused of grabbing the boy by the throat and putting him in a closet. Tessa Bentulin from our Albany affiliate has more.
These two photos show one of the cuts a 6-year-old boy suffered after alleged abuse by a teacher at school. The child's family is now suing KIPP Albany Community Public Charter School, KIPP Tech Valley Charter Schools, and the teacher, Francine Ruffin. The family's attorney, Daniel Small, says the elementary school student is frightened by the incident.
The kid is now in counseling. The kid is scared to go back to school.
In the 13-page lawsuit, the 6-year-old is listed as PS. It claims PS was standing in line for the bathroom while other students were bullying PS, and he asked them to stop. That's when Ruffin allegedly grabbed PS by his wrist and neck, and her nails penetrated his skin. Ruffin then allegedly picked up PS by his neck and arms until his feet were off the floor, and then put him in a closet. The lawsuit claims Ruffin has put other students in closets. Attorney Small says PS reportedly told the principal what happened.
The principal didn't believe it. That same teacher was still left with the child and essentially just gave him a Band-Aid to cover up the laceration that he had.
Smalls also says the child's mom did not get any sort of notice from the school. She found out what happened when her son came home and told her.
Mom, at first, didn't really believe him, not to say that he was fabricating, but because of how egregious it was.
Small says mom went to the school the next day with police. Ruffin was arrested by Albany police just days after the alleged incident. The arrest report details a very similar narrative to the lawsuit. It states Ruffin placed her hands around PS's throat, applied pressure, causing him not to be able to breathe.
Tessa Bentulin reporting for us. 2 people were killed after a small plane crash on Saturday. The small plane, similar to the one that we'll see on the screen here, was headed for Hawaii. It crashed after taking off from Northern California. The Coast Guard found the plane 40 miles off the coast of Half Moon Bay, California. The National Transportation Safety Board, the FAA, are both working to investigate the cause of the crash.
Coming up, the new details we're learning about what Russia claims is a takeover of a key city in Ukraine. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live, including all the names you see coming up on your screen. The news continues right after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back now with some space news. A crew of private astronauts with Axiom Space is now on board the International Space Station after docking just a short time ago.
The 4 of them arriving roughly 16 hours after launching from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida on Sunday evening. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra is at the Kennedy Space Center, the launch site. She joins us live. Marissa, I'm totally jealous that you got to see all this. This is Axiom's second all-private mission to the International Space Station, right? And the crew includes legendary NASA astronaut Peggy Whitson, who I was lucky enough to spend some time with. What can you tell us about their mission, how long they're going to be staying on that ISS?
Yeah, so it was a really exciting day yesterday. I know some weather threatened the launch, but they were able, the clouds parted ways just in time for them to be able to launch almost 24 hours ago from right here, Kennedy Space Center. 2 Americans, 2 Saudis, they made their way to the International Space Station. We know they got a big welcome by the astronauts who were already there. And you mentioned yourself, Peggy Whitson. She is no stranger to space. In fact, before this mission, she had 665 days in space under her belt. But she's also joined by 3 newbies to the scene, if you will. 1 American who paid for his way, as well as 2 Saudis who were funded by the government. And so I want to take you to some of the sound we heard from them when they entered space and they had a chance to join those other astronauts. You can imagine, especially for those newer ones, and even including the veteran here, this is a really exciting time.
We really are excited to be here. It was a great launch, a great ride. We had a lot of fun on the way up. and we're really excited to get a lot of work done up here. But it's great for me to come back personally. It does feel like home.
I'm very happy to be here representing the dreams and hopes of everyone back home.
That was Rihanna Barnawi there, and as we mentioned, her first time in space, she was very excited to have the cords floating in front of her as soon as they entered zero gravity. But they're doing more than just experimenting with zero gravity. They're also doing research. They're doing investigations, including looking at stem cells and the impact gravity may or may not have on them, Kate. And they're spending 8 days total in that International Space Station.
Oh, wow. Quite the journey, I imagine. I mean, you touched on so many of the projects and research they're going to be working on. What does this all mean for the future of space?
Yeah, the bigger picture here, remember, Axiom wants to be the face of the first commercial space station. In fact, they have these big plans of having a business park, if you will, up in space. So this really is part of a bigger picture of the accelerated launches into space after what really felt like a 10-year hiatus altogether when it came to space. So consider this, Zinkley and Kate, one small step for mankind and one giant leap for commercialized spaceflight.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Marissa Parra, thanks so much for being down there for us. I have to say I had a chance that we got a first look at the mock-ups for the modules that will be in this new commercial space station that Marissa was just talking about. They're envisioning that they will manufacture things in space and that one day we will, incredible. She said, your children will travel to space one day and maybe work on one of these commercial space stations.
Yes, the landscape is changing. And today's historic docking at the International Space Station comes as NASA is also setting its sights a little further with hopes to reach Mars by 2040.
And they're taking a page from the history books as to how to do that. Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello.
Yeah, good day. A spectacular liftoff here yesterday at the Kennedy Space Center with the Axiom private astronaut crew headed for the International Space Station and the commander, Peggy Whitson, who is a NASA veteran, more cumulative time in space than any other American. Meanwhile, NASA is focused on going to the moon and then to Mars. And to get to Mars, we learned that NASA is planning to go nuclear, using a nuclear-powered rocket with a reactor inside that rocket. We got exclusive behind-the-scenes access and a look at it at the Huntsville Space Center, the Marshall Space Center in Huntsville. This is important because they need to cut the travel time to Mars. Right now, it's 2 to 3 years round trip. Think about just stocking enough food for that and then trying to limit your exposure to potential lethal amounts of space radiation. So they're now going to test fire a nuclear-powered reactor, a rocket engine in space within 2 to 3 years. We have a great documentary going behind the scenes with NASA, Race to Mars. It is on Meet the Press Reports on News Now and also on YouTube. Back to you.
All right, Tom, definitely watching that documentary. I'm looking forward to that.
Yes, so incredible to see how the landscape is changing here.
Yeah, it really is. Well, coming up, we switch gears. We're going to look at who could be behind a deadly shootout near the California-Mexico border, according to authorities. You're watching NBC News Daily.
morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
An 8-year-old girl is dead and her 4-year-old brother is missing after they were swept away Sunday in a California river. The sheriff's office says the siblings were with their mother and her friend and trying to make their way to a rock when the current carried them away. Neither child was wearing a life jacket.
Activists protesting climate change climbed into Rome's iconic Trevi fountain and poured diluted charcoal into the water. As the water turned black, the group then held up banners protesting Italy's investment in fossil fuels. After about 20 minutes, police waded into the water and carried the demonstrators away.
30 tons of a chemical used as both a fertilizer and an explosive is missing, and it was likely lost during a rail shipment. According to federal records, a shipment of ammonium nitrate disappeared during a rail trip from Wyoming to California last month. The company transporting the chemical said they believe the chemical leaked out through the bottom gate on the rail car.
Ukraine says the battle over the eastern city of Bakhmut is not over, although Russian forces say they have captured the city. Ukrainian officials say they're still fighting on the outskirts of town. Over the weekend, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky appeared at the G7 summit in Japan and secured an additional $375 million in U.S. military aid. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from Kharkiv. Molly, let's start with the battle for Bakhmut. We mentioned it's one of the bloodiest battles of this war, right? What is the latest on the ground? Why are there so many differences in terms of what's happening?
Yeah, Kate, one of the bloodiest, really the deadliest battle. It's been going on for 9 months. The real military casualty count on both sides, Kate, we really don't know. Both governments keep that as a closely guarded secret, but it's certainly numbers in the tens of thousands. Just to bring you up to speed, over the weekend, look, it's a lot of fog of war, very few actual details about who holds what specific piece of land. But on Saturday, Yevgeny Prigozhin, he's the Russian oligarch who heads up the Russian mercenary group, the Wagner Group. His fighters have been really on the front line for Russia. They claim total control of the city. On Sunday, Putin congratulated Russian troops, according to Russian state TV. And what's happening today is that Ukrainian officials are not saying they control the city center. What they're saying is that there is still fighting on the outskirts, that the battle for kind of the suburbs to encircle the city is still going, Kate. What's interesting, Bakhmut has not been strategic. It was not strategic 9 months ago, but Ukrainian officials have long said that really the reason, one of the key strategic reasons that they are fighting is to tie Russian troops up so that they can plan that counteroffensive potentially elsewhere.
Molly, not only did Ukraine get more money, we mentioned, from the United States, but President Biden also said he supports joint training of Ukrainian pilots on F-16 fighter jets. Do we know when that could begin, and what is Russia saying about that?
We don't. It's interesting. We were speaking with the former Minister of Defense in Kyiv the other day, Kate, and he suggested that they were going to come a lot sooner than we might actually think. He suggested they could come kind of within months, maybe not a full year. But we do not have the details about who exactly is going to supply those. They are in short supply, American-made F-16s. But certainly we heard an immediate comment from the Deputy Foreign Minister in Moscow who called it a colossal risk. And, of course, that fear of escalation has been one of the reasons the U.S. has not jumped on board earlier. And President Zelensky, Kate, we know, has been asking for these F-16s for more than a year.
Yeah, I know you've talked about it before. I want to quickly ask Molly about the situation at Europe's largest nuclear power plant in Ukraine, which is currently occupied by Russia. We've talked about it before. Power was restored earlier today, I understand, after a massive outage there. What happened?
Yeah, the headline, according to the Ukrainian state nuclear company, is that it is back on. They were able to repair it. Now, Russia really blames the state nuclear company for shutting off the power. They say that it was caused by Russian shelling. We certainly should know kind of more in the next 24 hours. The headline, though, for Ukrainians is that it is back on and it is safe, according to the IAEA.
Molly Hunter for us. Molly, thank you so much.
In Mexico, at least 10 people are dead and 9 others wounded after gunmen ambushed a group of drivers at a road race event. The bloodshed happening in Baja California. No confirmation yet on the motive for the violence, though cartel violence has plagued this Mexican state in recent years. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has been tracking this story for us and joins us now. Valerie?
Zinkley, this happened at an all-terrain car racing show. The gunfire erupting in the early afternoon, leaving participants stunned. The search is on for a group of gunmen suspected of killing at least 10 people in Baja California Saturday afternoon. The sound of continuous gunfire filling the air at what was supposed to be a peaceful car event in the Mexican city of Ensenada.
Lo que pasó ayer, pues, es que nos sorprende a todos.
What happened here yesterday, it surprised us all. I thought this was a peaceful place, but now I realize it's not.
According to Mexican State Police, a group of men with guns hopped out of a gray van on Saturday afternoon and opened fire at the people at the car show. The suspects fled the scene, and now the mayor of the Mexican city, Ensenada, has commissioned a special task force to investigate the massacre. The citizens of Ensenada left petrified.
This shooting really impacted us. When I heard the gunfire, I felt paralyzed.
The city of Ensenada has recorded 26 cases of homicide through April this year, far fewer than the nearby city of Tijuana, which has 598 homicides, according to the Mexican government. The U.S. State Department urging Americans to reconsider travel to Baja California due to crime and kidnapping, and warning of violence between rival cartel factions. The roadshow's organizer apologizing with condolences to the families of the victims and writing on their Instagram, quote, "We're as baffled as all of you, and we have nothing to do with what happened." The investigation into who is responsible continues. The identities of the victims haven't been released. Zinkley?
Valerie Castro, thanks so much.
A historic deal today in the Southwest, where states have been battling it out over water supply from the Colorado River. 3 key states, Arizona, California, and Nevada, have now agreed to conserve at least 3 million acre-feet of water by 2026. What does that mean? That's roughly the amount it would take to fill 6 million Olympic-sized swimming pools. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now. Dana, before we get into the agreement, can we go for a little context here? Can you explain why these negotiations over water were so important?
Absolutely, Kate. And I know it sounds like a lot of math, but those numbers are important because essentially together, these 7 states, not only California, Nevada, and California, but the other upper basin states that include Utah, Wyoming, they were at a point of reaching a critically low level for the Colorado River, because back in the 20s, this agreement was developed so that all of these states could take enough water in order to live off of, to power things. But because of the severe drought, climate change, and also an increasing population here out west, the Colorado River, as you can see there, reached some of the lowest levels we have ever seen, which prompted this water crisis. And even the federal government had talks about stepping in to make a decision and possibly restrict some of that water flow. So these states said, hey, we've got to come up with a deal. They've been going back and forth for months to no avail. But now they have a deal that is going to help them save about 3 million acre-feet of water through 2026. And so it kind of temporarily puts them at a good point for now, Kate.
So how do you save that much water? What do we know about how the agreement will work?
Well, that's the big question. Here in California, we know the governor has done water restrictions where you can't water your lawn. We know that some of the agricultural industry has decided that they're going to try to cut back. So it sounds like there are still talks as to exactly how this is going to work and exactly how much each state is going to help save. But this is a deal. And also, Kate, there's a little bit of what's the word here? They've been incentivized, so to speak, because the federal government has agreed to pay up to $1.2 billion if these 3 states conserve water. So they're going to figure out a way, hopefully soon, so that we can save as much water as possible. And this isn't the end. This only saves us through 2026, but we know that some of these states are going to have to start discussions on how they're going to conserve beyond 2026. And Kate, those discussions start next month.
Yeah, I feel like 2026 is right around the corner. Dana Griffin on that for us. Dana, thank you.
Los Angeles is struggling with a growing number of offices no one is using. The amount of empty office space is now more than 60% above pre-pandemic levels and continuing to rise. CNBC senior real estate correspondent Diana Olick joins us now from Los Angeles with a closer look. So Diana, this is so fascinating. The way we work obviously has dramatically changed since COVID. So what are the numbers showing about office space in LA right now?
You know, it's so interesting, Zinkley. We talk so much about Manhattan, which is a bigger office market than LA, but LA actually has bigger problems. The office vacancy rate in LA soared to 22.5% in the first quarter this year, compared to 17% in Manhattan. This represents 50 million square feet of empty offices, as you said, about 61% more than pre-pandemic levels. And the office leasing is also really low. And what's interesting is what is being leased is not really being used. Average occupancy in LA in their offices is 49%, and that's slightly lower than the national average. Of course, we did see big defaults in a couple of buildings in LA, so you see that distress in the market. It's also kind of bifurcated because you have downtown LA and then you have West LA. West LA is doing a lot better because it's got media and tech as opposed to downtown, which is kind of finance and law. And if you want to play the REIT stocks, those are the real estate investment trusts invested. The ones with the biggest exposure here are Douglas Emmett, Kilroy Realty, and Hudson Pacific, and they're all down. The first two about 30%, 25 to 30%, and the third down about 50%. So those are rough if you're holding those stocks, Zinkley.
Yeah, I mean, Diana, what's being done to get renters for these vacant office spaces, and also how long could it take to get the market really turned around here?
Well, it's really difficult, especially in LA, because you have a commuter problem and you also have a bigger crime problem, whereas in other cities where you have better mass transit, you don't really have that as much for downtown LA for people coming in from such faraway places, and the traffic issue is tough. And so what you're doing is you're seeing the buildings with more amenities, the more modern buildings, those are the ones that are really getting leased up, getting renters in. The older buildings are really struggling.
All right, CNBC's Diana Olick, thank you so much.
Uber plans to allow kids as young as 13 to ride in cars alone. Coming up, what parents need to know to keep their kids safe. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
In today's Modern Parenting, starting today, Uber is lifting the age restrictions to allow unaccompanied minors.
Yeah, this new service is launching in more than a dozen cities, and it requires passengers to use a special family account. Joining us now is NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa. So, Maggie, as I understand it, this new feature is essentially for teenagers, but how does it work exactly? And then is everyone younger than that, younger than 13, ineligible?
Essentially, yeah, if you were to go by the rules and a parent were to kind of attest for, the guardian were to attest for the kid who's signing up via this family account, it should be 13 at the youngest, up to 17 years old, who can kind of use this feature. And to kind of look at how it works, a couple of specific stipulations here that Uber sent over. They would be linked to the guardian's account. The kid can request the ride, but again, it'd be on the guardian's account with their credit card, and the adult would get notified every time a ride is requested. They'd also be able to track the ride in real time and communicate with the driver. And a big part of the reason for this, guys, is, as you know, number one, parents are taxed with driving their kids to school, to practices, to activities, to go meet their friends. There's a lot of trips that parents are making these days. And Uber's also launching this in metropolitan areas like New York, Atlanta, but also kind of more rural areas like Kansas City, Missouri, and Tucson, Arizona. They're testing it out in areas of all kinds, including those where there are no public transit options and kids still need to get to all those activities. So they want to see how this works for modern families, guys.
Yeah, parents have been talking about this for years, right? Because of what you said, Maggie. Like, we have to get our kids places.
Carpools.
But then there's the safety issue. What is Uber doing to make sure that you put your 13-year-old in a car, there's going to be a background check on that driver?
Yeah. Criminal background checks on the drivers, only the most seasoned drivers who have hundreds of rides and consistently positive reviews. There will be a PIN that the kid has to give to the driver to get into the car. And then finally, guys, this is important, an encrypted audio recording of the ride that no one has access to unless the parents and or police make a request to Uber later. They can see what happened in that ride and then use that to answer any questions that might come up, guys. So this is a new feature, and Uber says that they've done a lot of work to make it safe.
Maggie Vespa, fascinating. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we're going to turn now to a warning about hackers. And the one thing they want from you most, it's not your social security number, your birth date, or even your banking account information. It's your social media account.
Social media credentials have grown very valuable, apparently, to thieves, especially those used for small businesses. Reporter Lexi Sutter with our station, Lexi Suter, rather, at our station in Chicago explains.
Honestly, I didn't even like gnomes. I made one, and I thought it was so cute.
It's not just Liv De Leon who thought these were cute.
The gnomes are, yeah, everybody loves gnomes.
These little bearded sleepyheads became a top seller for her Plainfield business, Crafty Girl Creations, a business she started back in 2019, all thanks to Facebook.
Randomly out of nowhere, I decided to post something on Marketplace, and it just took off from there. My business doubled every year.
Until last November, she received an email from someone posing as the social media platform.
It looked like it came from Facebook, and it said that they need me to secure my account or I will lose access to it.
It looked legitimate. She changed her password, and then it was all gone. She was locked out of her account, thieves taking away everything she had worked for.
I get emotional because this took a huge financial burden on my family and myself.
NBC5 Responds first warned viewers last year about the troubling social media trend.
Honestly, I literally cried. I just never thought that it would happen to me.
Now, a new report out today shows that trend isn't going away anytime soon.
Unfortunately, this year we can say this is not a blip. This is happening like wildfire.
The Identity Theft Resource Center says last year it heard from more than 1,800 consumers who had their social media accounts hacked. And from their research, thieves are getting smarter about their approaches.
Thieves are not exploiting like technical vulnerabilities. They're not hacking into the system, so to speak. They're hacking our brains.
Manipulating you, the user, into giving them the info they need, like your account password or a two-factor authentication code. And once users lose their account, Ava Velasquez says from their experience, getting it back is rare.
The social media companies are not allocating enough resources to help their users.
Case in point, Liv tried to contact Facebook for months to try and get Crafty Girl Creations back. Since she's paid Facebook for ads over the years, she thought she was a customer and that there would be customer service waiting for her. Sadly, she was mistaken.
When you have a business and you have customers, you provide customer service, as I do, as all business owners do. They, in my opinion, have no customer service.
After contacting Facebook about Liv's case, a spokesperson said they were able to restore her business page all within a week.
So how can you protect your account? Number one, create a unique 12-digit password and don't reuse that password for any other account. And second, you should enable two-factor authentication. You'll get a code texted or emailed to you every time you log in, and you should keep that code a secret. If anyone asks for it, it's likely a scam, and you should definitely ignore them. Lexi Suter, NBC5 Response.
Lexi, thank you. There is much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. If you look hard enough in Tucson, Arizona, you might find something special. Free books hidden across the city under benches, on sidewalks, and in mailboxes.
It's the work of three women who are on a mission to spread the joy of reading, one story at a time. Here's Today Show anchor Jenna Bush-Hager with a closer look.
So we'll start on the east side?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Meet Emily, Jody, and Mary Ellen, the three women behind the Tucson to Home Gnome.
We wanted to share books in order to help spread literacy and kindness.
An idea that came to Emily during the pandemic.
I felt like so disconnected from everyone in my life. Books were kind of what helped keep me sane. So I was like, what if we just shared books with people? What if we just did a random act of kindness? People could find a book out in their community and maybe realize they're not alone.
But like every good book, they needed a great name.
There's not a lot of great, like, bookish things that rhyme with book. So I was like, tome, tome, tome. And my husband's like, gnome. And I was like, I'm here for this. It's the Tome Gnome. It's the Tucson Tome Gnome.
Every month, the trio chooses a different book to hide.
We want it to be very inclusive, and we also want to amplify marginalized voices. And so we tend to find books that may not be on everyone's radar, but that we love.
To date, we have hidden 730 books. 30 are done scavenger hunt style. We pick a Sunday every month, go hide the book. The other 15, we split between the three of us and actually hide in essentially parts of town that we call book deserts, where there may not be easy access to a library.
It takes them about 7 to 8 hours to hide the books.
We sneak out. Well, we don't really sneak out, but we kind of try to look inconspicuous. And we set the book down, and then we post hints throughout the day on Instagram.
Once they post it, I just start driving that way and hope that it's still there when I get there. A couple months ago, I drove all over town. I went to like 8 different spots. I like the community feel of it.
Jessica Hill brings her daughter, Abby.
I just love to go and look for them with my family.
It makes me feel like a kid again, right? Going on a hunt and getting to find something that someone else has so lovingly put out there.
And the adventure has captured many new readers, like Cynthia Bardo.
I never used to read, and I think the fun of finding the book helped me stay in the book.
You know, there's a lot in this country that we focus on children's literacy and joy, like book joy for older teens and grown-ups kind of just like drops away. And so I think that's something that the three of us really thought was valuable. Like, this is a huge gap, like book joy for adults.
Emily's small idea impacting the Tucson community, one page at a time.
It is truly just meant to be this kindness project and seeing people enjoy finding a book.
Jenna Bush Hager, NBC News.
Book joy. I love it. Let's take a look at some other stories trending right now.
Well, Kate, Luda is making headlines with a major honor for rapper and actor Ludacris. He now has a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. He sold more than 24 million albums worldwide and stars in the hit franchise Fast and Furious, which is, of course, in theaters. Luda thanked his village for helping him reach this milestone. He was joined at the ceremony by Vin Diesel and LL Cool J, as well as his daughter, who surprised him at the event.
Oh, that's cute. Yeah, that movie's huge right now.
Yes.
Foo Fighters announcing Josh Freese will be the band's newest drummer after the death of Taylor Hawkins back in March 2022. Reese had his first performance with the band during the group's streaming event yesterday. He's no stranger to performing, though. His resume includes performances and tours with Guns N' Roses, with Weezer, and with Paramore. I'm actually going to get to see the Foo Fighters in September.
Congrats
Pretty
to you.
excited about that.
Well, in sports news, Carmelo Anthony is retiring from the NBA after 19 years in the league. The 10-time All-Star and 3-time Olympic gold medalist making the announcement on Twitter just with a simple message: thank you. Anthony did not play this season, but retires with the 9th highest scoring record in the entire league.
And I love this one. Lego is throwing it back to the 80s with a new arcade game set. That's a Lego. The Pac-Man set's designed to look just like the arcade machine for the game's 43rd, I can't believe that, anniversary. It includes a coin slot, joystick, a crank so you can actually move through the game's maze.
They're so specific.
With the Pac-Man on the screen. Right?
Yeah.
It has about 3,000 pieces. That's a lot. That's a big Lego to put together.
Goodness.
It's going to be available next month, and I know that it's going to be on my kids' Christmas list.
I was going to say Christmas or graduation.
for sure.
I once bought a Star Wars Lego set, but that just seems really impressive.
Wow. Good for you.
Thanks for watching NBC News Daily.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
If it's Monday, President Biden and Speaker McCarthy are about to meet at the White House as the clock ticks down to a potential government default as early as June 1st, which Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is now calling a hard deadline. Plus, South Carolina Senator Tim Scott launches his 2024 campaign with red meat rhetoric and attacks on President Biden as Scott sits down with NBC News for an exclusive interview on his campaign and whether he's ready to take on Trump. And SpaceX launches 4 private citizens on a mission to the International Space Station amid the industry's quest for another giant leap for mankind to Mars. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Yamiche Alcindor in for Kristen Welker in Washington, where President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy are gearing up to meet once again at the White House just about 90 minutes from now. The meeting comes a little more than a week before the U.S. could default on its debt, with potentially catastrophic consequences for the economy. This will be the first one-on-one meeting between the president and the House Speaker during these talks. Ahead of the meeting, Speaker McCarthy remained firm that his party won't vote to raise the debt limit unless Democrats agree to immediately cut spending.
Look, I haven't seen the president today. We'll sit down, we'll talk about that. But the underlying issue here is the Democrats, since they took the majority, has been addicted to spending, and that's going to stop. We're going to spend less than we spent last year.
The president, who returned from Asia late last night, cutting his trip short because of these negotiations, told reporters before leaving Japan that both sides agreed that a default cannot be on the table.
It's time for Republicans to accept that there is no bipartisan deal to be made solely on their partisan terms. They have to move as well. All 4 congressional leaders agree with me that default is not, let me say it again, default is not an option.
Time, though, may be running out. Even if a deal is reached, it will still take time to get it through Congress. Today, Speaker McCarthy told reporters that could take a full week. And yesterday, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen told Chuck that a default could be just 10 days away.
Well, I indicated in my last letter to Congress that we expect to be unable to pay all of our bills in early June and possibly as soon as June 1st. And I will continue to update Congress, but I certainly haven't changed my assessment. So I think that that's a hard deadline.
It's clear that June 1st is not hard, but it's the beginning of that period. What is the likelihood we can get to the June 15th tax receipts to avoid breaching the debt ceiling? Can you put a percentage on it? Is it 20%, 40%, something like that?
Well, there's always uncertainty about tax receipts and spending. And so it's hard to be absolutely certain about this, but my assessment is that the odds of reaching June 15th while being able to pay all of our bills is quite low.
Stark words here to get us started. I'm joined by my colleagues, Monica Alba at the White House and Ryan Nobles on Capitol Hill. So, Monica, I want to start with you. How concerned is the White House about a potential default, considering the fact that President Biden just suggested just yesterday that some, what he calls MAGA Republicans, are rooting for a default that could potentially politically hurt him?
They're definitely worried about it, Yamiche, and that is why they have been over the last couple of weeks and months trying to get people to understand the implications of this never-before-seen reaching of a potential brink of default, right? We've never been this close to it being something that could actually happen. There had been standoffs in the past, but the fact that both sides remain as dug into their positions as they have been, and the fact that there isn't a deal, is making everybody just as jittery as you can imagine. And that is why the president and Speaker McCarthy are going to come together in the Oval Office here in a little bit and meet face to face. And both men in the last 24 hours or so have said a version of, so far to this point, we've had some productive conversation, but there's still a lot of differences that need to be addressed. And so I think what you're going to see here, and the White House is telling me that they're not bracing for something to be completely ironed out by the end of this, but they're just hopeful that they're going to move into some kind of loose framework or agreement that then their negotiators will probably have to go back to the table to hammer out in the next couple of days. But as you said in your introduction, time is really of the essence here. There's just not much legislative runway to get this done. So the negotiators from the White House that have been representing the president were on Capitol Hill earlier today. They wrapped that up and then they headed to the White House, where they just briefed the president, I'm told, and where White House officials are really stressing that the president's going to go in, stress the urgency, appeal to the speaker, saying neither one of us want to see the U.S. do this in terms of a potential recession, millions of jobs that could be lost, everything that's at stake. But the major thing that they haven't been able to, of course, come to any agreement on is the spending aspect to all of this, where Republicans want these cuts. The White House has said they're open to some of them, but they're still quite far apart in how they get there, Yamiche.
And Ryan, as Monica just said, they're quite far apart. Everyone's jittery is one way to put it. At the same time, Speaker McCarthy's main argument for why a default won't happen is that the House has already passed his debt spending plan, his debt ceiling plan. But we should remind folks that that is basically dead on arrival, Senate Democrats say. So tell me a little bit about how he's willing to negotiate towards a bipartisan solution and how real it is that we won't have a default if Kevin McCarthy's plan isn't going to work for the Senate.
Yeah, that's really just a political position that McCarthy has taken, kind of a way to make an argument to the American people that the House of Representatives has already passed a debt ceiling extension if, for some reason, these negotiations go south and the country ends up defaulting. It doesn't really have a whole heck of a lot to do with the real negotiations that are happening between the White House and the Speaker's office. It is maybe a starting point for them to begin the conversation, but even under those circumstances, there's been some talk that the House Republicans have asked for things that are above and beyond even what are in this proposal. So there's going to have to be some real stark conversations that take place between the president and the House Speaker today. The one thing that we've noticed that has happened here on Capitol Hill is that everybody seems to be willing to put the responsibility on these two men. We've seen Mitch McConnell hand over that responsibility to McCarthy. We've seen Chuck Schumer basically hand that responsibility over to President Biden. So, they've had their emissaries kind of having these conversations, the nitty-gritty talks over the past couple of days behind closed doors here on Capitol Hill. Could there potentially be a breakthrough with these two men in this room where they can come to some sort of overarching framework that Monica described that would get us to a path to resolution? I think that's what many of us are looking for tonight.
And Ryan, when you talk about that, the expectations must be high in some ways, but also realistic. So what are House Republicans really hoping comes from this one-on-one meeting? Do they really believe that these two men can hash it out at the White House?
That's the hope, Yamiche. The one thing that I don't think we've given Kevin McCarthy enough credit for, at least up until this point, is his ability to keep his House Republican colleagues in line. There was a conventional wisdom that was born out of that extended fight for him to win the speakership, that he would have, particularly the right flank of his caucus, kind of chirping all the time, every time he was negotiating. And for the most part, at least publicly, they've been very supportive of his efforts. Now, could that change if he does strike a deal with Biden and it doesn't fall in line with what the Freedom Caucus is looking for? That is certainly a real possibility. But at this point, Kevin McCarthy holds the keys to these negotiations. And if he can find some sort of leverage point with Joe Biden that he feels comfortable enough to move forward on, that's where we'll have to see if he's going to be successful. But up until this point, he's held his caucus together. He passed a bill. He's right. He's the only one that's done that. And that, I think, is really kind of the basis for them to be so aggressive in these negotiations up until this point.
And Monica, we know President Biden came back from his Asia trip to have these talks. What's the expectation on the White House side?
Yeah, and I think what's really important to remember here too, Yamiche, is that in the last couple of weeks, and you saw there, the Treasury Secretary indicated in her interview with Chuck that she would continue to update Congress. Is that something that we could also see in the next, couple of days? And does that date at all become a little bit later into June? There were all these discussions of does June 1st become June 8th or June 10th? Or does it really matter? Because again, in terms of getting everything done, that has to be at least kind of in place before then. I think that the White House is trying to remind everybody that the timeline here, it doesn't even matter. Every second really counts, and that is why you want to see them act on this quickly. But the president did say he still felt it was the right decision to cut the trip short, because he said he was even hearing from some leaders overseas concerns about what it would mean, the cascading effect on the world stage if the U.S. were to default, which it never has before. And that's why he wanted to come back here, have these talks in person, as he will just a little bit from now.
Well, of course, the eyes of the world are on both of your beats. So thank you so much, Monica and Ryan, for joining. I'm now joined by Congressman Steve Cohen. He is a Democrat from Tennessee and a member of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. Thank you so much, Congressman, for being here. Now, you're urging President Biden to evoke the 14th Amendment. You're arguing that it allows the Treasury Secretary to keep borrowing to pay for our debt, our national debt, even when we've reached our debt limit. But Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, she's shot down that idea yesterday. Take a listen to her.
Well, extraordinary measures is used in a different way, but there has been much discussion of the 14th Amendment. And as President Biden said, I believe this morning, it doesn't seem like something that could be appropriately used in these circumstances, given the legal uncertainty around it and given the tight time frame we're on.
So what does it say about your argument, Congressman, if the head of the Treasury doesn't support it?
Well, my argument has been made by Lawrence Tribe. I think Lawrence Tribe is Obi-Wan Kenobi when it comes to constitutional law. He thinks it's something that the president should use. The 14th Amendment is not just letters that are put out there in a constitution without meaning. And the meaning is that the debt shall not be, the debt shall be honored. It's never been used before, but it's there for a reason, and this is the reason why it was put there, to make sure that we paid our debts. I know that it would be a political question for the courts, but it could be determined a political question that they don't get into because it is a political question. But I don't think if this is not appropriate, Lawrence Tribe says it is, then what are those words there for? Just letters that come together to make words that don't have any meaning or any purpose? I don't think so.
I want to also ask you, though, Congressman, about the timeline of all this. President Biden has seemed to question whether the timing of the 14th Amendment is an idea that he could get behind. Here's what he said yesterday.
We have not come up with a unilateral action that could succeed in a matter of 2 weeks or 3 weeks. That's the issue.
So I want to ask you, how can the president invoke the 14th Amendment if he is questioning whether that's a viable option, focusing on timing?
Well, timing is important, and I know the president's had counsel. I don't know who's weighed in with him, but I understand that. But at the same time, he's going to have to get a deal, and if he doesn't get a deal that's satisfactory to 218 members of Congress, we'll default on our debt. And I don't know that they'll be able to accomplish that together. Right now, it looks like everything's fine, and one of our previous speakers, one of your people said, McCarthy's the only person who's passed a bill. Well, you could say somebody's the only person that cooked a filet mignon, but with that filet mignon was a whole bunch of terrible, awful vegetables and hot dogs and things you wouldn't want to necessarily have that they put into it with it. That was not a clean debt limit, which is what we should have had. That's what Trump wanted. That's what Trump got. They treated Trump differently than Biden because they want Biden to fail. And this is really kind of a continuation of January 6th, where they went for any argument they could to try to change the election results for Trump, and they want to change the course of history against Biden for the election in 2024. And Trump has said that we should default. And he also said that we didn't default when he was president. He wasn't for defaulting because he was president then and he's not president now. So he's like the kid that was in class, and when he got out of class, he's throwing spitballs and water balloons at the principal and the teacher.
And Congressman, I understand what you're saying, that Republicans, you see them as treating President Biden differently. But the point is that they have control of the House. And now you have someone like the Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen saying the 14th Amendment will not work. So square that argument that the Treasury Secretary, the president, they're questioning the 14th Amendment and saying it's probably not going to work, with you pushing the president and saying he should use this amendment.
Well, the Progressive Caucus, about 65 of us, signed a letter urging him to use this power. And if he can't get anything worked out, which I don't think he will be able to get something worked toward satisfactory to 218 members of Congress, there's no other alternative but to use it and then worry about the time factor and all those issues later. Lawrence Tribe hasn't said this is too late. And unless Lawrence Tribe talks, I would suggest that it's still in play. So respect Secretary Yellen, but she's not Lawrence Tribe.
Well, I also want to ask you, of course, one of the core sticking points here is the idea that Republicans are pressing for a reduction in spending. Do you agree that the U.S. as a nation needs to reduce spending in the future?
Well, not really. I mean, we're a very wealthy country. We've got more billionaires and people earning just gazillions of dollars who got 87% of the benefit of the tax break that Trump gave them, gave to the upper 1%. Those people are getting away with murder, and they're trying to eliminate the estate tax so they get away with not just murder, but a mass murder. And there's plenty of money around in wealthy people's pockets that should be taxed. The Trump tax cut should be repealed, or at least reduced. I think they should be repealed. I voted against them. And the estate tax needs to be maintained, and there will be monies to helping people who don't have enough, who never had enough, people who didn't get proper education. I mean, Brown versus Board of Education changed segregation in schools, but it's taken years and years and years, and we're still suffering from that. And so there are people in this country that have not had the right opportunities and need to have good public education, need to have highly paid teachers, need to have better police in their communities so their communities are safe from guns, and we need so much that we don't have, and we can afford it. We're the wealthiest, most powerful country in the United States. We shouldn't have people living in poverty, people living without having a fair standard of living. And we need to raise the minimum wage so if people work, which they do, they can get paid a fair wage and participate in the society. Right now, a whole bunch of people in our country do not get to participate in the American dream, and that's because our tax policies are geared toward the wealthiest, and they get away with murder.
It's interesting that you mentioned that. I know a lot of your colleagues would agree with some of the statements that you're saying. It is interesting that we haven't heard the Democratic leaders in the Senate or the House bring up tax cuts as something that they are pushing for right now. So what does a bipartisan deal really look like? What are you willing to concede in order to get this deal done?
I think President Biden has brought up tax cuts on higher income people, and he's brought up revenue, and revenue is important, and the IRS being funded to be able to get people, particularly the big number of dollar cheats who take away millions and hundreds of thousands of dollars by not paying their fair share of taxes. They can only be caught by having a better IRS. This is not to go after the little people. It's to go after people making $400,000 or more. You saw what President Trump did. He didn't pay taxes for several years, and they didn't get him. And it took them a long time to get him, and for years and years to analyze it. We need an IRS that can get the tax cheats so people pay fairly. Most people pay out of their paychecks every month. People who don't have paychecks with an employer can wait and pay later, and they don't pay on their taxes on appreciated income that they get out of stocks that they don't sell.
Well, Congressman Steve Cohen, I will thank you so much for joining us. I know there's a lot to talk to, so I appreciate you coming on.
Thank you for having me on. It's good to be on your show.
And coming up, running on red meat rhetoric, Republican Senator Tim Scott officially announces he's running for president and then sits down with NBC News' Tom Yamas for an exclusive interview. Plus, pressure from all sides. We'll dive deeper into the potential political fallout for the White House as the administration faces growing angst from some progressives and some voters about the president's handling of the debt limit and the economy. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
We begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Today, Republican Senator Tim Scott officially announced his bid for president, while also getting an endorsement from the Senate's #2 Republican. Scott joins a growing field of declared candidates, and that field is expected to keep growing. This week, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is also expected to officially jump in the race. Speaking before a crowd in his home state of South Carolina, Scott, the only black Republican senator, highlighted his background as an example of America's opportunity and as a rebuke of President Biden and Democrats.
I'm the candidate the far left fears the most. When I cut your taxes, they called me a prop. When I refunded the police, they called me a token. When I pushed back on President Biden, they even called me the N-word. I disrupt their narrative. I threaten their control. The truth of my life disrupts their lives.
After his announcement, Scott spoke to NBC's Tom Llamas in a wide-ranging exclusive interview about his pitch to primary voters and what, if anything, makes him a better choice for Republican voters than Trump.
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
Well, the question is, I'm running for president, period. I plan to win. So the question is, what do the voters want in their president? They want someone who can persuade on the issues that matter the most to them.
You're saying you're a better deal maker than President Trump, former president?
What I'm saying is that I look forward to persuading the American people, right and left, within my base and on the far side, to making sure that we move this country forward using common sense, finding common ground.
Would you ever try to overturn an election you lost?
No.
What do you think about President Trump's behavior after the 2020 election into January 6th?
Yes. We can do two things here. We can have a conversation about President Trump, or we can have a conversation about my vision for the future. I'm going to stay on my vision for the future for a couple of reasons.
But it was a historical moment. I think voters deserve to know.
Actually, I was actually in there, so I know exactly how historic it was. But what I will say is simply this, that the future that America is focusing on is what I'm going to provide. I'm going to continue to talk about those conservative principles that move this country forward.
Joining me now with more of his interview with Senator Scott is senior national correspondent and host of Top Story, Tom Llamas. Now, Tom, you were asking all the right questions. Heading into this announcement, Senator Scott has been polling low. So how is he making the argument that he's the one to beat Trump, who, of course, remains the front runner? I know that he sort of didn't want to talk about Trump, but clearly that is a big topic here for right reasons.
Yeah, Yamiche, I think there's a couple headlines being made out of this interview, and it literally just wrapped minutes ago. What I will say is this: Senator Tim Scott is drawing a difference with former President Trump by saying that he thinks he can be more persuadable. Essentially, he can persuade voters more, not only within this party, but also reaching across the aisle to the other party as well. So maybe a more formidable candidate in the general election than former President Trump. He also said, when I asked him about Governor DeSantis, he says that his conservatism is more rooted, his, meaning Senator Tim Scott, that he was essentially saying to a degree, and we'll have the transcripts and the bites coming out a little later, but that essentially that Senator Tim Scott was a true conservative. On the issue of Ukraine, he also drew a very stark difference, essentially saying that Governor DeSantis was wrong when he called it a territorial dispute, and also that former President Trump was wrong when he signaled that he didn't care who won, whether it be Ukraine or Russia, just that the war needed to stop. So he drew some clear lines in his race for president, and this is the most he's gone, I would argue, since he's announced his candidacy for president, since he's been out there on the campaign trail, clearly making a pitch to voters that, one, he's more persuadable, and two, he's more conservative than former Governor DeSantis. Two big key issues that will affect voters all across the GOP primary states as they start to vote. We also talked about his journey with religion and the moment that he found God. And he told us about, feeling Jesus' presence when that happened, how his life was transformed after a car accident, how he was a football player growing up, and that car accident sort of changed his future. But with the help of God and with others, his life truly changed, and it put him on the path that he is now. And we even talked about also some interesting personal matters, including his personal life. If he were to win this nomination, if he were to win the general election, he'd be the first president in our history since Grover Cleveland and James Buchanan who would go to the White House as a bachelor. And we talked a little bit about that, and we'll of course have those sound bites as we put together our stories in the coming hours and days on Senator Tim Scott.
Well, history-making bachelor is one that was not on my bingo card, but it is true. I also want to ask you about his policy positions. You say that he's talking about being a true conservative. What else did he say about policy issues?
He said he is a 100% pro-life candidate when it comes to abortion. We tried to nail him down when it came to issues like a 6-week ban, a 12-week ban. Essentially what he said is that he didn't want to deal in hypotheticals, right? But he would sign the most pro-life anti-abortion measures ever to hit this country, is what he was saying. But the problem, he said, was that first has to be pushed through Congress, and that hasn't happened yet. He didn't want to say whether the 6 weeks was too harsh, as President Trump has signaled when we talk about Florida and the law that Governor DeSantis just signed. And he didn't really want to deal with the 12 weeks as well. He has before signaled that he's okay with timelines like that, with markers like that. But at least in this interview, he wanted to talk more about the legislation that would come to his desk and how he would sign it and how he would make that into law. We did talk about some other social issues, including transgender athletes, and he was against transgender athletes competing in the sports that those people transition into. So essentially, if a boy transitions to a girl, he says those athletes should not compete in the girls' athletics. We talked about that as well, along with other issues, including China. I pressed him on Taiwan. I said, if China were to invade Taiwan, would the U.S. military defend Taiwan against China? After a little back and forth, he essentially said that the U.S., he believed, would stand shoulder to shoulder with Taiwan, which is a major move, but of course with U.S. policy as well.
And I'm told we have a little bit of the sound that where you're talking to Senator Scott about abortion, so maybe we could play that for folks if we have it.
Yeah. Where do you stand on abortion?
Well, I believe that life has intrinsic value because it comes from God. I have a 100% pro-life voting record. I'm a 100% pro-life conservative. As President of the United States, I would sign the most conservative legislation, pro-life legislation that can get to my desk. Here's the issue, though. Nothing can get to my desk unless we first win the hearts and minds of the American people.
Tom?
And Senator Scott from here in Charleston, South Carolina, he heads to Iowa and New Hampshire. He's also going to be up in the air with ads as well. He's raised a lot of money, and he's going to be spending it. Yamish?
Well, congratulations on a big interview on a big day, so thanks so much for joining us. And you can catch more of Tom's exclusive interview with Senator Tim Scott tonight on Nightly News and again on Top Story right here on NBC News Now. We'll be right back with new reaction from Tim Scott's Republican rivals and more from the campaign trail after a quick break. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. Joining me now is our panel, Susan Page, Washington Bureau Chief for USA Today, Naveen Nayak, President and Executive Director for the Center for American Progress Action Fund, and Republican strategist Brian Todd. So thank you all for being here. Brian, you're the Republican. Brad. So, Brad, you're the Republican. Trump has now twice taken the opportunity to make Senator Scott's entry into the race about himself and also about Ron DeSantis, really attacking him and sort of, in some ways, really, I would say, comparing him to Ron DeSantis, saying anything is basically better than Ron DeSantis. So tell me a bit, Brad, about what your reaction is to that and what this means, you think, for this race.
Well, I think you just hit upon Tim Scott's strategy. Let Trump and Ron DeSantis fight it out while he marches down the other side of the track without unmolested toward where the voters are. I think you can divide the Republican electorate up into three groups. There's about 35% that are fiercely loyal to President Trump under any circumstances, on his good days, on his bad days. There's another 30% or so, maybe almost a third, that really don't want to see President Trump nominated again. There's another third in the middle that rallied to Trump when he's under duress, either legal trouble or when he thinks the Democrats or the media is after him, but they are also shopping. They're what I call the somewhat favorable to Trump voters. They'd vote for him in a general. They want to defend him when they see him being attacked by the press or Democrats, but they're looking for someone else. Tim Scott, I think, will run his entire campaign at that third group of voters, that group of Trump skeptical but willing to support Trump.
Is this the best case scenario for Tim Scott, that he sort of just runs above the mudslinging, that he doesn't ever get a direct hit from former President Trump? And is it beneficial for Ron DeSantis to be sort of the punching bag right now?
Absolutely. That's Tim Scott's strategy. And if you've ever seen Tim Scott on the trail, he's an inspiring figure that audiences rally around. I mean, whatever that thing is, whatever it is, he does have it. So he's going to succeed on the trail. I think you saw President Trump praise Tim Scott today. I think that's because he's locked in on Ron DeSantis. He sees that DeSantis is the person that could get inside the Trump base and take Trump votes. And so President Trump's going to focus on taking out Ron DeSantis. That's going to give Tim Scott a chance to take off.
And Susan, Tim Scott has already now gotten two Republican senators to endorse him, one of them being, of course, the second Republican in charge of the Senate, John Thune. So tell me a bit about what you think about the fact that, one, Tim Scott has at least been able to get two of his colleagues to say, yes, we'll back the person that we see every day, but also, does his entry sort of change the primary at all, do you think?
You know, I think it indicates the kind of nervousness there is within the Republican Party, especially among Republican leaders and donors, about Donald Trump. And even though you can look at the national polls, not very meaningful at this point in this race, national polls, Trump looks pretty formidable. There is a significant number of Republicans, including Tim Scott and John Thune, who think there is a way for somebody else to get the nomination this time.
You know who else thinks it? The donors to Ron DeSantis. That's the threat to Ron DeSantis, is that his donors would be happy if Tim Scott suddenly looked like a stronger contender.
Yeah. And I want to ask you, of course, there's the issue of abortion, right? We talk so much about it. Some Republicans, like Ron DeSantis, don't want to talk about it. But you have Tim Scott talking very frankly about his religion, about coming to God, but also saying that he would pass what he called, quote, pro-life, the most pro-life legislation. What do you make of that?
I mean, I actually thought that interview really captured the challenge Republicans have nationally, which is, you would think in a primary they'd want to talk about this issue. Clearly, that's the audience. He doesn't want to talk about it. But I thought what was really revealing is, on the issue of transgender rights, he was more than happy to say what his position was and really stake it out, even though there's no chance that any bill banning transgender athletes from sports is ever going to come to his desk. On the issue of abortion, he was like, I don't want to talk about it. I'm not going to tell you what my position is. Let's see what Congress does. And it underscores just how out of touch Republicans are on this issue and how much of a problem it is for them heading into the general election.
It also reminded me of the idea that when I was on the campaign trail in the midterms, transgender rights was something that would get either the donor class or the high wealthy crowds excited and clapping, but also sort of the base, if you just went to any town, USA, when you had conservative voters. So when you look at him talking about transgender rights, is he trying to tap into that base, do you think?
Yeah, I think he is speaking to something that really a core set of Republican voters care about, and that has become a cultural, fight for Republicans. But the fact that he doesn't want to talk about it on abortion underscores. And, you see Donald Trump attacking Ron DeSantis on this issue because he knows where the general election population is. At the same time, Donald Trump was more than proud to own the fact that he was responsible for overturning Roe v. Wade. I think this is a really honest problem that Republicans have.
Well, wait a minute. Tim Scott said that he would sign the most pro-life legislation that could get to his desk. And what would get to his desk is something that would appeal to the hearts and minds of America. He gets that there's going to be a Democratic consensus on this. He's telling you his position and what he's going to try to stake out. And on transgender rights, 70% of the American public or more agrees with him on that question on sports. And so I think he'd be glad to talk about that throughout the whole campaign.
We got a war in Ukraine. We have the risk of a recession. We're heading toward a fiscal cliff. Is the rules governing kids who transition and what sports they can play really the issue we want our presidents to talk about?
He got asked the question. He had to answer the question.
Republicans are very, very happy to talk about this issue.
Yeah, my point is more that he has a clear position on that issue and wouldn't say that he's for a 12-week ban or a 15-week ban, which underscores how unpopular their position is.
Susan, I also want to ask you about someone like Lindsey Graham, who has praised Tim Scott in the past. He's obviously someone who you could say is part of the establishment Republican Party. Do you think Tim Scott has enough goodwill to siphon off more of his colleagues, more of the people that are considered establishment Republicans, or maybe even people that are a little bit more conservative?
Yeah, I mean, Lindsey Graham is a hard person to predict exactly where he'll stand.
You don't say.
But I do think there are. I think a lot of Republican senators would like to be lining up behind somebody who is an alternative to Donald Trump. And one thing that is going to happen, I think we're going to have a pretty sizable field of Republican contenders this time. And some of them, like Chris Christie and Chris Sununu, are going to be willing to take on Trump with criticism that Ron DeSantis, for instance, and Tim Scott have been unwilling to do.
I want to take a hard turn to the thing that, of course, has been dominating the headlines, which, of course, is the debt ceiling. Naveen, what do you make of the fact that there still isn't an agreement? The White House has sort of moved off of this idea that they're not going to negotiate. But what do you think about this hour and the fact that we're just possibly days away from a default?
Well, I mean, listen, I think it is unfortunate that we are negotiating again on something that is as catastrophic as doubling the rate of unemployment, that could cut Social Security and retirement savings by a third. It is disturbing that that's the way politics works. We are now having a conversation about this. President Biden and others so far have made clear that default is not an option. And at the end of the day, what you hope is that our leaders agree to that. I think what's very concerning to me, and it relates to our last conversation, is there is someone out there who matters a lot who he's rooting for a default, essentially, which is Donald Trump. And I think he has a lot of sway over Kevin McCarthy and the Republican caucus. And I think there's a real risk that you have a section of the Republican Party that is happy to see us default or willing to see us default, and that's frightening.
Brad, what do you make of the idea that President Biden has said he thinks maybe some Republicans are hoping that the U.S. defaults to hurt him politically? Do you think that there's any possibility in that? And also with Kevin McCarthy, is he sort of beholden to the Freedom Caucus and maybe the conservatives that are seen by some as extreme?
Well, the House Republicans have passed a bill to raise the debt limit. They're the only chamber that's done it. Chuck Schumer's not even brought one to the floor. And if you go back in the time machine to 2019, when the minority party who didn't have the White House had just won a narrow majority in the House, that was the Democrats, Nancy Pelosi forced President Trump to get rid of the spending caps and increase spending by $320 billion before she would give him a debt limit increase. The same thing's playing out here. A structural spending change is sought by the party that controls the House narrowly in order to give the president a debt ceiling increase. This is business as usual. And Joe Biden has miscalculated and not started negotiating soon enough. But I predict they will find a deal.
And Susan, I mean, what's the political risk for either side here? Is one side possibly risking more? The White House is saying people are going to blame Republicans, but I know a lot of voters who don't know the intricacies of the debt ceiling and may just look to Washington and may blame the person in the White House.
Well, the president's approval rating's probably about 40 now. What does a recession do to that? It's pretty serious. On the other hand, can Kevin McCarthy deliver a deal and also continue to be Speaker of the House?
Certainly, it's hard to pass a deal that does not include structural spending reform. I don't see it. Just like Nancy Pelosi said she couldn't pass one that doesn't have a structural spending reform in 2019, I don't think Kevin can either.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much to Susan, to Naveen, to Brad. We got a lot to talk about. We'll have more to talk about after the break. We're taking you behind the scenes of the global space race in the latest episode of Meet the Press Reports, including a first-hand look at NASA's latest nuclear technology, which experts say could be a game changer in the race to Mars. That's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Welcome back. This was the scene this morning from low Earth orbit as a second ever private space mission docked at the International Space Station, where the 4-person crew is expected to stay for just over a week. This historic flight is led by a retired astronaut, Peggy Whitson, who has spent more time in space than any American, and also includes the first ever Saudi woman to enter orbit. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is at the site of that launch as NASA sets its sights on beyond low Earth orbit and all the way to Mars. It's the topic of this week's episode of Meet the Press Reports.
Hey, Amish, good day. We are in the middle of a torrential rainstorm here, but this has been the site of a great launch yesterday. The Axiom crew on top of a SpaceX rocket, now in orbit on the International Space Station as NASA looks at going to the moon one day and to Mars, and to get to Mars, they're going nuclear. 1 month after Elon Musk's Starship launched, then broke apart on liftoff.
A rapid unscheduled disassembly.
Both SpaceX and NASA insist they're committed to the rocket. First to land astronauts on the moon, but ultimately to carry crews to Mars as soon as 2040. While science and exploration are the driving motivators, there's also a competitive factor: China.
The Chinese government is very secretive, and a lot of their plans involve their military preparations. And so there's a reason for us to get there first.
And NASA wants to get there faster. A round-trip mission to Mars could take 2 to 3 years. So to cut the travel time, America is going back to the future.
This project was called NERVA.
To the 1960s, and a government program most Americans have never heard of, to develop nuclear-powered rockets.
Someday, a manned trip to Mars and return may become the mission assignment.
It turns out they made big progress back in the 60s, running expensive tests. The goal now, send astronauts to the moon and beyond on nuclear rockets. When the Apollo astronauts went to the moon, they needed 5 of these massive F-1 engines just to get them off the Earth and escape the Earth's gravitational pull. 7.5 million pounds of thrust. Here at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, they've got an exact replica to scale of the Saturn V, 363 feet tall. Future astronauts will need that kind of lift, but once they're in space, they can use a much smaller engine, a nuclear engine, to go all the way to Mars and back, a fraction of the size. And that engine could last 20 years. This is a big place. It's happening now at the Marshall Test Flight Center in Huntsville.
This is where they put components of nuclear thermal rockets, such as this fuel element here, and like the one that you're holding.
These are the building blocks for America's future nuclear propulsion going to space.
Yes.
But America's best-known astrophysicist, Neil deGrasse Tyson, wonders why we're going.
So I'm all for people in space, but to accomplish scientific goals, the robot can live off of sunlight and you can't. The robot is not going to cry because we ran out of money, we can't bring you back.
But listen to this, NASA has used nuclear technology before. You remember that Voyager probe that was sent in 1977 to the far reaches of the solar system? It is using nuclear batteries. It's still out there. It's still sending back data. But it has 3 million times less memory than your cell phone. 1970s technology still at work. Yeah, Mish, back to you.
Such cool reporting. Tom Costello, thank you so much for that reporting. And you can stream the full episode of Meet the Press Reports, The Race to Mars, on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube. Don't miss it. Turning now to the ongoing war in Ukraine, where Russia is claiming a major battlefield victory, and Zelensky returns to Kyiv with even more military aid ahead of Ukraine's spring counteroffensive. After a surprise in-person visit to the G7 summit, Zelensky is returning to Ukraine with millions of dollars worth of military assistance, more sanctions on Russia, and commitments to train Ukrainian pilots on F-16 fighter jets. Today, Moscow reacted to the news, saying the transfer of these F-16s would raise questions about NATO's involvement in the war, but would not undermine Russia's military goals. Meanwhile, on the ground, Russian forces claim they now have full control of the long-contested city of Bakhmut, in what would be Moscow's first major battlefield victory in months. Over the weekend, Zelensky maintained that Russia does not occupy that city. NBC News correspondent Molly Hunter has the latest on the battlefield.
Yeah, Mish, it's the deadliest battle of this entire war. It's been running about 9 months. We have no idea exactly how many have died on each side. The military casualties on both sides are very closely guarded government secrets. They number in the tens of thousands. But when you look at those pictures, this city, it was once home to 80,000 people before the war, is obliterated. It is just devastated. Some of those pictures published last night show the smoldering ruins of the high-rises. But what happened this week, and I'll just back you up a little bit because it is very hard to figure out exactly who controls what, of course, in the fog of war. On Saturday, Yevgeny Prigozhin, of course, the Russian billionaire who heads up the mercenary group, the Wagner Group, his paid fighters have been on the front line of that fight for Russia for months now. They claimed they had full control of the city city center. Then on Sunday, Russian state TV trumpeted mission accomplished. They showed video of soldiers waving the Russian flag. They reported that Putin congratulated the troops. They said they had victory of the city center. Now, what Ukrainian officials are saying, they're not exactly disputing that propaganda claim, which of course is for the audience back home in Russia. What they're saying is that the battle is now really for the outskirts. They are saying they are still pushing on the flanks. They are still working to encircle that town. Yamish, really clearly, Bakhmut does not have strategic importance. It has not had strategic importance for the last 9 months. What it does have, though, is symbolism for Russia. Of course, they have not won a major battle since last summer. That was Lysychansk. And for the Ukrainians, Ukrainian commanders have long said that one of their key objectives by continuing to fight back in Bakhmut, even if they have not been able to really take as much territory in the city center, is to tie up a ton of Russian forces there and to keep them very, very busy, to exhaust them, to deplete their resources, so that the Ukrainian military elsewhere can really rearm and start organizing for that Ukrainian counteroffensive we hear so much about. As far as what to look for in the next 72 hours, the Wagner mercenary chief Prigozhin has said he is pulling his forces out of that city on Thursday. What does that mean? Does that twist Moscow's arm? Do they have to send regular Russian forces to hold that line? Is that an opportunity for Ukraine? Or does Ukraine decide, really, that's not worth pushing into the city? They hold their positions maybe, and really we start to see signs of that imminent counter-offensive. We do know President Zelensky returning back to Ukraine sometime in the next 24 hours, of course, from his very triumphant trip in Japan. So certainly there will be some momentum after everything, of course, he got for Ukraine when he was the G7. Yamish?
Incredibly important reporting. Thank you, Molly Hunter, for that. And still to come, another major announcement for 2024, this time in Delaware, where a longtime Democratic senator just announced his retirement, paving the way for some potentially historic changes in the state. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. Delaware Senator Tom Carper announced this morning that he is hanging it up after a nearly 50-year career in politics. Carper, a Democrat, has served in the Senate since 2001 and leads Democrats their fourth open seat this cycle. In his announcement today, Carper endorsed Delaware Democrat Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester, who would only be the third black woman in history to serve in the Senate if she runs and if she wins. Carper's seat is expected to stay in Democratic control, but Democrats are still facing a brutal Senate map in 2024. They have to defend 23 seats, 3 of them in states that former President Trump won in 2020. I'm now joined by Amy Walter, who's going to help us deal with all of this, publisher and editor-in-chief of the Cook Political Report. So, Amy, how does the senator's announcement that he's retiring change or impact the Senate map for Democrats?
So I think there are 2 ways to look at the Senate map for Democrats. There are retirements that create problems, and there are retirements that create opportunities. And this is an opportunity, in this case, for a younger and African-American, now current Congresswoman, but was once a staffer to Senator Carper, to come into the Senate. As you pointed out, this would only be the 3rd African-American woman elected to the Senate. Maryland is another example. That's another very blue state. It's an opportunity here where we may see another African-American woman, that Prince George's County executive, Angela Alsobrooks, likely is in that race. If she wins, then she would maybe we would have doubled the number of women in the Senate who are African-American, which is a record number there in the Senate. Those are, so again, opportunity seats for generational change, and obviously changing from a seat held by a white man to one being held by a black female. The challenging seats are really, when you talked about the brutal map, West Virginia. Big one. Everybody's waiting to see what Joe Manchin is going to do. He has a tough fight, even if he stays in and goes up against likely to be the sitting governor who's very popular. If he decides to retire, that is a big problem for Democrats. Probably takes that seat off the table, even for Democrats to be able to have a chance to hold on to that.
I want to ask you about their problems. I guess I want to dig in just a little bit more on the history-making part of this. Lisa Blunt Rochester has been careful today to say, I really respect the senator, though she already has this endorsement. You also, of course, have Barbara Lee in California running for a possible Senate seat that could be hers. Just talk about the history here, because there was a lot said when Kamala Harris left the Senate and there was no black woman in the Senate serving.
That's right. And if you look at the candidates that have been running in some of the tougher states to win, North Carolina was an example where you had African-American woman running last year, 2022, a tough year overall. But for Democrats, just because it was a midterm year, but this would be an opportunity for a black woman to win in a state that they could hold on to that seat probably for as long as they wanted it. And so here it is, the chance to have, as we pointed out, 2 to 3 women. If all 3 of them make it through their primaries, in the case of California, Maryland, and Delaware, that's 3 new black women in the Senate. That is an all-time historical high.
And you talk, and I want to ask you about the sort of seats that are open. Tell us a little bit about how Democrats that you're talking to, but also the ones that you're tracking, how they're feeling about this Senate map and the way that things are looking.
Well, they know what they're up against. They are not naive to the fact that there are, you pointed this out, 3 states that they're defending that Donald Trump carried, and that is tough. What gives them some hope is that they've been tested before. These senators, these are not freshman senators. These are folks who have gone through campaign after campaign. The real question, as Mark, as I noted, is whether Joe Manchin decides to stick around and run for re-election. John Tester in Montana said he is staying. Sherrod Brown in Ohio, both of those are states that Trump carried. They stay, they're staying. So that's where you want your incumbents to stick around. The other big question mark is Arizona, and what does Senator Kyrsten Sinema decide to do? I think Democrats privately would like to say that, maybe she retires. It makes that race a heck of a lot easier, not just for the Senate, so that it's not a 3-way race between a Democrat, an independent, and a Republican, but for Biden as well, that he has a united Democratic Party going into an election where that state is critical for the Electoral College.
And in the couple seconds we have left, digging a little bit more on Sinema and what's going on there.
It's anybody's guess. It is notable that she's been doing a lot more press, especially national press, than we've ever seen her do before. So I think a lot of people are wondering if this is her way to say, I'm in this now.
Yeah. Yeah, well, fascinating. Amy Walter, thank you so much. And thank you for being with us this hour. I'm back tomorrow for more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Aaron Gilchrist in for Hallie Jackson.
And we have breaking news as we come on the air, because in just minutes, President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy will meet to try to stop the global economy from going into chaos. What we expect out of today's talks, and a look at a potential last-ditch move from the White House. Also tonight, why the man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students refusing to say whether he's guilty in court. More on what we saw but did not hear from Brian Kohberger. Plus, one of the country's top civil rights groups has a travel tip for you this summer. Do not go to Florida. Will that warning actually put a dent in the state's powerful tourism industry and Ron DeSantis' 2024 hopes? Then, new research out today shows women are nearly 3 times as likely to die from a heart attack as men. Why? In part because doctors are just missing key health issues. We'll explain that for you. And Uber is rolling out a new feature that will let teens call their own rides. But has it worked out the safety kinks to satisfy concerned parents? We're looking at that a little bit later in the show. Hey, everybody, I'm Aaron Gilchrist in for Hallie, and we have breaking news this hour. In the next half hour or so, President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy head-to-head in the Oval Office. Will they come out with a debt limit deal that could stop a global economic catastrophe in just about 10 days now? This is what is at stake in Washington right now as you look live at the White House here. Any minute now, we could see the 2 lead negotiators in these talks try to make sure the U.S. can pay its bills. And in the last half hour or so, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is out with a new letter to congressional leaders reminding them that the U.S. is going to run out of cash, potentially as early as June 1st, if they don't act. And right now, the lines of communication are a bit frayed. You see White House negotiators at the Capitol earlier today. That meeting broke up after about 3 hours of talking. The speaker says there is more work to be done.
Decisions have to start being made. I mean, they're 10 days out. So the president has to be serious.
Now, we expect the speaker to come out and talk after the meeting with the president today. Not super clear right now if the president is going to speak today as well, but we have a lot of questions to go through here. First, the obvious one, right? Can President Biden and Speaker McCarthy cut a deal? All signs point to maybe not today, at least. So another question. How does a deal, or how would a deal reshape how the government spends your tax dollars and all the stuff the country needs right now? Then there is the political question, right? Can McCarthy get his 5-seat Republican majority to go along with a bipartisan agreement? And can Senate Democrats line up behind President Biden's push? Last question, maybe the nuclear option here. Will the president use an untested legal theory that some in his party want him to use to stop the potential catastrophe without Congress? We'll have a little bit more on that a little bit later. Let's start in Washington. Monica Alba is at the White House for us. Garrett Haake is on Capitol Hill. We'll begin with the president's view here, Monica. It sounds like the negotiators couldn't really move the needle enough with Republicans over the weekend. There's this vibe we're getting from the White House right now. Talk to us here. Is the deal not too likely to come tonight?
It doesn't seem like it's going to really coalesce in the next couple of hours, Aaron, but the hope from the president and the White House is that they will get a little bit closer potentially. You did have the president last night speaking to Speaker McCarthy on Air Force One as he was flying back from Japan, calling those talks productive. Speaker McCarthy was the one who first, issued that kind of optimism, saying a deal could come together as early as tonight or tomorrow. But I'm told by the White House that we shouldn't be bracing for any major agreement or any kind of firm handshake outline of a deal by the end of tonight's meeting. And why is that? Likely because there are still just a bunch of areas that these two men aren't going to be able to come together and agree on in a likely 1-hour meeting in the Oval Office just a short time from now. Instead, it seems the two of them could come out of that meeting saying, we both agree we want to avoid default, but how they get there is still a path that is just not completely charted by the White House. Now, it's possible we'll also hear from the president afterwards. He did speak after the last couple of congressional leader meetings in some fashion, so we'll have to wait to see what both sides say here. But the White House telling me they, of course, know that the limited runway that's left to get this done before June 1st is the most important aspect to all of this.
So if we look at some of the details, and I'm going to put a graphic up on the screen for folks to sort of follow along with us here, Monica, we know that one of the big issues is on the debt limit, obviously, but then there's also this question about spending caps. There are work requirements for government programs we've heard about, raising new revenue streams, and then the literal length of time of this deal, whatever deal they may come up with. Where does the White House stand on all that?
Yeah, and those are really important key pillars of this. And just as you put up on that graphic, there's a lot there. And again, that's going to be difficult for them to agree on almost any of those pieces in this meeting. But it's what negotiators have spent the last couple of days and likely will go back to the drawing board on in some instances tomorrow. You raise the issue of spending and new revenue. This is a major question about how these two men who see this issue completely ideologically differently are going to come together and agree on spending. The White House has said that they are open to some spending cuts, but overall Republicans have said they want way, way more than what's currently on the table. So talking about a budget, is it something that's going to last 2 years? Is this something, again, that we're going to be just kicking the can down the road on with the debt ceiling issue and something the president's going to have to revisit again? All of that remains to be talked about in that room.
All right, we'll see what comes out of it. Monica Alba for us near the White House. Let's go down to the other end of the National Mall now. Garrett Hake at his post on Capitol Hill. So, Garrett, same question, but from the Republican lens on this, because, you know, as we heard, McCarthy told you decisions have to be made, right? That was what he said. How far apart does he see his Republicans and the White House on some of those key issues?
Well, the challenge here is that on some of the smaller issues, they're not that far apart, but you can't decide the smaller things until you decide the biggest thing, which is those spending levels that Monica was outlining. House Republicans want to make sure that next year we spend less money in real terms than we spent this year, which means cuts. And the problem that they face now is all the things they've taken off the table for cuts leave very little room to cut elsewhere. So if you're not going to cut Medicare or Social Security, the two biggest drivers of federal spending, that's off the table. What about the Department of Defense? Well, McCarthy also said today they're not going to cut defense spending. That means all the cuts they want to make fall on domestic programs, the kinds of things that Democrats really want to spend money on and want to support. So if you're in a situation where you need a bipartisan deal to lift the debt ceiling, which both parties have agreed they now do, but you're only cutting stuff Democrats like, and you're not willing to close any tax loopholes or raise taxes like Monica was outlining, you're in real trouble, and you are very far apart. And that's the state of play as we get ready for this meeting to begin.
So do you have any early lean on what's going to come out of this? I mean, every time that we've seen these talks happen at the White House, Speaker McCarthy comes out to the microphones maybe 30, 45 minutes after that meeting starts. The tone has been, you know, really all over the place since Friday. What do you expect to see if McCarthy does come out and speak outside the White House today?
Both of these politicians are natural deal makers. They are similar in style in the sense that they want people to come away thinking that they got something. They want people coming away feeling like they're making progress. Well, I guarantee we will hear from McCarthy after he leaves the White House. It wouldn't surprise me if we hear from him both at the White House and back here at the Capitol. And I suspect he will take a positive tone. He will suggest that they have made progress. Where they have run into trouble in these negotiations, really from the jump, has been translating in the meeting bonhomie into on-the-ground agreement on policy details. The other thing McCarthy's been doing over the weekend and into today is kind of ratcheting up the timing pressure, Aaron, reminding folks that even when they get a deal, it's going to take some time to turn a deal into a bill that can pass both chambers. I suspect he'll do the same thing here to try to squeeze the president, saying, look, even with me as the speaker trying to get to a deal, I need you to agree to something soon or we're just going to run out of time.
All right, going to be a late night for you. Garrett Hake for us at the Capitol today. Garrett, thank you. All right, let's take you to Idaho now with the man accused of stabbing and killing 4 University of Idaho students in court today for the first time since a grand jury indicted him. Look at this. Bryan Kohberger staying silent during his court appearance today, leading the judge there to enter not guilty pleas for the 4 murder charges that Kohberger is facing. It's now been 6 months since the shocking killings and manhunt that gripped the country, really. This comes as NBC's Dateline exclusively reports detectives found evidence that Kohberger went on Amazon to buy a K-bar knife and a sheath. That's according to a source with inside knowledge of the investigation here. NBC's Aaron McLaughlin is following all of this outside the courthouse in Idaho and joins us now. So, Aaron, talk to us about what played out in the courtroom today and why Kohberger stayed silent when asked to enter a plea there. What comes next, too?
Hey, Aaron. Well, we don't know why Bryan Kohberger chose to stay silent rather than entering a plea. I've been speaking to legal experts here in Idaho, and they say there's no overt, obvious tactical advantage to remaining silent, although they do note that it does allow him to exert some control over the timeline of the proceedings. Keep in mind that grand jury that met last week, they met in secret, and his defense has not had an opportunity to review any of those documents that took place in that secret closed-door proceeding. And so perhaps his defense wanted to reserve the right to review those documents before formally entering a plea. It also, though, allows them to continue on. Once a plea is entered on his behalf, which it was today, that means that under Idaho law, his trial must take place within 6 months. And today we heard from the judge set that court date for October 2nd, tentatively, a trial that's expected to last some 6 weeks. It also forces the prosecution to turn their hand on the question of a death penalty. The prosecution is now required within 60 days' time to declare whether or not they plan to pursue the death penalty, which legal experts that I've been speaking to say they do, in fact, expect to happen.
Aaron, we also mentioned this exclusive reporting from Dateline. What more do we know about this K-bar knife and the sheath that Kohberger allegedly bought?
Well, not much, according to the source with knowledge of the investigation, telling Dateline News not much more than what they divulged. We know that, according to this source, Bryan Kohberger, in the months prior to the murders, purchased a K-bar knife on Amazon with a sheath. That's potentially significant, considering authorities allege that all 4 murders were carried out with a K-bar knife. The murder weapon has yet to be found, although a knife sheath was found at the crime scene, which authorities allege they found Bryan Kohberger's DNA on that knife sheath. Aaron.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin for us in Idaho today. Aaron, thank you for your reporting. Appreciate it. Let's turn to South Carolina now. Senator Tim Scott tonight speaking to NBC News. This is just hours after kicking off his 2024 presidential campaign, starting off a week that could see more big names jumping into the race as well. Scott telling NBC's Tom Yamas the kind of candidate he's going to be.
Do you think GOP voters want someone carrying a Bible, or do they want someone driving a bulldozer into the Democrats?
What people really want is an optimistic, positive, conservative who has a backbone, but also believes that the best is yet to come.
Scott, the only black Republican senator, now joins 3 other candidates who have held elected office, including, of course, the former president and frontrunner Donald Trump. We are getting the announcement just days before Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to jump into the race, considered the biggest threat to President Trump's chances at taking the nomination for a 3rd time in a row. NBC's Ali Vitale joining us now from North Charleston, South Carolina. Ali, talk to us about Mr. Scott's game plan here. What's he going to do to get people to start talking more about him and not so much about Donald Trump or Ron DeSantis?
Well, look, I think it's always going to be true that Trump and DeSantis are really the 2 men to beat here, although Trump has clearly set his sights on someone like Ron DeSantis. And according to conversations that I've had with most of these other campaigns, either the ones that are announced or in waiting, they'd be fine if Trump was the one who actually took care of Ron DeSantis for them. And frankly, if you listen to the way the Trump campaign is talking about Tim Scott's entry into this race, they're trying to make it seem like everyone who enters the race from this point on sees DeSantis as fallible and sees second place as wide open. Those are the words of the Trump campaign as they welcomed Tim Scott into the race at the end of last week. For Tim Scott, though, his senior officials tell me that it's less a chance for him to differentiate on message, because they still say, and he said this again today, that he is a true conservative. They instead, though, think that he's going to be a different messenger with messages like this one. Listen.
We need a president that persuades. We have to do that with common sense, conservative principles. But we have to have a compassion for people. We have to have a compassion for people who don't agree with us.
So, look, certainly that's what Tim Scott is going to be taking on the campaign trail. He's going to go back to Iowa and New Hampshire later this week, the first official stops to his presidential campaign. But even when he's not in those early states, when he's doing his other day job like I do on Capitol Hill, he is going to have the air cover that many candidates wish they had at this point in the race. And it points to Tim Scott's deep war chest. The fact that he's got more than $20 million cash on hand. Advisors are not wasting any time putting that money to use, putting $6 million on the airwaves and on the radio waves. That's going to go up on Wednesday in Iowa and New Hampshire and not come down for the entirety of the summer. So you've got the ground game and the air game functioning in tandem from the start for Tim Scott.
You know, I want to ask you about something you said sort of at the beginning there. We've got the former president who seems to be almost welcoming Scott into the fray here, right? Posting about him on Truth Social, wishing him luck in the race. At the same time, in the same breath, really going after his likely top rival, Ron DeSantis, calling him totally unelectable again. You know, in a weird sort of way, does it hurt a candidacy to not be seen as a threat and not be attacked by the front runner when you jump into the race?
You know, I feel like in any other world, I would say, yeah, your read on this, I 100% agree. But I think any candidate who can escape the ire of the former president for as long as they can is probably in a good position. I know a lot of candidates who have worked a lot harder to stay out of Trump's way. So the fact that Senator Tim Scott is able to do it just by simply staying above the fray and not immediately going the contrast route with the former president, I think that's notable. Whether or not it's a consistently tenable strategy, that's something that we'll have to wait and see, because there are many Republicans who say you can't take on Trump without actually taking on Trump. Scott's senior advisors, though, tell me that they're not eager to do that. They'll push back when they feel they need to, but they want him to be able to run his own race. He has consistently deflected and dodged questions about the ways that he's different from the former president. So for now, that seems like it'll be what he does. We'll see when he actually gets to the debate stage, though.
All right, we'll be watching Ali Vitale for us in South Carolina today. Thank you. And you can see more of Tom Yamas's exclusive interview with Senator Scott tonight on NBC Nightly News and here on News Now on Top Story. States that rely on the Colorado River for water reached a crucial deal today to cut back on water usage. Under the proposed plan, 3 of those states, Arizona, California, Nevada, they're going to conserve at least 3 million acre-feet of water by 2026. That's about as much water as you could fill 6 million Olympic-sized pools with. A little before we came on the air here, President Biden said in a statement, the deal is an important step in our efforts to protect the stability of the Colorado River system. And it's important to point out just how vital the Colorado River really is. It supplies drinking water to 40 million people in 7 states. It also irrigates 5.5 million acres of farmland and provides power through electricity generated by dams on the river's reservoirs. Now, this new deal should avoid the federal government from taking matters into its own hands. Last month, the Biden administration proposed steps it could take if states didn't reach a deal on their own. One of those was actually splitting water cuts evenly across those states. Let's bring in Dana Griffin now in our Los Angeles bureau. So, Dana, talk to us about what happens next now that we have this deal on the table between the states.
Well, Aaron, as you mentioned, this staves off the government from having to add additional cuts. A little history here. The administration initially wanted 2 to 4 million acre-feet cut per year. So this 3 million that's only being cut over the next 3, it's pretty it's significantly less than what we were anticipating. It also provides a $1.2 billion incentive for these 3 states, California, Colorado, and Nevada, because they agreed to conserve water. They could receive up to $1.2 billion to go towards cities, to go towards agriculture and other infrastructure. So that's really important for them. So what happens next is the Interior Department will study the effects of this deal before officially adopting it, Aaron, and before moving forward with this plan.
Well, you say the effects. So you talk about this being significantly less than what was anticipated or what was possible. What sort of impact, real-world impact, could this have on the state's water supply? Is it going to be enough?
So, Aaron, this can prevent the water supply from drying up in the West here, because For years, we've seen climate, drought, and a growing population decrease the amount of water that's been available. And we haven't gotten to that critical low point yet. So that's been very interesting for people to get to this point where we need this water for these states to really take this seriously, to make sure that we are not depleting that water supply. Now, these states could impose their own restrictions. Here in California, we know the governor of California has before created water restrictions where you can't water your grass on certain days. That could be an option so that we help to preserve some of that water. So what happens next is they will start discussions. The leaders of these states and the federal government will start the discussions for what to do after 2026, because remember, this is still just a temporary fix. What happens after that is still, Aaron, a big question mark.
All right, Dana Griffin for us in Los Angeles today. Thank you. Ukrainian forces tonight saying they are making progress by surrounding Russian troops in the key eastern city of Bakhmut. Now, this comes after Moscow declared it had captured Bakhmut over the weekend, gaining full control of that city. Russian state media calling it a, quote, liberation. President Vladimir Putin promising state rewards to those who distinguished themselves in the war's longest and bloodiest battle. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who spent the weekend rallying support from world leaders at the G7 summit in Japan, he had this to say when asked if the city was in fact under Russian control.
I think no, but you have to understand that there is nothing. They destroyed everything. Bakhmut is only in our hearts. So just ground and a lot of dead Russians.
NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins me now. Raf, the Russians are seeing this as a symbolic boost for President Putin, right, in his first really major victory on the battlefield in about a year. The Ukrainians, though, say that this is actually not the case, that they're making progress in pushing the Russians out. Can you help us understand these sort of conflicting views?
Yeah, Aaron, a lot of fog of war right now. We don't know exactly who controls which street in Bakhmut, but it is clear that the Russians are in control of the vast majority of the city at this point, or what's left of the city, because as President Zelensky said, the Russians have almost completely destroyed this city in the process of mounting their so-called liberation. Rewinding to Saturday, Evgeny Prigozhin, the leader of the Wagner mercenary group, whose troops have really been the tip of the spear in terms of fighting for the Russian side in Bakhmut. He says that they have taken full control of the city. A day later, Vladimir Putin chimes in. He says this is a great victory for the Russian people. Interestingly, Bakhmut has seen real tension between the Wagner mercenaries and the regular Russian army. And Prigozhin is now saying that his troops, having taken the city, are going to leave as early as Thursday and hand it over to the regular Russian military. Take a listen to a little bit of what he had to say.
There are lines of defense on the western outskirts now. Therefore, PMC Wagner is going to leave Artumovsk from May 25th to June 1st.
Now, from the Ukrainian side, they say they are still fighting on the outskirts of the city. They are trying to flank the Russians from the north and the south. We will see how well that works. But, Aaron, it is worth remembering Bakhmut was always more symbolic than it was strategic. And from the Ukrainian perspective, even if they have been pushed out of the city, they really feel like they achieved something here because they bogged down the Russian forces for a very long time. And they say they killed a whole lot more Russians than they lost. Nobody knows exactly how many troops were killed on either side, but one Ukrainian official said to me when I was in the country a few months ago that they believed they were killing 7 Russian soldiers for every 1 Ukrainian they lost in Bakhmut. Aaron?
Raf, we have less than a minute here, but I do want to ask you, Zelensky is getting more support from the G7. He was there this weekend. President Biden committing to sending those F-16 fighter jets. Germany announcing a big military aid package for Ukraine last week. How big of an impact is all this making or going to make at this point?
I think going to make is the key phrase. A lot of this stuff has still not reached the battlefield, right? Just taking the F-16s, there is now an agreement that the NATO allies will train Ukrainian pilots and will eventually provide F-16s, but we don't know how long that's going to take. We don't know who is providing those F-16s. The big test, Aaron, will be when this long-awaited Ukrainian counteroffensive begins. We will see how effectively the Ukrainians are able to put the new equipment that they already have in their arsenal to use, and so that is what Western capitals are watching right now. Aaron.
All right. Raf Sanchez for us overseas today. Raf, thank you. And still ahead this hour, TikTok now suing over Montana's ban on the popular app. Why they claim it violates the First Amendment. Plus, another giant leap toward commercializing space travel inside the mission that just arrived at the International Space Station.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
An entire city brought to a halt by volcanic ash. That's ahead in our 5 things. First, though, a private mission to space making history today when 4 astronauts, including 3 paying customers, docked at the International Space Station. Take a look. You can see them here, the crew on this private flight by SpaceX and Axiom, docking with the ISS, meeting the astronauts who were already there. The flight crew includes 2 American and 2 Saudi Arabian astronauts, and a bunch of firsts for this group, too. The first Saudi woman to ever enter orbit and visit the space station. The first time a female astronaut has commanded a private space mission. And then take a look at this. It's the first time SpaceX landed a Falcon 9 booster back on the launch site. Look at it coming down here early this morning instead of having to land on a barge, which is the normal thing out in the ocean. Pretty cool to see. The astronauts going to be doing some research, doing some experiments during their 8-day visit as well. Marissa Parra is joining us now from the Florida coast. So, Marissa, this is a big step toward commercializing spaceflight, right? It's going to make spaceflight more widely accessible. At least that's the idea.
That is the idea. Now, Axiom wants to be the face of the first commercial space station. They have these big dreams and plans for a business park of sorts in space. But just as you mentioned, this really is a bigger part of this huge race that's happening right now as we speak, the race to commercialize space and eventually make life multi-planetary.
I wanted to come in at this early stage as we're developing the methods to take, I would say, ordinary people or people that are non-traditional governmental astronauts to space and to develop the role that we would play.
So that was John Schaffner who you were hearing from. He's operating as a pilot on this mission that just launched yesterday. And that's an example of someone who would not have been able to go into space even just a few years ago. Partially is able to because he has the money to do so, Aaron. But again, something that is only newly possible.
So you talk about the money here. I do wonder what else we know about the people who are on this crew, and then what do you know about how much this sort of a private trip like this is costing?
Yeah, and that's an interesting question, but we have to start first. When we look at the crew, we got to start with Peggy Whitson. I mean, this is someone who is a decorated former NASA astronaut. She holds a serious title, the most amount of days spent in space. Before this mission, 665 days, and she is the first female commander of a private space mission, as you just mentioned. But everyone else is new to space. We have the 2 Saudi astronauts right there on your screen, Ali Al-Karni, Rayana Barnawi, and she also becomes the first Saudi woman on the International Space Station. That happened this morning officially. And both of them are sponsored by the Saudi government. John Schaffner, a businessman, lifetime aviator, was able to fund himself. We talk about the expenses of this. Well, here's the thing. Axiom doesn't have to tell us. They are a private company. This is a private mission. So all we have to go off of is the price tag from the last launch, that last mission. $55 million a pop. So we talk about the race to commercialize space, certainly not currently an inexpensive one, but I guess the idea is the more they do this, the more people come on board, that price tag will come down. Hopefully a little bit more if anyone at home is trying to go up.
Maybe our great-great-grandchildren will get to go up when it's a little cheaper, a lot cheaper. Marissa Parra for us in Florida today. Thank you. Now, we do want to stay on the topic of space for a moment here. NBC's Tom Costello has a new special report on how NASA is responding to the challenge of reaching Mars before China does, and they're doing it by reviving an old program from the 60s. Now, this explores how rockets powered by a nuclear reactor might be our ticket to getting to Mars faster and setting up a human presence there in the next few decades. I want you to hear how these rockets are being built.
So what is this here? This is a nuclear test chamber.
This is where they put components of nuclear thermal rockets, such as this fuel element here, and like the one that you're holding.
These are the building blocks for America's future nuclear propulsion going to space.
Yes.
DARPA program manager Dr. Tabitha Dodson has pulled out the old blueprints and dusted off the test engines from the 1960s.
Now, you can catch the full Meet the Press Reports special, Race to Mars. It's on demand on Peacock and on YouTube. All right, let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, TikTok just filing a federal lawsuit against the state of Montana after that state passed a law that bans people from downloading the app within its borders. The Chinese-owned social media company is saying in a statement that it believes the ban violates the First Amendment. The state's governor signed that ban last week, and it's supposed to go into effect in January. Number 2, Nebraska's Republican governor just signing a bill that bans abortions at 12 weeks, effective immediately. It also is going to restrict gender-affirming care for people under 19 years old. That starts October 1st. Opponents are promising to sue and try and block the new restrictions. Number 3, a new study suggesting a new weight loss drug made by Pfizer may be as effective as that hugely popular Ozempic. Pfizer saying its version can be taken as a pill instead of an injection. The results found that patients who took the drug lost an average of 10 pounds over 4 months. Number 4, Mount Etna, the volcano in Sicily, erupting this weekend, blanketing parts of the island in a layer of ash. Flights to the Sicilian city of Catania were temporarily stopped because of debris and low visibility. Look at this guy's car. Mount Etna is one of Europe's most active volcanoes. It hasn't erupted, though, or had a major eruption, I should say, since 1922. Number 5, it is the end of an era for basketball superstar Carmelo Anthony. He announced his retirement today after 19 seasons. His accomplishments include an NCAA championship, 10 All-Star selections, 3 Olympic gold medals, and the number 9 spot in the all-time NBA scoring. Melo was recently honored as one of the NBA's 75 greatest players of all time for the league's 75th anniversary. I think he turns 39 next week. Good time to retire if you're a professional athlete. Meta facing a record $1.3 billion fine in Europe over sending and storing data on EU users to the U.S. Now, the group that oversees Meta's privacy operations in the European Union saying Facebook was illegally storing data on its servers in the U.S. It claims the company failed to protect the personal information of European citizens from American security services. Now, it's the biggest fine the EU regulators have ever handed down. Big tech companies have been vulnerable to legal challenges for sending data between the EU and the U.S. since a deal to regulate the flow of data was struck down in 2020. Now, pressure could be ramping up for a new deal on data sharing. I want to bring in CNBC's tech correspondent, Steve Kovac. Steve, good to see you here. Meta is no stranger to fines from this particular data protection agency, right? The company says it's going to appeal this fine and the ruling here. But of the top 5 fines, Meta actually has 4 of them, with the only exception here being Amazon. So help us understand. This is a big fine we're talking about here. What's the end game here? What's going to change?
Yeah, Aaron, so it is a big fine, and I know $1 billion sounds like a lot to you and me, but to Facebook or Meta, this is basically just a parking ticket. So it's actually, they're appealing this decision, not so much because they don't want to spend $1 billion to settle everything. The data is what's really important to them. The data is far more valuable than any billions they could pay in fines, and their ability to be able to transfer that data from users in the EU over to the US and back and forth helps them with their real business, and that's targeting and selling ads. So that's what this appeal is mostly going to be about. Not necessarily that they can't afford the $1 billion fine, but they want to be able to have that control over their user data in order to better sell ads to their customers in the EU. Now, what's being discussed right now is a way to create that law for messages or data being passed in between the two countries. They're still working that out. I know it was turned down in 2020, but there's renewed talks to get that worked out.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, this new deal on data sharing. Like you said, it was announced last year, not in effect yet. Help us understand, and I'm going to ask you to just sort of dumb it down for us who are not tech savvy. What's it supposed to do? Would it give Meta and these other big companies any real relief?
Yeah, well, one of the concerns about this, Aaron, the reason why this GDPR law even has it to begin with, is there's a concern that when data gets transferred in between countries, particularly to the U.S., there's a fear that maybe U.S. spy agencies can snoop into it and get that user data. Whether or not that's happening doesn't matter. There's a concern about it, and so therefore there's that regulation around it. One thing Facebook is asking for is, well, like, at least let us be able to, for certain data, such as if someone in the EU sends a message to someone in the U.S., they would want to keep that okay. But this is still being worked out. It's going to take a long time to play.
You know, I appreciate you, Steve. You always make it easy for me. I understood all that, so thank you. Appreciate it.
You got it. That's my job.
Yeah. Coming up, an organization, a historic organization, urging people not to travel to Florida. How that could impact the state's governor as he gets close to entering the race for the White House. Plus, you might have heard lawmakers call for President Biden to use the 14th Amendment as a fix for the debt ceiling crisis. We're going to break down what that really means for all the non-constitutional scholars out there and in here, most of us. Stay with us.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Why doctors at one of New York City's oldest hospitals are trading scrubs for picket signs. That's in today's Local. First, though, the NAACP is putting out a warning for certain groups thinking about traveling to the state of Florida. The travel advisory coming after moves by Governor Ron DeSantis to restrict how topics like race and gender are talked about in the state's classrooms. The civil rights group says in a statement, Florida is, quote, openly hostile toward African Americans, people of color, and LGBTQ+ individuals, and devalues and marginalizes the contributions of and the challenges faced by African Americans and other communities of color. Now, you might remember DeSantis blocked an AP African American Studies course back in January, ultimately leading the College Board, which designed the course, to revise the curriculum. NBC's Matt Dixon is in Florida covering this for us today. Matt, how impactful is it to have the NAACP warning folks not to go to Florida?
Sure. Well, it certainly sent off shockwaves and got a lot of attention nationally, and people are now talking and focusing on it. But it's important to note this is sort of another bullet point in sort of the culture war clashes that Florida has become really the epicenter for under DeSantis. The NAACP is the most recent to do one of these sort of travel advisories, but the League of United Latin American Citizens has also done one. Equality Florida, which represents LGBTQ communities in the state of Florida, have also done one. So this is sort of another step in organizations like that pushing back against Governor DeSantis's sort of policy portfolio and his legislative priorities as he leads up to ultimately running for president, which we expect him to formally roll out later this week.
Well, let's talk more about that then. I mean, the reality on the ground for him, you've got this fight with Disney, which pulled thousands of jobs out of that state last week, the criticism from these civil rights groups, and then the constant attacks from the former president, who also lives in Florida, Donald Trump. Is all this complicating things for DeSantis as he starts to prepare for this launch of a presidential bid in any day now?
Sure. Well, I think it's kind of instructive to think all these controversies in two different silos, one the primary and one the general election. I think Governor DeSantis and his team sees a need to get through a primary, and I think all of these issues, the things you just mentioned, there was the legislation this year that removed the need for folks here to have permits to carry firearms, the 6-week abortion bill, a slate of 4 or 5 anti-trans bills. All of those, I think the governor's team thinks are culture wars that make a lot of sense in a primary sort of ecosystem. So whether that's going to play in a general election, if he can get there, is an entirely different story. But I think they at least anticipate Governor DeSantis being set up well to sort of get a lot of momentum and charge into the Republican primary that we're about to see that clash set up here in a few days.
All right, Matt Dixon for us covering DeSantis and all things Florida for us today. Matt, thank you. Appreciate it. Well, President Biden meeting with Speaker McCarthy right now on raising the debt ceiling. That meeting should be getting underway. But if they cannot make a deal, can the president raise the debt ceiling himself without Congress? Well, some Democrats are asking Biden to consider that, invoking the 14th Amendment we're talking about here. It's never been done before. And even the Treasury Secretary wonders if it would actually work. Hallie takes a look at what you need to know in tonight's breakdown.
Every day, the U.S. gets closer and closer to running out of cash to pay its bills. And if the president and congressional leaders can't get to a deal to get those debts paid, there's this really historic and pretty controversial move the president could make.
I have been considering the 14th Amendment.
The president referring to a 150-year-old amendment put into place right after the Civil War. It's not overall related to finance. Its intention was to protect people who were previously enslaved. But there's this section inside the 14th Amendment saying the validity of the public debt of the United States shall not be questioned. That's important because now some experts think that phrase gives the president the ability to go around Congress to pay the country's bills, even though typically it's Congress that has the power of the purse.
I would hope that the president will take executive action if the House refuses to do its job.
It's not a slam dunk, far from it.
It's legally questionable whether or not that's a viable strategy.
No president has ever tried to use the 14th Amendment to prevent a debt default. In other words, to make sure the U.S. does pay its bills.
The problem is it would have to be litigated.
And experts agree, saying if the president does try this, it probably will get tied up in court.
He's quite right that he would almost certainly be sued. And I think he is concerned that there would be uncertainty, that it would unsettle the markets.
But President Biden has made one thing clear.
Default is not an option. We will not default.
Now, President Biden also said yesterday that he does believe he has the authority to use the 14th Amendment, but time will tell if he ends up actually trying that. Our thanks to Hallie Jackson for that explanation. Up next, alarming new research about women's heart health. What can be done to boost the chances of surviving a heart attack?
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
New research showing that women are more than twice as likely to die after a heart attack than men. Researchers at the European Society of Cardiology looked at records of 844 patients. They found that 30 days after a heart attack, almost 12% of women had died, compared to almost 5% of men. And 5 years after a heart attack, 32% of women had died versus 17% of men. Researchers say the findings indicate a need for more research to close the gender gap when it comes to survival after a heart attack. Dr. Bio Curry-Winchell joins us now to help us understand what's going on here. So, Doc, another study actually found that the diagnosis of heart failure is usually missed more often in women than in men. Help us understand, why is the diagnosis and treatment of heart problems more, I guess, adversely affecting women?
Well, this has unfortunately been happening for a long time. Often when we look at the traditional or classic types of symptoms with chest pain, we think of chest pain, arm pain. However, that is often associated with men. However, with women, there are unique symptoms such as fatigue, flu-like symptoms. And so often they're just misdiagnosed or correlated to something else. And that's, something that we have to continue to talk about because, as you mentioned, it's really costing lives every day.
So what sort of treatments or preventions are the authors of this study recommending for women after a heart attack?
So the important piece is to really not ignore those subtle symptoms, such as discomfort or anything that is not at your baseline. And so this study really highlights the importance of going in and seeing your doctor, as well as not allowing those symptoms that are often associated with either menopause or other factors to go ignored. So this study highlights that we have to be mindful and really look at the symptoms associated with heart disease and their effects for women.
Yeah, you have to pay attention to the warning signs. Dr.